Chapter 215, Laboon Island. Kyunhee had no intention of continuing the conversation with Clokas. He flashed and appeared next to Brook the next second. Brook immediately bowed deeply to Kyunhee. He couldn't express his gratitude to Chijia enough. Thanks to Chijia, he was able to get his shadow back and fulfill his promise to meet Laboon again. And he already knows Kyunhee's identity, he is actually a Marine Admiral. This touched Brook even more. A Marine Admiral would actually help a low-level pirate like him. Who would believe it if he told others about it? Advertisement. Brook just feels that he can give his life for Chijia. Of course, Kyunhee doesn't need Brook to work for him. He just needs to live happily with Laboon. Helping Brook up, Kyunhee said with a smile. How is it? Are you still thinking about returning to the underworld? After hearing Kyunhee's words, Laboon stared at Brook strangely with his big eyes. Being stared at like that by Laboon, if Brook's face wasn't just filled with bones, his face would have turned red. With Laboon by his side, he certainly doesn't want to die now. Brook has made up his mind to spend the rest of his life with Laboon, and he doesn't want to go anywhere else. So he twisted his body and said embarrassedly. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Kyunhee. Now I don't want to die anymore. I want to stay with Laboon. Laboon immediately gave a joyful cry and a high stream of seawater spurted out from the nostrils on its back. The most interesting thing was that after the seawater fell, a rainbow appeared there. Kyunhee and Brook were both amused by Laboon's performance. Kyunhee couldn't help but reach out and touch Laboon's big face. Although Laboon is still afraid of Chijia's Rinnegan, it also knows that the human in front of it is its and Brook's benefactor, so it suppresses the fear in its heart, closes its eyes obediently and allows Chijia to caress it. Laboon was several hundred meters long, but was as docile as a puppy in front of Kyunhee. Kyunhee was happy to see such a well-behaved Laboon. He took out a flying thunder god kunao and handed it to Brook. Brook took the kunao, looked at it curiously, and asked. Mr. Kyunhee, what is this? Kyunhee continued to tease Laboon and said casually without turning his head. Advertisement. If you encounter an enemy you can't handle here in the future, just use it to call me, and I will rush here immediately. When Brook heard Kyunhee's words, his eyes suddenly widened and the kunao in his hand suddenly became heavy at this moment. It was the mountain-like kindness of Mr. Kyunhee. Tears once again flowed from Brook's eyes, his jaw opened and closed, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Kyunhee turned around and patted Brook's shoulder, saying softly. Don't worry too much about it. Laboon is so well behaved. I like it very much. Just think of it as a gift from me to Laboon. Brook held the flying thunder god kunao tightly in his arms and nodded heavily several times. Kyunhee smiled at Brook and asked. What are your plans for the future? I want to be a tower keeper like Mr. Crocus, and live here with Laboon. Hearing Brook's idea, Kyunhee nodded slightly. This should be the best ending for Brook and Laboon. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Kyunhee's face. This matter was considered a success and it was time for him to leave. Without saying goodbye to Brook, Kyunhee's body turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared on the spot. Chijia's sudden disappearance left Laboon and Brook stunned. They stared at each other until Brook realized that Mr. Chijia had already left. Thinking of the short time he had spent with Mr. Kyunhee, Brook's heart was filled with gratitude. He looked up and shouted. Thank you. Mr. Chijia. Woo. Laboon also cried out to the sky, the image of Kyunhee was indelibly imprinted in its mind. It would never forget the human with the unique pair of eyes. Suddenly, a loud thunder sounded in the sky, and the raging lightning bombarded the rock wall that Laboon had often hit before, splashing up a sky full of sand and dust. Brook and Laboon subconsciously covered or closed their eyes. When they looked towards the rock wall again, the scene on the rock wall made them open their eyes wide. There was a message engraved on it. Laboon Island Marine Admiral Zilan Liu. The room space carried Brook out of the sea. He looked up in silence at the two eye-catching lines of characters above. Advertisement. He knew the significance of Kyunhee's actions. The three words Laboon Island in the first line were specially left by Kyunhee for Laboon who had guarded here for decades. The second line of signature is to protect him and Laboon. Because whether it is Brook's skeleton body or Laboon's huge whale, they can be regarded as rare treasures in the eyes of some forces. What's more, Crocus's identity is so special that it is hard to guarantee that some people will not have bad thoughts. The name of Marine Admiral Zilan is the best amulet. No matter who sees this name, they have to consider whether they can withstand the wrath of Marine Admiral Zilan. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Brook suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. He bowed his head heavily and did not raise it for a long time. There was a sudden roar of thunder in the sky above Marineford, but the Marines below did not feel panicked. Instead, they felt a sense of security. Because they knew that this was the signal that Admiral Zilan was returning. After Kyunhee returned to naval headquarters, she first stayed with Khalifa and Anne for a while, and then came directly to Zephyr. It had actually been less than 2 days since Chijia left naval headquarters to look for the Imizu fruit. At this time, Zephyr was still immersed in sorrow, and his face did not look very good. But when he saw Kyun-hee, Zephyr's face still broke into a smile. He didn't want his mood to affect his favorite student. He smiled and said, "It's Kyun-hee, what have you been busy with these past 2 days?" Kyun-hee naturally saw that Zephyr was obviously forcing a smile. He didn't say much, but just walked forward, grabbed Zephyr's arm, and opened the room space. Zephyr naturally had no defense against Kyun-hee, and simply followed Kyun-hee and disappeared on the spot. Naval Headquarters Cemetery. Swish! Zephyr and Chijia appeared in front of 2 tombstones, one large and one small. Zephyr saw the 2 tombstones in front of him and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Kyun-hee in confusion. Kyun-hee remained silent. He extended the room space to the underground. With a thought, 2 coffins appeared side by side on the ground. Zephyr couldn't remain calm this time, because that was the coffin containing his wife and son. But out of trust in Chien-hee, he did not get angry. He just walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand and gently brushed the 2 cold coffins, his eyes already filled with an inextricable grief. Chapter 217 The Awakening of the Yellow Spring Fruit. Looking at Zephyr who was in grief, Chien-hee sighed and spoke slowly. "Teacher Zephyr, I found a devil fruit these days." Zephyr paused while stroking the coffin and asked in a trembling voice. "What is the name of this fruit?" "Yellow Spring Fruit." Advertisement. The name of the Yamizu fruit made Zephyr shudder all over. He didn't know what the Yamizu fruit was, but since it had the word Yamizu in it, combined with Kyun-hee's series of actions, something that he never dared to think about exploded in his mind. He turned his head stiffly and asked with his dry lips moving. "What abilities does it have?" Chien-hee did not respond, but just stretched out a hand, from which a bone-chilling cold air rose. The cold air of the underworld drifted towards Zephyr, and as a user of the Zoan mythical beast species, he couldn't help but shiver. Chien-hee squeezed hard, dispelling the cold air from the underworld. He said in a deep voice. "It gave me the power to connect to the underworld, and also made me, the lord of the underworld." Due to its unique properties, the Yomi fruit has only appeared a handful of times throughout the history of the Pirates King, and no one has been able to awaken it. Not sure if Brook is the first person with this ability. And now, this fruit awakens for the first time in this world. The 11 Megatama in Kyun-hee's eyes suddenly enlarged and began to rapidly rotate around the pattern where they were located. The terrifying pupil power was brewing in them. Zephyr looked at Kyun-hee in a daze. This was the first time he saw Kyun-hee use her eye power to awaken the devil fruit. Just a wisp of this aura made people feel shocked from the bottom of their hearts. The surging cold air of Yellow Springs burst out from Kyun-hee's body, and a large area was instantly frozen. Zephyr also felt a little overwhelmed by the cold. He directly pushed the power of the Bull Demon King fruit to ultimate, entering a half-beast state. This was not enough, he also covered his body with a layer of pitch-black armed color, barely able to resist the invasion of this wave of Yellow Spring cold air. Even so, there were several hard ice spikes hanging on his 2 horns. Advertisement. Hot air continued to spew out of Zephyr's nostrils, and he looked at Kyun-hee in front of him in disbelief. It's not like he hasn't seen devil fruit with freezing properties before. Take Aokiji for example. One of his most talented students is a user of the Logia frozen fruit ability. He knew the power of the frozen fruit very well. It was a fruit that could compete with Akainu's top-level fire-type Logia fruit, the lava fruit. There is also a snow fruit in Logia that has the freezing property of devil fruit, but in terms of freezing, it cannot be compared with frozen fruit at all. But judging from the Yomiuri coldness that Kyun-hee is showing now, this freezing ability is even stronger than Aokiji's. Because Zephyr had practiced with Aokiji before, the cold air released by Aokiji was definitely not as hot as Kyun-hee's Huangchuan cold air, at least it would not make him so embarrassed. What Zephyr didn't know was that the Yomiuri chill was merely an additional ability of the Yomiuri fruit, and its true power had yet to be revealed. The spinning Megatama in the Rinnegan stopped, leaving only the Megatama in the left eye still flickering. It was at this moment that the Yellow Spring fruit completed its awakening. The scattered cold air from the Yellow Springs gathered into Chien-hee's left eye like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The previously frozen area melted instantly, as if nothing had happened. Only Zephyr and Kyun-hee knew that what just happened was not a dream. Kyun-hee opened his mouth slightly, and a wisp of cold air came out of his mouth, forming ice crystals in the air. Zephyr also released his half-beast transformation. He walked up to Chijia, looked at her Rinnegan, and said, "No matter how many times I see these eyes, I feel like they simply shouldn't exist in this world." Chijia couldn't help but shake her head and laugh when she heard Zephyr's comments about the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is indeed not a product of this pirate's world, and teacher Zephyr is indeed right about this. But of course Kyun-hee would not tell anyone about this kind of thing, as it was his biggest secret. Zephyr turned his eyes away from Chijia's Rinnegan. The Rinnegan that had just awakened the Yomi Nomi gave him a chill that went straight to his soul. He felt that he was going to suffer if he continued to look at it. Thinking of the cold energy that suddenly burst out from Kyunhee just now, that situation looked like a scene of power out of control. Zephyr couldn't help but ask. Kyunhee, what happened just now? Why do I feel like you can't control your strength? Kyunhee shook his head and explained. No, I was just awakening the Yomiuri fruit, and now I have succeeded. What? Advertisement. Devil fruit awakens? And succeeds? Zephyr just felt that his worldview was challenged once again. As we all know, the development of devil fruit itself is not an easy task, let alone awakening it. Anyone who can awaken the devil fruit is a gifted person, and they must also be in perfect harmony with the devil fruit, both are indispensable. Zephyr's foundation is already very strong and is very suitable for the Bull Demon King fruit, but until now, he still feels that his awakening is a long way off. This is also the result of Zephyr having Sengoku as a living reference. But what about Kyunhee? I heard him say that he absorbed the yellow spring fruit in the past few days, but it awakened today. If anyone were to tell this to others, all those with special abilities would go crazy with jealousy. Even Zephyr, the teacher, couldn't help but shout wildly in his heart. Oh my god! You are so FG biased. Zephyr's expression was complicated. He looked at the 11 Megatama in Chijia's Rinnegan again and asked. So you already have 11 awakened devil fruits? No, there are a few that are not used at the moment, so they haven't awakened yet. Listen, how many are there? If you can't use them for the time being, they won't be awakened. Is this human language? If Zephyr was a blue star person, he would use a very classic word to summarize Chai-he, that is Versailles. Unfortunately he is not, so he is at a loss for words. Zephyr once again fell into a state of deep self-doubt. Kyunhee looked helplessly at Zephyr who was hanging his head, and said. Teacher Zephyr, have you forgotten that the coffins of Master's wife and junior brother are still outside? Speaking of this, Zephyr quickly turned around and ran to the two coffins. He observed them carefully and was relieved after confirming that the coffins were not frozen by the cold air from the underworld. Kyunhee also came to the two coffins. He bowed to them, then looked at Zephyr and said softly. Teacher Zephyr, open the coffin and let me end this tragedy. Chapter 218 Huangchuan Reincarnation Technique. A dazzling halo burst out from Kyunhee's Rinnegan. He waved his hand and the two coffin lids were directly lifted up, revealing two skeletons, one large and one small, inside. Then, he suddenly put his hands together, forming the SI seal, and said in a deep voice. Outer Path, Yellow Spring Reincarnation Technique. In the underworld, a black vortex appeared in the sky. Two yellow cloud-like souls suddenly seemed to be pulled by something, broke free from the sea of souls, and floated towards the black vortex in the sky. Advertisement. It was not until the two souls entered the black vortex that the black vortex gradually shrank until it disappeared. The real world. As Kyunhee released the Yomiuri reincarnation, the remains of Zephyr's wife and son were wrapped in a ball of green energy. Under the nourishment of this energy, the two skeletons actually began to condense flesh and blood. After a short while, the two skeletons were completely transformed into the appearance of a woman and a little boy. They had rosy complexions and it was impossible to tell that they were dead. They lay quietly in the coffins, as if they were asleep. This sight of the living and the dead making Zephyr stand there in a daze as if he had been struck by lightning. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and for a moment he did not dare to move forward. This is not the end yet. The black vortex appeared again in the sky above the real world, and 2 yellow clouds rushed out from it. These were the souls of Zephyr's wife and son. Instead of rushing back into their bodies, they floated towards the still shocked Zephyr and swirled around his body. Zephyr felt a long-lost sense of intimacy from these 2 souls, especially the smaller one. It was a feeling of blood connection from the souls. Even though they looked like just 2 yellow clouds, Zephyr knew their identities. There were tears streaming down his face. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but his hand went right through it. At this time, Kyunhee stopped making hand seals, he exhaled lightly, and sighed in his heart that this technique was really terrible for the consumption of chakra. The Yomi Tensei technique, as the name suggests, is the same as the Rinnegan Tensei technique, and its effect is to resurrect the dead. It is a technique that was created by Chijia after she possessed the Yomi no Mi fruit, based on the Rinnegan Tensei technique. It is well known that people who possess the Rinnegan can perform the Rinnegan Tensei technique, but they face a great risk of death. In Hokage, Nagato died after using this technique to revive everyone in Konoha. Obito also used this technique to revive Uchiha Madara under the control of Black Zetsu. Advertisement. The reason why Obito didn't die immediately was because he had once been Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and Madara also said that even though he was taken away from Ten Tails, he still had the power of the 6 paths remaining in his body. Thanks to the power of the 6 paths, and the strong vitality of Hashirama's cells, Obito didn't die immediately, but he was put in a state of near death, and only his death was postponed for a while. Of course, Chijia would not rashly perform such a dangerous technique, so he made a special trip to find the Yomi fruit, and used the power of the Yomi fruit to perfect the Rinnegan Tensei technique. The biggest difference between the Yomi Tensei technique and the Rinnegan Tensei technique is that it will not cause the caster to lose his life. It is equivalent to performing only half of the Rinnegan Tensei technique, which is to reunite the dissipated flesh of the dead. On the soul level, the power of the Yellow Springs fruit is used to directly recall the souls of the dead from the Yellow Springs world, so the King of Hell did not appear in the process of casting the spell just now. This greatly reduces the energy consumption of this technique, thereby avoiding the risk of death of the practitioner. This was the first time that Chijiya performed the Yomi Tensei technique. Judging from the effect, it was definitely more buggy than the Rinnegan Tensei technique. It is said that Orochimaru likes to make Shinigami do business at a loss, but Chijiya is even more ruthless. He doesn't do any business with Shinigami at all, but just robs them. There's nothing you can do, because with the power of Rinnegan, you can do whatever you want. He walked slowly to Zephyr's side. He gently patted the bewildered Zephyr and said softly, "Teacher Zephyr, don't be impatient. Let their souls return to their bodies first." Zephyr nodded blankly. He was overwhelmed by all this and was in a state of confusion. As soon as the two clouds saw Kyunhee, they came over because they felt a very comfortable aura from Kyunhee. This is because the cold air of the underworld lingering around Kyunhee's body has an excellent nourishing effect on the soul under normal circumstances and can be said to be a hotbed for the soul. Kyunhee released 2 wisps of cold air from the underworld to wrap the 2 souls and carried them into the 2 coffins. After the soul entered the body, the 2 people in the coffin suddenly opened their eyes, jumped out of the coffin and rushed towards Zephyr. Anata. Dad. Zephyr stared blankly at the 2 people running towards him. He didn't know how many times he had heard these 2 familiar calls in his dreams. Tears flowed madly from his eyes, and he knelt on the ground with his arms open. Advertisement. Bang. Zephyr's wife and son threw themselves into his arms almost at the same time. He hugged them tightly, feeling the warmth coming from the 2 bodies. Zephyr, an iron-blooded soldier who had upheld justice all his life, actually burst into tears at this moment. Zephyr's wife and son were 2 immovable rocks weighing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. So Zephyr cried, crying her heart out. Because of the Bull Demon King fruit, Zephyr's voice was extremely loud, and his cries echoed through heaven and earth. The entire headquarters seemed to be filled with Zephyr's cries. In the headquarters building, Sengoku was also startled by Zephyr's crying, and the teacup in his hand fell directly to the ground, breaking into pieces. He rushed out of the office to see what was going on. But someone is faster than him. Yada mirror. Buzz. A blinding golden light burst out from another office, and a beam of light suddenly shot out from the window. It was Kizaru who happened to be at the headquarters today. This student, who was the most incompatible with Zephyr in the eyes of all the Marines, was the first one to rush out. He burst out with the speed of sparkling fruit ultimate and flew rapidly in the direction where Zephyr's crying came from. What remained in the air was Kizaru's rare anxious voice. Teacher Zephyr. Countless points of light gathered in the sky above the naval headquarters cemetery, and Kizaru's figure appeared. He looked down at the cemetery below and saw Zephyr holding 2 people in his arms. After seeing the faces of the 2 people in Zephyr's arms, Kizaru's brown sunglasses almost fell off his face. He adjusted his glasses and murmured in disbelief. How is that possible? That's... Swish. Kyunhee suddenly appeared beside Kizaru in the air. He gently patted Kizaru's shoulder and shook his head. For now, let's leave this place to Mr. Zephyr and his family. Chapter 219 Reunion. Kizaru turned to look at Chijiya and asked hesitantly. Chijiya, did you do that? Chijiya's identity is already a Marine Admiral, which is on the same level as Kizaru. In addition to Chijiya's terrifying strength, Kizaru no longer calls Chijiya brother when he calls him now. He nodded and was about to say something when suddenly several familiar waves came from Skynet, and someone was rushing here. It was Sengoku and the others. Zephyr's crying was so loud just now that his old acquaintances thought something had happened. Advertisement. Of course, Kyunhee would not let these people disturb Zephyr's reunion with his family. He pulled Kizaru and landed outside the cemetery. Under Kizaru's puzzled gaze, the Vice Admiral put his hand on the ground. With a loud bang, a huge wall made of ice rose from the ground, blocking the entire cemetery inside. Sengoku, Garp and Crane also arrived at this time. Sengoku stared at the ice wall in front of him and looked at Chijiya in confusion. Chika explained. Marshal Sengoku, Zephyr-sensei is still in the cemetery. Let's wait for him. What happened to Zephyr? I thought I heard him crying just now. You'll know when he comes out. Since Chijiya said so, Sengoku gave up the idea of going in to see Zephyr. In his opinion, with Chijiya around, nothing would happen to Zephyr. What puzzled Sengoku was why Kizaru's expression next to Chijiya looked so weird. From Sengoku's perspective, Kizaru kept staring at Chijiya with a weird look, as if Chijiya had done something unspeakable to him. He couldn't help but ask Kizaru. Borsellino, why are you staring at Chijiya? When asked by Sengoku, Kizaru quickly turned his eyes away from Chijia's face and waved his hand. Nothing, nothing. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Advertisement. Sengoku was speechless, thinking to himself, I didn't ask you anything, why are you playing dumb with Chijia? After Kizaru finished speaking, he looked down at his toes and remained silent. But his heart was not at peace at all, because he really saw a ghost. A real ghost. Kizaru became Zephyr's student after Zephyr's family was killed, but he had seen photos of Zephyr's family. So when he saw the dead person in the photo appear again, he couldn't believe his eyes, and he is still in a daze until now. As for why he was staring at Kyunhee, it was because he guessed that this must have been done by this magical brother Kyunhee. He felt that he had already developed a certain immunity to Kyunhee's endless abilities, and he could accept it calmly even if Kyunhee killed all the 4 emperors. But this time it's too outrageous. Zephyr's family members had been dead for who knows how many years, and their bodies had turned into bones, but Kyunhee was able to make them appear alive again in this world. Isn't this the legendary resurrection of the living, the flesh turning into bones? Kizaru now feels that Chijia is no longer a human being, because only gods can do such a thing. In the cemetery, Zephyr looked back at the towering ice wall, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he said to himself. Kyunhee, I really don't know what to say to you. It's my honor to have a student like you. The little boy in his arms was startled by the sudden appearance of the huge wall. He tightened Zephyr's clothes and said in fear. Dad, what is that? Hearing his child's voice, Zephyr's face lit up with a long-lost fatherly smile. He touched the little boy's head and comforted him. Justice, that was made by Kyunhee, Dad's most proud student. Don't be afraid. Zephyr's child's name is Justice, which means justice. Zephyr gave him this name because he hoped that he would be able to carry out justice to the end like himself and become an excellent marine. Kyunhee? Is that the big brother from before? His eyes are so strange, I seem to feel his call from another world. Well, you can come back to me again because of him. He is the benefactor of our whole family. You must follow his example and become a marine admiral in the future. Hearing that Kyunhee was already a marine admiral, the woman in Zephyr's arms covered her mouth in surprise. She has short yellow-brown hair and soft facial features, and at first glance she looks like a good wife and mother. Advertisement. She is Zephyr's wife, her name is Lizette, and she is currently between 40 and 50 years old. Lizette couldn't help but ask. My dear, is this Kyunhee brother already a marine admiral? But he looks so young, he looks like a young man. Hearing his wife mention Kyunhee, Zephyr's face showed a hint of pride. He turned his head again and looked at the towering ice wall, and said loudly. Kyunhee is exactly 18 years old this year. He is the youngest marine admiral in the marine, codenamed Zi Lin. 18 years old. Lizette didn't know what to say anymore. Her husband Zephyr became a marine admiral at the age of 38, which is definitely not old. She thinks Zephyr is definitely young and promising. But this Kyunhee brother actually became a marine admiral at the age of 18. This is simply incredible. Lizette did not question the value of the current marine admiral, she was simply amazed at Kyunhee's enchanting talent. When Justice learned that Kyunhee was already a marine admiral, admiration suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he shouted excitedly. Brother Kyunhee is so awesome. When Zephyr heard his son's praise for Kyunhee, he felt even happier than when he was praised himself, and he couldn't help but smile. When Zephyr smiled, wrinkles appeared on his face, which were the marks left by the years and also symbolized the pain Zephyr had experienced over the years. Lizette saw the wrinkles on Zephyr's face and there was a hint of heartache in her eyes. She reached out her hand and gently stroked the wrinkles on Zephyr's face, choking with sobs. My dear, you must have had a hard time these years. She knew that compared to her son and herself who were sleeping in the underworld, Zephyr, who was left alone in the world, must be suffering from the pain of losing her family all the time. This is a pain that is more terrifying than death. Justice raised his head, stared blankly at Zephyr's old face, and murmured. Dad. Zephyr's tears welled up again at the call of his wife and children. He raised his hand and wiped them vigorously, trying his best to put a smile on his face and said. All of this is in the past. Thanks to Kyunhee, you are back by my side again. I just feel extremely happy now. Chapter 220 Heading to Alabasta. When Zephyr and his family appeared in front of Sengoku and others' reactions were even more exaggerated than Kizaru's. Garp stared with his eyes wide open, bent over, and 2 streams of snot, one long and one short, flowing from his nostrils, which made both Justice and Lizette laugh. Especially when they knew that it was Chijia who resurrected Zephyr's family, they were furious. He looked at Kyunhee in amazement, but as the chief advisor, she must have thought of more things than others. She knew in her heart how terrifying Kyunhee's ability was, but she also knew that this would attract the covetousness of the world government. Advertisement. She looked at Kyunhee and said. Kyunhee, only a few people here should know about this, right? Kyunhee nodded. He understood what he meant, but he was not afraid of the world government. Because with his current strength, he is confident that he can defeat the entire Marijois except time. And he is a precious material in him's eyes, and he will never let others interfere with him. However, Kyun-hee still thanked he for his kindness and told he not to worry. He looked at Kyun-hee's confident expression and said no more. She knew Kyun-hee's strength well. Among the strong men on the sea, no one dared to face Kyun-hee alone. At this time, Justice trotted over to Jian-hee, clasped his two little hands together excitedly, and said to Jian-hee in an extremely childish voice. Brother Kyun-hee, Dad said you have become a Marine Admiral. You are really amazing. Kyun-hee and he, who were a little serious at first, were amused by the cute child's voice. Kyun-hee squatted down and touched Justice's little head, and said with a smile. What is your name? My name is Justice. Ultraman. Brother Kyun-hee, what is Ultraman? They are. Never mind that. You think the Marine Admiral is great, but why do you think he's great? They're all very strong. That's what Daddy is like. Advertisement. Justice's words caused Kizaru, who was not far away, to pull his collar involuntarily, and a hint of pride could be seen on his face. I don't know why, but Kizaru doesn't feel anything when others praise his strength, but when it comes from Zephyr's son Justice, his heart is as sweet as honey. He even took it upon himself to regard Justice as his eldest nephew. If Zephyr knew about this, he would definitely have a man-to-man duel with him because the generations were messed up. Jian-hee also smiled knowingly when he heard Justice's words, then he looked into Justice's eyes and said seriously. A Marine Admiral must not only have strength, but also have his own justice. This is a kind of belief. Belief. Justice was still young and didn't quite understand the word belief. He turned to look at his father Zephyr for help. Zephyr didn't say anything, he wanted to see what Kyun-hee would say. Unexpectedly, Kyun-hee threw the topic to Zephyr again and said. You should ask your father about this. He is a man who carries his beliefs throughout his life. This is really cool. When Justice heard this, he immediately ran back to Zephyr and pestered Zephyr to tell him what faith is. Zephyr looked at Kyun-hee helplessly, then hugged Justice and began his education. Although he looked a little helpless, everyone knew that Zephyr was enjoying it. Sengoku and the others watched Zephyr start to nag at his son, and tears welled up in the corners of their eyes. They knew that in the past, this kind of scene was definitely something Zephyr had often fantasized about, but it was just a fantasy. Fortunately, Kyun-hee made this fantasy come true. They didn't say it, but they were very grateful to Kyun-hee in their hearts. Sengoku and Garp have both received great kindness from Chijia, and they can be said to be Chijia's die-hard supporters in Marine. As for Tsuru, because of Jun, he loves Chijia even more and considers Chijia's everything. It's no wonder that some people in the Five Elders dislike Kyanga. Judging from this, the three giants of the older generation in Marine are all Kyun-hee's men. If it weren't for his strict control over the Five Elders, they would have been unable to resist taking action to discipline them long ago. Because if this continues, Marine will become an armed force belonging to Chijia alone. Advertisement. Lizette watched Zephyr's interaction with her son for a while with a smile on her face, then she walked slowly to Kyun-hee and bowed to him. This action scared Kyun-hee, and he immediately wanted to help her up. Although Lizette looked a little young, she was still his master's wife after all, and he felt uncomfortable with her bowing to him. However, Lizette insisted on doing so. She didn't understand anything about seniority. She only knew that Kyun-hee was the great benefactor of their whole family. Jian-hee helplessly waited for Lizette to stand up and said. Master's wife, you don't have to be like this. Hearing Jian-hee calling her master's wife, Lizette blushed and waved her hands hurriedly. Just call me Lizette. I can't bear the title of master's wife. At this time, Zephyr came over holding Justice. He patted Kyun-hee's shoulder, and everything was said without words. Jian-hee didn't want to go on like this. He still preferred normal relationships and didn't want everyone to look at him as if he were a benefactor. And now he really wants to learn from Aokiji about ice abilities, but it seems that Aokiji is not in the naval headquarters now. Chijia looked at Sengoku and asked. Marshal Sengoku, where is Admiral Aokiji? I have something to discuss with him. Kyuzan? He went to Alabasta. There's news that Crocodile recently formed an organization that's a bit dishonest. Kyuzan took the initiative to investigate. Speaking of this, Sengoku was also a little puzzled. Why was Kyuzan, who had always been slacking off, so active this time? Even if Crocodile is a Shishibukai, it's not worthy of you, a Marine Admiral, to investigate it in person, right? After hearing the news, Chijia thought a lot. The organization founded by Crocodile should be Baroque Works, and he is the president, which means that Robin has become the vice president. Otherwise, Aokiji wouldn't have made a special trip to Alabasta. Crocodile was greatly provoked by Chijia at the headquarters last time. Just like Doflamingo was eager to become a Shishibukai, he was eager to obtain information about the ancient weapon Pluton, so he made a big move when the club was first established, which attracted the attention of Marine. However, the information that Crocodile tried so hard to obtain was worthless to Chijia, because he already knew what this so-called information was, which was nothing more than that Pluton was buried in Wano Kuni. Although the information about Pluton is of little value, Kyunhee still wants to go to Alabasta and take a look at Robin, who is touted as the son of the devil by the world government. Chapter 221 Cobra and Vivi. Grand Line, Alabasta. There hasn't been a drop of rain here for nearly half a year, and the dry air makes your mouth dry just by taking a breath. People didn't know that this was because Crocodile used dancing powder. Crocodile used the national hero persona he had created during this period to implicitly blame the lack of rain on King Cobra. The uninformed people did not believe it at first, because Cobra was a good king who loved his people like his own children. However, with the increasingly dry weather and Crocodile saving the country from the mobs time and time again, people's hearts have gradually begun to change. Some restless forces in the country began to stir. Advertisement. This is sad. There is a good saying from Blue Star. A good person who has done good things all his life, but then does one bad thing, is considered to have committed a heinous crime, and all his previous good deeds are negated. But a bad guy does bad things all his life, and in the end he only does one good thing and is praised by everyone. All the bad things he did before also become a foil to his personal charm. It is perfect for Cobra and Crocodile. Crocodile's identity is Shishibukai, which means pirates in plain words. When he first came to Alabasta, the people were afraid and disgusted with him. But when he killed the thug group for the first time, he became a hero in the eyes of many people. However, Cobra, who loved his people like his own children, was instead called a tyrant by many people. On this day, in the palace, Cobra stood alone on the balcony, looking at the clear sky above and sighed heavily. 12-year-old Vivi arrived at this time. She heard her father sigh and asked, "Dad, you look so bad. Are you worried about the weather again?" When Cobra heard his daughter's voice, he quickly put away his sad face, put on a smile, turned to look at Vivi, and said, "Dad is fine, why are you here?" As a princess, Vivi was naturally much more mature than her peers. She could see that her father was putting on a forced smile, but she did not expose him. She put her hands behind her back obediently and tilted her head and said, "I just went to play with Kosa. Kosha, he's a nice guy." Advertisement. Cobra knew the kid Kosa. Although he was only 12 years old, the same age as Vivi, he had already formed his own organization called Shasha Group and served as its leader. This shows that he has strong leadership talents. Although he is a commoner, Cobra does not object to Vivi contacting him. Just when Kosa was mentioned, Vivi's expression turned a little unhappy. Cobra raised his eyebrows when he saw this, thinking, could it be that this kid Kosa bullied his daughter? Vivi's mother died early, and Cobra loved his daughter very much. If he knew that someone dared to bully his precious daughter, he would definitely let that person taste the king's wrath. He asked sharply, "What's with that expression on your face? Did Kosa bully you?" "A hole. This kid is so bold." Seeing that her father was angry, Vivi quickly explained, No, it's just that he's been acting weird lately. I think the way he looks at me has a hint of disgust." At this point, Vivi kept silent. In fact, she had more or less guessed why Kosa had become like this. During this period, public opinion against her father has become increasingly intense, especially when someone recently claimed to have seen the king's army looting the people. This made Kosa begin to be hostile to her father, and also began to distance herself from her as a princess. Of course Vivi would not believe that her father would do such a thing. She believed in her father's character. But Kosa still had relevant photos, which made Vivi speechless for a while. In fact, it was done by Crocodile's subordinate, Mr. Von Clay, who has the ability of clone fruit. Vivi, who is not undercover in Baroque works, of course does not know about this. Cobra was stunned after hearing this, but he soon understood the reason. The reason why Kosa distanced himself from Vivi was probably because of him. Thinking about what happened in the kingdom during this period, Cobra couldn't help but sigh again. Vivi no longer concealed her thoughts and spoke them out directly. "Dad, I know you didn't do those things, and the weather has nothing to do with you. I always feel that all of this is related to that crocodile." Cobra was shocked by his daughter's words. In fact, he thought so too. Ever since Crocodile came here, these problems have come one after another. Cobra would never believe that they have nothing to do with him. But ordinary people don't care so much, they only see Crocodile's feat of dealing with the thugs. Advertisement. Crocodile's reputation is now at its peak, and his strength is terrifyingly strong. Even if Cobra wants to investigate, he is powerless. Thinking of these difficulties, Cobra fell silent. Vivi said something surprising. "Dad, let me go. I can go undercover in his organization to get information." "What? No way. How old are you?" Cobra was really scared. Although Vivi was a little precocious, it was still too early for her to deal with those pirates. He was really afraid that Vivi would be eaten till not even a bone was left as soon as she entered. But Vivi was surprisingly stubborn today. She rarely contradicted Cobra. Dad. Let me go. I'm a princess and I have to be responsible for my own kingdom. You. Pa. Before Cobra could speak, applause broke out from the palace on the balcony. Who is it? The sudden applause startled both Cobra and Vivi. Cobra quickly turned around and looked inside the hall. At some point, a figure in a white coat appeared on the throne in the hall. He crossed his legs and looked at Cobra and Vivi, father and daughter, with a smile in his pair of strange deep purple eyes. The person who came was Qianhe. When he arrived in Alabasta, he did not go to look for crocodile first, but instead strolled around the streets of the kingdom. In a bar, he heard people talking around him and understood Alabasta's current situation. He knew that all this must have been done by Crocodile, just a few years earlier. Of course, what Chijia didn't know was that the reason why Crocodile's plan was advanced by several years was because of him. It was because he scared Crocodile so much at the naval headquarters that he felt a strong sense of crisis and thus urged him to advance his plan. All I can say is that the blame has been put on him again. Chapter 222 Warning from Zilan Admiral. After seeing Chijia's face clearly, Cobra and Vivi widened their eyes. Vivi covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed. Those eyes belong to Admiral Zilan. Cobra nodded subconsciously, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He didn't care at all that Chijia was sitting on the throne, because he knew that the king of a country was nothing compared to the Marine Admiral. Advertisement. One Shishibukai can put his entire country into crisis, let alone the Marine Admiral whose strength far exceeds that of Shishibukai? Of course, what made him happiest was that the Marine Admiral who came was Zi Lin. He was recognized as the strongest among all the admirals, and his reputation was the best. He knew that this purple-scaled admiral would never tolerate the pirates who did evil. Moreover, not long ago he rescued a kingdom from Blackbeard. It is said that he even used his ability to help the people there build houses. He is simply the most perfect Marine Admiral in people's hearts. Vivi looked at Qianhe with fanatical admiration. She is the deputy leader of the Sand group. Their entire group admires this Admiral Zi Lin very much. They even worshipped in front of Chijia's photo when they were founded. Kosa is a die-hard fan of Admiral Zilan. If he were here, he would probably kneel down to Qianhe. Qianhe was already accustomed to the reactions of the two. He held his face with one hand and looked at Vivi below with admiration in his eyes. Among the many princesses in the Pirates King's family, the one he admires the most is Vivi. She has a sense of responsibility and has known since childhood that she should consider the overall situation. She is also willing to go undercover in the crisis-ridden Baroque works for the sake of the country. Compared to Kojiki Hiri, who was successful as a geisha, relied on others, and stood up to reap the fruits of victory in the end, Vivi is definitely a very charming princess of the kingdom. Qianhe slowly stood up from the throne, walked down the steps step by step, and walked towards the father and daughter. Cobra and Vivi looked at Chijia who was walking towards them and felt a sense of oppression coming towards them. They swallowed involuntarily. Qianhe came to the father and daughter, first greeted Cobra, the king, and then smiled at Vivi and said. What you just said was very good. I approve of you as a princess. Hey. Vivi was a little overwhelmed for a moment when she received Qianhe's praise. She didn't expect that she would receive praise from this important person. Two lovely blushes appeared on her face, and she didn't dare to look at Qianhe's handsome and tragic face. Advertisement. When Cobra saw that his daughter was recognized by Admiral Zilan, he was happy for her, but a little jealous. He was not jealous of his daughter's reaction to Qianhe, but simply because a middle-aged man like him also wanted Qianhe's approval. Fortunately, Chijia did not forget Cobra. Having watched the anime, he certainly knew that Cobra was definitely a good and competent king. He patted Cobra's shoulder and said seriously. You are also a competent king. I understand what happened in Alabasta during this period. It is not your fault. I will put an end to it. Admiral Zilan. Cobra stared at Qianhe in a daze. This grown man who had been a king for decades suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction of being recognized by his elders. Before he could express his feelings, Chijia passed by the father and daughter and came to the balcony where they were before. Cobra and Vivi looked at each other and hurried to catch up. Qianhe looked up at the sky and already had an idea in mind. He put his hands together and made the way seal, and said softly. Yahoo's technique. As the spell was initiated, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky above Alabasta. The dark clouds gathered together, and a moist smell filled the entire kingdom. Cobra and Vivi were stunned by the scene in the sky. What did they see? Zilan Admiral could actually call the wind and rain. The people in the kingdom were extremely excited. They ran to the streets and looked up at the sky with hope, praying that a heavy rain would fall to nourish this dry kingdom. Somewhere in the desert, Crocodile was also looking at the dark clouds in the sky, and his face did not look very good. Next to him was a beautiful woman with a cowboy hat and a striking figure. Her skin was a little tanned, probably because she had stayed in the desert for too long, but it added a touch of healthy beauty to her whole person. She is Robin, and now she is 24 years old. She was also wondering how such weather could occur under the influence of dancing powder. Back to the palace. Kyunhee did not activate the Yahoo free technique immediately. His eyes turned into two dazzling purple electric lights, and the dark clouds above him also transformed into thunderclouds wrapped with purple arcs of electricity. A deafening roar of thunder came from the thunderclouds above. Everyone below felt their hearts tighten and were so frightened by this doomsday-like scene that they stood there motionless. Vivi couldn't help but move closer to Kyunhee and asked stiffly. Advertisement. Admiral Zilan, what's wrong with the weather? I'm a little scared. Kyunhee smiled down at Vivi and said. Don't worry, I need to give some people a warning first. After saying that, lightning flashed in Kyunhee's eyes, and the thunder accumulated in the sky suddenly fell down. Boom boom boom. The entire Alabasta was instantly shrouded in a purple lightning. The sound of thunder and screams lasted only a moment before stopping. Cobra and Vivi were completely stunned. They had no idea what this purple-scaled admiral had just done. Kyunhee said casually without any hurry. I just cleaned up some so-called thugs, and now they are behaving themselves. It was the first time that the father and daughter witnessed the horror of the Marine Admiral, and they didn't know what to say. Vivi stared at Kyunhee's calm face and thought to herself. Is this the power of a Marine Admiral? Can he suppress everything with just a thought? However, Kyunhee's warning was not over yet. He spread out the sky net to cover the entire Alabasta. An indifferent voice sounded from everyone's heart, including Crocodile and others far away in the desert. The events in Labunstan have nothing to do with Cobra. I, Marine Admiral Zilan, will take over this place now. Damn it! Why is he here? Crocodile was the first to react. There was nothing he could do, he simply could not forget Chijia's voice, especially that feeling of looking down on everything. He knew that it was not arrogance, but the confidence that came from absolute strength. It was the first time Robin heard Kyunhee's voice. She stared blankly in the direction of the palace and murmured. Zilan? I wonder who's scarier, him or Aokiji? In the desert, a tall and thin man who was riding a bicycle stopped and looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds. He exclaimed. Allah, is he here too? Things are getting a little difficult. Chapter 223, Stand Still. Welcome Admiral Zilan. While everyone was still feeling terrified by the thunder that had just struck, the weather changed again. This time it was no longer the purple thunder that destroyed all living things, but the heavy rain that nourished all things. The whole of Alabasta can be said to have finally received a blessing after a long drought, and everyone is cheering for this long-awaited rain. Instead of taking any measures to avoid the rain, they ran to the streets, tilted their heads back and bathed in the downpour. Inside the palace, Cobra looked at the scene outside the window, his heart was so excited that it could not be described. If Vivi had not been beside him, he, the king, would almost kneel down to Chijia. Advertisement. Vivi didn't have so many concerns. She rushed to the balcony, stretched out her hand and caught a palm full of rain. She carefully put the rainwater to her mouth and took a sip. The taste of rainwater is not very good, it is astringent at the beginning, but in Vivi's heart, the taste is as refreshing as sweet spring water. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Chijia, the creator of all this. In the gloomy weather, Chijia's Rinnegan still emitted a captivating purple light, which made Vivi stare in a trance. A cool breeze blew, and Kyunhee's coat of justice rustled, and the word justice stood out particularly. He smiled at Vivi who was staring at him and said. Okay, the problem has been temporarily alleviated. Now I have to solve the source of the problem. After saying that, without waiting for Vivi's response, Kyunhee turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared. Cobra slowly came to the place where Kyunhee had just stood. He reached out and patted Vivi's shoulder, and said with emotion. This is the strongest Admiral Zilan in the history of Marine. Vivi nodded gently. Although Kyunhee did not stay here for too long, he left an indelible image in the heart of young Vivi. Those mysterious eyes, the fluttering coat of justice, and Chijia's melancholy face from the Uchiha clan will all become a light in Vivi's heart for a long time to come. In Baroque Workshop. Crocodile was pacing back and forth, looking very anxious. Robin sat on the table, leaning his head on his back, seeming to be thinking about something. Advertisement. Crocodile walked back and forth in circles until Mr. Wonda's bonus and other executives of the Baroque Works came in. Seeing that all his subordinates had arrived, Crocodile's anxious expression eased a little, and he immediately ordered. We have to leave Alabasta immediately now. Marine Admiral Zilan is here. When they heard the name Zilan, fear appeared on the faces of all the cotters, and even Mr. One, who was always known for his calmness, began to panic. There is no way. The shadow of a man is like the name of a tree. The name of Marine Admiral Zilan is too famous. Almost all the pirates of this era are shrouded in his shadow. Once you are targeted by this man, it doesn't matter which 4 emperors group you join or whose son you become. You will be executed and your bones will be crushed to ashes. Derez was okay, but Mr. 3, who was more timid, was so scared that his nose and tears started flowing. When he heard Zilan coming, he felt as if his legs were filled with wax and were stuck to the ground. Miss. Sarah pointed at him with a serious expression and said. Boss, is Zilin really that scary? Are the descriptions of him in the newspapers a little exaggerated? Crocodile shook his head and said solemnly. It's not an exaggeration at all. I'm even understating it. I witnessed how terrifying that man is at the naval headquarters. Even Hawkeye was defeated by him easily. Thinking of what he had witnessed at the naval headquarters, beads of sweat appeared on Crocodile's head. Zilin's strength is really terrifying. Crocodile is a very self-centered person, and it is generally difficult for anyone to catch his eye. But for Qianhe, he really can't muster up the emotion to resist. He knew that the purple giant alone was no match for him. In front of that giant, the Logia devil fruit, which was known as a natural disaster, became a joke. Hawkeye was at least able to fight with the giant for a few moves. If it were me, I would probably be beaten into a fool. Not to mention that he later defeated the red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts from the 4 emperors. It was also the first time that the executives of Baroque Works saw such a fearful expression on their crocodile's face. You know, even if it was Whitebeard, Crocodile would not be so scared. Instead, he often thought about challenging him again. But this Zilin scared Crocodile so much that he wanted to give up everything in Alabasta and run away. This contrast is enough to show how terrifying the Marine Admiral Zilin, whom he has never met, is. Robin behind Crocodile had a calm expression. She looked at the panicked Crocodile expressionlessly, but sighed in her heart. It looks like I can't stay here any longer. I have to find a new shelter. Advertisement. It's just a pity for Robin this time, because Alabasta has a historical text, which means a lot to Robin. Now that Crocodile is about to run away and that Marine Admiral Zilin has also come here, she will no longer be able to study the main history of this place. Thinking of this, a trace of sadness emerged in Robin's eyes. When will this wandering life come to an end? Maybe only death can end all this. Crocodile was getting impatient. He shouted. Well, we should go now. It will be too late when that man arrives. The Cotters nodded and prepared to run away. At this moment, Sarah's face suddenly changed. She called everyone and said. Oh no, someone's already here. He's right at the door. What? Crocodile's eyes widened suddenly. He did not doubt Sarah's words because Sarah's perception was very sharp. She could hear extremely faint sounds and determine the other party's general location. This is considered a talent. Sarah doesn't have the ability to see and hear yet, but perhaps this perception will become even stronger after she awakens. But now is not the time to think about these things. Crocodile guessed that the person at the door was probably Zilin. If it was really him, then there was no point in thinking about leaving. At this critical moment, Crocodile's thoughts raced, and he thought of the most correct solution at the moment. He just waved his hand and shouted. Everyone, stand in 2 rows and get ready to welcome Admiral Zilin. After hearing Crocodile's order, the Cotters looked at each other in confusion, but immediately understood what Crocodile meant. He wanted his side to put on the best possible posture to maximize the chance of saving lives. Although it sounds a bit embarrassing, it must be said that this is definitely a wise decision. So all the Cotters immediately lined up in 2 rows in the office like soldiers undergoing training, as neatly as possible. Even Robin, after a brief moment of daze, fell down from his desk speechlessly and joined the queue to welcome Qianhe. Chapter 224 Scare Robin. Chijia stood in front of the door of Baroque Works and was about to use teleportation to enter directly when suddenly, the door opened. What came into Chijia's sight was a smiling crocodile and a group of executives behind him. Qianhe was stunned by the performance of this group of people. Why did it feel like a welcoming ceremony? Crocodile tried his best to make his scarred face look kinder. He came in front of Qianhe and said. Admiral Zilin, is a small Alabasta worth your personal visit? Advertisement. Qianhe did not respond immediately, but just crossed his arms and stared at Crocodile until he felt uncomfortable, then he spoke. You should know clearly what you did. Do you really need me to point it out? Although Qianhe's tone sounded calm, it was like a death warrant to Crocodile's ears. He understood that Zilin must know that everything that happened in Alabasta during this period was related to him. He obviously came here to call for punishment. But even though he understood it, Crocodile had no intention of taking any action. He knew that once the fighting started, he and his men would immediately disappear from this world. So, Crocodile did something that surprised his subordinates. He lowered his proud head and told them everything they had done during this period. Derez looked at Crocodile in disbelief and said. Boss, boss. Shut up. Don't even think of resisting this man. It must be said that Crocodile is indeed a tyrant, and he understands that confessing is the best option in this situation. Kyun-hee also didn't expect that Crocodile, who was so defiant in the summit war, would lower his posture so much. This was quite different from his expectations. However, Kyun-hee had no intention of letting Crocodile go. He slowly walked to the chair at the end of the room, sat on it and crossed his legs. He put his hand on the table and found that there was a warmth where his hand was placed. Robin, who was very close to the table, blushed slightly because that was exactly where she had just sat. Advertisement. Kyun-hee glanced at Robin. The current Robin was a little younger than in the original anime, but it did not affect her unique temperament. Unlike Nami, the hot chili pepper in the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin can be said to be similar to the mother role in the Straw Hat Pirates. She is a typical intellectual beauty. She is brave, strong, considerate, and gives people a very reliable feeling. Robin also noticed that Kyun-hee was looking at him, and his heart suddenly tightened. She knew that she also had the identity of Son of the Devil. Once Zi-Lin knew this identity, she would be afraid that she would not be able to leave today. She didn't believe that Zi-Lin would be as tolerant of her, the Son of the Devil, as Aokiji was. Fortunately, Kyun-hee did not continue to look at her. He quickly shifted his gaze to Crocodile's face and said casually. So are you sure you've told me everything? What Crocodile said just now was indeed comprehensive, but as for the purpose, he only said that he wanted to replace the king, and he did not mention a word about Pluton. So Kyun-hee still wants to use this to criticize him. Crocodile swallowed, feeling nervous, a little unsure whether Chijia knew something. Seeing that Crocodile didn't say anything, Kyun-hee didn't say much. He stood up and slowly walked to Robin. In Robin's horrified eyes, he stretched out his finger and hooked her chin. Kyun-hee admired Robin's delicate face and said softly. I didn't expect that the Devil's Son wanted by the world government would become the vice president of Baroque Works. How do you explain this? Chijia's words exploded like thunder in everyone's mind, and Crocodile felt his hands and feet go cold. He didn't expect that Chijia knew Robin's identity so well. He knew very well that once Robin's identity was revealed, his so-called Shishibukai would be doomed. Thinking of this, Crocodile's heart sank, and wisps of sand suddenly appeared out of thin air on the ground beneath his feet, as if they were about to take action. Chijia seemed not to notice Crocodile's actions. He looked at Robin with a smile, wanting to see how she would react. At this time, Robin's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. She looked at Chai-hee in front of her, and a sense of despair surged in her heart. Looks like I'm going to stop here. Advertisement. 2 lines of tears rolled down from Robin's eyes. She was not afraid of death. She just regretted that she could not fulfill her mother's wish and see the true history. When Kyun-hee saw that Robin was actually crying, she quickly moved her fingers away. He just wanted to imitate Aokiji and scare Robin, but he didn't expect that he would break Robin's defense directly. This made Chijia a little depressed. Did his face look so scary? Could Aokiji scare him? However, despite being depressed, Kyun-hee reached out his hand again to wipe away the tears on Robin's face, and said helplessly. Okay, stop crying. I have no interest in catching you. Robin lay motionless, allowing Kyun-hee's fingers to gently brush across her face, looking at Kyun-hee with a puzzled look. She couldn't believe that Kyun-hee would leave her, the devil's child, alone. She was very clear about her own importance. Anyone who captured her would be considered a great achievement, let alone Kyun-hee, the Marine Admiral. Facing Robin's suspicious gaze, Jian-hee spread his hands and said indifferently. I just don't want to make those idiots in the world government happy, believe it or not. This statement once again confused everyone present. What on earth did they hear? As a Marine Admiral, Zi-Lin actually disdains the world government so much that he even insults it directly and without disguising his words? Is this what they can listen to? Does Zi-Lin mean to silence them by saying this? Robin's eyes widened even more. She now doubted whether the young man in front of her was the rumored Marine Admiral Zilin. Chijia ignored Robin and just glanced at Crocodile calmly. When Crocodile was looked at by Chijia's Rinnegan, even if it was just a peripheral vision, he immediately gave up the idea of fighting and just behaved himself. Chijia's eyes swept around the room, and everyone he saw lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to look at Chijia's Rinnegan. Just as Jian-hee was thinking about how to deal with this group of people, a lazy voice sounded at the door. Ah, Chijia, you're really fast. Chapter 225 Two Admirals arrive. Everyone at Baroque Workshop turned their heads stiffly and looked towards the entrance. I saw a tall man in a white suit standing at the door, looking at everyone lazily. He had one hand in his trouser pocket and a green eye patch on his forehead, looking like an unreliable middle-aged man. But it was this man who made everyone in Baroque Works feel that their little hearts could not bear it, especially Robin. Because she was very familiar with the image of this man, he was Marine Admiral Aokiji. Advertisement. Crocodile was even more numb, he just felt that today was the darkest day of his life. He actually met a Marine Admiral while doing something bad, and he met two of them in a row. And one of them is Zilin, who is known as the strongest admiral. What's going on? When did the Marine Admiral become so idle? Is he, a Shishibukai, worthy of these two people personally dealing with him? Is there any justice in this? Crocodile dropped his hands resignedly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: I'm tired. Let's destroy it. When Chijia saw Aokiji, a smile appeared on his face. He teased. Kyuzan, I heard from Marshal Sengoku that you left a long time ago, why are you here only now? Aokiji was a little embarrassed. He was a complete procrastinator. Besides, the main purpose of this trip was to observe Robin, so he did not take the warship. He rode his favorite bicycle for most of the journey. But he swore that if he had known that Kyunhee was coming, he would not have delayed any further, because Robin, who was like a little pigtail, was here. Just now, he vaguely heard the conversation between Kyunhee and Robin at the door, so he already knew that Kyunhee recognized Robin's identity, which made him feel extremely difficult. So he quickly showed up, trying to divert Kyunhee's attention. Robin's eyes moved between Chijia and Aokiji. Although the two seemed to be joking, an invisible aura still enveloped them. That was the oppressive feeling coming from the Marine Admiral. She knew that the two men in front of her had the power to easily destroy the entire Alabasta. Aokiji glanced at Robin, and heaved a sigh of relief, thinking. Fortunately, this little girl hasn't been harmed by Kyunhee. Advertisement. If Chijia knew what Aokiji was thinking, she would definitely cry out that she was wronged. He just imitated Aokiji to scare Robin. Although he scared her and made her cry, he didn't do anything. Chijia stretched and looked at Aokiji with a meaningful smile, which gave Aokiji goosebumps all over his body. He felt that Chijia was going to pick a fight with him about Robin, which was what Aokiji feared the most. Of course, he was not afraid that Kyunhee would treat him as a criminal. He knew Kyunhee's character and he was always tolerant towards his own people. What he was afraid of was that Robin would be taken back by Chijia and handed over to the world government. Aokiji has always been brooding over the O'Hara incident. Robin is a redemption and a spiritual comfort for him. What's more, he personally froze his good friend Saul for this. He didn't die. Although he often scares Robin, that is just a unique way for him, a straight man, to express his concern. If Kyunhee insisted on taking Robin back, he really didn't know what to do. After all, Robin is a criminal, and he has a good relationship with Chijia. He can't fight with Chijia because of this, not to mention that he knows that he is hardly Chijia's opponent. Of course, if it was Akainu who came, Aokiji wouldn't be so embarrassed. At worst, he could just fight. However, just when Aokiji was in a dilemma, Kyunhee suddenly flashed in front of him. He patted Aokiji on the shoulder and said with a smile. I have almost dealt with the things here. Now that you are here, let's have a fight. After hearing this, both Aokiji and everyone in Baroque Works were stunned. Shireen, who is also a Marine Admiral, is actually going to fight Aokiji? What is going on? Aokiji frowned, he didn't quite understand what Chijia meant. He suddenly stretched out a hand, and wisps of cold air rose from his palm, and the temperature in the entire room dropped suddenly. Except for Chijia and Aokiji, everyone else shuddered suddenly. Aokiji's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the yellow spring chill in Kyunhee's hand. Advertisement. As a top-level Logia frozen fruit ability user, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of Huang Quan's cold energy at a glance. Even he was amazed at the low temperature. He couldn't help asking. Is this another new fruit ability? What fruit is it? Kyunhee did not answer Aokiji's question immediately. He glanced at Robin behind him, then clasped his 5 fingers together, and the cold air in the underworld dissipated. Just now he noticed that Robin behind him was so cold that she hugged her shoulders to keep warm. She was already wearing cool clothes, and if the cold air continued to invade her, she would probably catch a cold. Chijia's action made Robin feel warm in her heart. For a woman like her who had been helpless for more than 10 years, compared to Aokiji who scared her from time to time, Chijia's invisible consideration was what she desired most. After Chijia dissipated the cold air from the underworld, he said to Aokiji. This is the power of the Imizu fruit. It has the same ice attribute as your frozen fruit, so I want to test this ability with you to see how far it can go. I see, let's go outside now. Aokiji nodded. To him, as long as Chijia didn't pay attention to Robin, he could do anything. So he agreed without even thinking about it. Kyunhee also understood Aokiji's thoughts. He smiled and said. This is perfect. There's only desert outside, and we don't have to worry about it affecting other people. After saying that, Kyunhee turned into lightning and disappeared in the room. Aokiji glanced at Robin, then turned around and left with Chijia without saying anything. After the two left, everyone in the room looked at each other, and then they all focused their attention on Robin. They came to a conclusion from Chijia and Aokiji's performance just now, that is, the reason why the two admirals arrived at the same time might have a lot to do with Robin. Especially Aokiji, he didn't even look at anyone except Chijia and Robin. Crocodile now really wants Robin to leave his territory as soon as possible. He doesn't want Pluton anymore. With the existence of those two, if he still thinks about Pluton, he will only end up making things easier for Marine. Robin also knew that she couldn't stay here any longer. Under the gaze of everyone, she walked out of the room with a calm expression. She wanted to go to the edge of the scene where the two were fighting. Kyunhee's attitude towards the world government just now made her extremely interested in Kyunhee. She wanted to witness with her own eyes the strength of this person who was known as the strongest Marine Admiral. Chapter 226, Ice vs. Huang Xuan. Aokiji didn't know that his efforts to pull Chijia so that Robin would disappear from Chijia's sight had failed. At this time, he and Kyunhee were standing opposite each other in the vast desert. Although he knew that Chijia was extremely powerful, this was his first head-on confrontation with Chijia, which made the usually lazy Aokiji feel eager to fight. He also wanted to know what kind of strength Chijia, who was known as the strongest admiral in the world, had. Compared to Aokiji, Chijia's expression looked very relaxed. He just wanted to try out the extent of the freezing ability of the Imizu fruit. He didn't want to compete with Aokiji for the position of Marine Marshal. Advertisement. He looked at Aokiji across from him and said in a relaxed tone. Kyuzan, just use your abilities to attack me later, don't worry about anything else. Aokiji nodded, and then entered into battle mode. He decided to make a tentative attack first. He stretched out a hand towards Jianhe and shouted. Frozen time capsule. A cold air burst out from his palm in the form of a shock wave, and the air passing through formed a series of ice crystals. Robin just came to the edge of the fight between the two at this moment, and when she saw Aokiji's move, Sol's image emerged in her mind. The giant vice admiral was once instantly frozen by Aokiji's move. She knew very well how terrifying this move was. She couldn't help but look at Kyunhee, wanting to see how Kyunhee would respond to this move. However, Chijia just stood there without moving, with wisps of cold air wafting around his Rinnegan. Then, a ball of cold air instantly appeared at the location where his sight was locked, and collided with the cold air released by Aokiji. Boom! The air between the two people suddenly condensed into a huge iceberg, which then crashed into the desert with a roar. This iceberg alone is several times larger than the Sol in Robin's memory. Robin stared at the iceberg for a while, then turned around and silently retreated to a farther place. She felt that in front of these two monsters, the distance just now was still too conservative. Aokiji stared at the iceberg with a slightly condensed gaze, thinking that Kyunhee's freezing ability was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Advertisement. I thought so in my mind, but Aokiji's next attack followed immediately. He stretched out his arm, his palm was in the shape of a hand knife, and a huge ice bird burst out from his arm. Ice cube, pheasant mouth. This time Jianhe moved. He also stretched out an arm, and the cold air from Huangchuan was like a bunch of invisible little snakes wrapped around it. He clenched his fist fiercely, and the cold air from the underworld instantly gathered on his fist, and then suddenly exploded. Ice Emperor Dragon. The cold air from the underworld that erupted from Kyunhee's fist condensed into a giant ice dragon that was larger than the ice bird as soon as it came into contact with the air. It roared and rushed towards the ice bird. The ice bird and the ice dragon fought each other. After a while, the ice bird was torn into pieces by the ice dragon and turned into a ball of floating ice crystals that dissipated in the air. The ice dragon did not continue to attack Aokiji. It hovered in place, roared towards the sky, and then turned into wisps of cold air and dissipated. Aokiji's face looked a little embarrassed. As a user of the frozen fruit ability, he should have been the master of ice abilities, but 2 consecutive attacks were resolved by Chijia, which made him a little embarrassed. Jianhe spoke at this time. Kyuzan, you're still a little reluctant. Show us your strongest strength. Aokiji nodded, then he leaned down and put his hands on the ground. This posture is naturally very familiar to Chijia. This is obviously the starting posture for Aokiji to use the Ice Age, which can also be said to be one of his ultimate moves. However, this time the Ice Age seems to be different from that in the anime, because there was no special noise when Aokiji launched this move, and this move can be said to be instantaneous. But this time, a large amount of cold air erupted around Aokiji's body, and a thick layer of ice began to form rapidly on the desert, spreading out of sight. Robin, who was already standing at an unknown distance from where the two men were fighting, suddenly felt a biting chill. She thought to herself that something was not good and wanted to leave the place quickly, but she found that her feet had been frozen to the ground. Swish! Chijia suddenly appeared beside Robin, and before she could react, he pushed her into the gate space. Then he flashed again and returned to the place where he fought with Aokiji. He had already noticed Robin's arrival, but since she was still far away, he ignored her. But Aokiji's next attack obviously had a wide range, so he had to take some protective measures for Robin, otherwise it would be a tragedy. After doing all this, Kyunhee looked at the desert around him that had turned into a polar desert, and then looked at Aokiji who had turned into an ice sculpture across from him. He said to himself. Advertisement. Using the devil fruit to awaken, it's really spectacular. As Chijia expected, Aokiji is now in the awakened state of frozen fruit. In the anime, he fought with Akainu on Punk Hazard Island, and after the battle, the climate of an island was permanently changed, turning Punk Hazard Island into an island of ice and fire. That is a manifestation of the awakening of the Logia fruit of the two. Since the Logia devil fruit has a naturally high lower limit, its awakening becomes more difficult than other fruits, which makes the Logia fruit seem a bit awkward in the later stage when haki is everywhere. But on the other hand, once it awakens, it undergoes another qualitative change and becomes a natural disaster in the true sense. Ordinary haki is far from being enough in front of the awakened Logia fruit. Just as Kyunhee was thinking, Aokiji's head, which had turned into an ice sculpture, slowly raised up. He stared at Kyunhee and exhaled a wisp of extremely cold air. Ice hell! Buzz! The ice on the ground shook violently, and then conical ice spikes as big as icebergs emerged in waves like the sea. The temperature of the entire area also dropped sharply. Even the vulture flying in the sky was frozen into an ice sculpture and then disintegrated into a ball of ice chips. The endless desert of Alabasta instantly turned into a sea of ice. In the center of the ice sea, an ice sculpture in the image of Chijia stood there. Aokiji got up from the ground and admired the Chijia ice sculpture opposite him with some pride. Just as he was about to release the ability, Chijia's right horn suddenly emitted a milky white light, and the solid ice wrapped around his body turned into wisps of ice blue energy and merged into his right horn. Kyanga returned to normal, the only difference from before was the right horn on his forehead that was glowing with an ice blue light. Aokiji was stunned by what was happening before his eyes. Was his fruit awakening just dissolved by Chijia? Chijia shook her neck, smiled at Aokiji opposite her, and then pressed her hands on the ground like Aokiji. A blinding ice blue light burst out from his right horn, and the temperature around him dropped sharply again. But this was not enough, a large amount of yellow spring cold air poured into Chijia's hands, and the temperature around his body also dropped to the extreme at this moment, which made Aokiji have a strange feeling in his heart, that is, the space where Chijia was seemed to be still. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Mahapatma. Chapter 227 Mahapadma. The surging cold air of the underworld surged out from Kyunhee's palms like waves, and in the blink of an eye, it completely froze everything around him. The entire world completely turned into a world of ice. Opposite Chijia was the frozen Aokiji, with an expression of disbelief still on his face. That's right, he, the user of frozen fruit ability, was actually frozen. Normally, as a Logia, he should be able to assimilate with the ice around his body and escape, but Aokiji completely lost consciousness the moment he was frozen. To be precise, Aokiji's thoughts stagnated, along with time. Advertisement. Mahapathamo, as the ultimate move of Queen Ace in a certain healing anime, has reached the ultimate of ice ability, which is absolute zero, freezing time and space. Kyunhee just used the Jo Huangchen Lingzun in his right horn to absorb Aokiji's glacial hell, and combined it with the cold air of Huangchuan, thus achieving the same effect as Mahapatma. Once you fall into this trap, you will immediately be at the mercy of Ren Kyunhee. If Kyunhee wanted to kill Aokiji, he only needed to wave his hand now, and Aokiji would turn into ice chips and completely dissipate like the surrounding ice. Even if he could transform into an element, it would be useless. Of course Chijia would definitely not kill Aokiji. Not to mention that Aokiji was his good colleague, Aokiji also made a great contribution to the birth of Mahapatma. A purple light flashed in the Rinnegan, and the endless sea of ice turned into a cold air that rose into the sky and finally disappeared as if it had never appeared. Aokiji also escaped from the ice. He half knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. Although he was unconscious when he was frozen just now, when he woke up, he was very clear that he had just walked through the gates of hell. At this time, Kyunhee teleported in front of Aokiji, stretched out a hand and pulled Aokiji up. Without waiting for Chijia to speak, Aokiji said directly. You are an absolute monster. In this battle, he can be said to have been crushed from beginning to end. Before, Aokiji only knew that Chijia was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. This is simply beyond the scope of human strength. Not even one of the 4 emperors could push him to this point, and he couldn't help but think that Kyunhee might be able to fight 4 emperors alone now. He spread his hands and did not comment. He observed Aokiji's condition and found that he was fine. After all, he was a user of the frozen fruit ability and would not suffer from frostbite. Chijia gave up the idea of using the Ishikobaime on Aokiji. Advertisement. Then, he opened the door and released Robin. Although Robin didn't say anything when she walked out of the door space, her eyes told Chijia that what she wanted to say was the same as Aokiji. Aokiji's reaction was quite intense when he saw Robin. Why did he fight with Chijia? Wasn't it just to give Robin the opportunity to go further away? But she just sent him back herself. Thinking about how he almost got a box lunch just now, Aokiji felt so miserable that he could not even cry. He couldn't help but look at Kyunhee, somewhat worried about how Kyunhee would deal with Robin. Chika ignored Aokiji's worried look, and said to Robin with his arms folded. Kyuzan finally gave you a chance to escape, why did you come back on your own? Do you really think I won't catch you? Aokiji was a little embarrassed by Chijia's straightforward words. He didn't expect that his little thoughts had already been seen through by Chijia. But he was a little confused. How did Kyunhee know about his relationship with Robin? Kyunhee glanced at Aokiji and thought, even if I haven't watched the anime, just from your reaction when you saw Robin in the office just now, anyone can see that you care about Robin a lot, okay? Robin did not avoid it this time. She mustered up the courage to look into Chijia's eyes, but her trembling voice still revealed her inner nervousness. I want to know why you said that just now, do you want to? Robin was referring to Kyunhee's undisguised disgust for the world government. She wanted to understand this man who was obviously too young but possessed absolute power. She was a smart woman and knew Aokiji was there, so she didn't repeat what Chijia said to avoid causing him unnecessary trouble. After all, Chihee had just saved her life, and her actions in the office also made her feel good about him, otherwise she would not have risked being caught to get close to Chihee. But her kindness was obviously wasted, because now Chijia no longer has any fear of the world government. The only thing that can make him afraid is the unknown Tsutsuki Im. And Im will just let Kyunhee go now and will never interfere with him before he completely evolves, so what does he have to worry about? Kyunhee said directly. That's right, the world government should no longer exist. I will destroy it with my own hands. Advertisement. What? After these words came out, the one who reacted most violently was not Robin, but Aokiji. He felt all the hairs on his body stand up. What did he just hear? The strongest Admiral Ziilin actually threatened to destroy the world government. He quickly hit his head, fearing that he had slept too long and was hallucinating. Robin was also stunned. Her big eyes stared at Kyunhee without blinking, and all the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. Kyunhee had anticipated the reactions of the two. He spread his hands and said indifferently. It's not the right time yet, but it will be soon. Aokiji couldn't hold it anymore, he just yelled. Are you kidding me? Chijia, are you crazy? Kyunhee turned around and said calmly. Kyuzan, I will do what I say. The world government is corrupt, and I will put an end to it. Aokiji stared blankly into Chijia's eyes. All he saw in those eyes was an extremely firm will. He knew that Chijia was not joking, he was serious. As a Marine Admiral, the most correct thing for Aokiji to do after hearing such radical remarks is to arrest Chijia immediately. But facing Chijia's Rinnegan, he only felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. He knew that in front of these eyes, his power as a Marine Admiral was simply a joke. Kyunhee looked at Aokiji, whose face was gloomy, and reached out to pat his shoulder. Aokiji raised her head and looked at Chijia blankly. Robin on the side never took her eyes off Chijia. They were both waiting for Chijia's next words. Kyunhee said. Kyuzan, I don't want to say much about the world government. You don't have to think that violating them is against justice. They don't represent justice. Just spread my words. I won't stop you. Aokiji had a complicated expression. He stared at Chihee for a while. Finally, he lowered his head weakly and sighed heavily. Chapter 228 Taking Robin into the Marine. After Chijia finished speaking, he didn't say anything more to Aokiji, because he knew Aokiji's character and he would not betray himself. What's more, Chijia is no longer afraid of the world government. What he did was just to plant a seed in Aokiji's heart in advance, and when the time is right, it will naturally break through the ground. Kyunhee looked at Robin again. Robin's eyes were still a little dull when she looked at him. She had not yet recovered from Kyunhee's words. Kyunhee stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her, and when she was more awake, he said. You probably can't stay here any longer, what are your plans? Advertisement. Robin pursed his lips and asked tentatively. I wonder what Admiral Ziilin wants me to do. After confirming Chijia's attitude towards the world government, Robin developed an inexplicable sense of trust in Chijia. After she asked this question, she looked at Chijia with anticipation, wanting to see how Chijia would arrange her. Aokiji, who was still struggling on the side, also subconsciously raised his head and looked at Chijia. This was equally important to him. In the expectant eyes of the two, Kyunhee smiled and said. You can follow me into the Marine, it depends on whether you dare. After hearing this, Aokiji was completely confused. He thought, no matter how much you hate the world government, don't provoke them so blatantly. Just when he was about to say something, Robin spoke directly. Okay. I'll go with Admiral Ziilin. Aokiji just felt his head buzzing, he could no longer understand these people's train of thought. Seeing Robin agreed so readily, Kyunhee smiled and stretched out his hand to Robin and said. Then welcome to join Marine, son of the devil, Robin. Looking at the hand that Kyun-hee stretched out to her, Robin's face also broke into a bright smile, and she held Kyun-hee's hand tightly without hesitation. At this moment, she felt a sense of security that she had never experienced before. Looking at Kyun-hee's Rinnegan, she whispered. Advertisement. Then I'll trouble you to take care of me from now on. Owner. Chien-hee was stunned by the address Robin. Among the women he knew, some called him boss, sir, and some called him by his name, but no one called him master. Oh, Medes would call him master, but she is a little black cat. The title of master always made him feel weird, as if he had become a villain with a bad taste. Robin couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw Kyun-hee's reaction. She explained. From now on, my life is in your hands. Life or death depends on your decision. Calling you master can make me feel a little safer. I'm afraid you will regret it. Robin's explanation was reasonable, but Chijia still emphasized the matter of going back on one's word. There is no word repent in Uchiha's dictionary. Those who break their promises do not deserve these eyes. As she spoke, a dazzling purple light burst out from Chijia's Rinnegan, as if she was dissatisfied with Robin's doubt about her. Under the Rinnegan's gaze, Robin immediately lowered his head and sincerely apologized for what he had just said. I'm so sorry master, I was overthinking it. Kyun-hee did not make it difficult for Robin. He knew that Robin had a very difficult life in the past few years. Everyone she knew was a sinister person who had some agenda towards her, and she had to constantly wander around in betrayal. Kyun-hee helped Robin up and said softly. Okay, you can call me whatever you like. Just stay by my side from now on. No one can hurt you when I'm around. Hearing Kyun-hee's last words, Robin raised her head suddenly. How much this sentence hurt her could be seen from the tears in her eyes. Kyun-hee patted Robin's shoulder gently and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a pair of slender arms tightly wrapped around his waist from behind, and then he felt Robin's whole body pressed against his back. Thank you, master. Aokiji looked at everything in front of him, and a sour feeling suddenly appeared in his heart for no reason. It's not that he is jealous. He has no romantic feelings for Robin. To be honest, Robin is like his free-range daughter. Advertisement. The current situation is like a grown cabbage being pushed around by Kyun-hee, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chijia is not some will-o'-the-wisp boy from Blue Star, otherwise Aokiji would have immediately transformed into Akainu and executed absolute justice. Kyun-hee waited for Robin to calm down, then gently pulled her arms away from her waist and turned around to help Robin tidy up her messy hair. This series of actions made Aokiji's mouth twitch twice, and he shouted in his heart. You're really good at it. You must be very familiar with this set of moves. Chijia certainly didn't know that he was being dissed by Aokiji. He whispered a few words to Robin, and Robin smiled again when he heard his words, but with a little shyness. Looking at Robin who became like a young wife in front of her, Chijia couldn't help but think that she was becoming more and more like Poseidon. She just wanted to help these poor girls in the Pirates King's world. Robin lowered his head in silence for a while, then suddenly asked. Master, what do you want to do with those crocodile people? The expression on Robin's face looked extremely serious, as if he had already entered the role of Khalifa, reminding Chijia of official business. However, Kyun-hee knew that this was Robin's dark side awakening. She was afraid that he would forget about Crocodile, and she obviously wanted to trick him. Kyun-hee looked at the sinister Robin in front of him speechlessly, and thought to himself, Crocodile, you really hired a good employee. In Baroque Works, a group of executives had gathered at the door, and Crocodile was the last one to walk out of the office. You can see that they are all carrying packages of varying sizes, and it's obvious that they are preparing to run away, but everyone looks wet. Just now, during the battle between Aokiji and Chijia, they were unfortunately first frozen by Aokiji's glacier hell, and then by Chijia's Mahabottom. Fortunately, Chijia and Aokiji were able to control their strength well, and the attacks they launched were still within the acceptable range for these people. If the two of them used their full strength, these people would not be in their current state. They would be completely frozen from the inside out. Even if Aokiji and Chijia removed their abilities, they would just melt into water along with the ice. Crocodile, who had just emerged from the frozen state, urged everyone to pack up their things and leave this place that was not suitable for human beings without saying a word. However, just as he was about to lead everyone to escape, Chijia appeared in front of them out of nowhere with Robin and Aokiji. Everyone, where are you going in such a hurry? Chapter 229 Wood-style Greening. Snap! The package on the crocodile hook fell to the ground, and he felt that it was all over and the reckoning had come. Behind him, Dawes had transformed his arms into blades, and it looked like he was ready to fight to the death. Kyun-hee glanced at Dawes and said calmly. Crocodile, your men seem to be a little dishonest. Do you need my help to deal with them? Advertisement. Crocodile was shocked when he heard that. He quickly turned around and looked at Dawes. When he found that Dawes's arm had turned into a blade, he immediately scolded him. A hole. Put away your ability, do you want to die? Dawes looked at Crocodile silently, then obediently put away his ability. Among all the executives of Baroque Works, he was the most loyal to Crocodile. Crocodile also likes this subordinate of his the most. During the Summit War, because he was knocked unconscious by Hawkeye, although Crocodile did not say anything openly, he still directly challenged Hawkeye to a fight, and also won the reputation of 50-50 in the Summit War. Of course, this buff of his is ineffective against Kyun-hee. He only knew that if Dawes dared to take action, he and his group would be buried in the desert immediately. Crocodile stopped Dawes and turned to look at Chijia, whose forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. Kyun-hee hugged his arms and moved his fingers slightly. Crocodile suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy and his whole nerves tensed up in an instant. However, this is just a habitual action of Kyun-hee when thinking. He thought for a moment and said, Crocodile, I actually wanted to erase you, but considering your good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I'll give you a choice. When Crocodile heard the first half of Kyun-hee's words, he felt a surge of fear in his heart, so he immediately spoke out after hearing the latter part. Thank you, Admiral Zillan. Please go ahead. Chien-hee paused and said. For you, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment of life cannot be escaped. I want you and your people to serve as the king's guards for 5 years. Do you agree? After saying that, Chijia looked up at Crocodile, a dangerous light flashing in her Rinnegan, causing Crocodile to swallow thickly. Advertisement. How could he dare to say anything more? He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, Ziailin would immediately turn him into dust in the air. So he gave in. Crocodile nodded stiffly to show his agreement. Kyun-hee also withdrew his gaze, and Crocodile suddenly felt his body lighten and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking about the next 5 years of life as a guard, Crocodile fell into a listless state again, looking like an eggplant hit by frost. Kyun-hee doesn't care about Crocodile's thoughts. He has already shown leniency by sparing Crocodile's life. If he still doesn't appreciate it, then it's not his fault. He was just trying to try out what interesting chemical reaction would occur when lightning struck the sand. Robin, who was standing behind Chijia, witnessed the whole process of Crocodile's surrender, and she had a deeper understanding of Chijia. This is a man who is extremely domineering towards his enemies. Anyone who becomes his enemy will be in big trouble. But at the same time, judging from his previous fight with Aokiji and the subsequent conversation, he is extremely gentle and tolerant towards his own people. Being able to be his would definitely be a very reassuring thing. Robin is now very glad that she mustered up the courage to find Kyun-hee at that time. That was really the best thing she had done in all these years. Aokiji had been observing Robin silently and noticed that her eyes had never left Chijia since just now. He couldn't help but curl his lips and pulled down the blindfold on his forehead, indicating that if he didn't see it, he wouldn't be bothered. After dealing with Crocodile, Kyun-hee stretched slightly and glanced at the endless desert around him. This is thanks to Crocodile's dancing fans. I don't know where he got this thing from, but he made it look like this. Thinking of this, Kyun-hee glanced at Crocodile. He also knew that this was his own fault, and he sucked on the cigar in his mouth guiltily. Seeing that Crocodile had almost finished smoking half of his cigar in one gulp, Kyun-hee felt amused and did not lecture him about it. However, Shishibukai is always closely related to Marine, and the mistakes made by Crocodile cannot be left alone. Kyun-hee decided to clean up the mess before leaving, just for the sake of Princess Vivi, whom he admired. He took a step forward, clasped his hands together in front of everyone's surprised gaze, and said in a low voice. Wood style the tree world is born. Advertisement. Boom. There was a violent shaking of the ground, and everyone present was startled. Aokiji hurriedly pulled up the blindfold that he had just put down, wanting to see what was happening. What happened next once again refreshed everyone's perception of Kyun-hee. I saw tall and sturdy trees rising from the sand, and the originally desolate desert instantly turned into a green ocean. With the infusion of Chijia Chakra, the branches and leaves of these big trees grew very rapidly and soon became lush and leafy. After doing all this, Chien-hee loosened his hands and looked up at the green leaves above. He nodded with satisfaction and commented to himself. Sure enough, when it comes to greening, the wood style is the key. While Kyun-hee was immersed in his masterpiece, the audience behind him was already stunned. In their opinion, Kyun-hee's move was no different from creating something out of thin air. They really couldn't understand why so many trees suddenly grew in the desert. It was simply too unscientific. Aokiji's performance was not bad because he knew that Chijia had many devil fruit abilities, and maybe this was one of his abilities. Judging from the current performance, he guessed that this fruit should belong to Logia, perhaps called the Mori Mori fruit? Of course he guessed wrong. Chijia was using the real Kekii Kaiken wood style, which had nothing to do with devil fruit. But the Sen Sen fruit he guessed about does exist. It is on the body of the future Marine Admiral Green Bull. Chijia took a breath of fresh air, then turned to Robin and Aokiji who were still in a daze and said. Okay, now that we have dealt with the matter here, we should go back. As he spoke, Kyun-hee opened the door space and motioned Robin to go in. Robin had entered the door space before, so she was no longer surprised by the appearance of a door out of thin air. She walked in without hesitation. After Robin entered, Chijia looked at Aokiji and asked, "Kyuzan, do you want to come in?" Aokiji shook his head. He knew that Chijia was definitely much faster than him, but now he just wanted to be quiet, so riding a bicycle alone on the sea was his best choice. Chapter 230 Alabasta End. In the royal city of Alabasta, Vivi looked at the endless forest in the distance, and felt vaguely that this was related to the purple-scaled admiral. Ordinary people thought it was a miracle from heaven. They fell to their knees and thanked God excitedly. As a king, Cobra naturally does not believe in any miracles. Like Vivi, he thinks that Chijia is the culprit behind all this. The father and daughter just watched in silence until a guard ran in a panic. "Your Majesty! Crocodile is here!" Advertisement. What? What is he doing here? Could it be that Admiral Zillan? A bad idea came into Cobra's mind, and Vivi beside him asked the guard anxiously. "Didn't Admiral Zillan show up?" The guard was stunned and said, "Your Majesty, I don't see Admiral Zillan." Cobra and Vivi looked at each other, but before they could exchange ideas, Crocodile walked in with a group of cotters. Seeing Crocodile's scarred face, Cobra unconsciously pulled Vivi behind him and took a step forward to stand in front of Vivi. However, Vivi broke free from her father, walked forward and looked up at Crocodile, but from her shaking shoulders it could be seen that she was still a little scared. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth and glanced sideways at the princess in front of him, who seemed to be a little ignorant of her own life and death. After looking at her for a while, he suddenly leaned forward slightly and made a gentleman's gesture to Vivi. The cotters behind him followed suit and did it together. This was a puzzle for Cobra and Vivi, who for a moment could not understand what Crocodile was up to. Crocodile lowered his eyes and said lightly, "Under the orders of Admiral Zillan, my subordinates and I will serve as guards in the royal palace for the next 5 years, with a focus on protecting the safety of Her Majesty the Princess." Hearing Crocodile's words, Vivi covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. Cobra was worthy of being a king. After a brief shock, he immediately asked, "What about Admiral Zillan? Is the forest that suddenly appeared outside related to Admiral Zillan?" Crocodile answered truthfully without looking up. "Admiral Zillan has left. He created the forest using his power. He said it was a gift for Her Majesty the Princess." Vivi didn't know what to say. She only felt that Kyun-hee's figure in her mind became extremely clear at this moment. Advertisement. He looked so dazzling in his marine coat and a reassuring smile on his face. Vivi suddenly turned around and rushed to the balcony. She lay on the edge of the balcony and shouted to the sky, "Thank you, Admiral Zillan." Boom. As if in response to Vivi, a brilliant purple lightning flashed across the sky. This time, Vivi was no longer afraid of thunder and lightning. A bright smile appeared on her face, and she murmured, "I hope to see you again, Admiral Zillan." Crocodile's hearing was so sharp that even though Vivi's voice was very soft, he could still hear it clearly. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously, and he secretly complained, "You'd better not meet him, at least don't let him appear in front of me again." Over Alabasta. Chijia put his hands in his pockets, looking down at the royal city below with a smile on his Rinnegan. Robin's voice came from the door space. "Master, you are really lethal to little girls." Kyun-hee could imagine the sinister smile on Robin's face without even looking. He shook his head and laughed, saying, "Although Vivi is still young, she is no worse than any other princess. She once wanted to join your Baroque works as an undercover agent." "What? This little girl is so brave, really. Fortunately, she met her master. What about you?" Kyun-hee's question made Robin in the door space stunned for a moment. She looked at Kyun-hee outside the door space for a long time, and then she said softly, "I'm also glad to have met you. I hope you won't abandon me, the son of the devil." Chien-hee did not respond immediately. He just stretched out a hand and pointed to a place below and said lightly, "Universal Pole." Advertisement. Bang. A man wearing a green mask and a white robe flew over from below and was strangled by Kyun-hee. Robin's face changed when he saw the man's attire, and he exclaimed, "This is someone from the world government." "That's right, this person is a member of CP0, and he has been lurking in Alabasta for some time." Because Crocodile was too anxious this time, he made quite a noise, which attracted the attention of the world government, which sent a CP0 to investigate Crocodile. He had long known that the drought and war in Alabasta were caused by Crocodile, but he didn't care about it. He only wanted to find out Crocodile's purpose. But before he could figure it out, he discovered that Marine Admiral Zillan and Aokiji had arrived here at the same time. This was something several times more important than investigating Crocodile. So he thought he was lurking in the distance without being noticed, and then he saw Robin. The CP0 was overjoyed and immediately wanted to take out his Den Mushi to report to the world government. But for some reason, his Den Mushi seemed to be broken, and he looked listless, as if paralyzed. He had no choice but to rush back to report in person after the battle between Chijia and Aokichi. However, before he could leave, he was caught by Chijia using universal pull. At this moment, his face under the mask was full of fear, and he shouted. Zilan, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? He ignored him and just spoke to the air. I'll clean this bug off for you. Kyunhee's words made the CP0 feel a strong sense of crisis. He shook his body frantically, trying to break free from Kyunhee's hands. But his actions were doomed to be in vain. His struggle only made Kyunhee's grip on his neck tighten. His breathing became increasingly difficult until he dropped his arms powerlessly, still muttering. You can't kill me. I'm from the world government. You're rebelling. Crack. Ah. The piercing sound of electricity and the shrill screams echoed in the sky above Alabasta, and then stopped abruptly after a while. He waved the small ball of ashes in front of him and finally said the first sentence to the CP0. Don't worry, they will be there to accompany you soon. Robin in the door space stared at Kyunhee blankly. She knew that Kyunhee had responded to her words with actions. Words are often pale and powerless, actions are the most powerful proof. Chapter 231 Dressrosa. Kyunhee did not return directly to the naval headquarters, he changed his mind midway. Because he thought of a country similar to Alabasta called Dressrosa. He heard that there were a lot of strange dolls there recently, and they could move and talk. Chijia naturally understood the situation of those dolls. They must have been made by Doflamingo's subordinate, Sugar. Sucrose is the user of the Paramecia childlike playfulness fruit, a rule-type fruit in Paramecia. Its ability is to turn any creature it touches into a toy, and to make other people forget the memory of the people who were turned into toys. It also has a disadvantage which can't be considered a disadvantage, that is, after eating it, the user will stop developing and will be forever frozen at the time when the fruit was eaten. Advertisement. Sugar is the fruit she ate when she was a child, so even though she is already 22 years old, she still looks like a child. Apart from the above shortcomings, this fruit is indeed a good devil fruit. Kyunhee plans to recycle it. Even if he doesn't eat it himself, he can leave it for people around him. As for Sato, Chijia will not take her life. Although she is already 22 years old, she is still a child both mentally and physically. Chijia still does not want to attack a child. As for Momonosuke, he is not a human child, so is it okay to attack him? Having made up his mind, Kyunhee said to Robin in the door space. Robin, I'm going to Dressrosa now, are you interested? Dressrosa? I heard that this place is Doflamingo's territory now. Is there something wrong with him that the master has caught hold of? Haha, I guess so. It's called the country of love and passion. You can visit it. Well, I'll listen to you. Robin would definitely not object to Kyunhee's proposal. She finally had a safe haven that made her feel safe, so of course she had to cherish it. Just the 4 words love and passion made Robin's pretty face slightly blush. Although there was no one in the door space, Robin still secretly glanced at Kyunhee outside the door space like a thief, and then quickly lowered her head. Kyunhee naturally didn't know what Robin was doing. When he saw Robin agreed, he immediately turned into lightning and flew in one direction. Dressrosa, King's Highland. Advertisement. Doflamingo, dressed in a pink mink, was sitting on the throne that originally belonged to King Riku. He held his forehead with one hand and looked at a woman below with an expressionless face. The woman had long brown black hair and was wearing a purple pleated skirt. She was looking down at Doflamingo above her. She was originally a princess of Dressrosa, but her country was usurped by Doflamingo. Her father, King Riku, went from being a king loved by his people to a rat that everyone wanted to kill, and now he is imprisoned in a warehouse. Because of her excellent intelligence ability using the Tet fruit, she was noticed by Doflamingo and became a killer under his command. She hated Doflamingo to the core, but in order to save her father's life she had no choice but to become her enemy's subordinate. Her face, hidden by her hair, was as cold as ice, but there was no sign of fluctuation in her tone. Dover, the mission objective has been accomplished. Do you have any other instructions? Doflamingo still said nothing, but his brows were furrowed. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely appreciate Violet's expression as if she wanted to kill him but couldn't, but today, for some reason, he always had a bad feeling. Therefore, he lost interest in the yin-yang Violet and just waved his hand casually, signaling Violet to leave. Violet was also a little puzzled by Doflamingo's abnormal behavior today. In her memory, every time Doflamingo saw her, he would have an expression on his face that made people want to hit him, and he would also say a few sarcastic words to her. Today he looked unusually honest, as if something had happened to him. But it was better this way. Violet had a rare moment of peace and quiet, so she turned around and was about to leave. Doflamingo suddenly stopped her and said. Have you thought about that matter? If you agree, I will consider releasing your father, phew phew phew. Violet paused, turned her back to Doflamingo, said I'll think about it, and then quickened her pace to leave this depressing palace. After fleeing from the palace, Violet appeared at the palace gate with tears on her face. Doflamingo said that he wanted her to be his woman on the condition that her father was released. Advertisement. This condition is very tempting, but the price is also very high. Violet could accept being Doflamingo's subordinate, but was extremely resistant to becoming his woman. Dressrosa is known as the country of love and passion. Its people attach great importance to love, and the more beautiful the women are, the more serious they are about love. Once they identify someone, they will stay with him/her for life. Therefore, extreme incidents due to betrayal often occur in this country. As the princess of Dressrosa, Violet is one of the best in terms of appearance and figure. Now she is made the enemy's woman, how can she be willing? What's more, although she is proud and arrogant, there is a figure in her heart. Although she has never met that person, she always pays attention to him, especially in this dark time. That figure has become a kind of comfort in her heart. But when she thought of her father who was imprisoned in a warehouse and suffered humiliation, Violet felt extremely conflicted. This was an unsolvable problem, and it seemed that her only option was to give in. With a heavy sigh, Violet shook her head to shake off these annoying things, wanting to go for a walk on the street to temporarily relax her depressed mood. Lovers Avenue. This place is similar to the Lovers Street in Blue Star, and many couples like to come here for a stroll. Among the crowd of men and women on the spacious street, one pair stood out. The girl's skin is a healthy wheat color. She is wearing a purple dance dress that is very much in line with Dressrosa's style. She has a graceful figure and a beautiful face. As for the man next to her, he was even more outstanding. His skin was very fair, making some girls feel inferior to him. He was wearing a black robe with a ping-pong racket pattern printed on the back, and his black hair was tied up casually. What is most unforgettable is his face. Let's put it this way, among all the handsome men and beautiful women on this entire street, his face can be said to be attractive to both men and women. But the strange thing is that this boy has a decorative horn on the right side of his forehead, which flashes from time to time. The couple was naturally Chigia and Robin who came to Dressrosa. Chigia did not rush to find Doflamingo, but brought Robin to the famous Lovers Street in Dressrosa. Robin held Kyunhee's arm, and at this moment, the two of them were like a couple in love, walking leisurely on the Lovers Avenue. Chapter 232 Robin. Kyunhee used the power of the Shura fruit to reduce his body size slightly. After all, his standard admiral height of nearly 3 meters was a bit too conspicuous among this group of ordinary couples. And after all, Dressrosa is not a closed country like Wano Kuni. Information here is relatively smooth, and Chijia's Rinnegan has definitely been deeply rooted in people's hearts, so he temporarily switched back to the black-eyed state. Now he just wants to temporarily experience the life of an ordinary person in Dressrosa. Robin would look into Chijia's normal eyes from time to time, with curiosity in his eyes. She didn't expect that these eyes called Rinnegan could actually be switched, and although she was familiar with a large number of historical documents, she had never seen any records about Rinnegan. Advertisement. Kyunhee noticed that Robin's eyes were always on her eyes and asked. Robin, why are you staring into my eyes? Lord. Kyunhee, I just think these eyes are so mysterious. Why have I never seen them in historical documents? Kyunhee smiled and didn't explain anything. Instead, she performed a little magic trick for Robin. I saw his eyes suddenly turn red, with a black megatama in them, followed by a second and a third. Then the 3 megatama began to extend and connect with the pupil in the middle, and finally completely turned into a petal-shaped pattern. This is the eternal Manjiki Sharingan that Chigia once opened. It is worth mentioning that Chika's eternal Manjiki is a port of Uchiha Shin. He is not a member of the Uchiha clan, but has a very special physique and is not averse to the Sharingan. Chigia, who knew this, told Orochimaru about his situation, so Orochimaru transplanted him a pair of Chijia's deceased cousin's Sharingan and used various mental stimulations to enable him to activate Manjiki. Of course, after opening the eternal Manjiki, Chigia found an opportunity to completely destroy the letter, including all research materials related to him. This guy's personality is the anti-human type, and Kyunhee has no need to keep him around. The eternal Manjiki represents ultimate yin power, and once displayed it exudes a chilling aura that makes Robin shudder. But her gaze did not leave those eyes, because she was completely attracted by the beauty of those eyes. I have to say that the Manjiki Sharingan does look better than the Rinnegan, and it can be called a work of art. Advertisement. Unfortunately, Kyunhee only showed it for a moment before closing it. As her pupil power continued to increase, Chigia had already mastered the control of the Rinnegan and could switch between different eyes at will. He just wanted to tease Robin just now. Robin had not yet forgotten the short-lived eternal Manjiki, with a trace of regret on her face, but she was full of curiosity and immediately asked. Kyunhee, what was that just now? That was the Rinnegan's previous form. What I showed you is considered its evolution process. So that's it, what a pair of magical eyes. After this little episode, the two continued walking on the street and finally stopped in front of a jewelry store. Kyunhee looked at Robin beside her and found that she was not wearing any jewelry, and it seemed like something was missing. He thought about it, then took out 2 pieces of gold from the door space. These 2 pieces of gold fell from the golden bell that was shattered by Susanoo before. They were of extremely good quality. Even Robin, who was not very fond of gold, could not help but be attracted by them. Kyunhee smiled at Robin, then arcs of electricity appeared on his hands and he used thunder metallurgy. The 2 pieces of gold melted quickly under the high temperature and eventually turned into 2 petal-shaped earrings, and those 2 petals were exactly the pattern of Kyunhee's eternal manjiki. As soon as these 2 beautiful gold earrings appeared, Robin could not take her eyes away. She vaguely guessed that Kyunhee was giving them to her, but she was not sure. Kyunhee stretched out her fingers and gently lifted Robin's chin, admiring her cute little expression for a while, and then put the earrings on both of her ears. The golden earrings add a touch of elegance and grace to Robin, making her look even more beautiful and charming. Chijia was very satisfied with her masterpiece, and even more satisfied with Robin who brought it with him. He casually drew a water curtain to let Robin see his current condition. Robin stared blankly at himself in the water curtain, and for a moment he felt a little strange. This was not simply because of the 2 earrings. The earrings were only the icing on the cake. What she was unfamiliar with was her current state. Advertisement. Compared to the previous Robin who was displaced and always had a cold and defensive look on his face, everything she experienced now was so beautiful as a dream. Kyunhee stretched out his hand and hooked Robin's nose, teasingly. Why, are you stunned by your own beauty? I didn't realize you have a bit of narcissistic tendencies. Robin ignored Kyunhee's teasing. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Kyunhee, with a layer of mist in her eyes. This was something Chijia was at a loss for. She wondered if her work had failed? Did Robin think those 2 earrings were too ugly? Just when Kyunhee was in self-doubt, Robin suddenly threw himself into Kyunhee's arms and sobbed. Thank you, Chijia. Kyunhee was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that Robin had suffered so much that he was so moved by her simple little gift. Feeling Robin's body trembling in his arms, he patted Robin's back gently a few times. After she calmed down, he put his hands on her shoulders and placed her in front of him. He had a warm smile on his face. He looked at Robin and said softly. Thank you so much. You'll be busy from now on, so be happy. Robin nodded vigorously like a little girl at this moment. Of course, she was only about 23 or 24 years old now, which was not considered old. She sniffed lightly, a bright smile spreading across her face, which made Kyunhee feel even better. He held Robin's hand and was about to leave. At this moment, a female voice sounded from behind Kyunhee. This pair of earrings is really beautiful. Did you buy them from the store next door? Kyunhee raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the person who came. The person standing not far away was a graceful woman. It was Violet, who had just left the palace and came here to relax. As the user of the Tatatano fruit, her eyesight was naturally extremely good. Although there was a distance between them, she still noticed the pair of earrings Robin was wearing at a glance. But when Kyunhee turned around, she and Kyunhee were both stunned. Then, Violet widened her eyes and exclaimed. It's you. Chapter 233 My name is Danzo. Although Chijia did not activate the Rinnegan at this time, Violet recognized at a glance that this was the person she had always admired, Marine Admiral, Uchiha Chijia. She couldn't believe her eyes and just stood there motionless. Kyunhee also figured out the identity of this woman from her dress. She should be Princess Violet of Dressrosa. But judging from Violet's behavior, she seemed to be very familiar with her, which made Kyunhee a little confused about the situation. Robin stretched out his finger and tapped Kyunhee's waist, then leaned close to his ear and whispered. Advertisement. Master, who is that? She seems to know you. Kyunhee revealed Violet's identity. Robin looked at Violet opposite him with some curiosity, and secretly compared his appearance and figure with Violet. Both women belonged to the type of mature woman, and Robin also compared them to make some sense. In the end, the conclusion was that each of them had their merits. Seeing Violet standing there in a daze, Kyunhee took the initiative to step forward, but he did not reveal Violet's identity, but just said politely. Miss, I don't think I've seen you before. Did you recognize the wrong person? Violet also came back to her senses at this time. She stared at Kyunhee's face with her beautiful eyes and said word by word. No, you must be the Purple Scale Admiral. However, Kyunhee became interested. He pretended to be surprised and said. Then you are really mistaken. I am indeed a fan of that Zillan Admiral, but I am not him. Look at my eyes, do they look like Rinnegan? Violet was stunned by Chijia's questions. It was not until Chijia came to her that she noticed that Chijia's height did not seem to match what was described in the newspaper. The newspaper said that Admiral Zilan was about 3 meters tall, but the person in front of her looked only slightly taller than her, at most 2 meters tall. If eyes can be covered with things like cosmetic contact lenses, then how do we explain height? But this face is still too similar, and. Violet looked at the right corner of Kyunhee's forehead. Is it just a decoration? Advertisement. She couldn't help but use the power of the Deng Deng fruit to try to see through Chijia's thoughts. But how could Kyunhee, who had already known her abilities, give her this opportunity? Even without opening any eyes, Kyunhee's illusion skills would not be bad. He directly set up a simple deceptive illusion in his mind. All Violet knew in the end was that the person in front of her was indeed not lying. Violet couldn't help but sigh in disappointment when she found out that the person in front of her was not who she thought. He spoke at this time. You have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Danzo Nabe Cage, and I am here with my friends for sightseeing today. This beautiful lady should be a local. Are you also a fan of Zilan Admiral? Fan? Violet thought about it and realized that she was indeed a fan of Zilan Admiral, but she didn't just want to be his fan. But she did not deny it and nodded silently. He saw a bright smile on his face and spoke very enthusiastically. That's great. Since we are all fans of Zilan Admiral, I wonder if we can invite you to be our guide? I'm not very familiar with this place. Violet was in no mood to be a guide. She was about to refuse, but when she saw the face of Danzo that haunted her, the words of refusal were stuck in her throat. Well, I have nothing to do, so I'll show you around. Haha, you are indeed the enthusiastic Dressrosa. I don't even know your name. Would you mind telling me? Violet. Violet had no intention of hiding it and directly said her name. No matter if Danzo was a local or not, what would it matter if he knew her name? After all, she was no longer the former Princess Dressrosa. She is now just a tool in the hands of her enemies. Thinking of this, Violet's face showed a hint of sadness. Seeing this, he asked with concern. Advertisement. Miss Violet, you look a little unwell. Are you troubled by something? When Violet heard Chijia's sincere words and that familiar yet unfamiliar face, she was inexplicably moved to speak out her distress, but she omitted Doflamingo's name. One of my enemies has kidnapped my father, and now he wants me to pay something extremely precious in exchange for my father's freedom. I really don't know what to do. As soon as he heard it, he knew that the enemy Violet was referring to must be Doflamingo, but what was this extremely valuable thing? Could it be that Dressrosa was hiding a treasure that he didn't know about? He was confused in his heart, but he put on an indignant expression on his face and said angrily. There is actually such a thing? Is there still any law? The king's law? Haha. Violet was amused by the naive words of Danzo. There is indeed law, but it is defined by Doflamingo, and what he says is the law. Kyunhee continued to feel sorry for Violet. What's the name of your enemy? I have some acquaintances in Marine, I'll ask them to help you. Violet naturally didn't believe that this Danzo could know any heavyweights in the Marine. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't be of high enough rank compared to Doflamingo's background. Unless it's the strongest admiral, Uchiha Chijia. Thinking of Kyunhee, Violet couldn't help but stare at Danzo's face again and again. How much she wished that the person in front of her was that person, but unfortunately, her ability had already told her that this was impossible. Sighing again, Violet forced a smile and said. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll handle this matter myself. I believe things will turn around. He also knew that he was just a passerby now, and if he showed too much, it would arouse suspicion, so he said embarrassedly. Well, should we continue our sightseeing trip? Of course. Don't let my affairs spoil your fun. Dressrosa has many places worth visiting. How about I take you to the bullfighting arena? There is a big competition going on today. It will definitely be exciting. Is it a gladiator duel? It sounds really good. Miss Violet, please lead the way. Chapter 234 Bullfight Arena. Robin watched Chijia perform there, and when Chijia came with Violet, she immediately greeted Violet with a smile and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Robin, and I'm Danzo's friend. Violet politely said hello to Robin, and then couldn't help but look at this beautiful woman who looked about the same age as her. Robin's beauty was naturally beyond words, but out of a woman's intuition, Violet always felt that there was a hint of hostility in the way she looked at her. Violet didn't find it strange when she noticed this. She was quite confident about her appearance and figure, and the men pursuing her could line up from here to the end of the street. Advertisement. This Robin obviously has some feelings for Danzo, so it's normal for him to be a little hostile towards me. But even though she understood, Violet would not give in. She just stared at Robin, and the atmosphere between the two women was a little subtle. He noticed this, and he immediately stood up and laughed. Let's stop standing there and get going. Violet also felt that her behavior was a bit childish. She looked away and nodded. Well, we'll go now, but I want to ask, Danzo, you're not a Marine, right? No, what happened to Marine? That's good. Marines and police are not allowed to enter there. It would be troublesome if they found out. I see. This is a strange rule. Without Marines and police, how will the security of the arena be maintained? Will it be chaotic? No, there are people from the Dongquixote family there to maintain law and order. No one dares to cause trouble in Doflamingo's territory. I see. It seems that Doflamingo's prestige is quite high. Haha, that's natural. When Doflamingo was mentioned, a barely perceptible hatred flashed in Violet's eyes. That BD deceived the people with lies, and his prestige was built by stepping on King Liku. Kyunhee did not continue on this topic. After a few simple words, the three of them walked towards the arena. At the entrance of the arena, Kyunhee bought 3 VIP viewing seats and then entered the arena with the two beauties under the respectful gaze of the staff. Advertisement. Arriving at his VIP viewing seat, Kyunhee sat directly in the middle while Violet and Robin sat on his left and right sides. Since Kyunhee paid extra, she was kept some distance away from other spectators to avoid unnecessary disturbances. After the three of them sat down, Kyunhee turned to Violet and asked. Ms. Violet, who are the favorites to win now? Violet was staring at a gladiator statue in the arena. She was stunned when she heard Kyunhee's words, and then told him the little information she knew. I've only heard of 2 people, one is called Bellamy and the other is called Spadon. The names of these 2 people are not unfamiliar to Chijia. Spadon is a minor character in the anime. He was beaten by Luffy for bullying Rebecca. As for Bellamy, there is no need to say more. He is Doflamingo's loyal bootlicker, although he found out that he was a clown in the end. But this guy actually came to participate in the competition. Could it be that he wanted to use the competition to show his strength to his idol and join his team? Kyunhee actually guessed right. Since Dongquixote family was almost turned upside down by him in the Cayenne Island incident, Doflamingo was in an embarrassing situation of being short of manpower for a while, so he was now eager to recruit some strong men. The arena becomes the best place to screen the strong. Bellamy sees this, so he will definitely not miss this opportunity. Today's match is very important. Sparta has won the monthly championship for 11 consecutive times. Once he wins this final victory, he will become the annual champion and have the opportunity to join the Dongquixote family. But if Bellamy defeats him, all his previous victories will become stepping stones for Bellamy. Player preparation area. Bellamy and Spartan's eyes met. They looked at each other with disdain, and both felt that they would be the final winner. They wanted to kill each other right now to prove themselves, but this was definitely not allowed. Breaking the rules would result in the death of Dongquixote family cotters. So they just had to take out some of the garbage before they could finally meet to decide the winner. The battle outside has already begun. A pair of strong men who look like wild beasts begin to fight hard, drawing cheers from the audience. However, in Kyunhee's eyes, such a fight was no different from a quarrel between children. He simply watched it as an entertainment show of chimpanzees fighting each other. Violet was also in a trance, and only Robin was watching with great interest, occasionally asking Kyunhee who he thought would win. Advertisement. Kyunhee gave advice every time, and the results were almost the same as he expected. After one of his predictions was successful, Robin couldn't help but sigh. Danzo, you're really awesome. The corners of Chijia's mouth twitched. He now regretted naming himself Danzo. This guy was considered the #1 enemy of the Uchiha clan. Although he knew that Robin was really praising him, he still felt awkward. Violet agreed with Robin very much. She also felt that Danzo had a sharp eye and could always make accurate predictions. She guessed that Danzo's ability should be quite good, and maybe he could get a good ranking if he went up. The battles on the field ended one after another, and finally came to the final stage. As expected, the 2 winners in the end were the favorites to win the championship, Spartan and Bellamy. They directly eliminated the other contestants in the competition, so the only 2 left were them. The 2 entered the competition venue, and cheers immediately broke out from the surrounding audience seats. Bellamy didn't react much, but Spartan, who looked like a wild boar, enjoyed it very much. He opened his arms to the audience, showing off his proud body, and when his eyes fell on Chijia, his eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, he definitely wasn't attracted to Kyunhee. In his eyes, Kyunhee was simply classified as a gigolo, the kind of person he despised the most. What attracted his attention were Violet and Robin, who were sitting on both sides of Kyunhee. They were definitely the 2 most beautiful women in the entire venue, and their bodies were also very hot, which made Spartan's eyes go straight. He, who always had an arrogant personality, whistled directly at Kyunhee's position, and at the same time pounded his chest with both hands, showing off his magnificent pectoral muscles even more vigorously. However, his actions, which he thought were very manly, looked like those of a gorilla in the eyes of Robin and Violet, and their faces showed undisguised disgust. He smiled and asked casually. Let me guess who's going to win. That Bellamy guy looks like a good chance. Violet and Robin were stunned. Before he had only spoken when they asked him, but now he actually spoke on his own initiative. But the two girls soon understood what he meant. He was dissatisfied with the behavior of Sparta. Thinking of this, Robin covered his mouth and laughed. He continued as if talking to himself. Suddenly I feel like the outcome is no longer in doubt. Maybe Bellamy can end the fight in less than 3 seconds. Chapter 235 Danzo, you are the strongest. Hearing He's prediction, Violet just smiled and said nothing. She thought that He must be angry because of Spartan's behavior just now, and what he said was too exaggerated. She felt that Bellamy would have no problem defeating Spartan, but it was unlikely that he could defeat him in 3 seconds. After all, Spartan had been the champion for 11 consecutive months. How could he be defeated so easily? Just thinking about the jealous behavior of Mr. Danzo, she couldn't help but smile and shook her head. This Danzo is still a little childish. Chijia glanced at Violet's expression and knew that she didn't believe what he said, but he didn't say anything because Bellamy really couldn't win in 3 seconds. Advertisement. But with him around, this kind of thing became inevitable. Thinking of this, a meaningful smile appeared on He's lips. Robin, who was standing by, had been paying attention to He. After seeing his expression, he immediately understood that he was going to intervene. Looking at Violet's face full of disbelief, Robin covered his mouth and laughed secretly, thinking that there would be something to watch later. Robin's laughter attracted Violet's attention. She didn't know what this Miss Robin was laughing at. He patted Robin's thigh and said casually. Stop laughing, the game is about to start. Robin immediately stopped laughing, moved closer to He, and turned to watch the game seriously. Violet felt a little envious when she saw this scene. She also wanted to have a man to rely on, especially in her current situation. But thinking of that distant figure, she finally sighed softly and looked at the field silently. As the bell rang, heralding the start of the battle, Bellamy's arms and legs immediately contracted like springs, and then he squatted on the ground with all his strength, and rushed towards Spartan on the opposite side like a bullet. Spartan had long been aware of Bellamy's abilities. He stomped his foot hard, got into a horse stance, and then crossed his arms to protect his head. In his opinion, Bellamy's explosive power is strong, but his endurance is insufficient. As long as he blocks the first wave of attacks, he can defeat him with his strength far exceeding Bellamy. Advertisement. Normally speaking, his idea is very correct, but unfortunately he offended He. He's eyes switched to the Rinnegan state almost instantly, and then there was a flash of purple light, and the floor under Spartan's feet suddenly exploded. Spartan was caught off guard and his body tilted and he lost his balance. Bellamy naturally would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He appeared in front of Spartan in an instant, and then his fists turned into springs and slammed into Spartan's chest, knocking him out of the ring and into the pool around the ring. Sparta, who fell into the pool, immediately began to struggle desperately, trying to get out of the pool. Because there are a large number of betta fish in the pond. This kind of fish is huge in size and has a pair of horns on its head. It is a large piranha. Spartan is not a good swimmer and his strength is greatly reduced in the water. It would be a bit troublesome if he was entangled by these fighting fish. However, he didn't intend to let this guy go just like that. He glanced at Spadan's black shorts and activated the ability of the explosion fruit again. The black shorts that Spartan had been wearing in the water suddenly burst apart with a bang. Severe pain came over him and his face turned purple. He covered the injured area tightly and was unable to move at all. But the fighting fish that rushed towards him didn't care about that. They rushed forward and tore Spartan into pieces. A large amount of blood spread from the water, and soon a large area of the water surface was dyed blood red. This bloody scene did not frighten the spectators. Instead, it made them even more excited, and they stood up from their seats and cheered. The fight started with Bellamy and Spartain squaring off and ended with Spartain being knocked out of the arena. The whole process took exactly 3 seconds. Violet stared blankly at Bellamy who was raising his hand to face everyone on the field. She had not yet recovered from the battle just now. This battle was so dramatic that no one expected that the floor under Spartan's feet would suddenly explode. But thinking about the hard stomping of his foot when he was in horse stance just now, this was reasonable. Just as she was thinking about the 3-second battle just now, He's voice rang in her ears. Ms. Violet, how is it? Was I right again? The battle really only took 3 seconds to end. Violet's expression froze. She could already imagine the teasing expression on Danzo's face. Advertisement. She didn't dare to look, but just nodded stiffly, and at the same time she began to doubt the strength of this Danzo. It was outrageous enough that he could predict the outcome of a battle every time, and now he could even calculate the time accurately. Violet really didn't believe that he had no strength. But thinking about Danzo's obviously fragile figure and his face that was more beautiful than a woman's, she was a little unsure. Bellamy on the field was already in ecstasy of victory. He didn't expect that he could win so easily until a person dressed as a host walked up to him, held his hand high, and announced his victory. The host then proposed an activity that had never been done before, which was that the audience present today could have a friendly match with the final winner. This is just a gimmick. Most of the people who came to watch the game were ordinary people. How could they compete with Bellamy, who won the final victory? The reason for proposing this activity is that today's winner will be eligible to enter the Dongquixote family. Doing so can slightly boost the winner's momentum and make the image of the Dongquixote family better. It doesn't matter if no one dares to go on stage. They have already arranged someone to come on stage and simply exchange a few moves with Bellamy, and then they can take a photo together and the matter will be over. Sure enough, after the host described the activity, no one in the audience responded. Violet, however, thought this was an opportunity to see how capable Mr. Danzo was. She turned around and asked casually. Mr. Danzo, don't you want to give it a try? You have such a keen eye, so I guess your ability is not bad, right? Kyunhee waved his hands. In his opinion, an opponent of Bellamy's level was too weak, and he was too lazy to take action. Violet was a little disappointed when Danzo refused, but she didn't insist. After all, she was an outsider. Although she was beautiful, Robin was obviously no worse than her. There was no need for Danzo to challenge Bellamy just to show off in front of her. However, Robin suddenly hugged Kyunhee's arm tightly and said in a tender voice. Danzo, just go up and give it a try. I believe you are the strongest. Chapter 236 Jianhee takes action. Jianhee looked at Robin helplessly, thinking that this girl's evil nature had come back again. Just looking at her hopeful little eyes, Kyunhee finally softened his heart. Under the surprised gazes of the people around him, Jianhee slowly stood up from his chair and said lightly. Let me try. Kyunhee's voice was not loud, but the strange thing was that no matter how far away from Kyunhee people sat, they all felt as if his voice was right next to their ears. Advertisement. Everyone's eyes were focused on Kyunhee, but after seeing his face clearly, many people laughed out loud. In this country, strong men are considered beautiful. Kyunhee's current image is that of a frail pretty boy, but he actually wants to go on stage to compete? Although the host just said that this is the right time to stop, who can guarantee that no accidents will happen? But when they saw Violet and Robin beside Chijia, they immediately understood Chijia's intention. He wanted to show off in front of the beautiful women. I have to say, those two are really rare beauties. Even among Dressrosa, which is full of beauties, they are quite stunning. Thinking that Kyunhee would make a fool of himself on the stage later, these people couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. Bellamy on the field looked at Kyunhee. He frowned, feeling that the man's face looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. The host next to him was also stunned by Kyunhee's sudden appearance, and thought to himself, where did this young man come from? Is this the place for you to show off? But no one is going to the stage right now. Now that someone has stepped forward, there is no need to ask for favors. Let this ignorant pretty boy come up and bring some entertainment to everyone. Thinking of this, the host seemed to be afraid that Jianhee would go back on his word, so he immediately picked up the microphone and shouted. Then let this warrior present a wonderful match for everyone. Let us give warm applause to this warrior. There was a burst of scattered applause, most of which came from women who were attracted by Kyunhee's face, while the men mostly had a gloating expression on their faces. Robin and Violet were clapping their hands vigorously to support Chijia. Kyunhee smiled at the two girls, then dodged and appeared next to the host the next second. Advertisement. This move shocked everyone. The distance from the audience seats to the ring was not close, but no one could see clearly how Kyunhee moved. At the passage, a little boy with a pair of horns on his head looked terrified when he saw Jianhee. He murmured. Hey, hey, hey. Are you kidding me? Then he shook his head vigorously, staring at Jianhee on the ring, until he was sure that he was not mistaken. He turned around and ran towards the King's Highland without hesitation, saying as he ran. Oh no! I have to tell the young master about this right away. Bellamy on the ring was also frightened by the speed shown by Kyunhee. He stared at Kyunhee for a long time, and a figure appeared in his mind. His expression suddenly became extremely exaggerated. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the host next to him handed the microphone to Jianhee's mouth and asked. This warrior's speed is amazing. Can you tell me your name? Jianhee smiled faintly and said. Nagom Danzo. Danzo? What an ugly name. The host complained in his mind, and then shouted. Then let's invite Danzo Nabekage and Bellamy to start the friendly match. After saying that, he stepped back, leaving the ring to Kyunhee and Bellamy. Bellamy looked at Kyunhee and swallowed, thinking, Danzo? Isn't he the person he thought he was? Then he looked into Kyunhee's eyes and confirmed that they were just an ordinary pair of black eyes. Combined with Kyunhee's height, he suppressed the fear in his heart and thought that he was worrying too much. Why would that person come to such a place and conceal his name? With his strength, is there any need to hide it? Thinking of this, Bellamy felt relieved. He got into a stance and looked fiercely at Kyun-hee opposite him. He was so scared just now that he almost peed his pants. Now he must get back at this nemesis. As for the friendly match, he had already forgotten about it. He would throw this Danzo into the pond to feed the fishes later. Kyun-hee yawned out of boredom, crossing his arms, as if he didn't take Bellamy, the champion, seriously at all. Kyun-hee's attitude aroused Bellamy's anger, and he changed his mind. He wanted to beat this ignorant guy into a pulp. Advertisement. His limbs turned into springs again, and he shouted loudly. Pogo man! Then, he jumped around the ring at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, explaining to Jian-hee as he jumped. Are you stupid? If you don't stop it, this move will become stronger and stronger. You'll be smashed into a pool of pulp soon. Jian-hee nodded in agreement and said casually. I see. This trick is really terrible. What should I do? Humph. You're still being stubborn even when you're about to die. Do you really think Lao Zi would take a friendly match seriously? Prepare to die. Bellamy felt that the energy accumulated in his body was enough. He turned around and rushed straight towards Kyun-hee. At this speed, he was confident that he could crash through the steel plate, let alone a person. Violet, who was in the audience and didn't know Chijia's strength, was already nervous at this moment. She naturally saw that Bellamy was using a killer move, and if he was hit, Danzo would be in great danger. She didn't expect Bellamy to be so cruel. She just wanted to see Kyun-hee's strength through a friendly match. She didn't want him to get into trouble because of this. Compared to Violet, Robin's expression looked much calmer. She had nothing to worry about. That was a man who could defeat 2-4 emperors alone. It was good enough for a BD like Bellamy to touch his Kakuzu. However, in Violet's eyes, Robin's behavior seemed to be hoping that Chijia would die. She couldn't help but feel annoyed, wondering if this woman wanted to change her boyfriend, so she usurped Danzo to take power. Just as Violet was speaking up for Chijia on the field moved. He just raised his right hand slightly, and then smashed it downwards. Boom! A large circular pit instantly appeared under Kyun-hee's feet, and the winding crack extended all the way to the edge of the ring. Lying in the center of the pit was Bellamy, who was no longer recognizable as a human. Half of his words came true, as it was not Chijia who turned into meat paste, but himself. Silence! Before everyone could react to what was happening on the stage, the microphone in the hands of the host standing at the edge of the audience fell to the ground with a click. He bent down stiffly to pick up the microphone, and wanted to go to the ring to announce Kyun-hee's victory, but found that his feet seemed to be stuck to the ground and he couldn't pull them out. Chapter 237 Doflamingo arrives. Jian-hee stood calmly in the center of the ring, paying no attention to the gazes coming from all directions. He gently turned his head to look in Robin's direction and saw that she was looking at him with a smile on her face, looking like a typical little fangirl. As for Violet, she stood up directly, staring at Kyun-hee on the field with her eyes fixed. She opened her mouth and said tremblingly, "Purple." But before she could utter the name, a voice came from the sky. Advertisement. Zillan Admiral. Kyun-hee was not surprised by the sudden sound coming from the sky. He had already sensed that someone was rushing towards this side, and that person was naturally Doflamingo. The kid with horns just now was the half-fishman Derringer. He quickly told Doflamingo the news that Chijia was suspected to have come to dress Rosa. Upon hearing the news, Doflamingo immediately became restless, as his bad premonition came true. He jumped out of the window directly, using the ability of string fruit to pull the clouds in the sky and swing over. Now that Doflamingo is here, Chijia no longer needs to hide his identity. His body suddenly grows taller, returning to the standard admiral height. Then, ripples appeared in his eyes and he activated the Rinnegan. Doflamingo fell from the sky. He looked at Chijia's Rinnegan with a very solemn expression. He knew that there would be trouble today. Zilan would definitely not appear in dress Rosa for no reason. After Doflamingo revealed Kyun-hee's identity, everyone in the field was stunned, and then burst into exclamations. He is the strongest Marine Admiral Zilan. Nonsense. This is what the king said himself, how could it be false? It's so scary. No wonder he was able to defeat Bellamy with just one strike. This is simply a fight on a different level. Oh my god. He really is as handsome as in the photo. Haha, didn't you just say that he was just a gigolo? Are you blind? Admiral Zilan has obviously changed his size just now. He looks so tall now. Advertisement. Ever since Doflamingo announced Chijia's identity, Violet's eyes have never left Chijia, and she didn't even care about Doflamingo's arrival. He was actually the purple scale admiral, and he had been in close contact with him for such a long time. No wonder her ability of the Tet fruit became ineffective. What are her eyes compared to those Rinnegan? Kyun-hee's arrival not only satisfied all of Violet's previous fantasies, but also gave her an unparalleled sense of security. She knew that with Kyun-hee here, the country could be saved. On the stage, Kyun-hee looked at Doflamingo calmly, saying, Doflamingo, I didn't expect you to become the king. Can I understand that you have given up the position of Shishibukai? Doflamingo responded with a smile that was uglier than crying. Admiral Zillan, you are joking. I just think that the king of this country is really incompetent, so I want to take over temporarily. Do you believe this yourself? Even Doflamingo himself didn't believe this ridiculous reason, but he was thrown off balance by the sudden appearance of Chijia and couldn't think of any other reason for the moment. Kyun-hee ignored Doflamingo. He snapped his fingers, and the room space expanded. Violet and Robin in the audience instantly appeared beside him. Doflamingo's face changed when he saw Violet, and he knew that something bad was going to happen. As expected, as soon as Violet came to Kyun-hee's side, she could no longer hold back. She ignored the tens of thousands of spectators in the bullfighting arena and threw herself directly into Kyun-hee's arms, crying. I didn't expect it was really you. Admiral Zillan. Please save Dressrosa. Violet's behavior made Robin look at her sideways frequently. She felt a little uncomfortable, but considering the current occasion, she didn't say much. Kyun-hee gently pushed Violet away from her arms, and after she calmed down a little, she said. I'm sorry for not revealing my identity to you right away. Advertisement. No. I know Admiral Zillan must have his own reasons. For it. Violet's words made Kyun-hee feel ashamed. The so-called reason was that he just wanted to play with Robin in Dressrosa without being disturbed? Looking at Violet's tearful face, Kyun-hee thought it would be better not to say this out loud. Doflamingo suddenly attacked at this moment. He moved his fingers slightly and transparent threads attacked Violet. He felt something was wrong as soon as Violet showed up, because this woman knew a lot of shameful things he had done in Dressrosa. He must kill this woman before she speaks. Once she tells the truth, the public's anger will be a small matter. Zilan will never let him go. However, his attack was shattered by an invisible repulsive force before it reached Violet. Kyun-hee glanced at Doflamingo and his tone became dangerous. Who gave you the courage to do it in front of me? Admiral Zillan, this is a misunderstanding. This woman is a dangerous person. I'm afraid she will do something bad to you. Kyun-hee naturally didn't believe his nonsense. He turned to Violet and said. Tell me everything you know. Violet nodded heavily. With Kyun-hee by her side, she felt that she had nothing to fear anymore. She simply shouted out everything Doflamingo had done during this period. Including how he used his abilities to manipulate King Riku to massacre civilians, sold arms, and created wars in neighboring countries, and the truth about those toys. Everyone in the arena was stunned by what they heard, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Doflamingo could no longer hold it in. He did not make any excuses for himself. He just pushed hard with one foot and rushed into the air. This behavior was doomed to be futile. Chijia raised her hand and performed a universal pull. Doflamingo suffered the consequences again and was pinched by Chijia's hand. Kyun-hee looked at the Doflamingo in her hand expressionlessly and asked. It seems that you have admitted your crime. How do you think I should deal with you? Doflamingo stopped pretending at this time. His face became ferocious and he laughed crazily. Bark, bark, bark. What else is there to say now? The power is in your hands. You can do whatever you want with me, but I want to tell you that I have done nothing wrong. Some people can only do things that are more cruel than me. Chapter 238 Smile Factory. As a person who has connections in both the black and white worlds, Doflamingo has naturally seen and heard much more than ordinary people. He had long been numb to this dark world. In his eyes, Marine's justice was ridiculous. Justice was nothing more than an order arbitrarily set by the victor. So when he was defeated by Kyun-hee, he would only think that he was too weak, and would not think that he had done anything wrong. Kyun-hee knew Doflamingo's character, and he didn't expect Doflamingo to plead guilty, but he wouldn't kill Doflamingo either, because to some extent, some of his views were consistent with his own. Strength is the master of order, and justice without the support of strength is nothing but a castle in the air. Advertisement. Chijia's eyes slightly opened, and 4 black rods suddenly appeared in the air and stabbed into Doflamingo's limbs. The feeling of the black rod piercing the body was not pleasant. In addition to the physical pain, there was also mental confusion. However, Doflamingo was tough and just groaned and then calmed down. He looked directly at Chijia's Rinnegan and asked. What do you mean? Wouldn't you execute someone as evil as me on the spot according to your custom? I see. You are afraid that the world government will hold you accountable. Kyun-hee smiled contemptuously and said. I'm not going to kill you because I think it's a bit too easy for you to die like this. As for the world government. Hehe, you should have a supply of newspapers in prison. Just don't think that the newspapers you are given are fake. After saying that, Kyun-hee punched Doflamingo in the stomach. He vomited blood with a wow sound, then his head tilted and he fainted. Kyun-hee locked him in the door space, then turned to look at Violet with a smile and said. Okay, now go free your father. I have to go take care of something else. Violet opened her mouth. She had something else to say to Kyunhee, but Kyunhee didn't give her the chance and disappeared from the spot with Robin. Violet stared at the place where Kyunhee disappeared in a daze, and finally sighed helplessly, but a hint of determination immediately appeared in her eyes. She also has unfinished business, and now she is going to release her father. She believes that the truth will soon spread to the entire Dressrosa through the mouths of tens of thousands of viewers. As for Kyunhee, she believed that there would be another chance to meet them in the future. Once she regained her status as a princess, wouldn't that be equivalent to freedom? Advertisement. On the other side, Chijia and Robin appeared in a factory, which was the place where artificial devil fruit was made, the Smile Factory. You can see a large number of thumb-high little people and some toys working. The sudden appearance of Kyunhee and Robin startled the little people and toys, and then a female little person jumped down and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? I have to say that these little people look very cute." When Robin saw them, she smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. She leaned over and held the little person in her hands and picked him up. Having worked as a laborer in this factory for too long, the little guy looked a little scared, but did not resist. Although the dwarfs are small in size, they are several times stronger than ordinary people, and because of their small size, they are incredibly fast. The ability that Doflamingo values most about them is that these little guys are natural botanists. There is almost no plant they cannot grow, so they were fooled by Doflamingo into growing artificial devil fruit. Of course, the strength and speed of the dwarfs are nothing in Kyunhee's eyes, but for Robin, he might suffer a loss if he is caught off guard. In the anime, she was trapped by Leo from the dwarf tribe using the combination of the seam fruit and speed. This little woman hadn't seen outsiders for a long time. She lowered her head and said nothing. Robin said softly, "What is your name?" "My name is Funi." This is another characteristic of the dwarfs. They have very simple personalities, are easy to trust others, and will mostly answer other people's questions. Chijia also liked this cute race. He came over and wanted to talk to this FY, but when FY saw Chijia's pair of Rinnegan, she screamed in fright and immediately curled up into a ball, snuggling in Robin's palm. FY's reaction made Kyunhee a little embarrassed, while Robin covered his mouth and laughed. She used her other hand to gently stroke FY's body and comfort her. Advertisement. Don't be afraid, he is not a bad guy, he is here to save you. After hearing this, FY secretly raised her little head and looked at Kyunhee with some fear. He quickly put on a kind expression and tried his best to make his tone sound gentler. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know. The man named Doflamingo told us that Princess Manchurai had a strange disease and needed us to grow that strange fruit to save the princess, so we are here to work for them." In the eyes of others, this reason is full of loopholes. It is because the little people are simple-minded that others would not believe it. As soon as Robin heard it, he knew that this was a lie told by Doflamingo. Princess Manchurai might have been imprisoned by Doflamingo, and the strange disease was simply nonsense. Kyunhee shook his head helplessly. These little fools were so naive that if they went out into the outside world, they would probably be cheated to the point where they would be left with nothing, even their underwear. While the three were talking, the other little people and toys also gathered around, and they looked at the two strangers in front of them curiously. A few soldier-like toys kindly reminded us. "You'd better leave quickly, outsiders are not allowed to enter here." As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl suddenly walked out from the shadows, with a grape on each of her 5 fingers, and she put the grapes into her mouth as she walked. She was wearing a red cloak, 2 bear ears on her hood, and a golden crown on her head. She looked like a harmless little girl. But the toys immediately became terrified when they saw her, because this little girl was the culprit who turned them into toys, the cotter of Dongquixote family and the user of the childlike fun fruit, sugar. A toy soldier immediately pushed Kyunhee's calf and shouted in panic. "Go! If she touches you, you will become a toy like us." A puppet controlled by her. Satoshi put on an innocent expression, still moving slowly towards Chijia and Robin, and said aggrievedly. "How could you say such terrible things about others?" Chapter 239 Cyrus and Rebecca. Chijia seemed to be deceived by Sato's appearance and just stood there motionless. Until Sato was about to reach him, his Rinnegan flashed a faint light and met Sato's eyes. Shaitang was secretly rejoicing that she was about to succeed. As long as she met Zilan, no matter how powerful he was, he would become a toy at her mercy. If Doflamingo was still here sober, he would definitely not let Sucrose do such a stupid thing, because he had seen the strength of Chijia's haki at naval headquarters, which was enough to resist 99.9% of the Paramecia devil fruit. However, Chijia had no intention of taking the risk. When Sato was locked by the Rinnegan, her mind suddenly fell into darkness. There was only a pair of dark purple Rinnegan hanging high in the air, staring at her coldly. "Ah! Advertisement!" Sugar let out a terrified scream, then his eyes went dark and he fell backwards with his head tilted back. Because Sato ate the childlike fun fruit when she was young, she still has the mentality of a child and is easily frightened. However, Chijia's Rinnegan is really powerful in scaring people. After Sucrose fainted, the ability of the childlike fun fruit was automatically released, and the toy soldiers in the factory instantly returned to human form. Soon after, their family members outside also recovered their memories of them. Most of those who were turned into toys were Dressrosa's soldiers who were loyal to King Riku. They hadn't recovered from the current situation yet and just stared blankly at their own human hands. Gradually, shouts broke out from the factory. "We are back!" Outside the factory, a little girl with short pink hair was waving a long sword almost as tall as her on the lawn. Not far from her was a toy soldier wearing a black tall hat and a red uniform. This toy soldier has only one leg, but he stands very steadily. He is concentrating on watching the little girl swinging her sword. Suddenly, a strange wave appeared on his body, and then his body began to grow taller and taller, turning into a burly man wearing a red cloak and dressed as a gladiator. The little girl who was swinging the sword was also stunned. The lost memory reappeared in her mind. She turned her head sharply and looked at the toy soldier who had regained his human form, crying. Advertisement. Dad. The two people were Cyrus and his daughter Rebecca. Cyrus came back to his senses when Rebecca called him. He did not have time to think about why he had turned back into the old form. He ran towards Rebecca on one leg with all his might. The father and daughter hugged each other tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Rebecca raised her little head from Cyrus's arms and sobbed. Dad, Mom, she. I know, Rebecca, I know. The father and daughter fell into silence again. Cyrus patted Rebecca's back, then got up from the ground with difficulty. He walked behind Rebecca and picked up the sword, hatred appearing on his face. Since Diamante had been killed by Chijia, the people who killed Rebecca's mother became some minions of the Donquixote family, but they were still closely related to the Donquixote family. Now that he has regained his human form, other soldiers loyal to the king should have recovered as well. He is going to gather people and head to King's Highlands for revenge. Of course, Cyrus also knew that he was no match for Doflamingo, but even if he died, he had to kill a few more people from the Donquixote family. Most importantly, he wanted to rescue King Rico who was imprisoned there. Although Rebecca was still young, her experiences over the years had made her much more mature than her peers. She saw through Cyrus' purpose at a glance, and immediately ran to him, spreading her arms to try to stop him. In her opinion, with Cyrus now only having one leg left, going to Doflamingo would be tantamount to committing suicide. Cyrus was determined to go. He felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and that something must have happened to that scary little girl, and by the time Doflamingo realized what was happening, it would be too late. Cyrus looked at Rebecca, who had a stubborn face, with a touch of fatherly love in his eyes. He reached out and touched Rebecca's pink little head, and said softly. Rebecca, if Daddy doesn't come back, you must not think about revenge for him. Practice well and wait for the right time. Believe that justice will come. When he said this, a bitter feeling rose in Cyrus' heart. The words justice will definitely come were just what he used to comfort Rebecca. Maybe he once believed in justice, but after experiencing all these things, he has become disappointed with justice, especially Marine. Isn't Doflamingo a pirate recognized by them? Marine didn't even think of investigating the fact that a pirate became a king. How could he not be disappointed? Advertisement. Even if Marine, who represents justice, comes a few years after his death, is justice that is delayed still justice? So this time he chose to rely on himself. Gently pushing Rebecca away, Cyrus didn't have the heart to look at Rebecca's desperate eyes, and resolutely ran towards the direction of the King's Highlands. However, what he didn't know was that Rebecca did not choose to stay and wait, but quietly followed Cyrus after he left. In the Smile Factory, the soldiers had calmed down from the excitement of regaining their human form. They all looked at Kyunhee, their eyes filled with gratitude. Qianhee met everyone's gaze and said, Everyone, I am Marine Admiral Zilan. I already know what happened to Dressrosa. You are now free. After Kyunhee revealed her identity as Marine Admiral, it caused another sensation among the soldiers. I've been in this damn place for too long. I didn't even recognize him as the strongest Admiral Zilan. Oh my god. It's him. Our Dressrosa is saved. Admiral Zilan. Please save Dressrosa. Many soldiers seemed to have found their backbone after hearing Qianhee's name, and they cried with joy. At this moment, these adults cried like a group of wronged children. Seeing this scene, Robin's heart was deeply touched, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Kyunhee. During the time she spent with Chijia, she witnessed Chijia saving 2 countries from the pirates, which greatly changed Robin's impression of Marine. The feeling that Chijia gave her was completely different from that of Aokiji. Although Aokiji was always helping her secretly, she felt more fear. What she got from Kyunhee was only an incomparable sense of security, which made her believe that as long as Kyunhee was by her side, she would have nothing to fear. Chapter 240 The fruit of childishness is obtained. He was filled with emotion as he watched the soldiers crying. Doflamingo, this is all your fault. He didn't say anything else, just said that Doflamingo had been arrested by him. This news was the best comfort for the soldiers. Sure enough, after hearing the news, the soldiers' faces showed ecstasy, followed by a tsunami of cheers. After the cheers, they suddenly gathered around He raised an eyebrow, wondering what these soldiers were planning to do. Advertisement. The next second, several strong soldiers stepped forward quickly and reached out to touch He's body. He of course refused. Can you imagine how it feels to be surrounded by a group of men and have them touch you? But looking at the sincere faces of these soldiers, he somehow did not resist until several soldiers lifted him high and threw him into the air. Zilan Admiral. The soldiers shouted He's title, and even the dwarfs who had been watching on the sidelines for a long time were infected by the soldiers' emotions and started shouting along. Robin had already quietly stepped aside, leaving the venue to the soldiers and Chijia. She couldn't help but smile when she saw the helpless look on He's face as he was thrown into the air. The soldiers showed no intention of stopping. They became more and more fanatical, and Chijia was thrown higher and higher by them, almost hitting the ceiling. Finally, after a near-fatal contact with the ceiling, He's body turned into a ball of lightning and appeared next to Robin. He glared at Robin who was still laughing, then waved at the soldiers. Okay, I understand your excitement, but right now I have to go to the palace. Your king and the princess of the dwarf tribe are still imprisoned there. Hearing that their princess was imprisoned in the palace, the dwarfs immediately became excited. Funi in Robin's hand looked at He with hope and prayed. Sir, can you please save our princess? He smiled at Funi and said. Certainly. After saying that, He slowly came to the unconscious Sucrose, absorbed her ability of the childlike fun fruit, and transferred it to a cantaloupe in the Menman space. I really can't imagine what this fruit should look like. After absorbing the energy, He put Sucrose back into the Menman space. If she didn't do this, Sucrose, who had lost her fruit ability, would be severely punished by these soldiers. Advertisement. After doing all this, He returned to Robin and took her hand, smiling at the soldiers and the dwarfs. Then see you later. Get ready to welcome your king and princess. After saying that, He and Robin disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Inside the palace, Monet was waiting anxiously. Because of the absence of Luo, her limbs had not yet been transformed into wings and bird claws. She had already learned from Derringer about the arrival of Marine Admiral Zilan, and that Doflamingo had already gone there. Suddenly, Chijia and Robin appeared in the palace. Monet was stunned at first, then looked at Chijia in horror. Influenced by Doflamingo, she had already memorized Chijia's appearance by heart. Now that Chijia had arrived and Doflamingo was nowhere to be seen, a terrible idea came to her mind. She said tremblingly. Admiral Zilan? Where is the young master? Where is he? He did not respond, but opened the door and placed the sugar on the ground. Monet saw the sugar lying quietly on the ground and cried out. Younger sister. He saw Monet's expression and knew that she thought that Sato was killed by him. He said. Doflamingo has been arrested by me. I scared this little girl and she fainted. You can choose to take her away like this, or go to jail with Doflamingo. Monet and Sato are a pair of sisters with tragic life stories, and Chijia doesn't want to kill any more people. Hearing that his sister was fine, Monet breathed a sigh of relief and then fell silent. Normally, she should have fought to the death with Jianhe when the young master was captured, but since it involved her own sister, she definitely couldn't do that. And He obviously let Sucrose off the hook, which was a huge favor. After a moment of silence, Monet slowly spoke. Okay, thank you Admiral Zilan for showing mercy. I will leave with Sucrose now. Monet silently came to Sato's side, squatted down and confirmed that Sato was indeed fainted as Chijia said, and only then did he feel relieved. She held Sato in her arms, bowed slightly to He, and then walked out of the palace with Sato in her arms. But when she passed by He, Monet's nerves were tense to the extreme, and it was not until she arrived at the palace gate that she breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Her clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Although she had heard from Doflamingo about the terrifying Admiral Zilan, when she actually faced him, Monet truly understood why Doflamingo was so afraid of Admiral Zilan. The feeling of oppression was simply suffocating. Thinking of his intention to fight with him just now, Monet laughed at himself, then turned into a ball of snowflakes wrapped in sugar and floated into the sky. Robin watched Monet leave, then turned and teased He. Master, that Monet is a great beauty, are you just going to let her leave like that? He rolled his purple eyes, stretched out his hand and pinched Robin's little nose, and taught him a lesson. You, what are you thinking about all day long? I am clearly thinking about my master. Ask yourself honestly whether you believe this. Robin immediately put his hand on his majestic chest and responded seriously. I believe it. Kyun-hee was really speechless. He pinched Robin's nose with a little force as a punishment, then snapped his fingers, and the room space expanded, covering the entire King's Highlands. Then, Kyun-hee sensed the location of King Riku and Manshari, and used displacement to transfer them to the palace. When the two appeared, they all had confused expressions. Finally, King Riku, who had been king for decades, reacted. He naturally recognized that the young man in front of him with strange eyes was the legendary Marine Admiral, Uchiha Chijia. But before he could open his mouth, a shout came from the palace gate. Your Majesty! Everyone in the palace immediately turned their heads to look at the door, where stood a strong man with only one leg. It was Cyrus who had arrived. There was a group of people standing behind him, including the soldiers rescued by Kyun-hee from the factory. Cyrus had already learned from the soldiers that Chijia had arrested Doflamingo, and that they were able to return to their original state thanks to Chijia. So when he saw Jianhee, he jumped in front of Jianhee with all his strength, fell to the ground with a plop, and shouted excitedly. Thank you, Admiral Zilan. Looking at Cyrus lying on the ground, Kyun-hee felt speechless. Why does everyone have to kneel down to express their gratitude to him? Chapter 241 A Smile. Before Cyrus could get up from the ground, Violet walked in holding Rebecca's hand. Violet is Rebecca's aunt. Just now, she found this pink-haired little girl wandering around at the gate of the palace. When she went up to see, it turned out to be her sister's daughter, Rebecca. So she took Rebecca into the palace and saw the scene happening in the palace again. Rebecca saw Cyrus lying on the ground, so she ran over and also lay down, asking in panic. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Advertisement. Cyrus heard his daughter's voice, turned his head from the ground, and saw Rebecca's anxious little face. Cyrus felt warm at his daughter's concern, but he still didn't get up from the ground. Instead, he said to Rebecca. Rebecca, Dad is fine. This gentleman is Marine Admiral Zilan. He has arrested Doflamingo and is the benefactor of our entire country. You come and kneel down too. Rebecca was a little confused for a moment. She was worried that her father would be killed by Doflamingo and others. How come Doflamingo was arrested in such a short time? And the guy who arrested him looked so young. Rebecca was stunned for a moment, but still obediently followed Cyrus and knelt on the ground, ready to salute Kyun-hee. Kyun-hee no longer wanted to see anyone kneeling to him, so he raised his hand casually, and two dark tentacles emerged from the ground, wrapped around Cyrus and Rebecca's waists, dragged them up, and placed them steadily on the ground. Cyrus was fine, but Rebecca's face was drooping, and she was almost scared to tears by the dark tentacles. Fortunately, Violet came over and hugged Rebecca, and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, this should be the ability of Zilan Admiral. He is the strongest person in the world. With him around, no one can hurt you. The world's strongest. Rebecca stared at Kyun-hee with her big amber eyes, and couldn't believe that this older brother who looked so young could be the strongest in the world. Chijia smiled and looked at Rebecca, but the two Rinnegan scared Rebecca so much that she shrank into Violet's arms, which made Chijia a little helpless. I wonder if the power he just used seems a little too evil? Advertisement. In fact, he could use gravity to pull Cyrus and Rebecca up from the ground, but considering that Cyrus only had one leg and was afraid that he could not stand steadily, he used dark tentacles to lift them up. I didn't expect that. I almost scared the little girl to tears. Shaking his head, Kyun-hee slowly walked to Cyrus, glanced at his broken right leg, and then released Ishikobaime. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Cyrus' right leg slowly grew out. He looked at his intact right leg in disbelief, stomped his foot, and then he confirmed that his right leg was real. This was the first time even Robin had seen Chijia's skills. She was once again astounded by Chijia's abilities. Now in her heart, Chijia could be called a god. Man surely looked at her own little hands and wondered if her healing ability could also have this effect. Kyun-hee patted Cyrus on the shoulder and said. You are very good. This is my reward to you. Cyrus no longer knew how to express his gratitude to Jianhee, and shouted excitedly. Thank you, Admiral Zilan. From now on, my life belongs to you. Jianhee waved his hand and said. Why would I want your life? You should use him to protect your daughter and Dressrosa. As soon as the words fell, a sudden exclamation of praise sounded. Marine Admiral Zilan is indeed worthy of his reputation. This really opened my eyes today. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw a tall figure in a purple kimono walking towards them with a cane. He had a rough face, his eyes were tightly closed, he had neat short black hair, and an X-shaped scar on his forehead. He looked a little difficult to get along with. Although he was using a cane, a heavy feeling of oppression came over them as his footsteps sounded, and everyone except Kyun-hee trembled inwardly. Robin and Violet subconsciously retreated behind Chijia, while Rebecca timidly hugged Cyrus' thighs. Advertisement. Kyun-hee looked at the person who came with some surprise. He knew this person. He was the future Marine Admiral. Fujitora smiled. How did he end up in Dressrosa? Fujitora slowly came to Chijia, bowed slightly to her, and said in a very respectful tone. Nice to meet you, Admiral Zilan. My name is Yuxiao. Yuxiao likes gambling. Before, the grey industry in Dressrosa was very prosperous under the rule of Doflamingo, so he was attracted to it. He didn't know what happened in Dressrosa until he walked out of the casino after losing all his money and sensed Doflamingo floating in the sky. He realized that something big had happened, so he followed Doflamingo to the bullfighting arena and witnessed Chijia's trial of Doflamingo. Kyunhee's approach was naturally in line with Yuxiao's sense of justice, so he quietly came to the palace and used his observation haki to sense everything that happened inside the palace. Although Yuxiao is blind, his observation haki is extremely strong and he knows clearly everything Kyunhee did in the palace. Kyunhee's actions and his last words to Cyrus directly hit his heart. He could no longer suppress his excitement and couldn't help but come forward to meet Kyunhee. Kyunhee also knew that although Yuxiao looked a bit fierce, he was actually a good person. In the marine, he was a dove among doves. He does not have the confusion of Aokiji. As long as his superiors do something wrong, he dares to speak out directly without considering the face of the world government. This is completely opposite to the other new Marine Admiral Green Bull. He opened his eyes with a smile, revealing the somewhat creepy whites of his eyes. He wanted to see the appearance of this Marine Admiral whom he respected, but unfortunately he was a blind man after all. He blinded his own eyes because he didn't want to see the evil in the world, but at this moment he felt a little regretful. Kyunhee still admires Yuxiao, both for his sense of justice and his strength. He hadn't expected to meet Yuxiao at this time, but since he had met him, he might as well bring him into the marine. He is a definite admiral-level fighter. Thinking of this, Kyunhee said. I can sense that you are very capable. What do you think? Would you like to consider joining the marine? Chapter 242, Pull Yuxiao into the gang. Yuxiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Kyunhee would ask him to join the marine right away. Does he trust him so much? He did not give him a chance to think and went straight to the point. Yuxiao, I know you, the user of the Paramecia gravity fruit. You are an upright person. You are very suitable to be a marine. Hearing Kyunhee even accurately describe the ability of his fruit, Yuxiao was a little surprised and couldn't help asking. How come Admiral Zilan is so familiar with me? Advertisement. Haha, don't worry about that. I'm just asking if you are willing to join the marine. Yuxiao fell silent. Now he was like a wanderer traveling around the world. Of course, with his personality, he would definitely not become a pirate, but he had not thought about becoming a marine for the time being. But after witnessing what Chijia did in Dressrosa, he actually developed a little interest in marine. Now that he was invited by Chijia, to be honest, he was moved. Without thinking for long, Yuxiao slowly raised his head, looked into Kyunhee's eyes and said. Okay. I'll join the marine. As he said that, Yuxiao gave Kyunhee a not-so-standard military salute and no longer addressed himself as old man. From now on, Kyunhee was his superior. Seeing that Yuxiao agreed to his invitation, Kyunhee nodded with satisfaction and felt happy. An admiral-level fighter was just in his possession. Who wouldn't be happy? Suddenly, Kyunhee felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. He lowered his head and found that it was Rebecca who was looking up at him. She seemed a little afraid of Jianhee. When she saw Jianhee looking down at her, she immediately withdrew her hand from the corner of Jianhee's clothes and spoke weakly. Brother Zi. Big brother Zilan, can I join the marine when I grow up? It turns out that it was not only Yuxiao who attracted Kyunhee, but also this pink-haired little girl. Kyunhee's actions left a deep impression on her. She felt that marine must be an organization representing justice, and she yearned for it very much. Cyrus quickly stepped forward and patted Rebecca's head, scolding her. Rebecca, don't cause trouble for Admiral Zilan. Just practice your sword skills first. Advertisement. But can I become as strong as my big brother by practicing sword skills? Forehead. Cyrus was choked. He really wanted to say that you were overthinking it. Even your father, who had practiced for decades, was no match for your older brother, let alone you. But he was afraid that saying this would make Rebecca lose the motivation to practice sword skills, so Cyrus froze there for a moment, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, Kyunhee helped Cyrus out of the predicament. He squatted down, pinched Rebecca's little face, and said with a smile. Of course you can, but you are still too young. Wait until you grow as tall as that sister before becoming a marine. I believe that with your ability, it will not be difficult by then. The sister that Kyunhee was referring to was Robin. After hearing this, Rebecca turned her head to look at Robin, who smiled at her gently and gave her an encouraging look. Rebecca nodded vigorously and shouted. I understand. I will definitely practice hard and become an excellent marine. Kyunhee smiled but was thinking that in a few years the marine would be very busy. As far as he knew, Ace, Luo, Konis, Nami, Nokago, these little guys had already made up their minds to be Marines. It will be interesting when they enter the Marine Academy for training together. Standing up from the ground, He glanced at everyone in the hall and said, "Well, it's time for me to go back to headquarters. See you later." He opened the door space and motioned Robin and Yuxiao to go in. Although it was Yuxiao's first time seeing the door space, he had already entered the role of Marine. He regarded He's words as an order and strode in without hesitation. After the two entered, He was about to use Flying Thunder God to return directly to the headquarters. At this moment, Violet suddenly rushed forward and hugged He. The squeezing feeling from her chest made He deeply feel what a devilish figure is. King Liko and others behind Violet turned around consciously when they saw this scene. King Liko had long known that his daughter had a special liking for Marine Admiral Zilan, and now that she was saved by him, she was completely trapped. But he was a little worried that his daughter couldn't control this man. Although they are royals with high status, they seem not good enough in front of the Marine Admiral, let alone the strongest Admiral Zilin. Thinking that his daughter's future love life might not be smooth, King Riko sighed silently and thought to himself, "It's okay, I hope my daughter will get what she wants in the end." Advertisement. Rebecca was still staring blankly at the two people hugging each other until Cyrus noticed and forcibly turned her over. She still secretly turned her head to look around. Violet, who was lying in Chijia's arms, stood on tiptoe and kissed him directly, completely releasing the suppressed emotions in her heart. Fortunately, He pushed her away in time. If this continued, he might not be able to return to the naval headquarters today. Violet, who was pushed away by He, had a resentful expression on her face and seemed to want to continue. He looked at her helplessly. He completely appreciated Dressrosa's passion today. It was really undisguised. In the door space, Robin watched everything happening outside with an expressionless face, but one of his feet was constantly rubbing on the ground. Yuxiao was blind, and couldn't transmit his observation haki in the door space. He noticed Robin's action and asked in confusion. "Miss, you seem a little uneasy. Did something happen outside?" "No, nothing happened." Robin's tone sounded unusually calm, but his eyes were fixed on Violet outside. She had an urge to blossom on Violet. He's lips were stained with a bright red color, which was caused by Violet's lipstick. He pursed his lips and said helplessly, "You really are trying hard enough. Admiral Zilan, I..." Violet didn't seem embarrassed at all and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chijia. "Okay, I really should go now. Take this. If you are in danger again, use it and call my name." He casually took out a Flying Thunder God kunao and stuffed it into Violet's hand, then his figure instantly disappeared in the hall. After He left, Violet carefully tucked the Flying Thunder God kunao, which still had He's body temperature, into her lapel. She stood there in silence for a while, then turned around and said to Rebecca with a smile on her face. "Rebecca, how about I take you to participate in the Marine?" Chapter 243 She is innocent. Before leaving, He stopped by Dressrosa's hospital. He appeared directly in the dean's office. The hospital dean recognized Marine Admiral Zilan at a glance and said excitedly, "Hello, Admiral Zilan. I am Mendel, the director of this hospital. What can I do for you?" He smiled politely and said, "There should be a woman here who became a vegetable after being hit on the head by a rock. Her name seems to be Lucienne." Advertisement. Mendel nodded immediately. He was very familiar with this patient. He said that a man in a black suit used to come to see her, but that man never came again and some people from the Dongquixote family came to pay the bills instead. After hearing this, He took out a large amount of Bailey from the door space and placed it on the dean's desk, and said, "Those people won't come to pay the bills anymore, so we'll use this money to cover her hospital expenses. This, do you know Lucienne? If so, we can waive all fees for her." "Haha, that's not necessary. Just take good care of her." After saying that, He disappeared in a flash. Lucienne is Seigneur's wife. In the previous Cayenne Island incident, Chijia deliberately spared the life of this pure love god of war. I have to say that Doflamingo was quite decent in this regard, and even sent someone to pay Lucienne's hospital bills. However, now that he has been arrested, it is estimated that no one will come to pay the bill in the future. He thought it would be better to help this poor woman. As for Seigneur, it will take some time before he can be released. I hope that by then he can be an honest man and accompany Lucienne for the rest of his life. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku Office. Swish. Advertisement. Chijia suddenly appeared in front of Sengoku. Sengoku was used to Chijia's elusiveness. He calmly took a sip of the tea in the cup and asked with a smile. "It's Chijia, how's it going? Did you find anything in Alabasta this time?" "Well, Crocodile was a little dishonest, but I've already taught him a lesson. I gave him a small punishment." "Haha. It's really unlucky for him to meet you. Sengoku continued to sip his tea with a smile, and he didn't care about how Chijia dealt with the crocodile. In his opinion, Chijia could do whatever the pirates wanted, and the final result would always satisfy him anyway. Chihiro continued. I also went to Dressrosa. Doflamingo used extraordinary means to usurp the state and has now been arrested by me. As he said that, Kyunhee opened the door space, smiled and carried Doflamingo, who had not yet woken up, out, followed by Robin. Hearing that Chijia had directly arrested Doflamingo, Sengoku was slightly stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and immediately ordered several marine soldiers to bring sea-stone handcuffs to Doflamingo and then took him away. After dealing with Doflamingo, Sengoku began to look at Yuxiao and Robin. Well, this man is a little strange, but he seems to be quite capable. Why does this woman look more and more familiar? Sengoku looked at her, his expression gradually becoming more interesting. He finally recognized the identity of the woman. Wasn't that Robin, who was defined as the devil's child by the world government? From Sengoku's performance, Chijia knew that he recognized Robin's identity and immediately introduced him. Marshal Sengoku, this is Yuxiao, he is quite capable and is joining the marine. This is Robin, he is a scholar and is also joining the marine. Kyunhee, do you know who this Robin is? Yeah, I remember the world government called her the angel's child. It's the son of the devil. Ah? That's so ugly. Those people in the world government are really something. How can they call a lady like that? She is very dangerous. If the world government knew about this, it would be very bad for you. Advertisement. Sengoku had long regarded Chijia as the designated next marine marshal, and he really didn't want Chijia's future to be affected by Robin's affairs. Robin lowered her head silently. Although she knew that she would face various difficulties when she came to the naval headquarters, she was not afraid that the marine would arrest and detain her directly. What she was afraid of now was leaving Kyunhee. After years of wandering, she finally found a harbor she could rely on. Beside Kyunhee, she felt a sense of security and happiness she had never felt before. Although the time was not long, it was enough for her to be intoxicated. The ignored smile suddenly spoke. Your Excellency Marshal, I would like to ask what crime this Miss Robin has committed. This question really stumped Sengoku. Robin was still a little girl when she was wanted. The charge was that she had a mother who tried to uncover the truth of history. Sengoku was silent for a while, and before he could speak, Chijia said directly. She is not guilty. These three simple words carried an unquestionable firmness that made the other three people in the office tremble in their hearts. Robin looked at Kyunhee blankly. The three words spoken by Kyunhee were like a brilliant lightning flashing through her heart. Kyunhee turned around and gave Robin a warm smile. Robin felt a warm current filling her body. At this moment, she wanted to rush into Kyunhee's arms immediately, but Kyunhee hadn't finished speaking yet. He continued. She is just a victim whose misfortune is having a naive and irresponsible mother, Nicole Oravia. Robin was stunned when she heard Kyunhee's comment about her mother. Of course, she was not angry about it. She knew that Kyunhee would not say this for no reason. Kyunhee slowly walked to Robin, gently held her in his arms, and said softly. Is the historical truth that Oravia has been pursuing all her life really meaningful? Even if she really solves it, does she have the strength to fight against the world government? It can be said that there is no point in it except to make the world more chaotic. Then what is the difference between this behavior and Roger's? Sengoku paused after hearing this, then looked at Chijia with a complicated expression. From these words, it was obvious that Chijia disdainful of the world government, but it had to be said that what Chijia said was very much to Sengoku's liking. It was also the first time that Robin heard such remarks. She was a smart girl, and after being reminded by Chijia's words, she immediately began to think seriously. He was relieved that Robin did not lose his mind because of his mother. He patted Robin on the back and continued. Her love for you is definitely no less than any other mother's, but she is really not a responsible mother. Chapter 244 Captain Robin. Oravai left Robin alone in O'Hara, boarding her in someone else's home, which was cruel for a child. Living under someone else's roof, she spent her childhood in caution. Because she ate the devil fruit, she was treated as a monster by other children of her age. This experience reminded Chijia of Minato's child Naruto. Who says children can say anything? Often, the words of these naughty children are more harsh than the insults of adults. Oravai left Robin alone in O'Hara for several years, and when she came back, what did she bring? A wanted warrant from the world government and marine fire. If Aokiji's heart had not been shaken by Saul, Robin would never have been able to escape from marine and the world government, and her life would have remained at the age of 8 forever. Advertisement. Even if she managed to escape, she would still face endless pursuit, and this kind of life lasted for more than 10 years. If Oravai were still alive, she should really ask herself, as a mother, besides giving birth to Robin, what else should a mother do for Robin? Of course, Chijia would not say these. After all, Auravia is Robin's mother, so it is better to just say a few words. Robin silently buried her head in Kyunhee's arms. She did not refute Kyunhee's words because she knew there was nothing wrong with what Kyunhee said. Sengoku looked at Robin nestled in Chijia's arms, and finally could only sigh helplessly and said, "So what are you going to do, Chijia?" Robin's body trembled, and he grasped Kyunhee's collar with both hands. Kyunhee stroked Robin's black hair, and when he raised his head, his eyes revealed an unquestionable determination. "From now on, Robin is a Marine. If the world government has any opinions, let them tell me themselves." Buzz. The circles of black lines in the Rinnegan suddenly enlarged, and a terrifying pressure burst out. Black clouds instantly condensed above the headquarters, and raging lightning coiled around them like long purple snakes. Fortunately, this pressure can be controlled as easily as Conqueror's, otherwise, except for a few people above the rank of Vice Admiral in the headquarters, everyone else would be dizzy on the spot just by encountering it. Yuxiao's tightly closed eyes opened, revealing the whites of his eyes. He turned his head to Kyunhee, a look of horror on his face. With this kind of momentum, has the power of the Marine Admiral reached this level? Or is it just this purple scale Admiral? Robin raised his head, stared at Kyunhee's face infatuatedly, and murmured. "Advertisement. Thank you, my master." Qianhe smiled slightly and responded. "What are you talking about? You're a Marine from now on, so just call me sir." Robin nodded slightly and whispered. "I'll still call you master in private. But who are Yuxiao and Sengoku?" Robin's voice, which he thought was very low, sounded clear to their ears. Sengoku looked a little weird. He raised his fist to his mouth and coughed a few times. Then he said. "In that case, I approve it, Nico Robin. From now on, you will be a Marine, with the rank of captain, directly under Chijia." Robin was surprised when she heard this. She quickly left Kyunhee's arms, stood up straight and said seriously. "Yes. Marshal Sengoku." Seeing Robin being so sensible, Sengoku gave up many of his opinions about Robin. He turned to look at Chijia and said seriously. "As for what Kyunhee just said about the world government, have you forgotten that I, the Marine Marshal, am here? If anything happens, let them find me first." After saying that, Sengoku and Chijia looked at each other for a while, then smiled knowingly, and the tense atmosphere in the office just now disappeared instantly. Yuxiao was also infected by this atmosphere, with a silly smile on his face, thinking that he had come to the right place. This Marine Marshal seemed to be a very lovely person. Robin stood beside Kyunhee coquettishly, watching the old and the young smile, and she smiled too, but her smile looked much more elegant. After laughing for a while, Sengoku set his eyes on Yuxiao, searching for information about Yuxiao in his mind, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything. It was as if Yuxiao was a person who appeared out of thin air. Normally, someone who is rated as having good ability by Qianhe should be somewhat famous in the sea, but what is wrong with this person? Sengoku looked at Chijia, squinting his eyes at Yuxiao, and motioned for Chijia to introduce himself. Kyunhee said. "Let me introduce him in more detail. Yuxiao, the user of the paramecia gravity fruit, has good character, and his strength has reached the standard of an admiral." Advertisement. What? Sengoku's eyes lit up when he heard about the gravity fruit. This is definitely a top-grade paramecia devil fruit. That's gravity. This fruit may even be better than the golden lion's lion fruit in terms of quality. In terms of destructive power alone, it is comparable to many Logia devil fruits, not to mention the assisting effect of gravity. Later, when Sengoku heard Chijia's assessment of Yuxiao's strength, he couldn't hold it anymore. Admiral-level combat power? Kyunhee went out for a while and brought back Robin, not to mention that he even brought back an admiral-level fighter. Sengoku did not doubt that Chijia's evaluation of Yuxiao was too exaggerated, because he knew that Chijia's own strength had already surpassed that of an admiral. If he said that Yuxiao had the strength of an admiral, then it was true. Sengoku felt his blood boiling, and he quickly picked up the cold tea and drank it all. After a long while, he raised his head and said tremblingly. "So, Yuxiao is going to join Marine too?" This time, without waiting for Kyunhee to speak, Yuxiao stood up and said decisively. "Yes, Your Excellency Marshal, I want to join the Marine." Sengoku didn't say anything for the time being, he just stared with his eyes wide open and smiled very passionately. Fortunately, Yuxiao is blind. If I hadn't seen Sengoku's wolf-like eyes at this moment, I would have suspected that Sengoku had some special hobbies. Fortunately, as a marshal, Sengoku still had some composure. He suppressed his excitement and said slowly. "So, what do you think of your rank?" After these words were spoken, Kyunhee also thought of this problem. It is not yet the period of world conscription after the Summit War, so it is naturally impossible for Yuxiao to be directly promoted to Marine Admiral, so his military rank has really become a problem. In Kyunhee's opinion, with Yu Xiao's ability and age, even if he cannot become an admiral, he is more than qualified to be a vice admiral. But the marine vice admiral is just like Konoha's Jainin. It seems that his presence is not strong, but if you really put it in the overall environment, it is also a very important position. It would be difficult for Yu Xiao, who is relatively unknown, to be promoted directly to vice admiral. Chapter 245 Kyunhee, I want to start a war. Yu Xiao didn't care about the military rank and said directly. I'm new to the Marine Corps. I'll just have to work as a marine soldier under Admiral Zilan. Sengoku waved his hand and said. How can that be? Since Kyunhee recognizes your ability, your position must be at least above the school level. Qianhe directly put forward his own suggestion at this time. Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku, I suggest that Yu Xiao be promoted directly to vice admiral. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked, but Qianhe ignored their reactions and continued. The Marine's power is now far greater than any of the 4 emperors. It's time to give those pirates a warning. I'm ready to start a war. Start a war. The pupils in Sengoku's eyes suddenly dilated, and he looked at the serious expression on Chijia's face and knew that he was not joking. Qianhe crossed his arms and said calmly. How can a mere pirates be entitled to the title of emperor? This is simply a disgrace to justice. I want to show the world the justice of the marine. Well said. The office door was roughly pushed open, and everyone present, except Qianhe, turned their heads to look. Akainu was seen standing at the door with an excited look on his face and thick smoke coming out of his body. He strode to Kyunhee, stared directly at Kyunhee's Rinnegan, and said in a deep voice. Were you serious about what you just said? Qianhee's expression didn't seem to fluctuate at all, but his words were firm and resolute. Do you think I would joke about something like this? After he released the Rinnegan's pressure, he noticed Akainu's arrival, so he was not surprised by Akainu who suddenly pushed the door open. Akainu was shocked when he got Chijia's response, and then a smile appeared on his face. This was an extremely rare thing for Akainu. Even Sengoku couldn't help but stare at Akainu's face again and again. He turned around to face Sengoku and said. Advertisement. I agree with all of Kyunhee's proposals. Marines will never be afraid of war, and at a time like this, it is reasonable to make an exception and promote a capable vice admiral. Akainu didn't even look at Robin. He had heard about Robin at the door just now. Originally, he was against the Devil's Son joining the Marine, but after hearing what Chijia said next, he immediately put Robin's matter behind his mind. Because what Kyunhee said and what he wanted to do was exactly what he wanted. What 4 emperors? To put it bluntly, weren't they just a group of pirates? Justice cannot be violated. Akainu has long wanted to completely eliminate this group of pirates, but he also knows that it is absolutely impossible to do this by his own strength. But now Marine has Chijia. Although Akainu has always been confident in his own strength, he has to admit that Kyunhee's title of the strongest admiral is definitely not an empty name, it is real. Now that he knew that Kyunhee's idea coincided with the dream he had buried for many years, he immediately became like a lit powder keg. He could no longer suppress his inner excitement and wanted to go to war with the 4 emperors right away. Sengoku looked at the excited Akainu and was stunned for a long time before he slowly said. This matter is of great importance. I think we should gather all the general officers of the headquarters to discuss it. As for Yu Xiao's rank. Kyunhee, do you have any suggestions? Marshal Sengoku, I suggest sending a few vice admirals to fight Yu Xiao. This will also let others know Yu Xiao's strength most directly. Sengoku nodded after hearing this. This method is indeed good and can better convince the public. He no longer hesitated and agreed to Kyunhee's proposal. 3 days later, at the headquarters square. A large number of our soldiers have gathered here, talking in low voices. Have you heard? There's a new guy named Yu Xiao who has been spotted by Admiral Zilan. It's said that he will be promoted directly to vice admiral. Well, this promotion speed is really terrifying. Who said it wasn't? So Marshal Sengoku decided to test this Yu Xiao and sent several vice admirals of the headquarters to test whether he has the qualifications. In fact, if I were to ask you, if Yu Xiao is favored by Admiral Zilan, then his ability is definitely not fake. When has Admiral Zilan's vision ever been bad? Yeah, that new guy named Yamato is a monster. Humph. No matter what, I will always believe in Admiral Zilan. Well, our opinions are useless. Didn't you see that all the general officers are here? The final result still depends on them. Advertisement. On the high platform in the square, almost all the vice admirals were present, except for Garp who consciously sat with Sengoku and the others. Jun sat next to Chijia without any hesitation. Everyone knew about their relationship long ago, and no one would say anything about it. On the other side of Chijia were the other 3 marine admirals. Not only Akainu and Aokiji, but even Kizaru, who always liked to slack off, was forcibly pulled here by Sengoku. Although this matter is not small, it is not necessary to require all the marine admirals to be present. However, the reason given by Sengoku is that after this battle, an extremely important matter must be announced to the entire army, and absolutely no one can be absent. This aroused everyone's curiosity, and Jun was quietly asking Chijia. Chijia, do you know what Marshal Sengoku was talking about? Kyunhee smiled mysteriously, patted Jun's hand, and said softly. Don't worry, the answer will be revealed once the smile contest is over. Seeing that Chijia didn't want to talk, Jun didn't ask any further questions about this matter. He moved his seat closer to Chijia and calmly waited for the next battle. The same thing happened to Sengoku. Tsuru asked Sengoku the same question as Jun. Sengoku had just seen Chijia's performance, so he imitated Chijia and pretended to ask the same question. However, Tsuru is not Jun. Her face darkened and she said. What? What's the matter that you can't even tell me? Then I'm leaving. Having said that, he stood up and looked like he was going to leave early. This frightened Sengoku, and he quickly grabbed Crane and said in a low voice. Is there anything I can't tell you? I just want to keep it a suspense. Actually, the thing is. Sengoku told Tsuru about Chijia's thoughts, then secretly glanced at Chijia and Jun, who was sitting next to him and acting like a good wife and mother, and complained in his heart. Why is there such a huge disparity in the treatment of different people? Tsuru didn't care what Sengoku was thinking. After she learned about Chijia's thoughts, she fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, she said to Sengoku with a serious face. If this matter is proposed by Kyunhee, then I think it is feasible. Sengoku was too tired to complain, so he waved his hand and said. You guys decide. Chapter 246 The Strength of a Smile. Yuxiao stood quietly in the middle of the square holding a cane, looking like an ordinary blind man. But because of Jianhe, no one dared to really regard him as a blind uncle. Everyone knew that he was a strong man recognized by Admiral Ziailin. As all the people gathered, this special assessment finally began, and Yuxiao's opponent this time also began to enter the assessment venue. 3 vice-admirals holding samurai swords walked out at the same time. They were familiar faces, namely Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Ghost Spider. These 3 people are the veteran vice-admirals of the headquarters, and their strength is naturally unquestionable. In the view of Sengoku and others, having them conduct the assessment will surely showcase Yuxiao's strength to the greatest extent. Advertisement. But is this really the case? Kyunhee looked at the 3 flying squirrels below and shook his head slightly. Jun kept his eyes on Kyunhee and asked when he saw him shaking his head. What's wrong, Kyunhee? Do you think the test given to Yuxiao this time is too difficult? On the contrary, I think this test is too easy for Yuxiao. Jun was stunned and continued to ask. Is Yuxiao's strength so strong? Well, you'll see in a moment. Jun nodded, and finally paid some attention to the assessment below. She really wanted to see how strong the person chosen by Chijia was. He smiled and looked up at the 3 vice-admirals, bowed slightly and said softly. Please, vice-admirals, come and examine me. Yuxiao's politeness greatly impressed the flying squirrel and others, and the flying squirrel immediately responded. You're welcome. You're the one Admiral Zilan has chosen, so this is as it should be. Although Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain did not speak, they still expressed their goodwill by nodding. A smile appeared on his face and he said. Admiral Zilan is a respectable man, and I will certainly not let him down. So I hope you will not show mercy and please show your full strength. Of course. After the brief conversation, both parties fell silent, waiting for the signal for the assessment to begin. Advertisement. Sengoku saw that both sides didn't have much to prepare, so he stood up and announced the start of the test. As soon as the words fell, the 3 flying squirrels immediately drew out their samurai swords at the same time, with the dark armament color wrapped around them. The 3 of them used shaving skills to instantly appear in 3 directions around Yuxiao and swung their swords at Yuxiao. Although Yuxiao was in danger of being besieged by 3 people, his expression did not seem to fluctuate at all. He did not even draw out his staff sword, but simply covered the staff with armed color and swung it 3 times in an instant. Clang clang clang. 3 sounds of metal clashing were heard, and the 3 flying squirrels rolled in the air and landed in the corners of the venue. They looked at Yuxiao who was still standing in the center of the venue without moving an inch, their eyes filled with shock. From the fight just now, they had a general understanding of Yuxiao's attainment in armament haki, which had definitely reached a level far superior to theirs. Just based on his armament color, Yuxiao is more than qualified to be a marine vice-admiral. And they didn't forget that Yuxiao is a blind man. The 3 swords he swung out in an instant can be said to have accurately blocked the attacks of the 3 vice-admirals, and he also restrained his strength just at the right time, but it was obvious that he was letting them win. Thinking of this, the 3 flying squirrels swallowed their saliva in unison. They finally understood why Yuxiao was valued by Kyunhee. His strength was simply a monster level. They also heard that Yuxiao had a devil fruit, and it was a devil fruit with extremely strong attack power. This was simply out of the question. At this time, their thoughts coincided with Jian He's, that is. This kind of test is too easy for Yu Xiao. The three men just held their samurai swords, but had no intention of moving forward, and the scene was frozen for a moment. Yu Xiao waited for a long time and found that the three men still had no intention of fighting, so he decided to end the fight. He placed his crutch horizontally in front of him and slowly pulled out the cane knife, but he only pulled out a small part, only 1/10 of the blade. But even though Yu Xiao didn't even pull out his sword completely, the three vice-admirals felt their nerves suddenly tense up, and they all held their samurai swords across their chests in a defensive posture as if facing a powerful enemy. But their actions were doomed to be in vain. They only heard a smile and a deep voice. Hell Brigade! Buzz! The three vice-admirals felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on them. They half knelt on the ground, with the samurai swords in their hands deeply inserted into the ground. However, Yu Xiao's trick was obviously not that simple. He said to himself. Advertisement. The battle is over. After saying this, he sheathed the sword that he had just pulled out. As he moved, the earth made a loud roar. Then, a square deep pit appeared on the field, and the three vice-admirals disappeared. Silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. In their eyes, this destructive power was no less than Logia. Even Akainu and others were shocked by the power displayed by the gravity fruit. They all stood up from their seats and looked solemnly at Yu Xiao, who was standing quietly in the center of the venue. He looked at the bottomless square pit in the field and exclaimed. Terrible destructive power, this is the power of the gravity fruit. Sengoku nodded in agreement and commented. This fruit is definitely one of the most destructive fruits in Paramecia. Now in the hands of someone like Yu Xiao, it will only be more terrifying. Tsuru turned his gaze towards Chijia and said. Fortunately, this strong man was discovered by Qunhe and brought into the Marines. If he had become a pirate, it would have been really troublesome. Looking at Chijia, Jun was pestering him and asking. Qunhe, how did you convince Yu Xiao to join the Marine? The stronger the strength that Yu Xiao showed, the more proud Qunhe felt. Now that Jun asked her this question, she started to pretend again. It wasn't really convincing. I just asked him if he wanted to join the Marine, and he agreed. Is it that simple? It's that simple. If I had to explain the reason, it might be because I was the one who invited him. Chijia's words sounded very pretentious, but Jun wanted to tease her, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that this might really be the reason. Because if it were her, if she were personally invited by the strongest Marine Admiral today, she would probably accept without hesitation. On the field, Yu Xiao raised his hand, and 3 conical mountains of earth in the deep pit floated up with 3 ragged flying squirrels. Their situations were very similar, all of them were leaning on their samurai swords and breathing heavily. The flying squirrel was in a better situation than the others. He looked at them deeply, smiled, and then gave a thumbs up. The outcome of the battle is obvious, a smile is the winner. Chapter 247 Gravity vs. Gravity. Until Sengoku announced the end of the match, everyone in the field had not yet recovered from the fight. After all, the strength displayed by Yu Xiao was too shocking, and the deep pit in the field reminded everyone that what happened just now was not a dream. After a long while, sporadic applause began to be heard, followed by a tsunami of applause. All the Marines looked at the person in the venue with excitement and smiled. They are all soldiers, and it is natural for the army to respect the strong. Now that the Marine has produced another fighter like Yu Xiao, they will only be proud of being Marines. Yu Xiao showed his habitual silly smile on his face. He found that he liked the atmosphere in Marine more and more. At this moment, a sense of belonging appeared in his heart. Advertisement. Flying Squirrel and the others have also recovered almost entirely. They must have held back when they smiled just now. Although the 3 of them look a little miserable, they are not seriously injured. The 3 men jumped down from the pile of dirt they were dragging themselves on and came to Yu Xiao. There was no resentment on their faces for losing to Yu Xiao. They all expressed their congratulations to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao felt even more embarrassed, so he quickly waved his hands and said very modestly. Everyone, the vice-admirals are really strong. I only won this time because of the devil fruit's ability. This left the 3 flying squirrels speechless. They thought to themselves, don't be so modest. Even if you don't use your devil fruit ability, we can't deal with you. Just looking at the honest smile on Yu Xiao's face, the 3 of them really couldn't muster any unhappy emotions. In the end, they politely responded with a smile and turned away. Normally, this assessment had ended, but Yu Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. He raised his head and faced where Chijia was on the platform. Yu Xiao's behavior aroused the doubts of everyone present. Sengoku couldn't help but ask Yu Xiao below. Yu Xiao, the assessment is over, do you have anything else to say? He supported his face with one hand and tapped his crossed legs, just looking at Yuxiao below. He probably guessed Yuxiao's intention and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Yuxiao still faced Qunhee's direction, but what he said made everyone stunned. I was brought into the marine by Admiral Zilan, so I would like him to conduct the assessment. I hope Admiral Zilan can agree to my humble request. Sengoku frowned and couldn't help but look at Chijia. Qunhee still had a smile on his face, and he didn't seem surprised by Yuxiao's sudden challenge. Jun, who was standing by, patted Qunhee's hand a few times and said softly. Qunhee, that Yuxiao has challenged you, do you want to accept it? Advertisement. Qianhe still supported his face with one hand and said. Of course, let him see the strength of my immediate superior. Qianhe stood up from his seat and said with a smile. I agree. As soon as the words fell, there were bursts of exclamations in the venue. After the exclamations, everyone's faces turned red with excitement. They didn't expect that today not only would they witness the emergence of a top-level combat force, but they would also have the honor of seeing Zi-Lin Admiral take action. Although there has been no official announcement, every marine officer is convinced that Admiral Zilan is the strongest marine admiral. Now that they can watch the battle of the strongest admiral with their own eyes, how can they not be excited? Then a strange scene appeared in the field. Even though Qianhe hadn't made a move yet, everyone in the field spontaneously shouted Qianhe's name. Zilan Admiral. The marine executives on the platform also cast their eyes on Qunhee, with expectations in their eyes as well. Except for Aokiji and Zephyr, the others have never felt Qunhee's power. They don't know what kind of terrifying power this strongest admiral has now. Qunhee had no intention of disappointing everyone. His body flashed with purple arcs of electricity, and the next second he appeared opposite Yuxiao. As he appeared on the stage, the shouts in the stadium suddenly stopped as if the pause button was pressed. Everyone held their breath and looked at the field, afraid to miss any moment that happened next. Yuxiao sensed Qunhee's arrival and the smile on his face became even brighter. He had long wanted to experience Qunhee's power for himself, especially after hearing Qunhee's dissatisfaction with the world government. He wanted to confirm whether Qunhee's power could support his beliefs. Qianhe crossed his arms and said with a smile. What's wrong? Didn't you enjoy the battle just now? He smiled and shook his head, saying respectfully. I hope Admiral Zilan will forgive my intrusion. I just want to witness for myself this power that is enough to change the world. Change the world? Haha, you really have high hopes for me. Advertisement. You are someone worthy of my following. I just hope you won't hold back. Different from the polite words he spoke to the three flying squirrels before, Yuxiao's tone this time was extremely serious, and even the staff knife that he had just pulled out a little bit was pulled out completely by him. Boom boom boom. There were bursts of rumbling sounds coming from the earth, and the entire ground was sinking visibly. Qianhee's figure left the ground and floated in the air. He looked very relaxed, as if he didn't care about the strange scene happening on the ground. He said. Are you using the power of the gravity fruit right now? You really can't wait. As he spoke, the third megatama in Qunhee's right eye seemed to sense something and began to vibrate violently. An even stronger gravitational force instantly covered the entire ground. The ground that had been sinking just now was suddenly pulled up by an invisible big hand, and Qunhee's toes touched the ground again. In just a short while, the ground moved up and down, making the marine's heart rise to his throat. Yuxiao was also confused by this situation and said doubtfully. This is... Qianhe smiled. Although he knew Yuxiao couldn't see, he still pointed to his right eye and said. This is where the gravity fruit resides. It's like a twin brother of your gravity fruit. Hearing that Qunhee actually possessed the gravity fruit, Yuxiao's fighting spirit became even stronger, perhaps due to the influence of the gravity fruit in his body. He raised the cane knife in his hand and shouted. Okay. Then let me see the power of this gravity fruit. Buzz. Circles of purple ring-shaped energy suddenly appeared above Yuxiao and then rapidly rose into the sky. After a brief silence, a violent roar was heard from the sky, and a huge black shadow enveloped the entire venue. Everyone looked up, and when they saw the scene in the sky, their expressions became dull, and someone murmured. Hey, are you kidding me? I saw a meteorite with a diameter of 20 meters breaking through the clouds and falling rapidly towards the ground, and the place where it fell was exactly where Qunhee was standing. Qianhe, who was the target of the attack, looked up at the meteorite that was extremely powerful in the eyes of everyone and said with interest. Tenge Shinsei? Isn't this a little small? Chapter 248 Gravity Fruit Awakening. Just as the meteorite was about to hit the ground, Qunhee once again activated the power of the gravity fruit, and the rapidly falling meteorite suddenly stopped in mid-air. Yuxiao had anticipated this situation. He thrust the staff knife in his hand into the ground, once again sending circles of gravity waves onto the meteorite above. Under the influence of gravity, the meteorite began to fall again, but its speed was too slow, and it obviously lost the meaning of attacking. Qunhee directly detonated the meteorite that was almost suspended in the air, turning it into dust that floated in the air. The first round of confrontation between the two ended like this. Judging from the results, Ichishou's fruit ability was almost ineffective against Chijia. Advertisement. But Yu Xiao didn't intend to end it like this. He pulled the staff knife out of the ground, and purple energy poured into the blade. He swung it hard in the direction of Qunhe. Gravity Blade Tiger. Buzz. A horizontal gravity wave was swung out from Yu Xiao's staff sword, and blasted towards Qunhe with a devastating momentum. Qunhe did not make any unnecessary movements, but just stood there. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and then an even stronger repulsive force burst out. Shinra Tensei. The transparent repulsive force spread out from Qunhe's body in a semicircle and collided with the incoming gravity wave. The ground between the two people had been pushed into nothingness by the two forces. However, the stalemate did not last for more than a second, as Yu Xiao's gravity wave was dissipated by Shinra Tensei, and the remaining force hit Yu Xiao's body. He held the staff sword in front of him, trying to resist the impact of Shinra Tensei, but he obviously underestimated the power of Shinra Tensei, and was pushed to the bottom of the audience seats by the repulsive force. His feet left two very long grooves on the ground, and he was already embedded in the wall. A cough was heard, and Yu Xiao walked out holding onto the edge of the broken wall. The purple kimono he was wearing was torn and he looked a little disheveled. It was the first time that Yu Xiao suffered a loss from a power similar to his own, but this did not make him frustrated. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. However, he was only in front of Chijia, and the power of the gravity fruit could no longer be used, and the effect it could have was really minimal. He directly covered the staff sword with the armament color, and with a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot. Although Yu Xiao's body looks bulky, his speed is not slow at all. He appears beside Qunhe almost instantly. Advertisement. This speed is more than twice as fast as the three vice-admirals who used Razor just now. However, Chijia's reaction speed had already reached a terrifying level with the help of Thunder Fruit. He shook his wrist, and the Susanoo sword wrapped with destructive weapons appeared in his hand. Chijia held the Susanoo sword horizontally and swung it at Ichishou who was attacking from the side. Clang! The moment the staff sword came into contact with the Susanoo sword, a terrifying force erupted from the Susanoo sword. Yu Xiao's pupil shrank, and he rolled in the air without any hesitation and landed in the distance. Yu Xiao held a staff knife in his hand and looked at Qunhe with a serious expression. One could see that his hand holding the staff knife was still shaking violently, obviously he had suffered a backlash of the force in the previous fight. He had almost used up the strongest force he could use, but was crushed by Qunhe. Now he only had one kind of force left to use. He glanced at the marine sitting in the middle of the field with a smile, feeling a little hesitant. If he used that in this kind of environment, the result would be beyond his control. He looked at Yi Xiao who was standing there hesitantly, guessed what he was thinking, and asked. Do you want to use the devil fruit to awaken? He was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. He smiled and said. Then use it. I just want to see what the awakening of the gravity fruit will look like. As for the rest, don't worry. Nothing will go wrong with me here. Yu Xiao now has almost unconditional trust in Qunhe. After hearing Qunhe's words, he no longer hesitated and immediately held the cane knife with both hands, with the tip of the knife pointing upright towards the ground. A circle of deep purple appeared from under his feet, then continued to expand, surrounding the venue. Then, Marine in the audience's face changed. They felt as if something heavy was pressing on them, and it was getting heavier and heavier, almost crushing them. Qunhe also felt a force squeezing his body, and he knew that it was gravity that was increasing. With a wave of his hand, a circle of transparent waves enveloped the entire audience, offsetting the gravity on them. Everyone suddenly felt their bodies lighten and collapsed in their chairs. But the awakening of the gravity fruit is obviously not just this level. I just heard a smile and a low shout. Advertisement. Awakening Tiger Power. Boom. A deep purple beam of light extended into the sky from the circle surrounding the entire venue. The gravity within the beam suddenly increased, and the ground began to crack inch by inch, and it was about to collapse completely. At this moment, Qunhe floated into the air with his arms spread out. A transparent circular force field wrapped around his body and then began to expand. The purple color in the space suddenly disappeared completely as if it had been erased with an eraser. Seeing this situation, Yu Xiao also understood that even if the gravity fruit was awakened, it would be meaningless in front of Chijia who also possessed the gravity fruit. He sheathed his staff sword, bowed to Qunhe in the sky, and spoke respectfully. The power of Zilan Admiral is truly amazing. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Qunhe fell from the sky and said with a smile. You're not bad, but the meteorite you pulled down at the beginning seemed a little small. Let me use a bigger one to put a perfect end to this assessment. After saying that, Qunhe put his hands together, and Susanoo's half-body shadow emerged from above him. Although Yu Xiao was blind, he could still sense Susanoo's outline, but what shocked him was the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Susanoo. It was a destructive force that was pure to the extreme. Under that kind of power, the gravity he released was just a toy. The people in the audience became excited when they saw Susanoo. They shouted, "Look! That's Susanoo! I heard from Admiral Zilan that it is the guardian deity of the Uchiha clan. It is truly magnificent. What a powerful clan this is! I wish I were an Uchiha too. What are you dreaming about? Didn't you hear Admiral Zilan say that he is the only one left in the Uchiha clan? If there is another Uchiha, they can only be his children." After hearing this, some female marines' eyes suddenly lit up, and they all looked at Kyunhee in the field with hungry eyes. He naturally didn't know that Susanoo's appearance would cause such a big commotion. His technique had already been released, and he said in a deep voice. Tengai Shinsei. Chapter 249, Declare War on the Four Emperors. Today, all the marines in the headquarters once again witnessed a scene that they will never forget. Above the sky, 4 meteorites with a diameter of more than 300 meters broke through the clouds and appeared in everyone's sight. The meteorite summoned by Yuxiao was just a small stone in front of these 4. Garp on the platform could no longer sit still. With the size of these 4 meteorites, once they fell, the entire naval headquarters would probably sink directly into the sea. He covered his hands with armament haki and was about to leap high into the air. Advertisement. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly held Garp. Garp looked at Sengoku in confusion, but Sengoku said calmly. He has his own ideas. Let's not do anything unnecessary. Just wait and see. After hearing what Sengoku said, the others also suppressed the urge to stop it and chose to believe Chijia. Even the marines in the audience did not show any panic after being shocked, because they knew that with Admiral Zilan there, the naval headquarters would be absolutely safe. Kyunhee naturally would not let them down. When the 4 meteorites were about to touch the audience seats below, suddenly, 4 wide doors appeared out of thin air below the 4 meteorites. 4 meteorites fell into it, and the door then closed automatically without making any sound. Seeing this situation, Garp felt relieved and laughed and scolded. This Kyunhee always likes to do something fancy. Sengoku looked at Chijia below in silence. He knew that Chijia's massive attack was definitely not just for show. Sure enough, while everyone was still in a daze, he floated in the air, looked around at the people below, and slowly spoke. All officers and soldiers of this headquarters, I have something to announce to you now. Although everyone had not yet recovered from the shock, when they heard Kyunhee's words, they immediately sat up straight and stared at Kyunhee in the air without blinking. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he directly dropped a bombshell. In the name of the Marine, I am going to declare war on the 4 emperors. The battlefield is the naval headquarters. Advertisement. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. The senior executives on the podium were the first to react. They subconsciously looked at their colleagues around them and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Akainu already knew what Chijia was thinking, but at this moment he was still extremely excited. He wanted to set off a fireworks show to vent his inner excitement. The others all focused their eyes on Sengoku's face, but they did not see any surprise on his face. He seemed to have known Chijia's thoughts for a long time. Jun didn't know what to say. She didn't expect that what Sengoku said he was going to announce was a declaration of war against the 4 emperors. This was definitely an event worthy of being recorded in history, and they actually became witnesses. However, no one showed any sign of fear. They all looked at Kyunhee with a hint of expectation in their eyes. He paused and continued. The so-called 4 emperors have been arrogant on this sea for too long. Every second of their existence is a blasphemy against justice. It's time to let them know the justice of the Marine. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. At this moment, everyone from the top leaders to the ordinary soldiers had red faces due to excitement. Although there are bad elements in the Marines, most of them are a group of passionate young people with a sense of justice. Their original intention of joining the Marines was almost all for justice. How could they be afraid of fighting at a time like this? Looking down at the excited faces below, he smiled and shouted. Then let us end this era. Fight for justice. Fight for justice. All the Marines stood up from their seats, raised their fists towards Chijia above them, and shouted angrily. Even Kizaru was doing the same thing, he even ignored his clothes. Kakuzu was almost set on fire by the magma on Akainu's body. The reporters who came to the headquarters today were also infected by this atmosphere. They held up Den Mushi and took a lot of photos of the surroundings. Among them was a familiar face, that was Ribbit from the Fishman Island. His Den Mushi never left Chijia in the sky. After taking countless close-up photos of Chijia, he put down the Den Mushi and sighed. The world is about to change. Above the Moby DK. A door appeared out of nowhere, and then a huge meteorite fell from it. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates were frightened by this sudden scene. Marco rushed into the cabin and shouted to Whitebeard, who was still receiving in 4 drip. Dad is in trouble. Go out and check. Whitebeard was startled and rushed out of the cabin without paying attention to the needle stuck in his body. When he saw the meteorite in the sky, his face became very ugly. But he had no time to think, because the meteorite was about to smash the Moby Dick into the seabed. He squatted down, bent his right arm, and a milky white halo appeared on his fist. Then, he punched the meteorite in the sky hard. Green cracks spread out at the place where he hit, and a strong shock wave erupted. The meteorite was shattered into pieces by this blow, and turned into meteors that fell into the sea. But a small amount of debris still fell towards the Moby Dick, and other people on the ship also used their own abilities to prevent these debris from falling into the hull. Finally, thanks to everyone's efforts, the crisis was resolved. But they dare not relax, because the mysterious door above has not been closed yet. Kyunhee's voice came from the door. In the name of the Marine, I declare war on the 4 emperors. In 7 days, all the 4 emperors must arrive at the naval headquarters. If there are any who fail to do so, I, Uchiha Chijia, will execute them one by one. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately showed anger on their faces and shouted. What? He thinks we are Shishibukai? He thinks we can come whenever he is called. Marco's face looked very ugly. He turned his head to look at Whitebeard next to him and asked. Dad, what should we do? Whitebeard's face had turned purple at Kyunhee's arrogant tone. He stared at the open door above and said word by word. The ignorant marine brats, do they really think that marine is invincible? It's time to let them see themselves clearly. After hearing what Whitebeard said, Marco understood what he meant and he was ready to accept the battle. But looking at the dense pinholes on Whitebeard's body, Marco opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he silently lowered his arms and said no more. The same thing happened in the territories of the remaining 3-4 emperors. Their reactions were different, but their final decision was the same as Whitebeard's, which was to fight. Chapter 250 Pick up Hancock. The news that Marine declared war on the 4 emperors quickly spread throughout the ocean, and for a moment, the ocean was completely boiling. Marie Joyce, the 5 elders gathered together again, and the topic they talked about was naturally about Chijia. The 5 elders in black flat hats spoke first. Uchiha Chijia has passed this time. This has seriously affected the balance. Are we really going to ignore it? 5 elders with short blonde hair echoed. Advertisement. We have to take care of it. The Marines are gradually slipping out of our control. If this continues, it will be a complete mess. 5 elders, wearing a white kimono and holding a samurai sword, still looked calm. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice. That's enough. I have already consulted Lord Yim on this matter. His instructions were not to interfere, and if Marine shows signs of decline, we will have to help. What? The blonde 5 elders' face turned red with anger, and he wanted to yell, but when he thought of Im, he wilted again. The other 5 elders also fell silent. Kimono 5 elders got up from the sofa and walked to the center of the hall. He looked up at the ceiling and said to himself. Master Yim, what on earth are you thinking about? Naval headquarters. Master, Master. Are you going to give my father a good beating? Kyunhee looked helplessly at Yamato who was clinging to her. This guy is really a model of filial piety. What's with that expectant look on your face? Seeing this, Khalifa and Robin hurried forward to pull Yamato away from Chijia. Robin's current job is similar to that of a secretary. Together with Khalifa, he helps Chijia handle official business and some daily chores. It can be said that Kyunhee's life as a marine admiral is extremely comfortable. Apart from some necessary battles, he doesn't have to worry about anything else. He stretched comfortably and asked casually. Khalifa, have the Shishibukai been notified? What did they say? Khalifa nodded and said. I've already notified them. They all agreed very readily, especially the Empress. She seems to want to come over right now. He couldn't help but smile. He had expected Hancock's reaction, he guessed she could not wait any longer. After thinking about it, Kyunhee decided that it would be better to just go and get Hancock instead of sending a boat to pick her up. Kyunhee said a few words to Robin and Khalifa, then disappeared from the office. After Kyunhee left, Robin couldn't help but ask Khalifa. Advertisement. Khalifa, is there anything special about this Empress? Chijia seems to treat her differently from other Shishibukai. Khalifa smiled mysteriously and said. Of course. The relationship between the Empress and the boss is just like the relationship between you and him. Robin was stunned, then shook his head helplessly, already understanding what Khalifa meant. Only Yamato was still asking stupidly. Sister Robin, Sister Khalifa, what do you mean by relationship? Daughter Island, inside the palace. Hancock was walking around the palace excitedly, while Sonia and Grodd were watching their sister walking around again and again, until their mother-in-law came running in with a cane. She ran straight up to Hancock and yelled. Hancock! Do you agree to join the war? Hancock looked at the old lady in front of him with disdain and said unhappily. I agree. This is a war started by Lord Kyun-hee, so of course I have to go. Grandma's face froze, she patted her chest and said. That's good. If you don't agree, you will be stripped of your Shishibukai title, which will be a disaster for the entire country. Hancock rolled his eyes at her and turned to his two sisters and asked. Am I okay the way I am now? Sonia and Gorido carefully looked Hancock up and down, and then said seriously. Sister is definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. After receiving praise from his sisters, Hancock held his blushing cheeks with both hands and fell into his daily imagination. In her mind, Jian-hee was holding her waist, looking at her lovingly and saying. Hancock, you are really beautiful, marry me. As he was thinking, steam suddenly began to rise from Hancock's head and his body went limp and was about to collapse. This scared Sonia and the others so much that they wanted to reach out to help, but they found that someone had already caught Hancock who was about to fall to the ground. The person who came was Chijia. He had previously given Hancock a pure gold flying thunder god kunao, which she should have put somewhere on her body, so Chijia was beside her as soon as he appeared. Kyun-hee used a little force on his arms and pulled Hancock into his arms. He asked softly. Advertisement. What's wrong? Has your body not recovered yet? Hancock stared blankly at Kyun-hee who was so close to him, murmured the word Jian and then fainted completely in Kyun-hee's arms. Oni-sama. Hancock. Hanza's mother-in-law and Hancock's two sisters were about to go forward to check on Hancock's condition, but Kyun-hee waved her hand to signal them to stop. The three of them had to stop moving forward, stretching their necks and looking at Hancock in Kyun-hee's arms with worry. Kyun-hee knew that Hancock was infatuated with girls again. This problem of hers was really terrible, and even Ishigami couldn't cure it. He shook Hancock's body gently and called her name softly several times. At Kyun-hee's call, Hancock woke up slowly. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Kyun-hee's face that had been haunting her. She felt like she was going to faint from happiness again. Fortunately, Jian-hee was well prepared this time. His expression changed and he said in a serious voice. Hancock. Hancock was startled by the sound and came back to his senses from his infatuation. Reluctantly leaving Jian-hee's arms, Hancock bowed to Jian-hee and said softly. Master Kyun-hee, I am sorry for my impoliteness. Seeing that Hancock was finally back to normal, Jian-hee smiled and said. Well, I heard you wanted to go to the naval headquarters early, so I'm here to pick you up. Hearing that Jian-hee actually came to pick her up in person, Hancock was extremely happy, but because her previous performance was really disappointing, she forcibly suppressed the urge to throw herself into Jian-hee's arms and said. It's my ignorance that made you come here in person. In fact, I can go by myself. Is that so? Then go by yourself. Hancock stared with his beautiful eyes, confused by Kyun-hee's unconventional behavior. Hancock's expression was so cute to Kyun-hee that he couldn't help but hook Hancock's nose with his hand and said with a smile. You're just kidding. Come on, hold my hand, we'll go to naval headquarters. Hancock didn't dare to be humble this time. She didn't hold Kyun-hee's hand, but directly hugged Kyun-hee's arm and pressed her whole body against Kyun-hee. After saying goodbye to Granny Jia and the others, Kyun-hee used Flying Thunder God to take Hancock and disappeared from the spot. After the two of them left, Grandma Jia said with emotion. This is a woman in love. Chapter 251 Pre-War Meeting. Hancock was brought back to the office by Kyun-hee. It took less than 10 minutes from the time he left to the time he came back. Khalifa was the only one left in the office, sitting at Kyun-hee's seat and looking through the documents. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Hancock appear, then she stood up and took the initiative to walk forward, stretched out a hand to Hancock and said. Hello, I'm Khalifa, the boss's secretary. Hancock had met Kyun-hee's secretary before. She even imagined the scene of Khalifa crying at her wedding, so she had a little hostility towards Khalifa and didn't want to pay any attention to her. Jian-hee on the side glared at Hancock. Her expression looked a little aggrieved, but she still stretched out her hand and shook it with Khalifa, and said indifferently. Advertisement. Boa Hancock. Khalifa smiled, winked at Kyun-hee, and then left, leaving the office to Kyun-hee and Hancock. As soon as Khalifa left, Hancock immediately returned to her little woman state. She lowered her head, crossed her hands, but her body involuntarily moved closer to Kyun-hee. How could Kyun-hee not know her little thoughts, so he took her to the sofa and let her sit on his lap. Hancock hesitated for a few times in Kyun-hee's arms, then calmed down and lay quietly on Kyun-hee's chest like an obedient kitten. No one could tell that she was the pirate's queen who was as proud as a peacock. Jian-hee stretched out his finger and tapped Hancock's forehead, and said softly. You can stay at Khalifa's place for the next few days. Her room is very close to mine. If you have any problems, just come to me directly. Hancock was a little reluctant at first when he heard that he was going to live with Khalifa, but when he heard the following words, his eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded quickly. I will follow Lord Kyun-hee's arrangements. The two of them spent some time together. Jian-hee thought of the war that would happen in a few days and said. When the battle begins, don't engage in direct conflict with Whitebeard and the others. Your strength should be more than enough to deal with a few captains. Kyun-hee said this because he was afraid that Hancock would work too hard on the battlefield because of him, or even go directly to fight the four emperors, which would be a little dangerous. Hancock also knew that Kyun-hee was concerned about her. A warm current surged in her heart and she said softly, I don't care about the Marine or the four emperors. I only listen to Master Kyun-hee. Such an obedient Hancock made Kyun-hee in a good mood. She bent down and gently kissed Hancock's beautiful red lips, which immediately turned Hancock into a steam girl. The temperature in the office seemed to be gradually rising, and at this moment, Khalifa suddenly pushed the door and walked in again. Advertisement. As soon as Hancock saw Khalifa, he immediately straightened himself out of Kyun-hee's arms with a cold expression. If Khalifa hadn't seen the two blushes still on her face, she would have been intimidated by her aura. Khalifa smiled secretly in his heart, but reported to Kyun-hee with a serious face. Boss, Marshal Sengoku asked you to go to the conference room for a meeting. Kyun-hee nodded, asked Hancock to stay here with Khalifa for a while, and then got up to attend the meeting. Because of Kyun-hee, Khalifa was not afraid of Hancock. She smiled at Hancock very friendly, and sat next to her without paying attention to the distant expression on her face. Hancock frowned. In her eyes, there were only two kinds of people in the world, one was Kyun-hee, and the other was everyone else. She was very unhappy about Khalifa's approach, but thinking of what Kyun-hee said before she left, she endured it. Khalifa also learned about Hancock's character through Chijia. As Chijia's favorite secretary, she naturally had to learn how to handle the relationship with the women around Chijia, so she began to communicate with Hancock in a casual manner. Hancock, the boss likes you very much and even went to pick you up. Khalifa's entry point was very clever. She knew that if she wanted to communicate with Hancock, Kyun-hee was definitely a topic that could not be avoided. The fact was just as she expected. Upon hearing this, Hancock's mouth curled up into a smug smile and snorted twice. Khalifa saw the significant effect and immediately launched a strong offensive. Hancock, the boss said you are known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Now it seems that your reputation is well deserved. Hancock, the boss said you are very considerate and easy to get along with. Hancock, the boss said. The words the boss said made Hancock smile more and more, and his guard was gradually lowered. He said softly. Did Master Chijia really say these things? Khalifa smiled slightly and thought to himself, you finally spoke, now things will be easier. So, the two women had a long discussion about Kyun-hee in the office. In the headquarters meeting room. Advertisement. Sengoku sat at the head of the long table, with Tsuru sitting to his right and Chijia sitting to Sengoku's left. This position previously belonged to Garp, but since the topic of this meeting was closely related to Chijia, Sengoku let him sit in this position. Garp didn't care about these things. He crossed his arms with a serious look on his face, which was completely different from his careless attitude in previous meetings, because this matter was really too serious. Marine went to war with the four emperors. This was an event that could change history, and even he dared not ignore it. Sengoku looked around at everyone present and said in a deep voice. Today's meeting is mainly to discuss specific matters regarding the war. This time we are facing the entire four emperors group, and there must be no omissions. Everyone nodded solemnly, and Sengoku continued. Whitebeard's abilities will be troublesome. Kuzan, your abilities are crucial. You must always be aware of the tsunamis he causes. Aokiji responded, but his eyes unconsciously looked at Kyun-hee, thinking that this guy's ability is much more terrifying than mine. Whether it will be my turn to take action at that time is another matter. Sengoku looked at Akainu and said. Big Mom has a monstrous physique. It is difficult for ordinary attacks to penetrate his defense. I leave him to you. Your lava fruit is arguably the strongest in Logia in terms of destructive power. This is what the official documentation says. Akainu clicked his hat and said in a very firm tone. Leave it to me. Sengoku was most assured of Akainu's professional ability, so he didn't say much and looked at Kizaru. Kaido has the ability to fly. Borsellino, you are responsible for restraining Kaido. Compared to Akainu, Sengoku's request to Kizaru sounded much simpler. He just used a distraction. He really didn't expect Kizaru to go up and fight Kaido to death. But this time Sengoku misjudged Kizaru. He seemed to be particularly concerned and said directly. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of him. Kizaru's reaction was somewhat beyond Sengoku's expectations. Not only him, but other generals also looked at Kizaru strangely, wondering why this guy was a little abnormal today. However, Kizaru's performance is good after all, and Sengoku gave Kizaru an approving look. Kizaru shrugged, his face returning to that annoying expression. Chapter 252 Ant and Kaido. After Sengoku arranged the other three admirals, his eyes finally fell on Chijia beside him. The others also looked at Kyun-hee. Everyone knew that Kyun-hee was the real killer in this war. The 3 admirals can certainly fight against the 4 emperors, but defeating them is almost impossible, and they need the help of Garp and Sengoku. But the 4 emperors are not just 4 people. The cadres under them are also a force that cannot be ignored. In comparison, Marine's vice-admiral seems a little insignificant. Therefore, Chijia, whose power far exceeds that of the 3 admirals, is the decisive force in this war. Advertisement. Chijia didn't even wait for Sengoku to speak, and said directly. Kyuzan just needs to control the situation. I can handle Whitebeard and Red Hair. Once these words were spoken, coupled with Chijia's Rinnegan flashing with purple light, no one would think that Chijia was arrogant. They knew that Chijia's strength was definitely worthy of what he said. Even Akainu had no objection to this. Chijia's record was obvious to everyone, not to mention that Red Hair was still Chijia's defeated opponent. Next, let's see who is truly the strongest between the world's strongest man and Marine's strongest admiral. Kyunhee's eyes moved between the 3 admirals. He wanted to see who else wanted to be an actor in this summit war. Kyunhee took a closer look at Kizaru and found that this admiral, who always punched in for work, actually looked eager to try. Perhaps it was because his nephew was not present that Kizaru's long-extinguished sense of justice was rekindled. Now that the 4 admirals representing the Marine's highest combat power have all expressed their opinions, Sengoku showed a gratified smile on his face, and made arrangements for the remaining 4 emperors' cadres. These cadres were dealt with by Shishibukai and Isho. In fact, in Chijia's opinion, Isho alone was enough to deal with the cadres of the entire 4 emperors group. With the addition of Yamato and others, it should not be difficult to take them down. Moreover, there is also a Garp present, who is arranged by Sengoku to a position similar to a jungler and is responsible for saving the game. Sengoku finished explaining everything, slapped the table, stared at everyone in the conference room, and said in a deep voice. Everyone, this war is destined to go down in history. I firmly believe that our Marines will be the final victors. Justice will prevail. The Marine officers were all shocked when they heard the last 4 words. They thought of the dreams they had when they joined the Marine as passionate young men. They all stood up from their seats and saluted Sengoku at the same time. Advertisement. Justice will prevail. Akainu shouted the loudest. He even took off his hat and threw it on the table, which stunned Kizaru who was standing next to him. Fortunately, Akainu did not get excited and elementalized this time. The marine coat he wore today was still new, because the previous one had been burned to tatters by Akainu during Yuxiao's assessment. Aokiji kept looking at Chijia. He had not forgotten what Chijia said in Alabasta. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. After the meeting, Aokiji went to see Chijia alone. He lowered his voice and said. If the 4 emperors are completely defeated this time, what will you do next? Kyunhee understood what Aokiji meant. He wanted to ask whether he would take action against the world government after dealing with the 4 emperors. But now is not the time to talk about this, because it depends on whether I can hold back. If he doesn't take action, Kyunhee will naturally not directly confront the world government. For Kyunhee, the longer the development time, the better. So Chijia didn't answer Aokiji directly, but just smiled and said. How? Of course, continue to be my marine. You are too nervous. After saying that, Kyunhee patted Aokiji's shoulder and turned away, leaving Aokiji with a confused look on his face. Ghost Island. Kaido's territory welcomed a heavyweight guest today. She had a plump figure and was wearing a pink dress with red circular patterns all over it. She is one of the 4 emperors, known as Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Naturally, she came to Onigashima today to discuss the war with Marine with Kaido, and she also brought most of the children with her. Katakuri, the strongest one, did not come with them. He had to stay on Cake Island to prevent anyone from stealing the house. The relationship between the 4 emperors is also somewhat unfamiliar. Because of Roger, Whitebeard is more familiar with Red Hair. Advertisement. As for the relationship between Big Mom and Kaido, it is purely because of a little story that happened on the Rocks ship that year, and Kaido's devil fruit was given to him by Big Mom. I just don't know if Kaido paid a price. When Red Hair and Whitebeard formed the Red and White Alliance, Big Mom also used Den Den Mushi to contact Kaido, but the answer she got was, let them do whatever they want. Laozi will just stay in his territory. With that marine monster around, you better behave yourself. After saying that, Kaido smashed the Den Den Mushi, and the angry ant showed off several big bites of cake. But the situation is different this time. The marine has come to our doorstep. If we are not prepared, we will really face destruction. Kaido also acquiesced to Big Mom's arrival and did not let Yin give her a flying kick. The Big Mom pirates in the anime are really unlucky. The first time they were kicked off the waterfall by Yin, and the second time they were kicked off the waterfall by Marco. They really lost all their cards. This time, Yin stood obediently at the door. When he saw the old lady, he nodded, stepped aside to make room for her, and motioned for her to go in with the children behind her. The old lady glanced at Yin, snorted coldly, and walked past Yin and went in. Among the 4 emperors, Kaido's residence is the most shabby, just a large cave. Big Mom walked to the end and saw Kaido sitting and drinking, with Jack and Quinn standing beside him, as well as other Beasts Pirates members. Among them, Black Maria looked a little unhappy when she saw Big Mom. She has always had some other thoughts about Kaido, and she also knows that Big Mom and Kaido have a special relationship, but due to Big Mom's strength, she didn't dare to show it too much. She snorted and lowered her head. Kaido glanced at the old lady who came in, threw a wine bottle to her and said, "You came here to discuss the alliance, right? The aunt looks much more normal this time. At least she is not like in the anime where she is either going crazy or on the way to going crazy." She took the wine jug and came to Kaido, then sat down on the ground without a care. After taking a big gulp of wine, the aunt looked at Kaido and said, "Whitebeard and Redhead have formed an alliance, so why can't we?" Kaido wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, looked directly into the aunt's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I can only tell you that there is no point in forming an alliance. With that monster here, there is almost no chance of us winning." Chapter 253 Weird Red Hair. What the hell are you talking about? The aunt stared at Kaido with her eyes wide open, unable to believe that the man in front of her was still the fearless Kaido. Wasn't what he said a bit too much to encourage others? Kaido took a few gulps of wine and said nonchalantly, "You have never fought him, so you don't know how terrifying he is. To be honest, I can't think of anyone who can compete with him. Is Z Island's strength really this high?" Advertisement. It will be even more exaggerated than what I said. I went to the naval headquarters this time to see with my own eyes what he wants to do. So you still refuse to form an alliance? Tisk, even though it doesn't make any sense, I still owe you a favor. If you want to form an alliance with me, then go ahead. When the aunt saw that Kaido agreed, she raised the wine jug and clinked it with Kaido's. However, there was no joy of a successful alliance on her face. Instead, there was a hint of worry. On the other side, on the Moby DK, Whitebeard was also sitting in a cabin with Shanks, discussing the upcoming war. Standing on the deck outside the cabin were the officers of the Red and White regiments. This time, Shanks specially brought a detailed profile picture of Chijia, which listed all of Chijia's abilities. Whitebeard looked at the names of the abilities above. Even though he had known for a long time that Chijia possessed multiple abilities, he still couldn't help but be shocked by these abilities. Menman, Gravity, Nikomata, Shura, Bakugo, Thunder, Momo, Fusion, Dark. There are 9 known Devil Fruit abilities. Judging from the 11 Megatama in Chijia's Rinnegan, he still has 2 unknown abilities that have not been revealed. Moreover, both of them knew that the most terrifying thing about Chijia was her pair of Rinnegan, which possessed power that surpassed that of the Devil Fruit, and no one could be sure of its limit. Add to that Chijia's Haki, who was even stronger than Sanctus, and Whitebeard was also in a rare state of awe. He exclaimed, "This is simply a monster." Shanks nodded in agreement and subconsciously touched his broken arm. He knew much more clearly than Whitebeard how strong Kyun he was. However, Shanks is not as pessimistic as Kaido. In his opinion, this time the 4 emperors have gathered together, which is definitely a force that can shake the world. No matter how strong Chijia is, it is impossible for her to decide the outcome of this war alone, right? However, if Shanks had seen Madara's appearance in Hokage Ninja, he would know that even just one person could defeat tens of thousands of enemies. Shanks looked down at Qianhe's photo on the profile picture and whispered, "Let me see if you really have the ability to end this era." Advertisement. Whitebeard looked at him and said, "Aren't you going to eat a devil fruit? It shouldn't be hard for you to find a suitable devil fruit, right?" When Shanks mentioned devil fruit, he showed a look of disgust on his face and said in a hateful voice, "I don't eat its food. Don't worry about it. I have something else prepared this time. It won't be worse than devil fruit." Whitebeard was stunned, wondering what Shanks was talking about, but when he saw that his face looked a little unhappy, he stopped asking. After all, they were on the same front now, so it was a good thing that Shanks was prepared. After explaining the rest of the matter, Shanks stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said to Whitebeard, "Don't drink these few days, take care of your body, and don't make any mistakes." Whitebeard frowned and scolded, "Little ghost, are you a little too proud of yourself? Are you even taking care of Lao Zi?" However, Shanks behaved very abnormally today. A circle of dark eye shadow suddenly appeared under his left eye. He turned around and said in a very cold tone, "You are too arrogant. You have no idea what kind of enemy we are going to face." A strange wave erupted from Sanctuary's body. This was not Conqueror's haki, but merely a kind of pressure. But this pressure made Whitebeard feel very uncomfortable. A flash of shock flashed in his eyes. He looked at the strange Shanks and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Who am I?" Shanks' expression suddenly became confused, and Whitebeard immediately unleashed his Conqueror's haki. Under the impact of haki, Shanks gradually returned to normal, and the eyeshadow on his left eye gradually faded away. Xiong Qixi felt a sense of weakness, his body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Whitebeard didn't care about the unpleasantness that had just happened. He hurried forward and grabbed Shanks' waist to help him steady his body. Shanks took a few deep breaths and whispered, "Thank you very much." Whitebeard frowned and asked, "Advertisement? What on earth happened just now? You seem like a completely different person. You think too much." "I'm still me. I've just been too nervous lately and a little mentally disturbed." "Then what's the pattern on your left eye?" "It's just armament haki, can't you even see that?" Whitebeard naturally wouldn't believe Shanks' nonsense. Anyone could see that something was wrong with Shanks' condition just now. Something must have happened to him. But Shanks obviously didn't want to say more, and Whitebeard couldn't force his mouth open to make him speak, so the two of them fell into an awkward situation. It was not until Shanks felt better that he broke free from Whitebeard's hand and said slowly, "Don't think too much. If we are at a disadvantage in the war a few days later, this will be the key to our turnaround." After saying this, without waiting for Whitebeard's response, Shanks turned around and walked out of the cabin. Beckman, who was guarding outside, saw the weakness on his face and hurried forward to put a black cloak on him. Beckman asked solemnly, "Did you have a conflict with Whitebeard? We just felt a strong aura outside. Was it you?" Shanks waved his hand and said, "Nothing happened, let's go back." Between the flowers. I'm on the throne suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes with 2 circles of black lines. He seemed to be laughing, and said to himself, "Are you almost unable to bear it anymore? Just enjoy this power. You keep saying you hate it, but in the end you still have to rely on it. How ironic. Ha 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 ha." At this moment, the disgusting voice in his mind sounded. "Aren't you afraid that he will use this power to defeat Uchiha Chijia? Wouldn't your plan fail then?" Yumu sneered and said coldly, "Uchiha Chijia won't be defeated so easily. This will only force him to complete his evolution faster. You better shut up, you loser." After saying this, Yim's figure sank into the shadows, and the entire hall fell into deathly silence again. Chapter 254 Rocks in Action. Magnetic Drum Country. Rox was stepping on Wapol's body and holding a round devil fruit in his hand. This devil fruit looked like a big closed mouth, which was Wapol's munch fruit. The darkness like a tide converged at Rox's feet. He looked at the devil fruit in his hand and grinned. "Finally I found a good replacement. It was really wasted in the hands of this loser." As he said that, Rox kicked Wapol's body away like garbage and stuffed the munch fruit directly into his mouth. Advertisement. Fortunately, Blackbeard's neck was thick enough, so Rox swallowed it raw without chewing. After eating the munch fruit, Rox's mouth suddenly grew larger, almost to his ears. He smacked his lips and casually swallowed a gun on the ground. Then, Rox's right arm transformed into a gun, and Rox nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a weak voice reached his ears. "UBD, you killed the king." Rox looked sideways and saw that it was the so-called captain of the guard, Dalton. With a disdainful smile, Rox raised his hand and tried to release the dark power, but this time only a few wisps of black smoke emerged from his palm, and the gravity generated was not much different from a breeze. Rox's face suddenly darkened. He looked at his palm and said hatefully, "Damn it! Has the power of darkness finally run out?" The reason why he was still able to use the power of darkness even after Chijia took the dark fruit away from him was because the original Rox developed the dark fruit almost to ultimate, and had a high degree of integration with the dark fruit, so some of the power of darkness was still left in his soul. But this dark power is ultimately non-renewable, and after sucking out Wapol's munch fruit, it was completely depleted. Dalton also took this opportunity to crawl up from the ground. Several streams of white gas came out of his nostrils, and then a pair of horns grew on his head, and his face was covered with brown and black hair. He is Zoan, the user of the Bulbul Fruit Bison form ability. Rox was feeling upset about his depleted dark power, and his eyes lit up when he noticed the change in Dalton. It's not that he was attracted by Dalton's fruit. In his opinion, it was just an ordinary Zoan, which was useless except for slightly enhancing the physical fitness. However, you can test another ability of the munch fruit, which is to devour people with special abilities and use their abilities. Advertisement. Rox let out a strange laugh, then his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Dalton. Dalton was naturally not able to react to this speed, and he was swallowed by Rox without any resistance. After swallowing Dalton, Rox patted his stomach in a pretentious manner, as if he had just had a full meal. Then, a pair of bull horns exactly like Dalton's just now emerged from his head, and his hands also turned into bull hooves. But given his size, if it weren't for the pair of horns on his head, he would look like a large black bear. He raised his foot and stomped the ground hard. A crack 100 meters long appeared in the ground under his foot. An ordinary bison fruit on a top warrior like Rox was definitely not comparable to Dalton. After recovering from the bison form, Rox's expression became more perverted. He opened his arms and laughed at the sky. Ha ha ha. Just as I expected, it can even do better than dark fruit in devouring. After laughing for a long time, Rox gradually stopped laughing. He raised his foot to leave, but suddenly stopped. There was a fluctuation in his observation haki, and there was someone lurking nearby. Hehe, it seems there is still a guy who doesn't know whether to live or die. Rox suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction, and saw a little head sticking out next to a big tree. The small figure immediately tried to escape in panic, but there was no way he could escape from Rox's grasp. As soon as he turned around, he bumped into Rox. Rox looked down at the little guy and found that it was wearing a big red hat with a pair of antler-like decorations on both sides of the hat. As for the face, it could not be seen clearly under the cover of the hat. It wasn't until the guy slowly raised his head in fear that Rox saw his face clearly. He raised his eyebrows and almost blurted out. Where did this raccoon cat come from? When the little guy heard Rox calling him a raccoon, he immediately got angry. He even forgot the horror that had just happened and shouted. A hole! You are the raccoon cat. I am a reindeer. A reindeer. However, Rox still insisted on his own idea, frowning and said. Advertisement. What? You're actually a talking raccoon cat? What's your name? I told you I'm not a raccoon cat. My name is Chopper. After saying a few tough words, Chopper's inner fear came over him again, and he swallowed and behaved himself. Chopper just wanted to go out and bring a newspaper for Dr. Dolly today, but he ended up seeing the tyrant Wapole fighting with others, and then he was beaten up every few moves. He was quite happy at first, because in his opinion Wapole was an out-and-out tyrant, and the bad guy who killed Shilyaluk. But when he saw Rox kill Wapole directly, the kind-hearted man felt a little bit reluctant. But something even more shocking happened, the man who killed Wapole actually ate Chelton in one bite. This was simply beyond Chopper's comprehension, so much so that he simply stood there and forgot to escape, and was eventually discovered by Rox. Now it was really difficult for him to run away. He could only stand in front of Rox trembling, fearing that he would be eaten by Rox in the next second. Rox rested his chin on one hand, looked down at Chopper with interest, and asked. So why can you talk? And stand like a human? I became like this after I ate a strange fruit. Strange fruit? Is it a fruit with spiral patterns on it and tastes terrible? Yes. Thinking of that extremely disgusting smell, Chopper's little head immediately nodded like pounding garlic. Rox was also enlightened, thinking that what Chopper had eaten should be a devil fruit. Thinking of devil fruit, Rox suddenly had an evil smile on his face, and he continued to ask. So besides being able to walk upright and talk, do you have any other abilities? Chopper was so frightened by Rox's expression that his hair stood up. He responded tremblingly. No, no more. No more. Rox was stunned, his brain working rapidly, trying to find a devil fruit with similar abilities, and he actually thought of one. Just thinking of the name of this fruit, Rox's expression suddenly became very interesting. Chapter 255 Summit War begins. Thinking of the name of the fruit, Rox looked at Chopper with undisguised disdain. That's right, Chopper's fruit is the human fruit that is useless to humans if eaten. Even adding an extra suffix can instantly turn it into a god-level fruit, but unfortunately, it is just an authentic human fruit. If we have to add a suffix, it can only be the human fruit landlubber form or the human fruit ordinary people form. Naturally, Rox lost interest in Chopper. He kicked Chopper directly, and Chopper was kicked into a tree and fainted. Advertisement. A newspaper fell out of Chopper, and Rox bent down to pick it up, browsing it casually. The newspaper clearly stated that the Marine and 4 emperors were going to have a decisive battle at the headquarters, and Rox could hardly believe his eyes. Gradually, his expression became extremely exaggerated, and he shouted. Are you kidding me? Has this world gone crazy? When he calmed down, he began to think about whether he should participate in this battle, but when Qianhe's figure appeared in his mind, he shook his head. No, with that monster here, I'd better be careful now. After saying that, Rox turned around and left. He knew that under such circumstances, it was urgent to develop his own power. The death of the King of Magnetic Drum did not cause any ripples in the world, because now everyone's attention was focused on Marine. In the 7 days before the war, the entire sea seemed to be calm, this was the calm before the storm. Finally, the agreed date arrived. In the square in front of Half Moon Bay, countless Marine officers and soldiers stood on the shore with solemn expressions, looking out to sea. Except for Doflamingo, all the other 6 members of Shishibukai were present. They stood at a higher position, lowered their heads and remained silent. Only Hancock occasionally turned his head to look at the center position above, where the 4 admirals of the Marine were sitting. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru surrounded Chigia in a triangle. Chigia's seat was in the middle, and the platform was obviously higher than that of the other 3 admirals, giving her a feeling of being surrounded by stars. Advertisement. Normally, admirals are of equal rank, but this arrangement seems to tell others that, as an admiral, Kyunhee's status is higher than the other 3 admirals. However, no one in the marine raised any objection to this. They all felt that it was natural. If anyone disagreed, they might as well find 4 emperors to practice with. The 4 admirals sat upright on chairs, which naturally made them look quite impressive compared to the other standing marines. Akainu and Kizaru crossed their legs, hugged their arms, or folded their hands. Aokiji's legs were spread open, and his arms were casually draped over the armrests of the chair. Kyunhee was sitting in the same posture as usual, with his legs crossed, one hand supporting his face, and his eyes closed as if he was taking a nap. Everything that happens in the headquarters today will be broadcast live to all parts of the world via video phone, and Chijia's performance is what people want to see most. Kokoyasi Village. A group of villagers sat together, staring intently at the images played by the video Den Mushi. When the camera turned to Chijia, there was a commotion among the crowd. Nami pulled Nakago's clothes and shouted excitedly. "Nochiko, look! It's Chijia Nii. He's so cool." Nochiko's eyes never left Kyunhee. She smiled and touched Nami's head and said. "I saw that Chijia Nii seemed to be asleep." "Humph. He must be pretending, but I like it." "He. Compared to the 2 of them, Belmir's expression looked much more serious. She knew very well what this war meant, so she stared at Kyunhee in the picture and murmured. "Kyunhee, you must be careful." Marie Joyce, in a palace. Xiaolulia was also watching the live broadcast from naval headquarters. After seeing Chijia's image, her face flushed. The Chijia doll in her arms was strangled by her so much that its head was about to separate from its body. In the whole of Marijoa, apart from the 5 elders and others, only Xiaolulia was so concerned about this war. The other celestial dragons were still living their drunken and dreamy lives. Advertisement. Xiaolulia directed the 2 men in black to move the video Den Mushi closer to her, and only when her face was almost in contact with the screen did she let the men in black stop with satisfaction. The 2 men in black wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and turned their heads away, not daring to look at Xiaolulia again, because at this moment, Xiaolulia, who was extremely noble in their hearts, was pouting and moving closer to Kyunhee's picture. Suddenly, the scene changed and turned into an image of the sea, and several dark shadows could be vaguely seen approaching the headquarters. Xiaolulia's expression froze, and she jumped up from the sofa in anger, yelling at the 2 men in black. "Damn it! Go inform naval headquarters and have them point the Den Mushi at Chijia. No other positions allowed." The 2 men in black were sweating even more, but they didn't dare to go against Xiaolulia's will. They had to bite the bullet and take out a Den Mushi and directly call the naval headquarters. But the Den Mushi didn't make any movement for a long time, because the war had already begun. The first of the 4 emperors to arrive at the naval headquarters was Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. He stood proudly on the bow of the Moby DK, holding one of the 12 supreme swords, Sakamokari. Standing next to Whitebeard was the captain of the 1st Squadron, Marco. He looked at Marineford who was about to arrive and said in a deep voice. "Dad, the others haven't arrived yet, what should we do?" Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and looked at Kyunhee who was sitting on the high platform, and laughed. "Don't worry about them. Let me give Marine an opening gift first." "Kulala." Whitebeard bent his arm, with the muscles on his arm bulging high, and then he swung hard in the direction of Marineford. The air he hit spread with spider-web-like blue cracks and erupted with a terrifying shock wave. The calm sea surface suddenly turned into huge waves, and a tsunami as high as 100 meters rushed towards Marineford like a mountain. The entire Marineford was suddenly shrouded in a huge shadow. Everyone looked at this disaster-like scene in horror, standing there at a loss as to what to do. At this time, the video Den Mushi once again pointed to the location of the marine admirals. Seeing that Marineford was about to be swallowed by the tsunami, Aokiji could no longer sit still. He stood up from his chair and prepared to freeze the tsunami. Suddenly, Chijia, who had been dozing off, opened her eyes abruptly. Ripples appeared in the deep purple Rinnegan, and the 11 Megatama sparkled with mysterious light like black pearls. Marines and people from all over the world felt at ease when they saw this scene. Some young people wearing Rinnegan contact lenses even stood on tiptoe and looked at Chijia in the picture with anticipation. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qianhee's expression was extremely calm. A deep voice came out of his mouth, resounding in everyone's heart. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 256 Have you ever been kicked by thunder? Buzz. The semicircular shock wave formed by the repulsive force dispersed the waves in the sky and brought about a new tsunami towards the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard quickly waved his arms again and sent out several shock waves to offset the incoming tsunami, avoiding the danger of the ship sinking. However, his purpose of giving the marine a warning was thwarted, and it even boosted the marine's morale. Zillan Admiral. Advertisement. When the marine soldiers below saw Kyunhee take action, they immediately began to shout excitedly. Chijia glanced at Aokiji on the right and said, "Kyuzan, it's your turn." There was a hint of command in these words, but Aokiji did not show any dissatisfaction. He nodded, and the next second his figure disappeared from his seat, turning into a ball of ice and falling onto the sea. The ice on the sea surface condensed into the image of Aokiji. He pressed his hands on the sea water and said in a deep voice, "Ice Age." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea water froze at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ice surface extended all the way to the horizon. After doing all this, Aokiji looked up in the direction of Moby DK, and it seemed that he wanted to take action against Whitebeard. Qianhee's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Come back, there's no point in you going up now." Aokiji was stunned, turned his head to look at Chijia on the podium, and then returned to his seat. The reason why Kyunhee recalled Aokiji was because if this guy rushed forward now, he would only be blasted into a pile of ice by Whitebeard, and it would not have any effect at all. You have to know that Whitebeard's current health is not as bad as it will be in a few years, so it is almost impossible for Aokiji to succeed. However, Aokiji above is back, but Hawkeye below can't help himself. Just like in the anime, he had long wanted to see the strength of the strongest man in the world. Slowly pulling out the black knife from behind, Kizaru pursed his lips. It looks like Hawkeye is about to take action. Hawkeye did take action. He slashed at Whitebeard with a green flying slash. As Kyunhee expected, the slash was blocked by Xiaoziai. Advertisement. After blocking the slash, Jaws had turned half of his body into a glittering diamond. He grinned, feeling proud of his defense. Seeing his smug expression, Kyunhee raised his eyebrows, took out a bailey from his arms, tossed it in his hand, and finally pinched it between his thumb and index finger. Kyunhee's actions attracted the attention of Akainu and others. They looked at the ordinary coin in Kyunhee's hand, wanting to see what he was going to do. There was a sizzling sound of electricity, and purple arcs began to appear on the coin. Qianhee flicked his fingers and whispered, "A certain scientific railgun." Boom! The coin dragged a streak of purple lightning as it blasted towards Jaws, at such a fast speed that he had no chance to react, and was blasted directly into the thick layer of ice. This scene happened so fast that everyone only heard a sharp electric sound, and then Jaws' figure disappeared. Whitebeard's face was very ugly, and he shouted to the people around him, "Go down and rescue Jaws." Some pirates immediately jumped into the ice and soon dragged up Jaws, who was as black as coal. Whitebeard rushed forward to check and found that Jaws was breathing out more than breathing in. He quickly asked Marco to release Kinjian to treat him. With Kinjian's healing, Jaws managed to survive. Whitebeard looked at the miserable Jaws and could no longer suppress his anger, so he jumped onto the ice. A circle of transparent waves wrapped around his Kusukome Kirigiri. He grasped the hilt of Kusukome Kirigiri with both hands and swung it hard. A wide crescent-shaped shock wave attacked Chijia's position. This attack launched by Whitebeard in anger was obviously more terrifying than the tsunami just now. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru stood up directly from their seats and stretched out their hands, as if they wanted to block the attack. At this moment, Kyunhee at the back suddenly disappeared from his seat. He appeared in the air, facing the oncoming slash wave. When Whitebeard saw that Kyunhee had actually taken the initiative to collide with his attack, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Marine Kid, are you a little too confident?" Under everyone's gaze, Kyunhee slowly stretched out a hand, and the wide slash wave hit his palm, making a sharp hissing sound, as if it had hit a piece of steel. Kyunhee smiled at Whitebeard below, then clasped his 5 fingers on slash wave and exerted force suddenly, and slash wave was immediately and completely destroyed like a broken mirror. Silence. At this moment, everyone's expression was the same. They stared with wide eyes, looking at Kyunhee in the air in disbelief. Advertisement. Even Whitebeard was shocked by the strength displayed by Kyunhee. He murmured in disbelief, "Are you a monster?" In response to Whitebeard's comments, Kyunhee just smiled and did not comment. Just when Whitebeard was stunned, Kyunhee's body turned into a ball of lightning, and appeared above Whitebeard the next second. The sudden appearance of Chijia made Whitebeard's pupil shrink. He thought to himself that something was wrong and immediately raised the Kurogain Kaire in his hand to block in front of him. Kyunhee was faster than him. His long legs, flashing with lightning, drew a graceful arc from top to bottom and kicked directly on the hilt of Kuskamokuri's sword. Raging lightning burst out from the hilt of Kuskamokuri's sword, and the huge impact directly blasted Whitebeard into the ice below. Falling from the air onto the ice, Kyunhee looked at the hole with black smoke coming out of it at his feet and said softly, "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by thunder?" This scene frightened the pirates on the Moby DK. When they came to their senses, they leaned over the railing and shouted at the hole below, "Dead!" On the other side, Kizaru adjusted his tilted glasses and said to Aokiji and Akainu beside him, "Do we still need to take action?" Aokiji hadn't recovered from what had just happened, while Akainu looked very excited. Great job Chijia! Garp at the top had a classic expression on his face, with a long stream of snot flowing from his nostrils and his neck stretched out with a confused look on his face. After a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers broke out from the marine side. In sharp contrast, the Whitebeard pirates group all looked ashen. Kyunhee glanced at the several pirate ships in front of him, and when his Rinnegan swept across them, the pirates on the ships immediately felt a fear that penetrated deep into their souls. Sizzle! The terrifying sound of lightning rang out again, and Chijia's right arm turned into lightning and aimed at the pirate ships in front of him. Several squad captains hurriedly jumped off the ship and rushed towards Chijia. They knew that if they were hit by Chijia's attack, the ship would be destroyed and people would die, so they might as well rush down and fight him. Suddenly, a burly figure jumped out of the cave and landed in front of the captains. It was Whitebeard, who was blasted into the ice by Kyunhee just now. Kyunhee was not surprised by Whitebeard's appearance. He crossed his arms and said with a playful look on his face. You're still going strong, Whitebeard. Chapter 257, Don't Move, Beckman. Whitebeard's body was covered in black and white, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Kyunhee. It's not like he hasn't experienced Kyunhee's lightning speed kick before, that yellow monkey likes to use this move, but he knows in his heart that the two are not on the same level in terms of speed or power. There is no way Kizaru could kick him like this, but this Uchiha Chijia can. The reason why Chijia's lightning speed kick is stronger than Kizaru's is that, in addition to his physique which is several times stronger than Kizaru's, he also added the ability of the Momo fruit just now. It can be said that that kick has reached a power that surpasses the four emperors. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates was delighted when he saw Old Man appear. He shouted Dad and rushed to him. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard did not even turn his head. He stretched out his arm to stop the captains behind him and said in a deep voice. This man is not someone you can handle, don't go over there. After saying that, Whitebeard tore off his white coat, revealing his muscular upper body. He slammed the Kusugawa Kirigami in his hand heavily onto the ice, and a domineering aura burst out from him. Some marines collapsed to the ground. Chijia's eyes focused and the pressure from the Rinnegan was released, instantly suppressing Whitebeard's momentum. Under this pressure, not only the ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates, but even some of the weaker captains fell to the ground, almost losing consciousness. Whitebeard could no longer remain calm when seeing this situation. If it continued like this, all the people on his side would be defeated. He clenched the Zonjai Unkai in his hand and was about to rush towards Kyunhee. At this moment, a deep red aura came from the side of Kyunhee and hit Kyunhee. The coat of justice on Kyunhee was fluttering in the wind, but it was still firmly fastened on his shoulders. His expression remained unchanged, he glanced to the side and said lightly. Redhead, is this your way of saying hello? You don't like it? Oink oink. Several figures appeared around Whitebeard, led by the red-haired Shanks. Their ship did not follow because their way was blocked by ice, so Shanks and a group of cotters rushed over directly on the ice. As a result, when he saw Whitebeard who was suppressed, Shanks quickly released his conquerors to relieve the pressure on his ally. Chijia faced the two four emperors alone with her arms folded, her expression never changing from beginning to end, as if she didn't take Whitebeard and Redhead seriously at all. Advertisement. This magnanimity impressed the people who were watching the live broadcast through the video phone mushy. Dressrosa, King's Highland. Violet held Rebecca in her arms, looking at Chijia in the picture with a fascinated look on her face, the tips of her high heels rolling restlessly on the ground. Just when she was unable to extricate herself from her obsession with Chijia, Chijia in the picture moved. He lifted the fingers on his arm slightly, and Whitebeard and Redhair immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they raised their weapons in front of them. The next second, Kyunhee's body turned into lightning and rushed forward again. This time Whitebeard was prepared. He activated his observation haki to ultimate and barely captured Chijia's movements. The red-haired man next to him did the same. The two of them slashed at the same position. Clang! Two weapons wrapped in armed color chopped heavily on Kyunhee's legs, making a metallic sound. Kyunhee floated in the air between the two of them, maintaining the kicking motion, and said with a smile. It's so scary, my leg was almost broken. Redhair and Whitebeard couldn't laugh at all. In their imagination, even if this attack couldn't break Chijia's leg, it would at least make his leg lose the ability to move. However, the result was that Kyunhee looked fine and could even play a joke on them. Seeing that the two didn't react, Kyunhee also put away the smile on his face. A purple light flashed in his Rinnegan, and the next second, Shinra Tensei erupted. Whitebeard and Redhair were both pushed out by the repulsive force. Kyunhee rolled in the air and landed gracefully on the ground. After a pause, Kyunhee suddenly spread his arms and performed another universal pull. Redhair and Whitebeard flew towards Kyunhee from opposite directions. However, they are four emperors after all, and they can still react quickly even when they are pulled by the all-seeing seal. The katana in the red-haired man's hand glowed red, mixed with red and black lightning, and he slashed fiercely in the direction of Kyunhee. God avoid! On the other side, Whitebeard wrapped the shock wave around the tip of Kusukamokuri's knife and swung it violently. The place where the tip of the knife passed suddenly cracked in an arc shape. The ice under Chijia's feet began to vibrate violently and then suddenly collapsed. Facing the attacks coming from the front and from the feet at the same time, Kyunhee's expression remained unchanged. He first used the power of heaven to stabilize his body, and then, the dark purple half-body Susanoo enveloped him. Advertisement. The red-haired god's shield landed on Susanoo's armor with a loud bang. Susanoo's body trembled slightly and then recovered. The attacks of the two were neutralized by Kyunhee, and their bodies flew to Kyunhee's side. Two dark purple energy blades appeared from Susanoo's hands and chopped down at the red-haired man and Whitebeard flying from both sides. Two shark fin-shaped slash waves broke through the ice and hit Whitebeard and Red Hair who were flying towards Chijia. The two men screamed and spat out a large amount of blood, then fell from the sky like two kites with broken strings, and landed heavily on the ice. Kyunhee dispersed Susanoo and approached the two of them step by step. Seeing this, Marco couldn't bear it any longer, and directly entered the phoenix form and rushed towards Whitebeard, wanting to release blue flames to heal Whitebeard's injuries. Beckman even raised his pistol and pointed it at Chijia, ready to attack at any time. However, Ice Cube, Pheasant Mouth. The Kusanagi sword. Marco, who was flying in the air, collided head-on with a huge ice bird. Half of his body was frozen. He fell on the ice in a somewhat embarrassed manner, looking at Aokiji who suddenly appeared in front of him with a grim face. Aokiji said seriously, with white frost still rising from one of his arms. I can't let you disturb Kyunhee. On the other side, Beckman lowered his head slightly and looked at the lightsaber across his neck, silent. Kizaru stood behind him holding the Tianzong Yun sword. His expression was unusually serious. A dangerous light flashed on his brown lenses. He said coldly. Freeze, Beckman. On the podium of Malin, Akainu looked at the empty seats around him and pressed the brim of his hat. It's not that Akainu didn't want to go, but he considered that there were still 4 emperors who hadn't appeared, and Aokiji and Kizaru rushed out very quickly, so he had no choice but to stay here. He glanced at the seats of Aokiji and Kizaru and said in a muffled voice. If you all leave, who will guard this place? Chapter 258 Kizaru opens the book. Whitebeard and Red Hair struggled to get up from the ground. They looked at each other and then used their respective abilities to attack Chijia again. Kyunhee shook his wrist, and the Susanoo sword appeared, colliding with the griffin in the red-haired hand. With his other hand he released Shinra Tensei at Whitebeard who was rushing towards him. However, this time Whitebeard was prepared. His muscles suddenly bulged and a shock wave enveloped him. The repulsive force generated by Shinra Tensei hit the shock wave, and dense cracks appeared in the space. Whitebeard was shocked and retreated repeatedly, but compared with the previous situation where he was directly pushed hundreds of meters away, this was obviously much better. This skill demonstrated by Whitebeard aroused Chijia's interest, because Whitebeard had never shown this kind of application in the anime. Advertisement. With one blow, he forced the redhead back, then Chijia appeared in front of Whitebeard like a flash of lightning, the back of his hand already covered with lines of destruction armament, and he punched the shockwaves around Whitebeard's body. The moment his fist touched the shockwave, Kyunhee felt an extremely strong vibration spreading along his fist. His right corner immediately released a milky white halo, absorbing all the shockwaves transmitted into his body. Whitebeard took this opportunity to raise the Kuroganakiri in his hand and slashed it hard at Chijia's back. When Whitebeard's arm was numb from the shock, he looked closely and saw that a suit of armor made of dark purple energy had tightly wrapped around Chijia's upper body. The slash of Kusukomokiri on it only caused a faint ripple. He recognized that the armor on Kyunhee was exactly the same as that on the half-giant that had just appeared. He had already understood the defensive power of the half-giant, and he blocked the attacks of him and the red-haired man almost effortlessly. And now the defensive power of this mini armor seems to be even stronger. Whitebeard hurriedly put away Kurogain Kaire and quickly retreated, putting some distance between himself and Chijia. Kyunhee looked at his fist and fell into thought. The vibration that just passed into his body really left a deep impression on him. He had never thought that shock fruit could be used in this way. After thinking for a while, a smile appeared on Chijia's face. The better the shock fruit performed, the happier he was, because this was most likely the last Megatama in his Rinnegan. Whitebeard, who was far away, saw the smile on Kyunhee's face, and suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He released the shock wave again to wrap his body, and at the same time covered his body with armament haki. Kyunhee looked up at Whitebeard. This time he did not choose to rush forward for a fight. Instead, he stretched out a finger and pointed it at Whitebeard. A purple ball of energy gathered at his fingertips, and then a thick bolt of lightning burst out. Advertisement. 0. This time, the Zero used by Chijia was much stronger than the one he used on Blackbeard before. Whitebeard first used his observation haki to predict, then crossed his arms to protect his face. Lightning struck his arms, leaving a charred mass on them. However, this is only the first attack, and Zero can release it continuously, just like the lasers that Kizaru shoots from his fingertips. Zero bombarded Whitebeard one after another. His body began to move backwards continuously, and 2 long grooves were trampled out on the ice under his feet. Just when Whitebeard was struggling under Chijia's attack, Red Hair finally took action. He clenched the griffin in his hand and slashed at Chijia with a deep red slash wave, which was wrapped with red and black lightning. Kyunhee did not choose to resist, and once again turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. Although the red-haired man's attack missed, it also gave Whitebeard precious time to catch his breath. He kicked his legs hard and appeared next to the red-haired man in an instant. The two stood side by side and confronted Kyunhee. On the other side of the battlefield, Beckman seized the opportunity to break away from Kizaru's control. Kizaru shrugged indifferently. He had never expected to subdue Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, so easily. Beckman appeared in front of Kizaru without any further ado, raised his pistol and fired at Kizaru. Kizaru's body immediately turned into countless points of light and scattered. However, as one of the few strong men in the entire pirates world who could use guns, Beckman's observation haki had almost been cultivated to the ultimate level. He fired several more shots at an empty spot, and the next second, Kizaru appeared exactly where he was shooting. This was not the first time Kizaru had fought with Beckman, and he was not at all flustered in the face of this situation. He waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand to chop down all the bullets, then stretched out his fingers and shot golden lasers at Beckman. The ice surface where the two were standing was soon broken apart by the bombardment of lasers and bullets mixed with haki. Fortunately, Aokiji was frozen deep enough, otherwise this environment would be a bit troublesome for Kizaru. After a long battle at the middle gate, Kizaru suddenly turned into a point of light and gathered in the air. A faint light flashed across the brown sunglasses on his face. Then, he crossed his arms and made a finger-twisting gesture, flashing 2 cross-shaped rays of light. Yashikani no Megatama. Advertisement. Countless light bombs rained down from the sky, indiscriminately bombing Beckman's position below. Beckman's body dodged in the explosions, but the attacks of Yasakani no Megatama were too frequent. After the attacks stopped, some holes appeared on his clothes, and burn marks could be seen on the exposed skin underneath. Kizaru chuckled and once again transformed into points of light that gathered on the ground. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said in a rhythmic tone, "Ben Beckman, you only sustained minor injuries from this attack." Beckman's face remained serious as he glanced down at the burns on his body, some of which still had a golden glow. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Damn, why does it feel like this guy is a little different today?" Not only Beckman, Kizaru's actions also stunned Aokiji on the other side. He raised the eye mask on his forehead and said in disbelief, "Alala, is that still Borsellino?" But he quickly shook his head, thinking that even Kizaru, who always liked to slack off, was caught up. If he didn't show some real skills, it would be bad. Thinking of this, Aokiji raised his head and looked at Marco opposite him with a dangerous look. The ice on Marco's arm had been shattered in the previous battle. When he saw Aokiji's expression, he felt something was wrong and immediately flapped his wings to fly high into the sky. Aokiji did not give Marco this opportunity. He raised his hand and released a beam of freezing air that was almost materialized, hitting Marco's feet that had not yet left the ground. Marco's entire body was firmly stuck to the ice surface by the ice on his feet. Just as he struggled to break free, Aokiji appeared in front of him and punched him on the head. "You better be honest with me." Chapter 259 Four Emperors Gather. Marco was hit on the head by Aokiji's punch and immediately rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the perverted self-healing ability of the Phoenix Fruit, Marco would have lost his ability to fight. He tried to calm his buzzing head, then flapped his wings desperately to break free from the ice. Aokiji condensed 2 more ice spears around his body and fired them at Marco. The ice spear pierced into Marco's body, leaving 2 green vortices on it. This kind of attack naturally could not cause any harm to Marco, the user of the Phoenix Fruit, and Marco did not take the 2 ice spears in his body seriously. Advertisement. However, Aokiji smiled. He clenched his hand hard towards Marco in the air, and the 2 ice spears that were inserted into Marco's body suddenly spread out a large amount of freezing air, freezing Marco's upper body and one of his wings. Marco immediately lost his balance in the air and fell to the ground. When it was about to touch the ground, he rolled over so that the wing that was not frozen was facing downwards, thus preventing the other wing from being smashed to pieces. You should know that although the Phoenix has a strong self-healing ability, this ability is also limited. Once the damage is too serious, it will die even in the Phoenix form. Swish. Aokiji appeared next to Marco again, stepped on his back, and said coldly, "Don't underestimate the Marine Admiral." On the other side, Whitebeard saw Marco being subdued, his face changed, and he hurriedly called on other members to rescue him, but Chijia attacked him while he was shouting. Another lightning speed kick landed on Whitebeard. Kyunhee had a smile on his face and whispered, "You were distracted from the fight, Whitebeard." Whitebeard was kicked away, and the red-haired guy on the side quickly swung Griffin to chop at Kyunhee's head. The Susanoo armor reappeared, and the red-haired man's attack still had no effect. He cursed inwardly and quickly dodged in the direction where Whitebeard flew. Kyunhee's eyes focused, and suddenly a series of explosions occurred on the ice surface where the red-haired man was retreating. The red-haired man was unable to dodge and almost fell into the deep pit created by the explosion. Before the red-haired man could stand still, a strange dark vortex appeared behind his head, emitting an extremely terrifying gravitational force that almost twisted the red-haired man's face. Kyunhee's left eye was surrounded by a wisp of darkness. Dark prison. The red-haired man struggled to break free from the dark prison. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated to Whitebeard's side and helped him up. Advertisement. To Chijia, the two's postures were exactly like the combination of Nagato and Itaki, which could be described as a combination of the old, weak, and sick. With a slight smile, Kyunhee summoned the sequel sword again and rushed towards the two. Suddenly, a huge fireball fell from the sky and landed in front of Kyunhee, instantly turning into a raging sea of fire. Kyunhee raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. A huge green dragon body emerged from the clouds. It was Kaido of the beasts. It also carries all the ships of the beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates. The fireball just now was fired by Big Mom using Prometheus. Big Mom was standing on Kaido's dragon head holding Napoleon, with Zeus and Prometheus floating on either side of her. She looked at Chijia below and laughed strangely. Mama, you must be Zilan, your eyes are really as famous as they are. Do you want to have a baby with me? As soon as this was said, everyone's expressions became very interesting. At the headquarters, Jun, Khalifa, Anne, Hancock, and other girls even cursed out loud. How shameless! There was even a roar from Marie Joyce. I must kill this ugly, fat old woman. An embarrassed look emerged on Kaido's dragon face. He regretted very much letting Big Mom stand over his head. If he didn't owe her a big favor, he would never agree to such a thing. Now he could no longer bear it, and he shook his head and threw the old lady down. The ant was not angry. She rolled in the air and landed on Zeus, then swooped down towards Chihee below. Chijia was disgusted by Big Mom. He held the Susanoo sword and made a sword-drawing gesture, then swung a deep purple sword wave at the oncoming Big Mom. The ant put away her smile, swung the Napoleon in her hand and launched a powerful sword wave. Wagyu! Boom! The two sword waves collided in the air, and as a result, Big Mom was knocked off Zeus and sat down on the ice. The majesty she had shown when she appeared just now was gone in an instant. Here at the headquarters. Advertisement. When Akainu saw that all the four emperors had appeared, he no longer chose to stay at the headquarters. He directly turned into a ball of magma rising into the sky and flew towards the battlefield with the explosive force of the magma. Before anyone arrived, a roar of anger was heard. Great eruption. Before the old lady sitting on the ground could come to her senses, a huge lava fist fell from the sky and smashed her into the ice. He originally wanted to go up and finish off the enemy, but when he saw this scene, he immediately stopped and complained. Jinfu is here. Kaido in the sky secretly said that something was wrong and hurriedly approached the ice surface. At the same time, he shook off the boat on his body and fell onto the ice, and then he retreated back to the half-beast state. A pitch-black mace appeared in his hand, and he used a thunderous 8 trigrams at Akainu who had just condensed into a human form. Akainu didn't bother to check on Big Mom's condition, and turned around hastily to prepare for the attack. At this time, Chijia arrived again, and his figure instantly appeared between Akainu and Kaido. The Susanoo sword and the mace collided in the air, causing a violent black lightning to burst out, illuminating Chijia's figure. Akainu was stunned for a moment as he looked at the word justice floating behind Chijia. He did not even turn his head and said in a deep voice. Sakazuki, stop being distracted and watch your step. There is no need to say much about Akainu's fighting skills. He instantly understood Kyunhee's meaning, and immediately turned his arms into magma, continuously blasting magma fists towards the cave under his feet. The ice surface cracked under the infusion of magma, spewing out columnar magma. After a while, the ant's huge body jumped out from a crack. Akainu did not give her any chance to breathe, and fierce attacks followed one after another. Dog bites Red Lotus. A dog head-shaped stream of magma quickly extended from Akainu's arm and rushed towards Big Mom. The destructive power of lava fruit is obvious to all. Even Big Mom doesn't dare to be careless. She grabs Prometheus and stuffs him on Napoleon, then chops at the magma dog head that is rushing towards her. Emperor Sword Breaking Blade. A violent explosion sounded, and the magma was defeated by Big Mom's sword. She and Kaido looked at each other, and then they retreated back to Red Hair and Whitebeard. Kizaru and Aokiji also came to Kyunhee and Akainu at this time. The 4 marine admirals and the 4 emperors stood opposite each other, and the entire battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet. Chapter 260 Melee. None of the 4 emperors was willing to submit to the other. They stood in a straight line, and among the marine admirals, Chijia was clearly the leader, with the other 3 standing behind him. Kyunhee's eyes scanned the 4 people and finally landed on Kaido. Kaido, how is Wano Kuni now? Kaido was stunned, and the others all looked at him. Why did it sound like there was some connection between the 2 of them? The redhead couldn't help but think of what Chijia said on Windmill Island, that he spared Kaido's life. Now that Chijia mentioned it, he couldn't help but wonder if Kaido was a traitor. Advertisement. Kaido snorted and said unhappily. I let Jin take over the position of Wano Kuni general. How he governs is his business. Jin hurried forward and said. Admiral Zilan, I have cancelled Wano Kuni's isolation policy, and the coolies in the country have been disbanded. He nodded in satisfaction and praised. Not bad, I didn't realize you are quite reliable. The red-haired man felt something was not right the more he listened. Why did he feel like Yin was almost becoming Qianhee's little brother? The ant interrupted directly. That's enough. How long are you going to talk? Isn't this a war? Chijia had long disliked Big Mom, he narrowed his Rinnegan and then released the universal pull. Big Mom was still grinning when she was pulled over by Chijia. It was her first time facing universal pull and she had no idea how to deal with it. Fortunately, teammates Whitebeard and Red Hair were reliable. They rushed towards Big Mom almost at the same time. Whitebeard had no intention of showing mercy to her at all. He directly pressed Big Mom's head and pushed her from the air into the ice. Kaido at the back had his mouth twitching constantly. He stood there and coughed twice, pretending to be none of it. Big Mom pulled her head out of the ice, spraying a lot of ice chips from her mouth, and glared at Whitebeard. Newgate. Do you want to kill me? Whitebeard didn't even look at her, and said indifferently. Do you want him to pull you over and solve the problem directly? At this time, Red Hair stepped forward and acted as a peacemaker. Okay, let's deal with Zilan first. Hearing that the red-haired man wanted to kill him, He laughed out loud. Advertisement. You are really overconfident. After saying that, Kyunhee's mind moved, and a full set of Susanoo armor covered his body. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and appeared in front of the red-haired man the next second. Under the red-haired man's astonished gaze, Kyunhee kicked him in the chest. The red-haired man's body suddenly shot like a bullet towards a pirate's ship behind him, smashing the hull into pieces. Kyunhee's left eye turned into a ball of purple lightning, and black thunderclouds appeared in the sky. Then, a purple beast fell from the sky and slammed into the wreckage of the ship where the red-haired man fell. 500 million volts, Zilan. Boom. A thunderous sound resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the ice surface where the red-haired man was located completely melted, with a large amount of seawater gushing out from it. Whitebeard's face darkened, he seemed to be unable to sense the red-haired man's aura. After seeing what happened to the red-haired guy, the ant didn't dare to act crazy anymore and quickly got up from the ground. However, as soon as she stood up, Akainu rushed over and hit her in the face with a great eruption. The old lady dodged in a hurry, but the lava still caught the edge of her skirt and she almost exposed herself. After putting out the fire on her body, she roared in anger, channeling all the energy of Zeus and Prometheus into Napoleon, and slashed at Akainu fiercely. Mingguang sword. Akainu elementalized his body, turning it into 2 balls of magma and separating them, thus avoiding Big Mom's angry attack. The battle had reached this point, and Kaido had to take action even if he was reluctant. He clenched the mace in his hand and shouted. Guys! Charge! After shouting this, Kaido took the lead and rushed forward, followed by Yin and others behind him, wanting to lend a helping hand to the boss. However, the Marines here at the headquarters were not there to sit back and do nothing. They immediately jumped off the platform and joined the battle. No matter whether it is Marine or pirates, no one who can participate in this war is weak. For a moment, bursts of rumbling noises erupted on the ice in front of Marineford. The powerful physical skills and the ability of the fruit of the Goka 8 Gate made the people watching the live broadcast dazzled. With the presence of Chijia, all the Shishibukai tried their best, with Empress Hancock working the hardest. The number of pirates petrified by her alone could form a mountain. Yamato wielded the spikeless mace in her hand and hit almost everyone with it, but she deliberately avoided the people from the beast's pirates and only targeted the people from the ant pirates. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore, and a tall figure jumped out from the Big Mom pirates. His arm turned into a dough-like substance and was thrown towards Yamato. Advertisement. Yamato was driving her motorcycle and was not noticing that the dough got entangled around her waist. She was stunned for a moment, then was thrown up and fell heavily onto the ice. Yamato sat on the ground holding his head, groaning. Damn it! It hurts, a hole. Swish! A tall figure appeared in front of Yamato. It was Jun. Blood was still dripping from the kanpala in her hand. When Yamato saw Jun, the expression on his face immediately became very aggrieved and he called her sister Jun. Jun squatted down and touched Yamato's head lovingly, and said softly. Yamato, this is war, there is no room for carelessness. Yamato nodded obediently, then stood up from the ground and looked angrily at the person who threw her away. Jun looked in the direction Yamato was looking and saw the tall man wearing a thick scarf. Is it him? Yamato asked immediately after hearing this. Jun's sister, who is that guy? He is the leader of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Katakuri. So he is also the ugly woman's child. Yes, he is Auntie's second son. Hehe, then I must teach him a lesson. Yamato you. Jun reached out to hold Yamato back and told her not to act rashly, but the reckless Yamato rushed forward with a mace in hand and transformed into a half-beast on the way. Katakuri snorted and waved the trident called the Earth Dragon in his hand towards Yamato. Yamato's strength is also at the upper level in Shishibukai, but Katakuri is obviously better and has far more combat experience than Yamato. So Yamato was defeated again. She hit Katakuri with a stick, but he predicted it with his observation haki and transformed his body into a glutinous rice ball in advance to avoid Yamato's attack, and then punched Yamato in the stomach. So Yamato, who had just rushed forward, was beaten back to Jun again. The ant and Kaido on the other side noticed the fight between the two. The ant immediately gave Kaido a mocking smile. Mamama, Kaido, it seems my child is more favored. Chapter 261 White Wedge. Kaido snorted disdainfully, but kept glancing towards Yamato with an expression of disappointment. Oh? Where are you looking, Kaido? Kaido turned his head suddenly, and what came into his eyes was a marine admiral with a wretched face. He had already extended a finger in front of Kaido, and then a dazzling golden light flashed. Tisk, you annoying yellow monkey. Kaido narrowed his eyes, held the mace with both hands and smashed it at Kizaru. Advertisement. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. It can be seen that Kaido really hates Kizaru, and his attack is an advanced version of Thundering 8 trigrams. Kizaru didn't dare to resist, and his body instantly turned into photons and rushed into the sky. This was exactly what Kaido wanted. He didn't want to stay here anymore, so he turned into a giant dragon and rushed into the sky with Kizaru. After the two rushed into the sky, the sound of laser explosions and the roar of dragons continued to be heard. Akainu took advantage of the gap between the bombardment with Big Mom to raise his hands and point them to the sky. Meteor volcano. One after another, huge magma fists blasted into the clouds, dyeing the sky red. Akainu's act of rescuing Kizaru aroused Kaido's anger. After a while, Kaido's dragon head emerged from it, and 2 streams of steaming hot air spurted out of his nostrils. He opened his mouth and spurted out countless wind blades downwards. Bad wind. Big Mom's attack followed closely. She controlled Zeus in the sky to release a thick purple lightning, aiming directly at Akainu. Facing the attack from the 2 Four Emperors, Akainu showed no sign of panic. He suddenly placed his hands on the ice and shouted angrily. Just pirates. Don't be so arrogant. Boom boom boom. Several streams of hot magma erupted on the ice surface, interweaving with the wind blades and lightning from above. The entire sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning and howling winds. The marine coat behind Akainu was blown high up, and the word justice became bright red under the reflection of the magma. However, it was still a bit difficult for him to deal with the attacks of 2 Four Emperors at the same time. There were still a few residual attacks that blasted the magma and fell towards Akainu. At this time, Yada mirror. A beam of light shot from the sky in front of Akainu, and then condensed into the shape of Kizaru. There was no trace of vulgarity on his face anymore. He held the Kusanagi sword in his hand and chopped off all the incoming wind blades. Then he raised his hand and shot a series of highly penetrating lasers at the ant to force her back. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Kizaru turned his back to Akainu and whispered. Advertisement. Thanks. His situation in the sky was a bit bad just now. If Akainu hadn't helped him out, he might have been injured. Akainu was very unaccustomed to Kizaru's attitude and said in a low voice. Everything for justice. It was still a familiar taste. Kizaru smiled and responded. Yes, we are for justice now. On the other side. With a thud, Whitebeard fell heavily to the ground. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on Kyunhee in front of him. Seeing this, the surrounding Whitebeard Pirates members wanted to step forward to help their father, but they were all blocked by Aokiji and could not move forward at all. Chijia, wearing the Susanoo armor, looked like a purple Shinigami, approaching Whitebeard step by step, the Susanoo sword in her hand flashing with cold light. Whitebeard, your time is over. Are you ready to meet Roger? Kulala, little brat, you really make me angry. Whitebeard punched the ice and used the impact to charge towards Chijia. However, now he was like a moth to a flame. Before he could get close to Kyunhee, he was pushed back by a repulsive force and spurted out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth again. Just as Whitebeard was struggling to get up, a dark Uzumaki appeared under him, with dark tentacles emerging from it and tightly wrapping around his body. Whitebeard's face changed. Is this rock's dark fruit? Qianhe had come to his side and said with a smile. Yes, are you satisfied with this execution platform? After saying that, Chijia raised the Susanoo sword and was about to stab it into Whitebeard's chest. The battle in the field stopped instantly, and everyone's eyes looked here. Is Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, going to die here? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Whitebeard, holding a sword against the tip of Susanoo. It was the long-lost red-haired Shanks. Clang! The Susanoo sword stopped on Griffin's sword. Chijia frowned as he looked at Shanks under him, because his appearance had changed drastically. Advertisement. His originally red hair had turned snow white, and a white eye shadow covered his right eye, extending downwards to where his collar was. Shanks' entire temperament was completely different from before, giving people an extremely cold feeling. He looked at Qianhe with indifference in his eyes, exerted force with one hand, and a force several times greater than before burst out, knocking Qianhe back. Then he slowly loosened his hand, and a white diamond-shaped mark could be seen appearing in his palm. Looking at the mark, Shanks' expression showed no sign of sadness or joy. He squatted down and placed his hand on the darkness that enveloped Whitebeard. Darkness immediately surged into the diamond-shaped mark like a tide, and Whitebeard stood up from the ice. He looked at the strange Shanks in front of him in surprise and said hesitantly, "You don't ask any more questions." Shanks interrupted, then turned to look at Qianhe and said indifferently, "Let me use this power to put an end to this." Qianhe looked at Shanks across from him. He was familiar with that look. A strange word came out of his mouth. White wedge. Shanks' expression finally changed. He looked at Qianhe in disbelief. Qianhe knew he was right when he saw his expression. He said calmly, "You finally couldn't help but intervene? It seems that you have an unusual relationship with him." Shanks was silent. He did not ask who Qianhe was referring to because the strange feeling coming from his body told him that he had no time to waste. A white line spread from the back of the red-haired man's hand to Griffin's blade, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Whitebeard. This speed was a world of difference compared to his previous speed. But for Chijia, who possesses the Rinnegan and Thunder Fruit, this is still not beyond his ability to deal with. Boom! The Susanoo sword collided with Griffin again, causing a violent hurricane. The ice surface where the two were located exploded, and the surging sea water swept out. The whole sky suddenly darkened, with lightning flashing from time to time. The purple light in Qianhe's Rinnegan was strong, and he suddenly laughed. Interesting. Please me. Red-haired Shanks. Chapter 262, 1000-meter Susanoo. The red-haired man's expression looked extremely indifferent. He increased the strength of his arms, intending to overwhelm Chijia. However, with Chijia's current physical strength almost comparable to Tsutsuki's, even if Shanks has the blessing of the white wedge, he still cannot surpass Chijia in strength. Qianhe just flicked his wrist slightly and directly knocked Shanks back. Akainu and the others forced their opponents to retreat and return to Chijia. Seeing Shanks' appearance change drastically, several people frowned, thinking that Shanks had eaten some devil fruit. Advertisement. Kizaru stretched out his hand and tentatively shot out a laser, but it was directly absorbed by Shanks using the diamond mark in his hand. Seeing this, Aokiji and Akainu also used their respective fruit abilities, but the results were the same as Kizaru's. Whether it was magma or frost, when it came into contact with the diamond mark in Shanks' hand, it was like a drop in the ocean and had no effect at all. Chijia raised his hand to signal Akainu and the others to stop attacking. He had seen that Shanks' ability was very similar to that of Hungry Kid, and could absorb all energy, especially the ability of the devil fruit. From this point of view, the 10 tails in the pirates' world should have a great relationship with the devil fruit. Maybe the devil fruit came from that 10 tails. Thinking of this, Qianhe said, "Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, you go support the rear battlefield, I will deal with them." Hearing that Qianhe was going to face the 4 emperors alone, Akainu and the others were shocked and wanted to dissuade them but were interrupted by Qianhe. Red Hair's ability has a great restraint on people with special abilities. This is very disadvantageous to you. Let me do it. Qianhe's tone was firm and unquestionable. Akainu and the others finally chose to believe Qianhe and retreated after saying be careful. With the addition of Akainu and others, the battlefield in the rear suddenly presented an overwhelming situation. Seeing this, Whitebeard and others immediately wanted to rush over to rescue their crew members. Qianhe took a step forward and stood in front of the 4 people. "Your opponent is me." Looking at Qianhe who was blocking their way, the 4 of them looked at each other, and then attacked Qianhe from 4 directions. This scene made everyone's heart rise to their throat and they dared not even breathe. Chijia, who was the target of the 4 emperors, had a nonchalant expression on his face. 2 arms suddenly grew out from his shoulders, and his original arms were also stretched out, each holding a fist of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors suddenly froze in midair, unable to move forward. Advertisement. Whitebeard stared at Qianhe and said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Qianhe looked straight ahead and said, 4 emperors actually attacked me at the same time. What an honor. Kaido curled his lips and muttered. Because you're Uchiha Chijia. Hee. Kyunhee smiled at Cornetto, then her eyes focused and Shinra Tensei erupted, and the repulsive force generated pushed all the 4 emperors away. The red-haired man rolled in the air and landed back to his original position. He leaned over and pulled out the griffin stuck in the ground, and said to the other 3 people. Don't hold back anymore, or today will be the day we die. Whitebeard and the others nodded solemnly, and activated their respective fruit abilities to attack Kyunhee. Kyunhee clenched his hands, and deep purple energy rose from around his body, transforming into a 500-meter-tall half-body Susanoo that wrapped around him. The 4 emperors' attacks instantly vanished upon Susanoo's body, while Susanoo continued to grow in size until she grew legs and wings, and her height exceeded the 1-kilometer mark. Chijia stood in the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head, looking down at the 4 emperors below, like a god high above. Except for Kaido, the other 4 emperors saw Susanoo for the first time. They were all deeply shocked by the devil-like giant in front of them and stood there in a daze for a while. Kyunhee controlled Susanoo and approached the 4 emperors step by step. The heavy footsteps rang in everyone's ears. Shanks swallowed and shouted to the other 3. Stop being in a daze. Stop him now. After saying that, Shanks took the lead and slashed out a red crescent-shaped sword energy, attacking Kyunhee who was standing on Susanoo's head. Whitebeard and the others also came to their senses and rushed to attack Susanoo. Whitebeard clenched his fists and punched the air with all his strength, causing a violent shock wave. Big Mom and Kaido stood side by side and used their combination skill, See Domination. Advertisement. 3 terrifying energies bombarded Susanoo, and Susanoo finally stopped. Seeing that Susanoo seemed to be stopped, the 4 emperors all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that their attack had worked. However, Susanoo's next move shattered their fantasies. He slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist, then swung it with force. A purple slash wave that spanned the sky tore through the ice and slashed towards the 4 emperors. Wherever the slash wave passed, space collapsed inch by inch, leaving the 4 emperors no chance to escape. The red-haired man was the first to rush forward. He held the griffin in his hand across his chest, and the white lines on his face flickered. Whitebeard and the others followed closely behind, and the 4 emperors lined up in a line, taking a defensive stance. Boom! There was a loud bang that echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and thick smoke filled the area where the 4 emperors were. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, revealing the figures of the 4 emperors inside. They looked extremely miserable, and the most obvious thing was the weapons in their hands. There was a gap on Griffin's sword that was almost breaking, the handle of Kusukumakuri was directly cracked, and the mace turned into a pile of broken black iron body. Napoleon's end was the most miserable. Although the sword body was still intact, the soul attached to it had dissipated, and now Napoleon was just an ordinary iron sword. Even their masters were all injured, with blood flowing from their bodies and their breath weak. Everyone was deeply shocked by the scene. They did not expect that the 4 emperors, who were once so powerful on the sea, would become like this after Kyunhee's attack. This overwhelming force seemed inhuman to them. Shanks threw Griffin to the ground with a wry smile on his face. He looked up at Kyunhee above and said, "Is this your true power? So you haven't been serious this whole time?" He folded his arms and chuckled. What adult would get angry with a child? The 4 emperors' expressions froze after hearing this, and no one uttered an objection for a moment. They looked at the weapons in their hands that had almost turned into tatters, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 263 Big Mom, Die. Even the youngest red-haired one among the 4 emperors was much older than Chijia, but now he was called a child and was unable to refute. The impact of this scene was extremely strong. Yamato stood in the distance and waved and shouted at Chijia. "Hello, master." After hearing this, Kaido glared at Yamato fiercely, thinking to himself, "Your father was beaten so badly by your master, and it's okay for you not to care, but you actually praise your master." Yamato stiffened his neck and made a disdainful expression, not taking Kaido's threat seriously at all. Advertisement. Kaido was so angry that he reached out to touch his mace, but ended up touching pieces on the ground. He then remembered that the mace had been smashed to pieces in Susanoo's attack just now. The ant threw the dead Napoleon to the ground, raised her hand suddenly and shouted, "Temenuju Deva." Zeus in the sky instantly transformed into a pitch-black thundercloud, and his expression became extremely ferocious. Dense lightning surged out from its body, and all of these lightnings launched a wave of intensive bombardment at the diamond-shaped space where Kyunhee was. Kyunhee looked at the thundercloud called Zeus with great interest. It is said that Chijia, who possesses the thunder fruit, can control all the lightning in the world, but he finds that the lightning emitted by Zeus has its own consciousness and can resist his manipulation. Thinking of this, Kyunhee stretched out his hand and released universal pull at Zeus, pulling Zeus directly over. The diamond-shaped space opened automatically like a cockpit, and Kyunhee grabbed Zeus and pulled him in front of him. As soon as Zeus saw Kyunhee's Rinnegan, he felt an instinctive fear. His body returned to its original white state and he trembled in Kyunhee's hands. A ray of cold air from the underworld emerged from Kyunhee's left eye, and Zeus' eyes immediately became dull, and his body slowly floated to Kyunhee's side, looking like a submissive little lamb. The ant wanted to call back Zeus but found that she had lost contact with Zeus. She was shocked and shouted. "Ahole! What have you done?" Advertisement. Kyunhee looked down at the furious old lady below and casually shot out a stream of cold air. The ant hurriedly asked the remaining Prometheus to go forward to resist. It spewed out a flame to try to stop it, but it had no effect. Instead, it was hit by the cold air of the underworld and turned into a ball of ice that fell to the ground and shattered. At this point, the 3 top-level homies created by Big Mom with her own soul were all wiped out, and Zeus among them became Kyunhee's property. In front of the Yomi fruit, Big Mom's soul fruit was completely suppressed, and Red Hair knew nothing about the Yomi fruit. He could only guess that it was the ability of the 2 unknown Megatama in Chijia's eyes. After being abused by Kyunhee in a nearly playful way and now losing 3 top homies, Big Mom was so angry that she lost her mind and went crazy. She clenched her fists and let out a piercing roar towards the sky. The sound waves mixed with her conquerors blasted the surrounding ice surface to collapse continuously, and it did not distinguish between friend and foe. No matter whether they were pirates or marines, they all fell to their knees with their hands covering their ears, and some even lost consciousness. Kyunhee just felt it was extremely noisy. He controlled Susanoo to spread its wings and fly high into the sky, then dropped from the sky towards the ant, stepped on her still nervous body and pushed her into the ice, and the roar stopped abruptly. Susanoo slowly pulled her feet out of the ice, and a large amount of seawater immediately gushed out from below, and the ant's figure disappeared. Susanoo's figure gradually became blurred and finally disappeared into the air. Kyunhee folded his arms and slowly descended from the air, completely ignoring the 3 red-haired people around him, and walked to the edge of the ice cave where Big Mom disappeared. He stretched out his hand and released universal pull towards the ice cave. Big Mom's huge body was pulled up along with a large amount of seawater and floated quietly in the air. The ant rolled her eyes, obviously losing consciousness. To Kyunhee, she was now just a piece of fish on the chopping board, ready for him to slaughter her. Kaido wanted to rescue him but was stopped by the red-haired man. The red-haired man shook his head slowly at him and whispered. "Don't go over there. Big Mom has the strongest physique among us, so she should be fine." However, the next second he was slapped hard in the face. The Susanoo sword covered with black patterns appeared in Chijia's hand. He gently stabbed Big Mom's chest, and Big Mom's body was immediately pierced through by the Susanoo sword effortlessly like tofu, spurting out a large amount of blood. The pirates' members in the distance saw this scene and immediately let out a cry of despair. Advertisement. Mother. Her children tried to rush to the rescue, but were blocked by Kizaru. Kizaru pointed at the pirates' member in front of him with one hand, put his other hand in his trouser pocket, and said sarcastically. "It's so pitiful for the children who lost their mother. You should calm down for a while." As she spoke, golden lasers shot out from her fingertips, bringing a wave of warmth to the ant's children. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates group looked at the miserable state of Big Mom and couldn't help but feel grieving for the loss of the rabbit. Although their father is still alive, if this trend continues, it is only a matter of time before they become left-behind children. They also wanted to go up and help, but seeing Akainu covered in magma blocking their way, they had no choice but to stay where they were. The battlefield in the rear was littered with corpses, but most of them were the bodies of pirates. All of their captains were held back by Chijia, and had to face 3 marine admirals, 6 Shishibukai and numerous marine generals alone. This was simply a hellish level of difficulty. The elite pirate groups like Red Hair are still okay, but the pirate groups like Big Mom and Whitebeard have lost almost half of their members. The Beast's pirates had no intention of fighting and had been wandering on the edge, so they suffered the least losses. Of course, this was also related to the previous conversation between Chijia and Kaido. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chijia's attitude towards Kaido is very different from that of the other 3-4 emperors, and some high-ranking generals also know that Kaido's daughter is Yamato, the apprentice of Admiral Shirin. Because of this relationship, both sides immediately had an unspoken understanding, and few people would kill each other. Therefore, the entire Beast's pirates, including their boss Kaido, became the largest actor group in this war. Back to Chijia, the Susanoo sword that pierced into Big Mom's body burst out with endless thunder. No matter how strong Big Mom's physique was, her internal organs could not withstand the ravages of thunder and lightning. You know, thunder fruit is one of the few in Logia that is as powerful as lava fruit. Big Mom's eyes widened, and she regained consciousness briefly. She looked at the Susanoo sword stuck in her chest in disbelief, and opened her mouth to say something, but Chijia didn't give her the chance. The sword of Susanoo suddenly enlarged, and Big Mom's last bit of life disappeared, and her fat hands fell down weakly. 4 Emperors Big Mom. Chapter 264, Human Road Big Mom. The old lady's lifeless body fell heavily on the ice, and bounced twice due to her obesity. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a steel balloon, its elasticity is really good. Whitebeard and others stood there in a daze, obviously still not recovering from Big Mom's death. Kyanga did not hide it and turned Big Mom into a six-paths puppet on the spot. With the soul fruit, she is the best human being. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, Big Mom suddenly opened her eyes, revealing the same Rinnegan pattern as Chijia's. Kaido called out to the ant tentatively. Advertisement. Lin. The ant turned a deaf ear to him. She slowly stood up from the ice and walked straight to Kyunhee without saying a word. She looked like a taciturn guard. Mother. The members of the Big Mom pirates in the back thought that Big Mom was controlled by Chijia and tried to wake her up with sound. However, what they didn't know was that Big Mom was now just a corpse who only obeyed Chijia. Shanks frowned and asked. What did you do to her? Kyunhee smiled lightly. You'll find out soon enough. After that, Chijia gave Big Mom her first order through the Rinnegan, which was to kill the red-haired Shanks. Big Mom's fists were immediately covered with armament haki, and she kicked her legs hard, rushing towards Shanks like a cannonball. Shanks, who has the blessing of the White Wedge, is naturally not afraid of Big Mom, but this strange situation still makes him confused for a moment, so he can only stretch out his hand to block Big Mom's attack. Whitebeard on the side didn't care about that. He punched Big Mom in the abdomen with a vibration punch, making a sound like glass breaking. The ant was hit in the abdomen, but her body just trembled, and her other fist continued to hit Shanks in front of her. Shanks cursed inwardly and kicked the ant, sending her back. The ant returned to Kyunhee's side without any hesitation. She pressed her hand on the ice and injected her soul. An anthropomorphic face suddenly appeared on the ice, and then the ice under Shanks' feet suddenly cracked. Advertisement. Shanks no longer expected Big Mom to recover her sanity. He jumped off the ice and blasted several red fist-shaped shock waves at Big Mom through the air. Big Mom crossed her arms over her chest to protect herself, but Shanks' strength had surpassed that of the four emperors, and she was blasted directly into the seawater under the ice. Shanks breathed a sigh of relief when he fell back to the ground. In his opinion, as a user of the fruit ability, Big Mom would lose the ability to move once she fell into the sea. But now Big Mom has been transformed into a six-paths puppet. Her actions are completely controlled by Chijia, who can force her to break free from the constraints of seawater. Big Mom just rushed out of the seawater and pounced on Shanks again. Whitebeard couldn't bear it anymore, he grabbed the air with both hands, then pulled down hard, the whole space suddenly turned upside down, the ant in the air lost her balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Whitebeard was about to rush forward to finish off the enemy, but Kyunhee suddenly appeared in front of him. A semicircular space surrounded Whitebeard's body. Kyunhee's hand was pointed at his abdomen like a pistol. In his surprised eyes, he whispered. Room shoot. Bang. With a muffled sound, Whitebeard spurted out a mouthful of blood, covered his abdomen with both hands and stepped back, his body softened and he half knelt on the ground. What kind of ability is this? He could feel that his abdomen had been pierced from the inside, but there was no visible wound from the outside, which was extremely strange. The Whitebeards became extremely anxious when they saw Whitebeard's condition. They rushed towards Whitebeard desperately, and one pirate after another was turned into ashes by Akainu's magma. Kyunhee glanced at the fearless Whitebeard members behind him, then turned to Whitebeard and said. Whitebeard, your sons are indeed good. It's a pity that you will die here today. Whitebeard struggled to get up from the ground, condensed a shock wave on his fist, and blasted it towards Kyunhee through the air. Qianhe shook his head and said softly. Why bother? With a wave of his hand, the shockwave from Whitebeard was dispersed directly into the air. Kyunhee clenched his 5 fingers towards Whitebeard. Black coffin. Advertisement. 2 dark masses emerged from both sides of Whitebeard, and then suddenly closed together, forming a black coffin that wrapped Whitebeard's body, leaving only his face exposed. Whitebeard tried his best to break free from Black Coffin, but under the pull of darkness, it was already good enough for him to keep his body intact, let alone break free. At this moment, only Whitebeard's facial muscles could move. He stared at Kyunhee who was approaching him, and a deep feeling of powerlessness emerged from the bottom of his heart. Am I really old? For the first time, Whitebeard began to doubt his own strength, but he quickly dismissed the idea. No. This Xiaolin is simply a monster. He is not even human. On the other side, Shanks saw Whitebeard's situation and immediately wanted to rescue him, but Big Mom held him tightly like a dogskin plaster. Even though his strength was far superior to Big Mom's, he was still unable to escape from the fearless 4 emperors and could only watch Chijia walk up to Whitebeard. Chijia's Rinnegan was calm, as if he didn't take Whitebeard, who was called the strongest man in the world, seriously. He asked calmly. Whitebeard, do you have any last words? Looking at the young face in front of him, Whitebeard sighed and said. You must be interested in this shock fruit of mine. If you want it, feel free to take it. I only have one request, that my sons live. Dad. The members of the White group burst into tears when they heard Whitebeard's words. They were obviously very close to Whitebeard, but Akainu standing in front of them was like an insurmountable wall. At this moment, their hearts were filled with despair. Qianhe ignored the noise behind him and shook his head at Whitebeard. You seem to have misunderstood. I don't need your consent to obtain the shock fruit. This sentence directly brought Whitebeard's mood to the freezing point, but Qianhe's next words rekindled his hope. But you can spare their lives, but I want you to say something in front of everyone. What? Qianhe stared into Whitebeard's eyes, and a voice sounded in his mind. Just shout, One Piece is a scam, it doesn't exist at all. What? Chapter 265, Cocoon. Whitebeard's face was dull, he really didn't expect that Qianhe would ask him to say this. He knew that once he uttered this sentence, it would have an extremely explosive impact on the entire pirates group, and the age of exploration opened by Roger would suffer an unimaginable blow. But thinking of his sons, a look of pain appeared on Whitebeard's face. Qianhe was not in a hurry and just looked at Whitebeard quietly. In his opinion, the pirates' world is already his property, so the less of those marine debris that are causing chaos everywhere, the better. Advertisement. This is what he should do if he were in the Marine's position. In the end, the lives of his sons outweighed everything in Whitebeard's heart. He closed his eyes and trembled as he said, I promise. Qianhe smiled and asked deliberately. Whitebeard, what exactly is One Piece? As soon as One Piece was released, whether it was the pirates and marines in Marineford, or people all over the world, all focused their attention on Whitebeard. Whitebeard took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and yelled with all his strength. One Piece is a scam. It doesn't exist. Whitebeard's voice resounded in every corner of the world, and the entire pirates' world fell into deathly silence at this moment. Windmill Village. Luffy stared blankly at Whitebeard on the screen, tears suddenly welling up in his eyes. Seeing this, Makina squatted down to wipe the tears from Luffy's face and asked with concern. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Luffy turned his head stiffly and said tremblingly. Sister Makina, is what Whitebeard said true? This was the first time that Makina had seen Luffy like this, and she also knew how much of a blow Whitebeard's words had been to him, who had always dreamed of becoming the king of pirates. But she really doesn't want Luffy to go down this path. What will happen to Luffy once he meets Mr. Chijia? So Makina said cruelly. Advertisement. Whitebeard is a strong man from the same era as Roger, so what he said must be right. Luffy obviously couldn't accept this cruel reality, and he shouted at Whitebeard on the screen. No. This is not true. One Piece is real. Buzz. A domineering aura burst out from Luffy's small body, knocking everyone around him unconscious. Luffy's body swayed, then his eyes rolled back, and he fell down with his head raised. No one saw a white ribbon vaguely surrounding Luffy's back, and it disappeared after a while. Back to Marineford. The fight between the Marines and the pirates has stopped, and they haven't recovered from Whitebeard's words yet. Shanks's expression became extremely ferocious, and endless anger burned in his heart. He punched the ant's fat face and directly blasted the ant into the distant Marineford, then rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard. What the hell are you talking about? After Whitebeard finished speaking, he lowered his eyes and said nothing more. Qianhe nodded in satisfaction, and with a Shinra Tensei, he knocked the red-haired man flying towards him. Then, a ray of darkness appeared in his left eye. It's over. Puff puff puff. The sound of flesh being pierced came from Black Coffin, and Whitebeard's facial muscles trembled. In the last moment of his life, he looked at the Whitebeard members behind Qianhe with a look of nostalgia. My lovely sons, this is the last thing your father can do for you. Live well. Qianhe sighed softly. Don't worry, I will abide by the agreement and let them live. Thank you very much, Kulalala. I didn't expect there would be a monster like you. I have no regrets in fighting you. After saying this, Whitebeard closed his eyes forever, and the story of the strongest man in the world came to an end. The black coffin that wrapped Whitebeard turned into wisps of darkness and dissipated. Under Qianhe's control, the corpse slowly fell onto the ice, maintaining a standing posture. Chijia deliberately left Whitebeard a last bit of dignity, which was completely different from the treatment she gave Big Mom. Advertisement. Reaching out and pressing on Whitebeard's body, the power of the shock fruit was sucked into Chijia's left eye by the hungry kid and became the last Megatama. When the Whitebeard members saw Whitebeard dead, they all fell to their knees, calling for their father in despair. Several squad leaders desperately attacked Akainu, letting the lava leave charred wounds on their bodies. After Qianhe dealt with Whitebeard, he stood there quietly, his temperament was out of tune with the surrounding environment. Red Hair rushed over at this time. He saw the dead Whitebeard at a glance and became furious. His hands had completely turned white, and his aura reached a new level again. Die! A punch hit Chijia's back. This time Chijia was not covered with Susanoo armor, and she didn't even use haki. A look of joy appeared on Shank's face, thinking that his attack was successful this time. However, when Chijia turned her head, Shanks saw a pair of Rinnegan covered with 12 megatama, and 6 black spheres that suddenly appeared behind Chijia. One of the black spheres suddenly changed and turned into a sharp black spear, which instantly pierced Shanks' body and stabbed him into the ground. After this severe blow, the white wedge on Shanks' body began to dissipate. He tried his best to keep the white wedge on his abdomen. His powerful observation haki told him that once the white wedge on his abdomen also dissipated, his body would be in danger of collapse. This is indeed the case. These 6 black spheres are the truth-seeking balls. Without the protection of 6 paths level power, ordinary people will turn into nothingness as soon as they touch them, even the immortal bodies after impure world reincarnation. Kyunhee glanced at Shanks coldly, then turned and walked towards the battlefield behind. But before he had taken a few steps, Kyunhee suddenly stopped again. Strands of white substance appeared out of thin air, wrapped around his body, and finally formed a white cocoon. The strange phenomenon that happened to Kyunhee made everyone stop what they were doing and stare blankly at the cocoon in the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world were also focused on the cocoon. Marie Joyce, among the flowers. Yumu stared at the cocoon in the picture and laughed madly and morbidly. Ha 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 ha. He succeeded. I can feel it. It's the breath of the same kind. The voice in his mind sounded again, with a hint of sarcasm. That's not your kind, it's mine. Yim was in a good mood and didn't take the ridicule seriously at all. He stared at the pure white cocoon with fascination and murmured. Come on. I've been waiting here for too long. Chapter 266, Breaking the Cocoon. The entire marine fort was eerily quiet until a heartbeat sounded from the cocoon. Plop, plop. The heartbeat sounded like a war drum. The ice cracked and the sea surged with the sound of the heartbeat. The sky became completely dark at this moment. The people standing on the ice couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and they all looked at the cocoon again at the same time. It was seen floating quietly on the sea, and the changes in the external environment did not cause any disturbance to it. Advertisement. This strange phenomenon lasted for a while, and suddenly, a crack appeared in the black clouds above the sky, and a beam of golden light shone through the crack onto the cocoon, and fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the cocoon. Click. The next second, the cocoon shell shattered, revealing Kyunhee inside. Everyone was stunned when they saw Kyunhee's appearance. Chijia's hair and skin have turned snow white. A horn has grown on the left side of her forehead, symmetrical to the horn on the right. She is wearing a white robe with 12 megatama patterns on the back and both cuffs. 12 pitch-black truth-seeking balls floated quietly behind Kyunhee. He held a black scepter in his hand and his body floated in the air. Kyunhee now gives people the feeling of a god. Just looking at him will make you feel awe from the bottom of your heart. There is no doubt that Chijia has completed the final evolution. Without becoming a Ten-Tails Jinkraki, she has completely become an Tsutsuki by relying on her eye power. Slowly falling from the air onto the sea, Kyunhee walked towards Marine Ford under everyone's dazed gaze. Some pirates who were full of hatred towards Chijia found that at this moment they no longer had the slightest thought of being an enemy of Chijia. This was a kind of suppression from the life level. Jun quickly came to Chijia, looked at Chijia in front of him, and asked hesitantly. Are you Chijia? Kyunhee paused, turned his head and gave Jun a familiar smile. Of course it's me, absolutely. As she spoke, Chijia took Jun's hand and appeared on the platform the next second. Advertisement. After he became Tsutsuki, the abilities of the 12 devil fruits in the Rinnegan were greatly enhanced, and he no longer had to expand the room space beforehand to use the OPOP fruits abilities. Moreover, with his current pupil power, no one's haki is strong enough to resist room's replacement. It can be said that he has true infinite hand power. Kyunhee tapped the ground lightly with the scepter in his hand, and circles of transparent ripples spread out. The traces of the battle on Marine Ford recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon it became no different from before the war. This is the power of his Rinnegan eye technique to reverse aging. The moment the 12 megatama Rinnegan is activated, it has the function of rewinding time and can reverse the time of an area, but the rewinding time is limited and can only work within 1 hour. However, Kyunhee can choose people or things in the area to go back in time. For example, the Marines who just died stood up from the ground again, but the pirates did not. The Marines who came back to life were all bewildered. They looked at their intact bodies in disbelief, feeling as if they had just had a long dream. This scene shocked everyone again. After a long while, the Marines who were supposed to have died realized that their resurrection was due to Jianhe after being reminded by the people around them. They knelt down on the ground and kowtowed heavily in the direction of Jianhe. Kyunhee waved his hand casually, and an inexplicable force lifted the kneeling Marines up. He looked down at the battlefield below and said calmly. This war should end. Some members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Ant pirates were still unwilling to give in. They shouted. What a joke! We will fight to the death with Marine. As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies suddenly exploded and turned into blood mist that floated in the air. A strong smell of blood filled the air in front of Marineford, and the remaining pirates suddenly became silent, not daring to say a word. The purple light in Kyunhee's eyes gradually dissipated, and then with a thought, the members of the Red Hair Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates suddenly floated into the air, and no matter how they struggled, it was of no avail. As they looked on in horror, Kyunhee clenched his hand, and a giant black cube enveloped them all, floating quietly in the air. This is the dark prison created by Kyunhee, which is an advanced version of Black Coffin. People imprisoned inside will never be able to escape. Kyunhee did not kill these people, but imprisoned them in this way. As for when to release them, it all depends on his mood. Shanks on the ice was furious when he saw this scene, but now he could hardly protect himself, let alone take care of his crew. Kyunhee raised his hand lightly, and the dark prison continued to rise into the air and finally disappeared into the clouds. Kaido looked at the disappearing dark prison and swallowed. Before he could say anything, Yamato suddenly came in front of him and shouted. Advertisement. Kaido. You'd better surrender quickly. You don't want to be locked in that black cube by your master, do you? Yamato's tone sounded very tough, but her facial expression showed that she was worried about Kaido. Both father and daughter have extremely proud personalities. Even if they care about each other in their hearts, the words they say often make the other party tremble with anger. Kaido slapped Yamato on the head and scolded him. A hole. Is that how you talk to Laozi? Yamato was furious after being hit like this. She covered her head and said angrily. How dare you hit me? My master won't let you go. Your master? Your master is. Kaido wanted to mock his silly daughter, but suddenly he remembered that the master she was talking about was Zi Lin. So Kaido held back what he wanted to say, his face darkened and he said nothing more. Yamato was immediately pleased with herself when she saw this. She put her hands behind her back and started circling around Kaido, saying. What's wrong? Did it stall? I didn't expect Kaido of the Beasts to be cowardly sometimes. This really opened my eyes. Jin, who was standing by, saw this and quickly went over to grab Yamato and said. Young master, stop talking. The boss is really going to be angry. Yamato glanced at Kaido's dark purple face, snorted and finally calmed down. Qianhe on the high platform had heard the conversation between the father and daughter, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. He sent a message to Yamato. That's enough. The Beasts pirates have behaved honestly this time. Let Kaido leave and tell him to take care of his men. Yamato was overjoyed when she heard this. She kicked Kaido in triumph and looked at him with her chin up. My master told me that you can leave now. He told me to take care of my subordinates. The next second, Yamato's body flew out like a cannonball. Kaido blew on his smoking fist, turned around and gave orders to his subordinates. Guys, let's go. Chapter 267 Summit War ends. The members of the Whitebeard pirates knelt in front of Whitebeard's body, still unable to recover from their grief. Marco stumbled over with his injured body. He looked at Whitebeard in front of him, but instead of crying like the others, he lowered his head and said nothing. It turned out that Kyunhee had just told him what Whitebeard said before he died, and that their Whitebeard pirates could also leave like the Beasts pirates. Marco's mood was extremely complicated. He said in a low voice. Dad made a deal with Marine. The condition is to spare our lives. Don't let Dad down. Let's go. Advertisement. As he said this, he entered the phoenix form again, rolled up Whitebeard's body with his wings and flew towards the Moby DK. Seeing this, the other members had no choice but to follow Marco back to their respective ships, no matter how reluctant they were. They had less than half their number, so even though some ships had been destroyed in the previous battle, the remaining ships were enough to carry them away from Marineford. With the departure of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates, the only person left in the area was Shanks, who was pinned to the ice by the black spear of the truth-seeking ball. The white wedge on his abdomen was getting weaker and weaker. Once the white wedge disappeared, his body would be completely turned into nothingness by the truth-seeking ball. Suddenly, the black spear stuck in his abdomen broke away, turned back into a truth-seeking ball and merged into Kyunhee's back. The white wedge also completely dissipated at this time. Shanks only felt an endless weakness coming, and his eyes went dark and he fainted on the ground. Another black coffin wrapped his body, a door opened in the air, and the black coffin floated in. After dealing with all this, Kyunhee flew up to the sky above Marineford, facing all the marine officers and soldiers of the headquarters and the people watching the live broadcast around the world, and said loudly. The war is over, victory belongs to us Marines. After a brief silence, the entire headquarters erupted in thunderous cheers. From Marshal Sengoku to ordinary soldiers, everyone's faces were flushed with excitement. They clenched their fists, venting their surging emotions. Konoha village. The villagers were already in a frenzy. Because of Chijia, they had a very strong sense of identification with Marine. Now that Marine had won, it was naturally something worth celebrating for them. Nami pulled Nakago's hand and shook it vigorously, her face flushed as she shouted. Brother Chijia is really amazing. Don't you agree, Nakako? A bright smile spread across Nochigo's face. She nodded vigorously and said. Advertisement. Of course. Chijia Nii is the most powerful man in the world. Windmill Village. The fainted villagers were awakened by the cheers coming from the live broadcast. They got up from the ground drowsily, shaking their heads, still unclear about what had just happened. Makina patted Luffy who was still sleeping beside him. Luffy suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. The first thing he did when he woke up was to shout. One Piece is real. After hearing this, the villagers all smiled and shook their heads. They just thought that Luffy was too naive and still believed in One Piece. Luffy didn't care about the villagers' reactions. He was just saying this to himself. After a pause, he turned to look at Makina and asked. Sister Makina, where's Shanks? How is he? Makina felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Although she hated Shanks, she also knew how important Shanks was to Luffy. If she told Luffy about Shanks' situation, she was afraid that he would not be able to accept it. Seeing that Makina was hesitant and unwilling to speak, Luffy turned to an uncle and asked about Shanks' situation. The uncle didn't have Makina's concerns and answered directly. He has been locked in a black cube by Admiral Zillan. He will probably be executed. What? Luffy felt his head buzzing when he heard the news. After a long while, he turned around and walked out of the village without saying a word. Some villagers saw this and quickly grabbed Luffy's hand and asked. Luffy, where are you going? I'm going to save Shanks. A hole. Are you crazy? The other villagers immediately started to scold Luffy after hearing this, but Luffy turned a deaf ear to them and just kept moving forward. He didn't stop until Makina rushed up to him and slapped him hard. Luffy raised his head, stared at Makina blankly, and asked tremblingly. Advertisement. Sister Makina, will Shanks die? Makina couldn't bear to see Luffy depressed, and didn't want him to do anything stupid, so he said. He won't die. If Mr. Kyunhee wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. He wouldn't even give him a chance to be imprisoned. You should calm down first. Luffy nodded blankly and finally fell silent. Makina secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Luffy away from the scene. She was afraid that the villagers' revelry would affect Luffy again. On the way back, Luffy clenched his fists and swore in his heart that he must rescue Shanks and find One Piece. This summit war that shocked the whole world ended with Marine's complete victory. Because Kyunhee used his magical power to go back in time, the Marine miraculously achieved 0 casualties, while the 4 emperors suffered extremely heavy losses. Not to mention the casualties among the crew and officers, among the 4 emperors alone, 2 died, 1 escaped, and 1 red-haired man was directly imprisoned, and his life or death is still unknown. After this battle, the prestige and power of the Marine on the sea reached an unprecedented high. A large number of young people began to flock to the Marine, while the pirates' side was bleak. Many small pirate groups announced their disbandment and hid in small towns as ordinary people. The larger pirate groups were also struggling to survive because they found that in many places even ordinary people were not afraid of them. Their lives became worse and worse, so much so that they were given a new title, sea tramps. Back to the headquarters. The atmosphere in the conference room today was particularly cheerful, with generals talking and laughing among themselves, in stark contrast to the solemnity before the war. Aokiji walked into the meeting room slowly as usual. When he found his seat, Akainu, who had already sat down next to him, nodded to him for the first time. Aokiji suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Akainu's face again and again, confirming again and again whether Akainu had taken the wrong medicine today and why he was behaving so abnormally. Usually when he sees me being late, doesn't he always snort and then habitually put on a sour face? Sengoku, who was sitting at the first seat, frowned and said. Kyuzan. You're late again, sit down. Aokiji then sat down in his seat, glancing at Akainu from time to time. Sengoku sighed helplessly, then his face became serious and he spoke. Today I have an announcement. Chapter 268 Marshal Zillan. Everyone looked at Sengoku. Sengoku paused, turned to look at Chijia who was sitting next to him, and said word by word. I am going to hand over the position of Marine Marshal to Uchiha Chijia. Sengoku thought that this decision would cause a heated discussion, but the result was far beyond his expectations. Akainu was the first to speak. Okay. I agree with this resolution. Advertisement. Kizaru glanced at Akainu, then slowly raised his right hand. I agree with Sakazuki. Aokiji hadn't recovered from Sengoku's words yet, but the other generals had already started clapping. We agree to promote Admiral Zillan to the position of Marine Marshal. Sengoku was confused by everyone's reaction. Tsuru on the other side poked his waist with his elbow and teased. It looks like you, the Marine Marshal, are going to retire with honor. Garp grabbed a handful of senbei and stuffed them into his mouth, laughing extremely wildly, with no intention of giving Sengoku any face at all. Sengoku's face turned red, and everyone realized that their actions seemed to have caused great harm to Sengoku's heart, and they all changed their words. Marshal Sengoku has worked so hard for the Marine for so many years, we can't bear to part with you. If it weren't for the frozen expressions on some people's faces, Sengoku would have believed their lies. He shook his head helplessly. The position of Marshal was originally given up by Sengoku voluntarily, so he was not really angry. Sengoku took out an exquisite wooden box from his arms and handed it to Chijia. Chijia took it and opened it, and found a six-pointed star medal shining with golden light inside. Sengoku looked at the medal and said, "With the approval of the Army Commander-in-Chief, Sora, we have decided to award Kyunhee the golden six-pointed star medal to commend his outstanding performance in this war. This is a medal that symbolizes the highest honor in the military. Without exception, all of its holders have served as Marine Marshals." Advertisement. And now that Sengoku has handed it over to Chijia personally, the significance of this is naturally self-evident. Kyunhee smiled and nodded, then embedded the medal on his right chest. He was wearing the Marine Admiral uniform, except that this uniform was made from the Six Paths white robe, and its quality was obviously not comparable to that of ordinary clothes. He also dispersed the truth-seeking ball behind him because it was too dangerous for others to use. If they were not careful, it would turn into nothingness. After reaching the Six Paths level, Chijia was able to retract the two horns on his head at will, and now he only has a pair of 12 Magadama Rinnegan on his face. Everyone turned their eyes to Chijia's face, deliberately avoiding his 12 Magadama Rinnegan, because just looking at those eyes made them feel frightened. After a brief silence, everyone gave Kyunhee another round of warm applause. In their opinion, Kyunhee truly deserved the medal, and no one would feel jealous about it. This is the case with the senior members of Marine. They are far stronger than a certain group in Konoha in terms of both vision and character. Things like secretly tripping others up would never happen to them. He glanced around the conference room, looking at the heartfelt smiles on every general's face. He felt that his decision to join the Marine was absolutely correct. After all, humans are social animals. It is a kind of luck to find a place where they can feel a sense of belonging, and Marine is such an existence for Chijia. Jun sat next to Tsuru and gave Chijia a bright smile. Chijia smiled, stood up and faced everyone and said, "Let us, the Marine, start a new era." A week later, in a live broadcast to the whole world, Kyunhee naturally became the new Marine Marshal, and people's name for him changed from Admiral Zillan to Marshal Zillan. After being promoted to Marshal, Kyunhee still lives a life that is no different from before. Because of the presence of two secretaries, Khalifa and Robin, it is never his turn to handle official business. Sengoku thought Chijia would be as busy as he used to be, but when he arrived at Chijia's marshal's office, he saw Chijia lying on Robin's lap. Robin held a glass of orange juice close to Kyunhee's mouth. Kyunhee closed her eyes and drank the orange juice in the glass comfortably with a straw. It looked like she was not at work but on vacation. Suddenly, Kyunhee sniffed, opened his eyes and looked at Robin, and asked curiously, "Robin, do you smell something sour?" Robin glanced at Sengoku, who was standing at the door with a constipated look on his face, and chuckled. "Sir, it's Mr. Sengoku." Advertisement. Chijia stood up and looked at Sengoku, smiling and said, "Principal Sengoku, what do you want to talk to me about today?" After Sengoku stepped down as the admiral, he became the principal of the Marine School, while Zephyr continued to serve as the chief instructor in the school. Sengoku has now completely let himself go. He no longer cares about his hair, which he had previously dyed black, and lets it turn grey. He was simply dressed in a white marine coat with a casual shirt underneath. His lower body was even more outrageous, with floral shorts and big slippers. The aura of martial marine is no longer present on Sengoku, and he looks like an ordinary old man next door. He curled his lips and said sarcastically, "Marshal Zillan is such a busy man, he's so busy that he doesn't even have time to drink a beverage. As expected of you, Principal Sengoku. The Marine Marshal is not a human being. Look at me, my hair has turned white." As she spoke, Chijia pointed to her beautiful snow-white hair, which almost dazzled Sengoku's old eyes. Sengoku exhaled 2 loud breaths from his nostrils. Why didn't he realize that Chijia was so irritating before? Where is the steady and reliable Uchiha Chijia? Khalifa also finished reviewing the last document at this time. She came to Kyunhee and reported in a serious manner. "Boss, today's business has been dealt with. Shall we go eat now?" Sengoku glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the office. The time showed 11:30. At that time, he would still be buried in a pile of documents and unable to raise his head. Thinking of this, he looked at Khalifa with undisguised admiration. Sengoku didn't have any thoughts about Khalifa. Needless to say, Khalifa's appearance was outstanding. There were few people in the entire naval headquarters who could surpass her in appearance. But Sengoku already has someone in his heart. Yes, it's Tsuru. What he valued was Khalifa's workability. If he had had a secretary like her by his side back then, he wouldn't have been so busy all day. However, the only companions he had were the seagull on his head and a lamb that acted as a shredder. Chapter 269 Return to Marie Joyce. Sengoku took a long time to suppress the sourness in his heart and talked about business. Chijia, Sora wants to see you. He will be waiting for you in Marie Joyce in the next few days. Oh? Is this what Marshal Kong himself meant? Sengoku didn't understand what Chijia meant. Could it be that Kong wanted to meet Chijia because someone had asked him to do so? But who would have the face to let the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces do things on his behalf? Advertisement. After thinking about it, the figures of the 5 old guys appeared in Sengoku's mind. He frowned and asked. What's wrong? Is there another purpose behind this? Haha, maybe someone is just impatient to come. Someone? Who? Chijia shook her head and had no intention of telling Sengoku about Im's matter. Since it involved the Tsutsuki clan, it was better for him to handle it himself. It could be Xiaolulia. Didn't this guy call headquarters several times to see me? It's her. She really wants to see you so much that she's almost going crazy. But she's still pretty nice and doesn't put on airs. Sengoku knew a little about the relationship between Charla and Chijia, so he easily accepted Chijia's words. Speaking of Xiaolulia, Kyunhee's lips curled up into a smile. This girl always had that annoying expression on her face, but now he couldn't hate her anymore. This time when I go to Marie Joyce, I can just visit her. If something goes wrong, I can take her away in advance. Marie Joyce. Several men in black were guarding the entrance of the elevator, seemingly waiting for something. They have been guarding here for 2 days. Someone couldn't help but complain. Why hasn't Ziilin arrived yet? How long do we have to stand here? Shut up. That person is capable of defeating the 4 emperors alone. We have been told to do a good job of reception. If anything goes wrong, we can't afford it. Yeah, I watched that live broadcast too. He is simply a monster. The 4 emperors are like children in front of him. I even doubt if those 4 are fake 4 emperors. Don't talk nonsense. Except for Kaido, the territories of the 3-4 emperors have almost been divided up by others. How can this be true? It's incredible. I never thought the era of the 4 emperors would pass just like that. It's Marine's time now. No. The Marine still has to listen to the world government. They are just a tool. Advertisement. Just as they were chatting excitedly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Oh? Really? Who is it? Several men in black were startled, but when they saw the person's face clearly, they turned pale with fright. The person who came was Jianhe. This time he came alone without any entourage. Jianhe looked indifferently at the trembling men in black in front of him, and asked one of the short men. You just said that Marine is just a tool. The short man felt a chill run through his heart when he heard that, and his body trembled even more violently. Marshal Zilan, I was just talking nonsense. Just treat it as a fart. I won't dare to do it again. Jianhe didn't say anything, but just slowly walked past the men in black. Seeing that Kyunhee didn't seem to intend to pursue the matter, the short man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Bang! The short man's body suddenly exploded, and blood splattered evenly on the faces of the other men in black. They stiffly lowered their heads to look at the short man's original position, where there was nothing to see except a pool of blood. Several men in black were so frightened by the scene that they collapsed to the ground. Their leader behaved relatively well, but judging from his pale face, he was also quite frightened. He took a deep breath and hurriedly caught up with Jianhe, without mentioning the death of a man just now. Marshal Zilan, where are you going? Marshal Kong is waiting for you over there. Jianhe paused, turned to look at the little leader, and said lightly. Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Being stared at by Chijia's Rinnegan, he felt his mind go dark and he almost lost consciousness. He bent his body and bowed 90 degrees to Jianhe, shouting. Of course not. Marshal Zilan can go wherever he wants. Kyunhee ignored him and walked in one direction on his own. Not until Kyunhee's figure disappeared from sight did the leader of the men in black dare to stand up and return to the team of men in black. His men hurriedly asked. Boss, Rick. Rick was the name of the man in black who had just died. The leader looked at the bloodline on the ground with disgust and ordered. Advertisement. Clean this place up quickly. He just talked too much and deserves to be put to death. In a luxurious palace. Xiaolulia was riding on a puppet, pulling one of the puppet's ears with both hands, and said angrily. Damn it. I told you to ignore me. You don't want these ears anymore. 2 chubby maids stood by her with their heads down, afraid of angering Xiaolulia who was in a rage. After venting her anger to the doll for a while, Xiaolulia's resentment dissipated a little. She stood up and hugged the doll in her arms. She touched the doll's ears nervously and said comfortingly. Does it hurt you? Who told you to ignore me all the time? Why don't you pay attention to me? Pay attention to me and I'll give you a kiss, how about that? As she said this, Xiaolulia actually pouted her lips and moved closer to the doll's face, almost ready to kiss it. Hey, what's wrong with you again? There was a hint of ridicule in the voice, but it sounded so sweet to Xiaolulia's ears. She looked up at the person with a look of surprise. Chijia. At the entrance of the hall, Jianhe was looking at Xiaolulia with his arms folded and a teasing expression on his face. Why don't you continue? Why don't you kiss me? Xiaolulia's face turned red with embarrassment, but her heart was soon filled with joy at seeing Chijia. She no longer cared about her identity as a celestial dragon, and threw the doll in her hand aside and rushed towards Chijia. Although Xiaolulia's speed is not much different from that of a snail in Qunhe's eyes, considering her physical fitness, this is already an extraordinary performance. Qunhe opened his arms and hugged Xiaolulia, who rushed over. Xiaolulia kissed Qunhe's face hard with lightning speed, leaving a bright red lip mark on it. Jianhe pretended to be disgusted and raised his hand to wipe it, but Xiaolulia grabbed Jianhe's hand and kept shouting. Why are you wiping it? You are disgusted with me. What else? Xiaolulia held it in for a long time but couldn't utter a word. She could only cover her mouth and bury her head in Qunhe's arms, humming and saying something. Jianhe looked helplessly at Xiaolulia's little head in his arms, reached out and touched it, and said softly. Well, I came to see you without even meeting Sora. Xiaolulia nudged her head in Qunhe's arms and responded softly. Chapter 270 Charlos. Holding Xiaolulia, Jianhe walked to the sofa and sat down. He glanced at the maids standing on both sides and asked. When did you find 2 maids? Xiaolulia said in a muffled voice without even raising her head. You hate those men in black, don't you? I changed after you left last time. How about it? Are you moved by me? If so, just tell me. I won't laugh at you. Bang. Advertisement. Qunhe gave Xiaolulia a crisp slap on the forehead to suppress her arrogance. These 2 maids are as fat as balls and their looks are very ordinary. Is there something wrong with Xiaolulia's aesthetic sense? After being hit on the head, Xiaolulia hit Jianhe's chest with her head and muttered. Humph. Do you think I'm like you and need 2 beautiful female secretaries around me? Besides, if I were really that beautiful and you saw me. Xiaolulia didn't say anything else, but Qunhe already understood what she was thinking. It turned out that she was on guard against him. Qunhe was a little amused and helpless for a moment, and rubbed Xiaolulia's head again. Xiaolulia raised her head suddenly, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Why do you always mess with my head? You've messed up my hairstyle. Ever since Chijia complained about her ugly hairstyle last time, Xiaolulia has combed her hair into a shoulder-length style. However, after being tossed around by Chijia for a few times, her hair became a little frizzy. Reaching out and randomly smoothing her messed up hair, Xiaolulia snorted and said. No matter what, you were the one who ignored me first, so you have to spend some time with me today. Oh. Jianhe raised his eyebrows and glared at Xiaolulia. She shrank her head and her voice became weaker by an octave. Well, how about I accompany you? You don't even have time for this. Jianhe then nodded in satisfaction and casually put his arms on the sofa. Xiaolulia pulled Qunhe's arm, then rested her head on it, and drew circles on Qunhe's chest with her fingers. Chijia, do you need more devil fruit? I got a few more nice devil fruits. I'll give them all to you. I can only say that she is worthy of being the rich lady Xiaolulia. The word devil fruit sounds like cabbage to her, and she can get several of them at a time. Jianhe shook his head and pointed at his eyes. Advertisement. Not for now. Look at my eyes. They are already full. Yet, I watched the live broadcast that day, you looked so handsome. As she spoke, Xiaolulia touched Qunhe's snow-white long hair and found it to be extremely smooth, like a piece of fine silk, which made her unable to let it go. Qunhe smiled, and her hair moved without wind, curling up Xiaolulia, causing her to exclaim. After entering the 6 paths level, Chijia's control over his body reached a new level, and small things like controlling his hair became easy for him. Xiaolulia was played with her hair curled up and lifted up several times. She couldn't help but giggle, and her laughter sounded a bit like a goose. After playing for a while, Xiaolulia let go of her curled hair. She lay in Qunhe's arms with a satisfied look on her face, closing her eyes like a docile kitten. There was a gentle smile on Qunhe's face. The 2 maids beside her were stunned, their hearts beating wildly. The whole picture looked so beautiful until a fat figure broke in. Sister. Lizville, what? Charlos looked at Xiaolulia, who was nestled in Qunhe's arms, with a shocked expression. He stretched out a trembling finger and shouted. You're that Uchiha Chijia. What did you do to my sister? Jianhe looked up at the silly son of the landlord and said calmly. You better put your hands down, or else. A purple light flashed from the Rinnegan, and a sense of oppression enveloped Carlos. He shivered all over, and a warm current emerged from the hem of his clothes. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Seeing this, Xiaolulia hurriedly pulled the corner of Qunhe's clothes and said softly. Qunhe, please spare my brother this time, he is a bit stupid. With her plea, He withdrew his pressure and waved his hand. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the hall, blowing away the smell. Charles swallowed his saliva, lowered his head and dared not say anything. Qunhe remembered the name that Carlos mentioned when he came in. Wasn't that the celestial dragons that bought Hancock? He asked Xiaolulia. Do you know that Lisville? After hearing this, Xiaolulia's face immediately showed a vigilant expression. Of course she knew Lisville. She was a female celestial dragon. But she soon returned to normal, because she thought of Lisville's appearance. That guy's body size was not much different from the two mates she found, and he had pockmarks on his face. Even among the celestial dragons, he was a very explosive existence. Advertisement. Xiaolulia pursed her lips towards Carlos and said. I know her. My brother likes her very much and often hangs out with her. Haha, is that so? Qunhe narrowed his eyes, and a faint murderous intent emanated from him, and Xiaolulia couldn't help but shudder. She rubbed against Qunhe and asked. What's wrong? Did Lisville provoke you? I guess so. Qunhe looked at Carlos across from him. Hey, what did you say happened to Lisville? Carlos shuddered twice. Now he dared not put on the airs of celestial dragons anymore, and quickly replied. She wants to ask my sister about you. Qunhe and Xiaolulia were both stunned. Xiaolulia frowned and asked. What on earth does she want to do? When this was mentioned, Carlos's expression suddenly became very aggrieved. He gritted his teeth and said. She is very interested in the guy next to you and wants you to call him over to meet her. The meaning of the words is already very clear. It is nothing more than that Luel has taken a fancy to Qunhe and wants to call Qunhe here through Xiaolulia to get to know her. Xiaolulia was furious when she understood what was going on. This Lisville didn't even look in the mirror to see what she looked like, and actually wanted to steal her girl. She now felt like the cabbage she had dug with great difficulty was being taken advantage of by a pig. Turning to Qunhe with an aggrieved expression, Xiaolulia started to act like a spoiled child for the first time. Qunhe, can you please ignore that guy? He was amused by Xiaolulia and laughed out loud. He couldn't help but pinch her face. I don't want to bother with her, but there are some things I have to settle with her. Then, Qunhe said to Carlos. I'm right here, just ask her to come over. Chapter 271 Xiaolulia vs. Luel. Charles didn't dare to say no. He turned around and left to inform Lisville. After a while, a female celestial dragon with a big belly and a greasy face came in with a few men in black. She was Lisville. As soon as Luel saw Qunhe, her eyes suddenly radiated a hungry green light, and she kept muttering. Not bad, not bad. It really suits my taste. Xiaolulia curled her lips in disgust. Although they were both celestial dragons, she really didn't like this guy, and now she was extremely disgusted by him. Advertisement. Lisville ignored Xiaolulia and twisted her fleshy body to walk in front of Qunhe, and even reached out to touch Qunhe's face. Bang! A loud slap sounded, and Lisville spun rapidly in the air for several circles like a top, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this familiar scene, Xiaolulia subconsciously touched her face. She had enjoyed the same treatment as Lisville back then. However, Xiaolulia's train of thought has always been unique. When she recalled the scene of that year, a hint of sweetness suddenly emerged in her heart, and she even recalled the slap from Qunhe. In her opinion, if there hadn't been that slap, her relationship with Qunhe might not be the same as it is now. Lisville didn't feel any sweetness at all. She was beaten so hard that she almost died on the spot. Fortunately, the fat on her face was thick enough that she was still conscious. The men in black she brought with her were so frightened that they stood there in shock. A few of them who reacted quickly ran to support Lisville. Lisville was lifted up by several men in black. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, but she still kept her eyes, which were thinner than her eyebrows, open and stared at Qunhe viciously. How dare you, a lowly commoner, attack me? I want you dead. Then she shouted to the man in black beside her. What are you guys still standing there for, you useless bunch? Come on, get me. However, the man in black, who always obeyed Celestial Dragon's orders, hesitated this time. They knew that the person in front of them was not someone they could afford to offend, and if they rushed forward they would probably be giving themselves away with their heads. Xiaolulia was also angry. This ugly woman actually dared to have Qunhe captured in her territory. This had already touched her reverse scale. Advertisement. She clapped her hands, and another group of men in black appeared, standing opposite the men in black brought by Lisville. Take them down for me. Compared to the men in black on Lisville's side, the ones on Xiaololia's side were much more straightforward. They rushed out immediately after receiving the order. Are you kidding? Not only do I have the support of the Xylulia Palace, I also have Marshal Zilan. Who is Marshal Zilan? He is a person who can defeat all the 4 emperors by himself. With such a person backing them up, what else do they have to fear? What Lisville? They don't even know her. The 2 teams of men in black started fighting. Normally, the Celestial Dragon's guards were almost the same in strength, but Xiaolulia attacked without any scruples. With Qunhe as their spiritual support, they became more and more courageous and exerted their full strength. On the other hand, for Lisville, they didn't know whether to fight or not to fight. With this mentality, they were subdued by Xiaolulia's people in a short while, and all of them were handcuffed and knelt on the ground. Lisville was furious when she saw this and cursed. Waste! All of you waste! Xiaolulia! How dare you help the common people fight the celestial dragons? I will report you to the 5 elders. Just wait for your celestial dragon status to be stripped. Xiaolulia snorted disdainfully and said sarcastically. It was you who first made a move on Qunhe and then made trouble in my place. It was reasonable for me to do this. After saying that, she turned around and threw herself into Jianhe's arms, looking up at Jianhe and said in a tender voice. Qunhe, am I right? Jianhe folded his arms and watched the show, feeling very happy, and responded with a smile. That's right, I like it very much. Hehe, as long as you like it. Looking at Xiaolulia nestled in Jianhe's arms, Lisville's expression was as if she had eaten a fly. She opened her mouth and cursed. You bastards! You bring shame to celestial dragons. This time, without waiting for Xiaolulia to speak, Qunhe raised his hand and did a universal pull, and Lisville was pulled directly over. Qunhe grabbed the fat on Luelle's neck and lifted her in front of him. Advertisement. Lisville screamed in pain immediately, and Qunhe slapped her twice again. All her teeth were pulled out by Qunhe, and her voice stopped abruptly. Xiaolulia looked at Lisville's miserable condition with a look of satisfaction, without a trace of sympathy in her heart. She thought again of the time when she was slapped by Qunhe. It was both of them who received a slap in the face, but now she could snuggle in Qunhe's arms and act like a spoiled child, while this guy could only be held in the air by Qunhe by the neck. In comparison, Xiaolulia felt that she was simply the chosen one. A transparent wave emanated from Qunhe's eyes, and Luelle's head suddenly separated from her body, floating in the air for a while and then falling on her buttocks. Lisville looked at her heels in horror and tried to scream, but only a hissing sound like a leak of air came out of her mouth. Xiaolulia was not afraid of this scene, but found it very interesting. She kicked Luelle's head and said to Jianhe. Chijia, is this your new ability? It looks really interesting. Qunhe smiled without saying anything, and with a wave of his hand, a black coffin wrapped Lisville and then flew into the space of the door opened by Qunhe. Qunhe plans to give this guy to Hancock, believing that she will like this gift very much. The men in black kneeling on the ground watched Lisville disappear in front of them, their faces ashen. Even if Qunhe lets them go back now, they will not survive. The Lisville family will definitely not let them go. Xiaolulia glanced at the group of men in black and asked. Qunhe, how do you want to deal with these people? How about I just have them executed? Xiaolulia had an angelic face, but her words sounded like the devil to the ears of the men in black. They knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling constantly. Jianhe shook his head, walked up to the group of men in black, and said calmly. Go back and tell your master that it was I, Uchiha Chijia, who captured Lisville. If they have any objections, let them come to me. With that, a black Uzumaki emerged from under their knees, and the men in black fell into it one by one. When they came to their senses, they had appeared outside the palace gate. After doing all this, Qunhe stretched, turned around and came to Xiaolulia, holding her in his arms. Let's go. I'll stay at your place today, is that okay? What? Slurp, of course. Of course. Chapter 272 Empty. The next morning, Qunhe gently pushed away Xiaolulia, who was wrapped around her like an octopus, and got off the bed. A marshal's uniform emerged from his body, which looked very fitting. After looking at himself in front of the mirror, Qunhe nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave. Qunhe, are you leaving? Advertisement. Qunhe paused and turned to look at Xiaolulia, and found that she had stood up from the bed and was staring at him with her big eyes. Well, it's time to go meet Marshal Kong. You should get some more sleep. You were pretty tired last night. What's so good about an old man? Please don't go there. No, Kong is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies after all, and we still have to give him the respect he deserves. Xiaolulia's face deflated. She really didn't want to leave Qunhe for a moment. Now that Qunhe was leaving, she felt empty inside. Qunhe stared at her for a while. Xiaolulia was almost naked, and she felt a little embarrassed when being stared at by Qunhe. She pulled the corner of the quilt and asked with a red face. Why are you staring at me? He smiled slightly, sat back on the bed, touched Xiaololia's head and said. Will you come with me? Xiaololia was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. This was truly a pleasant surprise for her. She always felt that He didn't like her very much, so except for calling him, she usually didn't go to him directly. She really didn't expect He to actually suggest taking her with him. Xiaololia didn't even bother to pull the quilt over her. She just hugged He's arm, as if she was afraid that He would regret it. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go with you. Well, take the 2 maids with you. I'm really worried that you can't take care of yourself. Hehe, you still care about me. Okay, go get ready. Xiaololia responded happily, then stood up from the boat directly in front of He, without any intention of avoiding He, and grabbed a few clothes and was about to put them on. Advertisement. However, when it came to buttoning her clothes, Xiaololia was in trouble. Usually, her maid did this for her, and now she was asked to button her clothes herself, and she really had a hard time doing it. After a flurry of activity, her shirt was tied crookedly. She blushed and secretly glanced at He, then hurried to find her spacesuit to cover it up. He sighed helplessly, grabbed Xiaololia's arm and pulled her back, then unbuttoned her buttons one by one and helped her button them up again. Xiaololia stared blankly at He as he lowered his head to help her button up. After He buttoned her clothes, he also straightened her clothes and said casually. That's all, let me be clear, right? You're really an idiot in life. After He finished speaking, he found that Xiaololia didn't react at all. She just looked at him with a dull look. He couldn't help but waved his hand in front of her. Hey, why are you being stupid again? If you keep doing this I'll have to leave by myself. Xiaololia came back to her senses, and a gentleness that she had never had before appeared on her face. No one who saw her would believe that she was a pampered celestial dragon. She suddenly bumped into He's arms. Seeing her momentum, He was afraid of hurting her, so he took advantage of her and it looked like Xiaololia had knocked him down. Xiaololia stood up with her hands on Chijia's chest, her beautiful eyes looking directly at Chijia's Rinnegan. Just as He was about to speak, Xiaololia suddenly lowered her head and pressed on him. It's noontime. He stood in front of the gate of a palace and subconsciously touched his face. Xiaololia's voice rang in my ears. Stop touching it, there's no mark left. Xiaololia stood in the door space, looking at He through the green space wall with a smug look on her face. He glared, and Xiaololia in the door space shrank her neck and became obedient. There were 2 guards standing at the palace gate. When they saw He standing at the gate and not going in, they wanted to go up and ask what was going on. However, they were glared at by He and were so scared that they froze in place, looking a little funny. After He scared Xiaololia, he smiled kindly and said to the 2 guards. I'm Marine Marshal Zilin. Marshal Kong is still in there, right? In fact, needless to say, the 2 guards also knew the identity of the person in front of them, otherwise they would not be so scared. There's nothing we can do. It's because He's record is just too incredible. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing a man who can defeat 4 emperors alone? Advertisement. One of the guards swallowed his saliva, saluted He, and said respectfully. Marshal Zilin. Marshal Kong is in there, I'll go and inform you right away. After saying this, the guard turned around and was about to go in, but He suddenly stopped him. No need, I'll just go in. The 2 guards looked at each other and finally nodded. The decision of such a big shot was not something that 2 small soldiers like them could interfere with. He smiled and patted their shoulders, then walked straight into the palace. After entering the meeting room, Chijia saw Kong sitting alone on the sofa. Kong is not young anymore, his hair is grey, but he has strong muscles, which gives people a strong visual impact just by looking at him. When he saw He coming in, a smile appeared on his serious face and he said. You must be Uchiha Chijia, you are indeed too young. He also replied politely. I'm sorry to have kept Marshal Kong waiting. There are still some things that need to be dealt with here. Sora waved his hand nonchalantly, then stood up from the sofa and slowly walked in front of He. His gaze lingered on Chijia's 12 Magadama Rinnegan for a while, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Kong could feel a terrifying pressure from the pair of Rinnegan, and even he felt suffocated. What a terrible pair of eyes. Sora gave his evaluation in his mind, then turned sideways and said. Let's go over there and talk. Chijia nodded and followed Sora to a table where they sat opposite each other. Sora pushed a document in front of Chijia. This is the approval document issued by the world government regarding your promotion to the position of Marine Marshal. Please take a look. Chijia just glanced at it casually and put the document aside. From Chijia's perfunctory action, Kong also saw Chijia's attitude towards the world government. He couldn't help but think back to the time before he came here when the blonde 5 elder complained to other 5 elders with a dark face. This Uchiha Chijia has no respect for the world government at all. Chapter 273 Showdown. Kong didn't know what to say. He only had one question in his mind, which was why the 5 elders agreed to promote Chijia to Marine Marshal even though they knew that Chijia was not very interested in the world government. Is it because you are afraid of Kyunhee's power? It is true that Chijia's power has reached a terrifying level, but Kong had seen I'm in the flowers, and the pressure I gave him was no less than that of Chijia in front of him. While thinking about things, Kyunhee spoke. Marshal Kong, was this meeting your idea or the 5 elders? Advertisement. Kong was stunned. Of course I mean that. Hearing that it was Kong's own idea, Kyunhee nodded, but in his heart he was thinking that this I'm was really patient. Was he preparing something? Should I try it myself? Thinking of this, Kyunhee waved his hand, and the black coffin wrapped in Lisville fell out of the door space. Marshal Kong, there is a celestial dragons inside. She attempted to attack Marshal Marine and has now been arrested by me. I plan to take her back to the naval headquarters. What do you think? What? Kong was completely unable to hold back. He hadn't expected that Chijia would cause such a big mess just one day after arriving in Marie Joyce. The Marine Marshal arrested a celestial dragons. This kind of thing would definitely cause an uproar if it were made public. This is already a blatant provocation to celestial dragons and world government. Kong stood up from his chair and stared at Chijia. Chijia's expression looked extremely indifferent, as if he had just arrested an insignificant criminal. What is the name of this celestial dragons? Lisville. Do you know what this means? Well, it means justice. If I asked you to release these celestial dragons, would you agree? Marshal Kong, are you kidding me? Kong's face darkened, and a force burst out from his body, locking onto Kyunhee in front of him. Kyunhee's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly. Marshal Kong, I respect you as a person, please don't make things difficult for me. Advertisement. As she spoke, a purple light flashed from Kyunhee's Rinnegan, an invisible wave spread out from it, and the entire red line began to shake violently. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Kong's forehead, and he sighed in his heart what a terrifying aura this was. It was simply not like that of a human. But as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, he continued to speak despite the pressure. Do you want to betray the world government and the marine? Hee. Chijia slowly stood up from her chair and looked directly into Sora's eyes. Since the day I became the Marine Marshal, the Marine is no longer under the control of the world government. What qualifications do those people have to dictate to my Marine? Kong was really frightened by Kyunhee. Before he could say anything, a roar came from the door. A hole. Uchiha Chijia. You really have evil intentions. Hearing this voice, Kong secretly thought that something was not good. He looked behind Kyunhee and saw 5 old men appearing at the entrance of the meeting hall. They were the 5 elders, the highest authorities of the world government. The 5 of them sensed the unusual movement of the red line and knew it must be related to Kyunhee again, so they hurried over. The person who spoke just now was naturally the blonde 5 elders who always looked down upon Kyunhee. With a dark face, he shouted into the air. Kong! What are you still standing there for? Take that BD down. Kong's expression turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Due to the relationship with Sengoku and others, he didn't have any ill feelings towards Chijia in his heart, so naturally he didn't want to fight with Chijia. Kyunhee turned around and looked at the blonde 5 elders. He had long disliked this guy. In him, he saw the figure that he hated the most, the Konoha pot cage, Danso. Thinking of this disgusting thing, Kyunhee raised his hand and performed a universal pull, and the blonde 5 elders was suddenly pulled towards Kyunhee. Before anyone could react, the blonde 5 elders was already being strangled by Kyunhee. Kong knew that he couldn't just sit back and watch any longer, so he immediately rushed towards Chijia, trying to stop the situation from getting worse. However, before he touched Kyunhee's body, he was pushed out by a repulsive force and fell heavily to the ground. Before Kong could get up, a dark Uzumaki suddenly appeared from beneath him. Dark tentacles emerged and firmly fixed his body, making it useless no matter how he struggled. Kyunhee did not even look back during the whole process. He looked at the blonde 5 elders in front of him with a playful look and said, Aren't you going to arrest me? Now I'm right in front of you, do it. Advertisement. The blonde 5 elders was being strangled by the neck and couldn't make any sound. He was about to be suffocated to death. Suddenly, a sword energy attacked Kyunhee. Buzz. Another repulsive force erupted, and the sword energy was shattered. Kyunhee squinted his eyes and looked behind the blonde 5 elders. The 5 elders in kimono held the sword in one hand, with the tip of the sword pointing at Chijia. Obviously, the sword energy just now was released by him. Judging from the strength of the sword energy, it is at least stronger than the red-haired man without activating the white wedge. However, for Kyunhee now, this level can only be considered good. Kyunhee held up the blonde 5 elders and ignored the kimono 5 elders opposite. Do you want to dance, too? As he said that, Chijia stretched out his other hand towards the kimono 5 elders and was about to launch universal pole. The 5 elders in kimono noticed Chijia's actions, put their weapons back to their waist very quickly, and then did a move that surprised everyone present. He just bowed to Jianhe and said respectfully. Marshal Zilan, I think there is some misunderstanding between us, please don't be angry. Jianhe raised his eyebrows and threw the blonde 5 elders in his hand over. The blonde 5 elders fell next to the kimono 5 elders like a piece of garbage. The 5 elders in kimono didn't even look at him and continued. Thank you Marshal Zilan for showing mercy. Jianhe floated the black coffin containing Luel in the air and said calmly. I'll take this Lizville away. What do you think? Lizville has committed an unforgivable crime by offending you. From now on, she will be at the mercy of Marshal Zilan. The blonde 5 elders lying on the ground trembled with anger when he heard this. The reason why he was so excited was because this Lizville was a member of their family. How could he accept this result now? The 5 elders in kimono glanced at him coldly and ignored him at all. Marshal Zilan, are you satisfied? Jianhe smiled, took Lizville back into the door space, then slowly walked to the front of the 5 elders in kimono, and whispered. Of course I am satisfied, but I don't know what Lord Yumu is thinking. Chapter 274 Death of the Blonde 5 Elders. The 5 elders in kimono lowered their heads, making it difficult to see their expressions. Of course, Lord Yumu's thoughts are not something we can guess. If Marshal Zilan wants to know, he might as well go see Lord Yumu himself. Haha, that's not necessary. I think he must want to see me more. The 5 elders in kimono said nothing more. Jianhe smiled and waved his hand to disperse Kong's restraints, then disappeared from the spot. After Jianhe left, the blonde 5 elders dared to get up from the ground. He punched the ground angrily and shouted. Advertisement. Damn Uchiha, I must. Puff. The blonde 5 elders stared at his headless body, and then his consciousness fell into complete darkness. His head bounced twice on the ground, his eyes still wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. This scene happened so suddenly that it was not until the 5 elders in kimono swung the samurai sword in their hands that Kong and the other 3 5 elders reacted. Flat Hat 5 elders dodged and distanced himself from kimono 5 elders. He shouted angrily. What have you been doing? The 5 elders in kimono ignored the 5 elders in flat hat. He looked at his samurai sword. The blood of the 5 elders in blonde hair was wriggling on it and gradually merged into the blade. Putting the katana back at his waist, the kimono 5 elders slowly walked to the head of the blonde 5 elders, bent down and grabbed it in his hand. This strange behavior made even Kong and others, who were used to big scenes, feel a chill. Kimono 5 elders didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. He tossed his head and said softly. Lord Yumo no longer needs fools like you. The 5 elders in kimono turned their heads and looked at the 5 elders in flat hat. The latter immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The dark armament color instantly covered his hands and he entered a combat state. The 5 elders in kimono sneered and threw the head in his hand over. The 5 elders in flat hat subconsciously reached out to catch it. Take back the body of this fool. This is Lord Yim's order. After saying that, the 5 elders in kimono turned around and left, leaving everyone in the meeting hall confused. Between the flowers. Advertisement. Im was floating in the air. In front of him was an open black space. A black monster was roaring inside. Black lines extended from the monster like black blood vessels and connected to Im's body. As time went by, dense black vertical lines began to appear on Im's face. These black lines converged at his forehead to form a black eye pattern. After an unknown amount of time, Yim opened his eyes, and 2 beams of red light burst out from them, leaving 2 charred grooves on the ground. The black lines connecting Im's body broke one after another, and he slowly fell to the ground from the air, letting out a breath. The monsters in the space became listless and fell to the ground. Yim stretched out his hand, as if caressing the monster's body from a distance. You're still not strong enough, but don't worry, there will be food soon. Just as he finished speaking, the kimono 5 elders came in carrying the body of the blonde 5 elders. Placing the corpse respectfully in front of Im, the 5 elders said respectfully without even looking at the monster. Lord Yim, the food has been delivered. Im waved his hand, and the body of the blonde 5 elders floated up and flew to the monster's mouth. The monster let out an excited roar, then opened its big mouth and swallowed the blonde 5 elders with a chewing sound. After eating the blonde 5 elders, the monster seemed still unsatisfied. It stared at the kimono 5 elders with its big scarlet eyes, with undisguised greed in its eyes. The 5 elders in kimono lowered their heads, not caring at all that they were being targeted by the monster. Red light emanated from Yim's eyes, and the monster's space closed. He looked a little tired, turned and walked towards his throne, and casually gave orders to the 5 elders in kimono. Don't worry about Marine's affairs, just let them go. Gather the heads of the various families in the Holy Land and have them come to see me. After saying this, Yim's body disappeared into the darkness again. The 5 elders in kimono responded respectfully to the air, then turned and left. Naval Headquarters. Kyunhee came to his own villa and released Xiaolulia and her 2 maids from the door space. Advertisement. Xiaolulia's expression looked a little frightened, because she had witnessed the entire process of Kyunhee dealing with the blonde 5 elders. You have to know that the 5 elders can be said to be the celestial dragons among celestial dragons. Ordinary celestial dragons dare not act presumptuously in front of them. However, such an existence was actually strangled by Kyunhee, and the other 5 elders did not dare to speak out to stop him, and even had to smile at Kyunhee. All this completely overturned Xiaolulia's cognition. It was not until Kyunhee twisted her face that she realized that she had arrived at Kyunhee's residence. Kyunhee said with a smile. What's wrong? Do you think this place is bad? This is the best place to live in the entire naval headquarters. Just be content. Xiaolulia shook her head and said with some concern. Kyunhee, you have offended the 5 elders. Will they come to trouble you? Haha, they don't have the courage yet. Are you afraid of them? I'm afraid you will be assassinated by them. Hearing Xiaolulia's words, combined with her cautious expression, Jianhe laughed out loud. He rubbed Xiaolulia's head hard. Don't you know how strong your husband is? Can those 4 old guys assassinate me? But I'm really scared, and. What did you say just now? For your husband. Xiaolulia didn't even notice that the old things Kyunhee mentioned were 4 instead of 5. She just caught the self-proclaimed title of Kyunhee just now. She couldn't believe her ears and confirmed again. Kyunhee, did you just say husband? Well, if it's not a husband, then it must be a father. Xiaolulia stared at Kyunhee blankly, her face turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She lowered her head and stammered. Why is it so sudden? Besides, our clan all intermarries, but if it's you, it's not impossible, but... Xiaolulia's heart was already blossoming with joy, and she was so excited that she was incoherent. Jianhe rolled his purple eyes, stretched out a finger and pointed it at her forehead, and said unhappily. I've done what I should do. What else can I say? I'm not a scumbag. As soon as the voice fell, Khalifa came out of the villa. She saw Xiaolulia beside Kyunhee, nodded politely, and then quietly retreated. Chapter 275 Feed the Celestial Dragons. Xiaolulia was of course very familiar with Khalifa. When she first met Kyunhee, Khalifa was already following Kyunhee. Xiaolulia didn't believe that there was no other relationship between Khalifa and Kyunhee. She pouted and looked at Kyunhee with an aggrieved expression. Jianhe didn't buy her tricks, he just pinched her nose and taught her a lesson. What's that expression on your face? Khalifa is my secretary. Do you have any problem with her? Hey, just a secretary. Advertisement. Haha, I think you are itching again. Having said that, Kyunhee directly carried Vice Admiral Xiaolulia on his shoulders under Khalifa's surprised gaze and walked towards a room on his own. At first, Xiaolulia struggled symbolically, but soon she calmed down and lay obediently on Kyunhee's shoulder. With a blushing face, she was carried into the house by Kyunhee. Khalifa thought Kyunhee was going to go berserk in broad daylight, so he quickly closed the door and then pricked up his ears to listen to what was going on in the room. However, the 2 of them were inside for a long time, but no sound came out. Back to just now, Xiaolulia was carried into the house by Kyunhee and gently placed on a big pink bed. Originally, she had the same idea as Khalifa, and they both thought that Kyunhee wanted to do something. However, after Kyunhee put her on the bed, he found a chair and sat down, supporting his chin and looking at her. Being stared at by Chijia like that, Xiaolulia felt a little embarrassed. She pretended to be a curious baby and looked around the room. Looking at the pink sheets under her body, Xiaolulia couldn't help curling her lips and said. Humph, which woman is this prepared for? Does Lord Kyunhee also have a girl's heart? Kyunhee shook his head and laughed. He stood up from the chair, walked to a wardrobe, took out a large doll from it and threw it to Xiaolulia. When Xiaolulia took a look, she found that the doll was simply a cartoon version of Kyunhee. It looked very cute and much better than her abstract version. She couldn't help but rub against the doll, but soon she put it down and snuggled into Kyunhee's arms. Kyunhee, have you already planned to take me over? Kyunhee responded softly. He and Marie Joy Gang would have to fight sooner or later. It would be very dangerous for Xiaolulia, who was very close to him, to stay there. If she was taken hostage by the 5 elders and others, Kyunhee would be in a difficult situation. Now that Xiaolulia has been taken over, Kyunhee has lost the last bit of worry and can fight with peace of mind. Advertisement. Between the flowers. 20 celestial dragons were led in by the 5 elders in kimonos, looking like a group of pigs. After the 5 elders in kimonos came in, they knelt down towards the throne on the platform. Seeing this, the other celestial dragons followed suit and knelt down as well. On the throne, Yim's figure gradually emerged. He looked down at the celestial dragons kneeling below with an extremely indifferent look. Kimono 5 elders said respectfully. Lord Yim, all the people have been brought here. You did a good job, now leave. Yes. The 5 elders in kimono responded, then turned and left without any hesitation, leaving behind 20 confused celestial dragons' family heads. Lisville's father, misread, knelt on the ground and complained to Im. Lord Im. That Uchiha Chijia is simply lawless. He has challenged the authority of celestial dragons more than once, and now he has kidnapped my daughter. Kneeling beside him was Rizward, Xylulia's father. He had already learned what had happened from Charlos, and he was very angry about Xyalulia's helping outsiders deal with the celestial dragons. If this matter were to get out, it would be very detrimental to the family. So he immediately agreed with misread. Yes, Uchiha Chijia also kidnapped my daughter, Xyalulia. I hope Lord Yumua can help us. He directly put all the blame on Qianhe, but misread didn't buy it at all. He glanced at him coldly and said. But from what I know, Xyalulia helped Uchiha Chijia to deal with my daughter, and she went with him voluntarily. This is a disgrace to our celestial dragons. When the truth was revealed, Rizward's face became extremely embarrassed and he shouted angrily. How do you know that Xyalulia volunteered? She was clearly bewitched by Uchiha Chijia. Haha, really? Luel told me before that your daughter has always been obsessed with this Uchiha Chijia. She even sleeps with his doll. A whole. Advertisement. Just as Rizward was about to refute, Im, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. That's enough. The voice was unusually calm, but the effect was surprisingly good. Rizward and misread immediately quieted down, kneeling on the ground obediently with their heads lowered. Yumua glanced at them indifferently and said softly. I already know about Uchiha Chijia's situation. Don't worry, he will soon get the punishment he deserves. But before that, I need you to do something for me. The 20 celestial dragons in the audience responded eagerly. Master Yim, please tell us what you need. We are happy to help. Hee. Yim sneered, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. These celestial dragons couldn't help but shiver, and a sense of fear surged in their hearts. Buzz. A black vortex suddenly appeared in the hall, followed by bursts of roars coming from it. The black vortex continued to expand amid the roars, revealing a pitch-black monster. At this moment, it was staring at the 20 celestial dragons outside with its big blood-red eyes, as if it had seen some delicious food in the world, with undisguised greed in its eyes. The celestial dragons had never seen such a creature before. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Someone asked tremblingly. Lord Yim, what is this? Yim looked at the black monster lovingly, then turned his head and said to the celestial dragons below. Your family has enjoyed nearly 800 years of prosperity and wealth. I have done my best for your ancestors. Now it's time for you to make some contributions. As he spoke, under the horrified gazes of the 20 celestial dragons, Im waved his sleeves, stirring up a violent gust of wind, which swept up the 20 celestial dragons and sent them into the space where the monster was. Desperate cries were heard from it. No. Lord Yim. Please spare me. The begging for mercy came to an abrupt end, followed by a creepy chewing sound. Crackling. Chapter 276 Hancock vs. Xyalulia. On this day, a pirate's ship arrived at the naval headquarters port, but the marine soldiers stationed at the port remained calm. Because it was the pirate ship of the Nine Snakes Pirates, and its owner was none other than the Empress of the Shishibukai, Boa Hancock. Hancock can be considered a frequent visitor to the headquarters. She comes at least 5 or 6 times a month. Excluding the sailing time in between, it can be said that she is either at the headquarters or on her way to the headquarters. Hancock walked gracefully down from the ship surrounded by a group of female warriors. A major guarding the port immediately stepped forward to greet him. He tried hard to control his eyes and not look at Hancock in front of him. He had learned from previous experience. It was an open secret that the Empress hated men. Before, there were soldiers who were petrified on the spot because they were charmed by the Empress's appearance. Advertisement. This was not something Hancock did intentionally. Since her fruit awakened, her face became more and more beautiful, and her charm also increased sharply. The petrification ability of the Medusa fruit has almost become passive. Once you fall into Hancock's beauty, you will be petrified. However, because of Chijia, Hancock still helped those people to unpetrify. She didn't want to cause Chijia's disgust because of this. Hancock tightened his red cloak and spoke lightly. Is Marshal Zillan here? The major wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied. Marshal Zillan is in the office. Do you need me to inform him for you? Don't disturb him. I'll go wait for him in the back. Hancock turned around and told his men behind him to stay on the boat and wait while he headed towards the headquarters. After Hancock left, a marine soldier leaned over to the major's ear and said. Sir, Don't we really need to inform Marshal Zilin about the Empress's arrival? Forget it. The Empress has come here more than once. Marshal Zilin also said that there is no need to report her arrival. Marshal Zilin really trusts this Empress. Humph, who is Marshal Zilin? Forget about the Empress, even if it's the 4 emperors, what's wrong with her? Didn't Marshal Zilin take her down anyway? When mentioning Kyunhee, the major's face was full of pride, as if he was the one who defeated Big Mom. Hancock arrived at Kyunhee's marshal's mansion with ease. The guard standing at the door saluted her when he saw her, but did not stop her. Advertisement. Hancock walked into Kyunhee's marshal's mansion. As soon as she entered the hall, she untied her cloak and hung it on the hanger at the door. She sat down on the sofa and waited quietly for Kyunhee to come back. Suddenly, a sound from upstairs caught Hancock's attention. Zalulia Palace, it's time for you to have lunch. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm waiting for Kyunhee to come back and eat together. But Master Kyunhee said he had some things to deal with today and would be back late. Then wait, I have no appetite when Chika is not around. These voices were obviously female. Hancock frowned, stood up and walked upstairs. Stopping at the door of a bedroom, Hancock thought for a moment, then hesitantly reached out his hand to knock on the door. However, the door opened at this moment, and a fat, round face came into Hancock's sight. Seeing this face, Hancock couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but when she saw the person sitting on the bed behind her, her heart tightened again. Inside the room were Xiaolulia and one of her maids. Xiaolulia was lying on the bed holding Kyunhee's doll, looking very comfortable. The maid was stunned by Hancock's beauty. It took her a long while before she asked. You are. Xiaolulia heard the noise at the door and looked over. The same expression appeared on her face. So beautiful. Hancock walked past the maid and came to Xiaolulia's bed and asked coldly. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you here before? Xiaolulia was still attracted by Hancock's beauty, but she immediately got angry when she heard this. Never been here? Doesn't that mean this woman comes here often? What's her relationship with Jianhe? Xiaolulia tried to jump up from the bed, but she was too weak and instead of getting up, her head fell heavily on the bed. Hancock's tense face was broken by Xiaolulia's embarrassment and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Advertisement. Xiaolulia knew that she had lost her parents, so she covered her head and lay obediently on the bed, and it seemed that she was going to start fighting right away. Seeing this, the maid hurried forward to help Xiaolulia up, and said while helping Xiaolulia to tidy up her clothes. Zalulia Palace. Are you okay? It's all my fault, please forgive me. If it were the old Xiaolulia, if such a big scandal happened, no matter if it was someone else's fault or not, she would always take it out on the person, and in serious cases, she would even execute him directly. But since she met Kyunhee, many subtle changes have taken place in her. She is no longer so arrogant and domineering towards others, and she is more tolerant. Xiaolulia, with a red face, held the maid's hand and said. All right, it was my carelessness, it has nothing to do with you. Also, don't help me put on my clothes all the time. Kyunhee said that I have to learn to do this kind of thing by myself. After saying that, Xiaolulia buttoned herself up. Although her movements were a little clumsy, at least she didn't make any mistakes, which was much better than before. Hancock silently watched Xiaolulia complete the grand task of buttoning her clothes, but a huge wave of emotions was rising in his heart. When she first heard the name Zalulia Palace downstairs, she didn't take it seriously, but when she heard the name again from the maid's mouth just now, combined with the maid's behavior, she roughly guessed Xiaolulia's identity. The reason why she was not completely sure was that Xiaolulia's behavior was a far cry from her impression of celestial dragons. When did celestial dragons become so gentle to their servants? Looking at Xiaolulia who was still pushing hard on her shoes, Hancock asked hesitantly. Are you celestial dragons? Xiaolulia was still concentrating on putting on her shoes, and answered without even looking up. Yeah, doesn't this look like me? It looks like a hammer. Look at yourself, do you look like one? Hancock complained madly in his heart and continued to ask. Why are you, a celestial dragon, in Chijia's residence? As she spoke, Hancock glanced at the doll on the bed and saw a few lip marks on its face. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, the action of rolling eyes was so charming on Hancock that the maid beside him could not bear it and turned into a stone statue in an instant. Xiaolulia finally put on her shoes. She jumped off the bed, looked at Hancock with a smug look on her face, and said. Of course it was Chika who brought me here. This room was prepared by him for me. How is it? Isn't it? Hey? Xiaohong. What's wrong with you? Chapter 277 Xiaolulia takes action. Xiaolulia frantically slapped the stone statue of the maid Xiaohong. Seeing this, Hancock kindly reminded her. If you keep hitting her like this and she breaks, she'll really die. Ah! Upon hearing this, Xiaolulia's hand froze in midair. In fact, Hancock's move was completely unnecessary. With Xiaololia's strength, even if the shooting took a year, the statue would not be damaged at all. Advertisement. Xiaololia turned her head and stared at Hancock, saying angrily. Did you do this? Let her go, or I'll tell Qunhe. He's the Marine Marshal. Hancock raised his eyebrows, held up his majestic chest and looked down at Xiaololia. How could Lord Qunhe listen to you? I am Lord Qunhe's. Hancock suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her speech. She looked towards the door blankly. Qunhe had been standing there without her knowing when, looking at her and Xiaololia with a helpless look on her face. Seeing Hancock looking over, Qunhe smiled at her and said. Hancock, remove the petrification from Xiaohong. Hancock naturally obeyed Qunhe's every command. She nodded obediently, then glanced at Xiaohong, with pink rays of love radiating from her eyes. Xiaohong, who was exposed to the radiation, was no longer petrified, but her mind was still at the moment of petrification. She murmured. What a nice view. Xiaololia was so angry that she twisted Xiaohong's ears and scolded her. Can you be a little more capable? You were almost killed by her just now. Hancock immediately scoffed. I didn't mean to kill anyone, but she almost died at your hands. You. All right. He glared at them, and the two girls immediately became obedient. Hancock thought he was angry, so he quickly walked over to He and hugged his arm. It's my fault that I made Master Qunhe angry. Xiaololia also imitated Hancock and moved closer to Qunhe, hugged his other arm, pouting but not saying a word. Qunhe was not really angry, she was just trying to scare them. Advertisement. Well, you two have finally met each other, Xiaololia, she is Hancock, one of us. Oh. Qunhe asked the maid to prepare some food, and then took the two women to the hall. Sitting on the sofa, Qunhe smiled at Hancock and said. Hancock, you came just in time. I have prepared a gift for you. After saying that, Qunhe opened the door space, and a black rectangle floated out from it. Hancock looked at the coffin-like object with curiosity and asked. Master Qunhe, this is... Qunhe smiled mysteriously and waved his hand to disperse the black coffin, revealing Lisville inside, her head still resting on her A. A look of shock appeared on Hancock's face, and his whole body began to tremble. Even though many years had passed, she recognized at a glance that the person in front of her was the celestial dragons who bought her as a slave. In an instant, fear and hatred filled Hancock's heart. Under the strong emotional fluctuations, her long black hair moved without wind and turned into 9 black snakes, staring at Lisville. Lisville hadn't eaten for several days, and after being in black coffin for a long time, her spirit was almost on the verge of collapse. As soon as she saw Qunhe, she started yelling like crazy. I will definitely kill you. Not only you. Everyone who has anything to do with you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, before Qunhe and Hancock could make any move, Xiaololia suddenly rushed forward. Bang! She slapped Lisville's fat face that was swollen like a pig's head and said coldly. Want to kill Qunhe? Don't you know who you are? I am also Qunhe's man, why don't you kill me too? Xiaololia used up all her strength in this slap, and directly hit Lisville so hard that 2 of her teeth popped out. She stared at Xiaololia with her small eyes in disbelief. Xiaololia! Are you determined to betray the celestial dragons? Humph! It's not your turn to tell me what to do. I feel sick just thinking about being from the same race as you. Go to hell. As she spoke, Xiaololia kicked Lisville's fat face a few more times. However, her body was very weak to begin with, and she didn't eat much today, so she was exhausted and out of breath after a few kicks. Hancock was simply stunned, and the 9 little snakes on her head also showed a dull expression, which looked very funny. What did she see? Advertisement. She actually saw celestial dragons beating another celestial dragon, and beating them to death. All this completely overturned her 3 views, and her fear of Lisville also dissipated a lot. Xiaololia was so tired that she couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and threw herself into Qunhe's arms, acting like a spoiled child. I'm tired. Qunhe, help me hammer. Qunhe touched the ahog on Xiaololia's head lovingly. Ever since she stopped having a high top hairstyle, she had a tuft of ahog on her head, the kind that couldn't be suppressed no matter what. The maid also brought the food at this time. Xiaololia was really hungry. Looking at the sumptuous meal, her saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth. He laughed out loud when he saw this. He pushed Xiaololia and said. Are you hungry? If you are, go eat. Xiaololia was a little embarrassed. She buried her head in Qunhe's arms and rubbed it hard, saying in a muffled voice. I'm not hungry. I want to eat with you. You go eat first. I'll go after I finish dealing with this guy. It won't take long. Be obedient. Xiaololia's stomach was already protesting strongly to her. She got up from Qunhe's arms with a red face, not daring to look at Kyunhee's expression, and turned and ran towards the dining table. Hancock looked at Xiaolulia who was eating at the table and asked hesitantly. Is she really a celestial dragon? Guaranteed authenticity. Lisville's hatred for Xiaolulia at this time was not as strong as that for Qian Hishao. She cursed with hatred without knowing whether to live or die. She is a disgrace to celestial dragons. I will never let her go. In a sense, Lisville is indeed a purebred celestial dragon. Even at this point, she still maintains the ultimate celestial dragon's sense of superiority and stupidity. Kyunhee snapped his fingers, and Luel's mouth disappeared and was transferred to the public toilet of the headquarters. An unimaginable pungent smell kept attacking Lisville's brain, her face turned blue and purple, but she could no longer make a sound. Qianhe smiled and said to Hancock. I have modified her body. She can live for at least 7 or 8 days. The rest of the time is up to you. Tears welled up in Hancock's eyes, and she hugged Kyunhee tightly, crying bitterly. Xiaolulia was startled and swallowed the meatball in her mouth. She quickly took a few gulps of water, then patted her chest and muttered. What are you doing? Are you going to let me eat? Chapter 278 Incident. Hancock did not deal with Lisville immediately, but had dinner with Kyunhee and Xiaolulia first. After dinner, she called a few men, put Lisville into a black bag and carried her away. This time Hancock did not choose to stay overnight, but judging from the hatred in her eyes before she left, Lisville was afraid that there was no chance of survival on this trip. After Hancock left, Xiaolulia approached Kyunhee and asked. Kyunhee, what grudge does that Hancock have against Luel? This matter involves Hancock's secret. Kyunhee will not tell anyone unless Hancock agrees. Advertisement. He shook his head and responded. You'd better not ask about this. Wait until you are familiar with her enough and then ask her yourself. As for whether she will turn you into a stone statue, I can't guarantee it. Speaking of this, Xiaolulia remembered the scene where Xiao Hong was turned into a stone statue just now, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She leaned towards Kyunhee and said angrily. Aren't you here, Chai Hei? Tisk, if you kill yourself I won't care about you. Scumbag. What did you say? I said it's so hard to get along with that Hancock. Tisk, sometimes you're not slow to react. Snort. Xiaolulia doesn't care whether Kyunhee is being sarcastic or not. As long as Kyunhee praises her, she will accept it all and treat it as a compliment. Kyunhee reached out and touched Xiaolulia's ahog. Just as he was about to speak, a gurgling sound suddenly came from his arms. It was the Den Den Mushi. I took the Den Den Mushi out of my arms and answered it. Khalifa's voice rang out. Boss. Marshal Kong just called and said something serious happened in Marie Joy's. The life cards of the 20 Celestial Dragons Masters have turned to ashes. They are all dead. What? Xiaolulia screamed, and then her face was filled with panic. Advertisement. Her father was the head of a family, and this news was tantamount to announcing the death of her father, Rosward. For Xiaolulia, this was like a bolt from the blue. She couldn't accept it at all for a moment. Her eyes went dark and she fainted. Fortunately, Kyunhee used his ability to drag her body and pulled her into his arms. Chijia carried Xiaolulia back to the room and used Ishikobaime to wake her up. Xiaolulia opened her eyes with a dazed look on her face. When she saw Kyunhee, an extremely sad look appeared on her face. She threw herself from the bed into Kyunhee's arms, crying. Kyunhee. Father, he. Kyunhee gently stroked Xiaolulia's back and continued to comfort her. Chijia has never even met Rosward, but judging from his performance in the anime, he is not a good person either. But he is Xiaolulia's father after all. At this time, no matter how much Kyunhee dislikes this guy, she cannot show it. Moreover, Chijia also tried to search for Rosward's soul in the underworld, just for Xiaolulia. It would be fine to resurrect him once, and she could also ask Marie Joyce what happened. But the result is that there is no soul of Rosward in the underworld at all. This situation is very strange. You must know that the life card will not lie. Once it turns to ashes, its owner will definitely die. The only explanation is that Rosward has lost his soul. But apart from Kyunhee himself, who else in the world has the ability to kill 20 Celestial Dragons Masters in Marie Joyce without anyone noticing? If it weren't for the existence of the life cards, there wouldn't even be any signs of their death. At this time, Xiaolulia also raised her head, looked at Kyunhee with tears in her eyes, and cried. Kyunhee, can you help my father get revenge? I beg you. Xiaolulia's brother Charlos was simply selectively ignored by her. There was nothing she could do about it, because Charlos was not a reliable brother no matter how she looked at it. However, this is most likely the first time that Xiaolulia asked someone for help, and the person she asked was Kyunhee. Qianhe frowned after hearing this. He held Xiaolulia's slightly hot cheek, stared into her eyes and said word by word. Don't say the word please to me again. We don't need it between us. Got it. Xiaolulia stared at Qianhe blankly for a while, then buried her head in Qianhe's arms again, choking with sobs. Advertisement. I know. Qianhe, you are all I have now, please don't abandon me. You are still so stupid. Well, I swear in the name of Uchiha today that I, Uchiha Chijia, will never abandon Xiaolulia. You and I will be together for life. Are you relieved now? Although Xiaolulia didn't know what the name Uchiha meant, she believed that Chijia would not lie to her. Thinking of what Chijia said later about being together for life, her heart suddenly calmed down. Qianhe sat quietly on the bed holding Xiaolulia. Although Xiaolulia had undergone Ishikobaime's treatment, she had just experienced the pain of losing her father and was very weak. She fell asleep in Qianhe's arms after a while. Qianhe saw Xiaolulia fell asleep, so he wanted to let her lie on the bed, but as soon as he let go of her hand, she woke up with a start and shouted in panic. Where are you going, Chica? Seeing Xiaolulia's condition, Qianhe couldn't leave. He leaned over and kissed Xiaolulia on the forehead, and said softly. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stay by your side. As he spoke, Qianhe lay down next to Xiaolulia and held her in his arms. Xiaolulia arched her back hard in Qianhe's arms, and then just hugged Qianhe like an octopus. Qianhe sighed softly and raised his hand to stroke Xiaolulia's back. He looked at Xiaolulia curled up in his arms, and a cold light flashed in his Rinnegan. Xiaolulia is his woman, and now that someone is making her suffer to this extent, he will definitely not stand idly by. Using the Rinnegan to inflict hypnosis on Xiaolulia, Qianhe also specially weaved a beautiful dream for her. Xiaolulia fell asleep again, this time with a sweet smile on her face. Qianhe smiled. This was how Xiaolulia should be. Getting down from the bed, Qianhe's clothes instantly turned into a marshal's uniform, and his cloak fluttered windlessly, gently brushing Xiaolulia's sleeping face. Qianhe helped Xiaolulia pull the quilt, looked at her and said softly. Go to sleep, and leave the rest to me. After saying that, Qianhe flashed and appeared in his marshal's office the next second. Khalifa was examining some photos on the table, one of which was of Rosward. Seeing Qianhe appear, Khalifa immediately stood up and called boss. Qianhe looked serious and said in a deep voice. Khalifa, immediately gather all the vice-admirals and generals above this level and have them gather in the conference room. Chapter 279, Dispatching Troops to Marie Joyce. Qianhe felt that this incident was most likely related to Im. When he left Marie Joyce, the aura of the blonde five elders disappeared inexplicably, and all of a sudden. If it really has something to do with Im, then Qianhe really wants to see what he is doing. Khalifa's work efficiency has always been very high. After a short while, he notified the generals who were still in the headquarters. They had received the notice and went to the meeting room. Khalifa hung up the last den mushi and looked up at Chijia. Boss, everyone has been notified. Advertisement. Qianhe nodded. Khalifa, you go back first. Xiaolulia is very sad about her father's matter. You have a good relationship with her, so go and accompany her. Khalifa agreed immediately after hearing this. After spending some time together, she could be considered Xiaolulia's friend. Now that Xiaolulia had encountered such a thing, she was also very worried. However, the death of 20 celestial dragons at the same time was indeed a serious matter, and she really couldn't get away without Qianhe. Qianhe also knew that this incident put a lot of pressure on Khalifa. In a sense, 20 celestial dragons died at once, and they were family head level ones. Once this matter was spread, the impact would be no less than that of the Summit War. After using the replacement to send Khalifa back, Qianhe also teleported directly into the conference room. When she got there, Chijia found Sengoku already waiting there. He is currently serving as the principal of Marine and has a lot of free time. He likes to stroll to the headquarters building when he has nothing to do. This time he probably happened to be in the headquarters building. When he saw Chijia, Sengoku immediately asked. Qianhe, what happened? Something happened in Marie Joyce. 20 celestial dragons masters died. What? Sengoku was shocked and asked quickly. Do you know who did it? I don't know. Marshal Kong said this. He said that the 20 celestial dragons died very suddenly. If their life cards hadn't burned out, we wouldn't have known they were dead. At this point, Chijia suddenly remembered that Sengoku and Sora had a close relationship, so she mentioned it. Principal Sengoku, please contact Marshal Sora and ask him what Marie Joy's current situation is. Sengoku nodded solemnly, took out a den mushi and called Sora. Advertisement. However, the den mushi kept ringing for a long time, but no one answered. Sengoku's face was becoming more and more gloomy. Even if Sora wasn't there, there would be guards or something to answer the call. It was almost impossible for no one to answer the call like now. Qianhe paused and said. Put it away first. It seems something happened with Marshal Kong. The situation is very serious. After everyone in the conference room arrived, Qianhe recounted the story again, adding one more thing, Sora had lost contact. There was a commotion in the meeting room. Aokiji was more conservative and suggested. Should we send someone to investigate the situation first? This matter seems strange. At this time, Kizaru also put away his usual nonchalant attitude and said seriously. There has been no news from Vegapunk during this period. The situation is already very serious. How about letting me go there? The usually radical Akainu was surprisingly quiet at this moment, and his eyes never left Chijia. Since the Summit War, he has become a supporter of Kyunhee. He believes that Kyunhee will definitely make the most correct decision. Arrangements. At this time, the crane spoke up. Kyunhee, what are you going to do? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were focused on Kyunhee's face. They all knew that Kyunhee was now the undisputed backbone of the marine, and whatever he said would be done. Qianhe looked around the conference room and said in a deep voice. I have decided to send troops to Marijois. After Kyunhee finished speaking, Akainu was the first to speak up. I second the motion. Things have developed to this point and there is no time to delay any further. Not only Akainu, but other generals also responded immediately after Kyunhee spoke. No one thought about whether sending troops to Marijois would cause dissatisfaction from the world government. It can be said that because of Chijia, the Marines are now unprecedentedly united. No matter whether they are doves, hawks, or centrists, as long as it is Chijia's decision, they will resolutely implement it. Qianhe smiled and waved his hand. Very good, inform the entire army, we will set off now. Advertisement. The red line was exceptionally quiet, with countless men in black standing guard at the edge, and among them were some tall figures wearing cloaks and masks. The death of 20 celestial dragons made the remaining celestial dragons panic. Except for the kimono 5 elders, the remaining 5 elders had no idea why the 20 celestial dragons died. They had to mobilize Marijoi's troops to guard outside to prevent the situation from getting worse. At this moment, the 4 of them were sitting in the hall, discussing this matter together. The 5 elders in kimono held a samurai sword, saying nothing, and no one knew what he was thinking. The other 5 elders were talking solemnly, and the 5 elder with the flat hat was the most excited. What on earth happened in this incident? 20 celestial dragons died without a sound? Who is so bold? I have sent people from CP0 to investigate, but there is still no clue. They are all a bunch of rubbish. Where's Kong? Why did he disappear too? I don't know. We haven't been able to contact him since that day. Could it be that he did this? Impossible. Are you confused? Sora is not Uchiha Chijia. He has always been respectful to the world government. Could it be Uchiha Chijia who did this? Probably not. He did leave that day, and this incident happened after he left. Damn it. So 20 celestial dragons died for no apparent reason? Do you understand how bad the impact will be if this gets out? The news has been blocked. I just don't know what's going on with the marine. Hey. With Uchiha Chijia here, will the marines listen to us now? But no matter what, the marine is still under the jurisdiction of our world government. Should we ask them to help deal with this matter? Are you kidding me? Isn't this saying that we are incompetent? At this time, the kimono 5 elders who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke up. That's enough. Lord Yumu already knows about this. He told us not to rush. He will take action himself when the time comes. What? Lord Yumu is going to take action himself. Hearing this, the other 5 elders were all startled. Before they could react, a man in black ran in a panic and shouted. My lords! The marine is here. Chapter 280 Pacifist. Marine warships appeared in the waters near the red line and kept approaching the red line. However, the men in black guarding the red line did not receive any news of the marine's arrival. This situation was obviously extremely abnormal. 5 elders suddenly appeared at the edge of the red line. The surrounding black-clad men immediately knelt on one knee when they saw them and shouted in unison. 5 elders. In fact, now we can only say that there are 4 elder stars, but the death of the blonde 5 elders was hidden very well, and these people don't know that in addition to the 20 celestial dragons' family heads, another 5 elder died. Advertisement. If they knew about this, the situation would become even more chaotic than it is now. The flat-hatted 5 elders looked down at the approaching marine warships and said in a deep voice. It seems that the marine has got the news. Is it Sora? Isn't he missing? Don't worry about who it is. Let's think about whether to let marine come up first. I think we should leave them alone for a while. They came here without even notifying us. It's time to teach them a lesson. Is this okay? I see that Uchiha Chijia is here too. Humph, I don't believe he dares to directly rebel against the world government in front of so many people. Then what is the difference between their marines and pirates? The 5 elders in kimono stood aside, his eyes always on the warship where Chijia was, with a meaningful smile on his face, and he did not participate in the discussion of the other 3. Ever since the last time the kimono 5 elders killed the blonde 5 elders with one knife, he has been isolated by the other 3. If the relationship between the 5 elders of kimono and him was not much closer than theirs, they would definitely not let it go. After all, the dead were their colleagues, and no one could guarantee that they would be the next. So after a discussion, they finally decided not to let the marine come up yet, without asking the opinions of the 5 elders of kimono. On the 6 paths, Chijia stood at the bow with her arms folded, and her Rinnegan calmly looked at the red line that was getting closer and closer. Khalifa came out of the cabin, trotted over to Kyunhee, and said, "Boss, Marie Joy sent a message saying that we didn't notify them in advance, so they asked us to wait downstairs first." Advertisement. Haha, these old guys are still unwilling to let go of their old faces even at this point. Pass on my order, the entire army continues to advance. Yes. Khalifa did not hesitate at all. She turned back to the cabin and passed Kyunhee's order to various warships. After receiving the order, the generals carried it out resolutely, and no warship fell behind. Above the red line, the 3 5 elders were also dumbfounded when they saw this situation. The 5 elder in the cap pulled over a man in black and asked, "Didn't you just pass my order to the marine?" The man in black was so frightened that he trembled all over and said tremblingly, "No, I wouldn't dare. I absolutely passed on the adult's words to marine verbatim." A hole. The flat-hatted 5 elders cursed angrily, swung his arm and threw the man in black out of the red line. "The marines no longer listen to us. It must be because of that Uchiha Chijia. So what should we do now? Get the marine up here? No. Send out the weapons developed by Vegapunk. If the marine dares to force its way up, let them open fire." The Flat Hat 5 elders have been very anxious and uneasy about what happened in Marie Joy's recently, and now they are provoked by Marine and have somewhat lost their minds. Normally at times like this, the Kimono 5 elders would step out to stop it and make the most reasonable arrangements for the moment, but today he was obviously a little abnormal. He didn't say a word the whole time and just let the Flat Hat 5 elders vent. The 5 elders with long beards and the 5 elders with birthmarks looked at each other. They also felt that Marine's behavior was too much and was a serious provocation to the world government. When had they ever encountered such a thing? So they finally agreed with the opinion of the Flat Hat 5 elders and sent people to get those weapons out. After a while, rows of burly figures appeared at the edge of the red line. The people on the marine warship were stunned when they saw the row of figures, because those people looked the same and were considered acquaintances of the marine. A cold light flashed through Kizaru's brown sunglasses, and he whispered, "Advertisement. Has it been developed? I shouldn't have cooperated with that Vegapunk." On Kyunhee's warship, Khalifa covered her mouth in surprise and pointed above the red line and said, "Boss, aren't those tyrant bears? Why are there so many?" Kyunhee shook his head. He knew that those were just humanoid weapons that looked like bears. He said lightly, "Those should be the humanoid weapons that Vegapunk transformed from bears, the pacifists. The cost of each of them is comparable to that of a warship. Now that they have been pushed out by the world government, they are certainly not for display." Sure enough, just as the warship was about to approach the red line, all the pacifists opened their mouths and cross-shaped flashes appeared. This move was not unfamiliar to Marine, it was Admiral Kizaru's laser, but now, these lasers were aimed at Marine. Kizaru cursed inwardly, then his body turned into photons and flew into the air. He had already assumed the starting stance of the Yasakani no Megatama, and was actually taking the initiative to block the pacifists' attack for Marine. Chijia was about to take action, but when she saw Kizaru appear, she gave up the idea. A smile appeared on his face. Kizaru looked quite handsome when he was working hard. The energy in the pacifist's mouth has been accumulated, and thick lasers burst out, shooting towards the marine warship below. Almost at the same time, Kizaru growled, "Yashakani no Megatama." Countless lasers poured out from his hands, colliding with the pacifist's lasers, bursting out with dazzling golden light. However, pirated products are no match for genuine products. Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama was not comparable to the pacifists in terms of both quality and quantity, and their attack was defeated in a short while. The remaining lasers all shot at the red line, creating large black holes and destroying several pacifists on the spot. This scene once again irritated the fragile nerves of Flat Hat 5 elders, and he laughed in anger. "Damn Borsellino! He's serious this time." He cast his eyes towards a pacifist behind him. This pacifist looked no different from the others. The only difference was that he was holding a thick book in his hand. Chapter 281 The Traitors Are You. This pacifist is modified based on the body of Big Bear. It can use the power of the meat puff fruit. This alone makes it unmatched by other pacifists. The flat-hatted 5 elders shouted at him, "Go! Show Marine some color." After hearing this, the bear immediately teleported to the remaining pacifists. He raised his hands, and a huge bear paw-shaped shockwave emerged from mid-air. After the shockwave's size grew to a certain size, it began to compress continuously until it shrank into a mini bear paw pattern and was guarded between the bear's two palms. Advertisement. The next second, he slowly pushed out the mini bear paw in his hand. Bear charge. The mini bear paw slowly floated towards the warship below. Whether from its speed or appearance, there was no sign of any threat from this mini bear paw. But some marine generals who had seen Xiong in action knew that it was a terrifying move that could destroy several warships at the same time. Chijia naturally would not sit idly by. A dazzling purple light burst out from his Rinnegan. A huge semicircular Shinra Tensei enveloped all the warships and spread out in all directions. As soon as the mini bear paw touched the edge of Shinra Tensei, it was bounced back and landed on the rock wall of Red Line at several times faster speed. Boom! A giant bear paw shock wave exploded on the Red Line, and the Red Line began to vibrate violently. The Marines below were all furious when they saw this scene. They had been ordered to assist the world government in investigating the cause of death of 20 celestial dragons, but now they were being treated like this by the world government for no apparent reason. This made many Marines who had long been dissatisfied with the world government even more disheartened. Akainu was more direct. He lifted the brim of his hat slightly and looked up at the group of figures above the red soil. Akainu was already very dissatisfied with many of the world government's practices, but as a soldier, he always adhered to his duty to obey orders. The original Marine Marshal Sengoku had to obey the world government for various reasons, so Akainu had no choice but to obey. However, when Kyunhee became the Marine Marshal, everything changed. The Marine truly stood up. He could have a good fight with the four emperors and ignore some stupid orders from the world government. The current Marine is the most ideal state in Akainu's mind, but the world government dared to attack Marine. In Akainu's view, this is a betrayal of justice. Advertisement. His arms turned into two balls of scorching magma. The surrounding Marines retreated one after another. Someone hesitantly shouted. Admiral Akainu. Akainu said nothing. He walked to the bow step by step. The next second, he raised his arms high and shouted. Meteor volcano. Countless magma spurted out from Akainu's arms towards the sky, dyeing the clouds in the sky red. After a while, the lava fell from the sky like a meteor, heading straight for Marie Joyce below. The 5 elders were already so angry that they were numb. The 5 elder with the flat hat cursed angrily. Sakazuki. Even you. Before he could finish his curse, a huge ball of magma was about to fall on his head. He held back what he was about to say and smashed the magma above him to pieces with one punch. There were many strong men hiding in Marie Joyce. They all took action to destroy all the falling lava, otherwise Marie Joyce would have turned into a sea of fire. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, someone suddenly pointed to the sky with a horrified look on his face and shouted. It's Zilan. Chijia floated above Marie Joyce, her Rinnegan coldly looking down at the people below who were like ants. Seeing Kyunhee appear, everyone trembled. The flat-hatted 5 elders pretended to be calm and reprimanded. Uchiha Chijia. What do you mean? Are you going to let Marine betray the world government? Kyunhee sneered, raised his hand and aimed at the flat-hatted 5 elders below and performed a universal pull. The flat-hatted 5 elders was sucked in front of Kyunhee in front of everyone. Kyunhee pinched his neck as if he was holding a dead dog. Under the horrified gaze of the flat-hatted 5 elders, He said calmly. You seem to have made a mistake. It's not that the Marine betrayed the world government, but, the world government betrayed the Marine. As he spoke, Kyunhee exerted a little force with one hand, and with a click, the neck of the flat-hatted 5 elders was directly twisted off. He still had an expression of disbelief on his face, but he was already deader than dead. Advertisement. Kyunhee loosened his hand, and the body of the flat-hatted 5 elders was thrown from the air like garbage, and fell heavily on the ground in Marie Joyce. At this moment, both Marie Joyce and the Marine below fell into a deathly silence. Marshal Marine had actually killed the 5 elders, the supreme ruler of the world government, in front of everyone. This had completely overturned their 3 perspectives. Even Akainu didn't expect Chijia to be so brave. He was repeating what Chijia said before. It's not the Marine that betrayed the world government, it's the world government that betrayed the Marine. Not only Akainu, but all the Marines were saying this at this moment. Gradually, the voices became louder and louder, and finally turned into a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. The traitor is not the Marine. It's you. When the 5 elders with long beards and the 5 elders with birthmarks heard the Marines roar, an unspeakable fear suddenly surged in their hearts, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Marine, who they once regarded as a loyal dog, has now become a tiger that wants to tear them apart. Kimono 5 elders pushed his glasses and finally spoke. So, what do you want to do, Uchiha Chijia? Everyone's eyes were also focused on Chijia in the sky. The difference was that the people on Marie Joyce looked at Chijia with deep fear in their eyes. Marine's eyes were filled with reverence and hope. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a black truth-seeking ball appeared on Kyunhee's right-hand side, and then turned into a pitch-black scepter held in his hand. He stood on Marie Joyce with a scepter in his hand. At this moment, he was like a god dominating all living things, overlooking the entire Marie Joyce. Marie Joyce celestial dragons no longer had their former superior attitude. They hung their heads and did not dare to look at Chijia in the sky. Kyunhee first used Skynet to search Xiaolulia's original residence, but found that there was no sign of life there. In fact, Charlos had already been dealt with privately by the Flat Hat Five Elders, which invisibly made things convenient for Kyunhee. He no longer had to worry about anything else. He tapped the scepter in his hand lightly on the air, and a circle of transparent ripples spread out. From now on, let Marie Joyce feel the pain. Super Shinra Tensei. Chapter 282, Marie Joyce Destruction. Buzz. A storm of repulsive force erupted under the scepter, and the people and objects on Marie Joyce were instantly reduced to ashes. What is the concept of Six Paths level Super God Ra Tensei? After the Chaya Shinra Tensei, the ground of Marie Joyce was like a smooth mirror, with only a palace in the distance. You can see a straw hat-shaped protective cover protecting the palace. The light on the protective cover flickers, and it has obviously reached its limit. Advertisement. The only living person left was Five Elders, but he looked extremely miserable now. The lower body and left arm of Kimono Five Elders had completely disappeared. He was lying in a pool of blood, face up, quietly looking at Chijia in the air. Swish! Kyunhee appeared in front of the Five Elders in kimonos. He glanced at the palace in the distance that was protected by a straw hat-like protective cover and said lightly. I'm in that palace. A creepy smile appeared on the face of Five Elders in kimono. He shouted crazily with all his strength. Uchiha Chijia! Today is the day you die. Lord Im will never let you go. When the Five Elders in kimono finished shouting this, the same pattern as Im's eyes suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then disappeared in an instant, and his expression became confused. Master Yim. Kyunhee frowned. He had just felt a strong mental fluctuation from the Kimono Five Elders. The Kimono Five Elders now seemed to have just woken up from an illusion. Kimono Five Elders spat out a large mouthful of blood. The pain in his body brought him back to reality. He looked at his broken body and laughed miserably. Lord Yumu, you are so cruel. He also felt that he was really miserable now, so he raised the scepter in his hand to give him a quick death. The Five Elders in kimono noticed Chijia's intention and suddenly said. Uchiha Chijia, you'd better leave here now. Yumo wants to feed you to that monster, so that he can get unimaginable benefits. If he succeeds, the world will really be destroyed. Advertisement. When a man is about to die, his words are good. Kimono Five Elders is definitely the most miserable one among the Five Elders. On the surface, he is the Five Elders that Im values the most, but in fact, he was just a puppet in Im's hands, and his consciousness was influenced by Im all the time. The worst thing is that he is conscious and sometimes he doesn't want to do it, such as killing the blonde Five Elders. But the actions of his body were completely different from his consciousness, and this feeling was so powerless. He had been controlled for who knows how many years, and now he had finally regained his original personality, but at the cost of a body on the verge of collapse. Although he was under control during these years, he remembered clearly what happened during that period, including the purpose of Im's letting Chijia run free. The Five Elders knew that if Im succeeded, no one in the world would be able to stop him. He would definitely use that monster to turn the world into a wasteland. The reason why Kimono Five Elders was chosen as the spokesperson by Im was because he was different from the other 4 Five Elders. He was a warrior and compared to those 4 Five Elders, he still had a little humanity. That is why Yim chose him, so as to ensure that the 5 Five Elders would be his loyal dogs. He paused with the scepter in his hand in midair and asked. Thank you for your reminder, but sooner or later there will be a closure between him and me. Do you have any last words? Kimono Five Elders has said everything that needs to be said, and it is up to Chijia to decide what to do. He was already on his deathbed. In the last moment of his life, he raised the samurai sword in his hand towards Kyunhee with his only remaining arm. Please give this to my hawk. I hope you can tell that brat on my behalf that some of the things that happened before were not my intention. Ask him not to hate me. If possible, I really want to hear him call me father, father again. The sound became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. The 5 Elders in kimono were already dead, but the arms holding the samurai swords were not lowered. Chijia hadn't recovered from his words yet. He had thought that Hawkeye was a celestial dragon, but he hadn't expected that his father would be one of the 5 Elders. Chijia still remembers that in the anime, after the Shishibukai system was abolished, Marine went to capture Hawkeye, but the Kimono 5 Elders didn't show any sign of it at that time. All I can say is that the illusion that I'm cast on him was indeed cruel enough that he didn't even take the life of his own son seriously. With a light sigh, Kyunhee took the samurai sword from Kimono 5 Elders. The moment he took it, Kimono 5 Elders' arm suddenly fell and his eyes slowly closed. Advertisement. Kyunhee waved his hand and released a ray of cold air that wrapped up the body of 5 Elders in kimono, turning it into an ice coffin and floating into the door space. Hawkeye and Chijia can be considered as having a one-meal-a-day relationship, and Chijia admires Hawkeye, a pure swordsman. When he returns this time, he will hand over his father's body to him. At this time Sengoku and others also rushed over. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all gasped. The once prosperous Marijois has now become a complete wasteland, and even those disgusting celestial dragons have disappeared completely. Sengoku looked at Chijia standing in front of him with a complicated expression. He knew without hesitation that it must have been Chijia who did all this. Aokiji looked at the ground beneath his feet, which was smoother than ice, and thought to himself. He actually did this. The world government was destroyed in his hands. Kizaru held the frame of the mirror and looked around, saying habitually. Within a buckle, this is really a big win. Akainu pressed the brim of his hat. He felt that his meteor volcano was nothing compared to Chijia's. Maybe he should have used more force just now? Jun noticed that Chijia had been standing there motionless. She walked quickly to Chijia and asked with concern. Chijia, are you okay? He turned to her and smiled, saying. I'm fine, but it's not over yet. Didn't you raise Marijois to the ground? How could anyone survive that kind of attack? Haha, it's hard for humans to survive, but what if they are not humans? As she spoke, Chijia narrowed her Rinnegan and looked at the straw hat-shaped protective shield in the distance. I saw ripples appearing above, and then 3 figures walked out through the wall. Sengoku and the others also came to Chijia at this time. When they saw the faces of the 3 figures in the distance, even the usually calm Sengoku was shocked and shouted. How is this possible? Chapter 283 Impure World Reincarnation? The reason why Sengoku was so shocked was because the 3 people who were coming towards him were all old acquaintances of his. Apart from Sora, the other 2 were Roger and Rox. Garp's reaction to seeing Roger was the most excited. He shouted with a look of surprise. Is that Roger? He's still alive. The other generals did not respond to Garp because they were also confused at this time. Advertisement. Qianhe's expression looked very calm. He said calmly. He died a long time ago. Even if he is still alive, he will die today. The expression on Garp's face froze. He then remembered that Qianhe had always disliked Roger. If Roger really ran into him, he would be in great danger. Even Garp had to admit that Qianhe's current strength was far beyond his understanding and was not on the same level as all of them. Sengoku looked serious. He looked at Chijia and said in a deep voice. Qianhe, do you know what's going on? Qianhe nodded. When he went to meet the 5 elders once, he met a CP0 who didn't look like a living person at the door. Now the aura of Roger and the other 2 was exactly the same as that CP0. In fact, this method is not unfamiliar to Qianhe. It is the same as the 6 paths puppet he created. They are already dead. What appears now are just their corpses. The one controlling them behind the scenes should be the actual ruler of the world government, Yim. That's Sora. Yes, I can no longer sense any breath of living people from Marshal Kong. Hearing this, Sengoku closed his eyes in pain. Sora was Sengoku's old boss. They had always had a good relationship and Sora had always given him a lot of help. But now he died in such an unclear manner. How could he accept this? Dazzling golden light burst out from Sengoku, and his body continued to expand until his shirt burst open. He had already entered the state of a great Buddha, staring intently at Kong who was walking towards him, anger gushing out of his eyes. Imu. You deserve to die. Advertisement. The next second, Sengoku's body rushed towards the 3 people in front like a golden cannonball. A circle of transparent waves appeared on his fist, and he smashed down at the 3 people fiercely. Roger and Rox ignored Sengoku's words, while Sora leaped high into the air and exchanged punches with Sengoku. Kong's size looked very small compared to the giant Buddha-like Sengoku, but Sengoku was directly knocked back by Kong's punch. After Sora defeated Sengoku, he moonwalked in the air with his feet and rushed directly towards Chijia. Akainu stood up. He had just learned a lot from Chijia and knew that Kong was already dead and had become a weapon in the hands of the enemy. Then Akainu had nothing to worry about. He tightened his right arm and then blasted at the rushing air. Dark Hound. His arm turned into magma and stretched out, directly hitting half of Kong's face. Half of Kong's face was rapidly rotting under the burning of the magma, but there was no trace of pain on his expression, and his body was still rushing towards this side. Sengoku felt even more sad and angry after seeing this scene. He now only wanted Kong to be freed as soon as possible. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and a ball of golden light burst out from between his palms. Then, he opened his arms towards Sora, and a spherical golden space wrapped around Sora's body. Garp and He's faces changed when they saw this move. Sengoku shouted angrily. The land of Nirvana. Snap. The golden space suddenly shattered, and the people who were trapped inside disappeared without a trace. 2 lines of golden tears slowly slid down Sengoku's eyes. He returned to his original state, looking at the place where Sora disappeared, and murmured. From dust to dust, from ashes to ashes, Marshal Kong, go with peace of mind. Even Chijia couldn't help but look sideways at the power of Sengoku's move. In his perception, the golden space was filled with a violent shock wave, and Kong's body was directly blown into pieces by this shock wave. If Onoki saw this, he would really call him an expert, because the performance was so similar to his dust release. As Chijia was marveling at Sengoku's abilities, Roger and Rox arrived in front of him and attacked Chijia without a sound. Advertisement. Before they could touch Kyunhee's body, a repulsive force suddenly burst out from Kyunhee, blasting the two of them away. When they reappeared, Roger's right arm had disappeared. The Six Paths level Shinra Tensei was obviously not so easy to withstand. However, a strange scene happened. A ball of black energy was seen wriggling at Roger's broken arm, gradually extending outwards, and finally condensing into an arm. He couldn't hold it anymore. What was going on? Was he still in the pirate's world? Just now it was dust release, and now even impure world reincarnation has appeared. If it is really impure world reincarnation, then... What? Sengoku's exclamation behind him confirmed Chijia's guess. Kyunhee turned around and saw that a humanoid black energy had appeared where Kong had disappeared. Then, just like Roger, the black energy transformed into Kong's appearance and resurrected him again. Sengoku and the others were completely numb. Even if their bodies were beaten to pieces, they could recover. How could they fight again? Before they could recover, two shock waves mixed with black lightning blasted towards them. These were attacks launched by Roger and Rox. Tisk, that's enough. Chijia had had enough of these intrusions and used another Shinra Tensei to shatter the incoming attack. Then, 3 pitch-black truth-seeking balls emerged from behind him. With a wave of his hand, 3 truth-seeking balls immediately flew towards Roger and the other two. Roger punched the flying truth-seeking ball. The moment he touched the truth-seeking ball, dense cracks suddenly appeared on his fist and then spread to his whole body. The next second, Roger's body collapsed and turned into countless black spots of light and disappeared into the air. When Rox and Kong saw this, their bodies instinctively wanted to move away from the truth-seeking ball, but the truth-seeking ball kept chasing them, as if it had a tracking device installed on them. Rox launched several attacks from a distance in an attempt to break up the truth-seeking ball, but his attacks instantly turned into nothingness as soon as they landed on the truth-seeking ball, and had no effect at all. In the end, Rox and Sora followed Roger's footsteps and completely disappeared into thin air. Sengoku and the others stared around warily, they thought that Sora and the others would resurrect again like before. However, Roger and the others were truly killed this time without leaving any trace, because under the 6 paths, all beings are equal in front of the truth-seeking ball. Chapter 284, I'm appears. Sengoku and the others stood alert for a long time and finally confirmed that Roger and the others were completely dead. The 3 truth-seeking balls slowly flew back to Chijia's back. Jun curiously reached out her hand to touch them, and Chijia quickly grabbed her hand. You can't touch this thing, it will disappear if you touch it. Jun was stunned, and thinking of what happened to Roger just now, she quickly moved away from the 3 truth-seeking balls. Sengoku came over, looked at the 3 truth-seeking balls floating behind Chijia with fear, and said. Advertisement. Kyunhee or Roger and the others completely gone this time. Well, there is absolutely no possibility of resurrection. Marshal Nakhan. He is dead. Sengoku lowered his head, even though he already knew the result, he still found it hard to accept. The souls of Roger and the other two, like those of the celestial dragons, did not return to the Hades world at all. Even if Kyunhee wanted to use Hades to reincarnate, he could not. Garp patted Sengoku's shoulder heavily. His relationship with Sora was not as deep as Sengoku's, but seeing Sengoku sad must have made him feel bad. Tsuru, on the other hand, gently put his arm around Sengoku's shoulders and held him in his arms like a child, except this child was a little older. Jun saw this and poked Chijia's arm. Chijia, do you think Principal Sengoku is going to become my brother-in-law? He spread his hands. Let's just let it be, but it's not over yet. After saying that, Kyunhee swung his hand violently and smashed the air in front of him. A sound like a mirror shattering was heard, and a strong shock wave hit the straw hat protective cover in the distance. The protective shield was already on the verge of collapse at the beginning of the super god Luo Tenkong. It didn't even last a second before it turned into nothingness by the shock wave, and the palace inside was also blown into ruins. Then, a dark pillar of light rose from the ruins, and the sky darkened. A sinister voice came from the beam of light. Uchiha Chijia, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long. He smiled and responded. Advertisement. Imu, it has come to this. How long are you going to hide? Come out. Haha, I don't mean to hide it. I have made a lot of preparations to welcome you. The beam of light gradually dissipated, revealing I'm inside. His face looks very young, with a pair of jet black rhino horns on his forehead, and the robe he wears is also black. The overall color tone looks exactly the opposite of Chijia's Satsuki state. A cold aura emanated from his body, and a thick layer of frost formed on the ground. Sengoku and the others felt like they couldn't hold on under this atmosphere. Jun subconsciously held Chijia's hand and immediately felt much better. Kyunhee took Jun into his arms and said softly, "Sister Jun, go down and wait for me. It's very dangerous here." Jun hugged Chijia tightly. She heard an unprecedented solemnity in Chijia's voice. But she also knew that staying here would only bring burden to Jianhee. She looked at Jianhee for a while and said softly, "Kyunhee, you will definitely come back, right? Well, don't worry." After saying that, Chijia lowered her head and kissed Jun on the lips, then used the replacement technique to transfer her, Sengoku and others to the warship below. After doing all this, Kyunhee turned and looked at I'm in the air. Yumo had a wicked smile on his face and said, "Have you arranged it? Actually, you don't need to worry so much. After you die, they can't escape." Jianhee had a calm expression on his face. He tapped the ground lightly with the scepter in his hand, and a milky white light enveloped his body. The light faded, and Chijia's appearance changed, entering the state of Satsuki. His white robe moved without wind, and his body floated slowly upwards until it stopped opposite I'm. His eyes lingered on the dense black vertical lines on Yumo's face for a moment, and Kyunhee spoke. "You seem different from what I imagined. This power doesn't belong to you." This sentence seemed to touch Yumo's sore spot. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he became extremely ferocious. "A hole? What nonsense are you talking about? My power belongs to me alone." However, in Kyunhee's eyes, his performance can be summed up in 2 words, anxious. Advertisement. Kyunhee shook his head and laughed, as if he had said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had said everything. Yumo finally couldn't hold it anymore, he shouted angrily. "You are looking for death." He instantly appeared in front of Kyunhee, stretched out a dark hand and was about to say something heartfelt to Kyunhee. Kyunhee did not choose to take it head-on, but directly used teleportation to avoid Im's attack. Just now he realized that the black in Im's hand was not armament haki, but an energy similar to the truth-seeking ball. This attack was similar to the one Black Zetsu used to sneak attack Madara. Even though Chijia had the almost immortal body of the Tsutsuki clan, he would still be in trouble if he was hit by this move. After Im delivered this blow, his emotions returned to normal, and his face once again showed that expression as if everything was under control. He looked at Jianhee sideways and said with a smile. "You just used a spatial ability, right? Let me think, is it the teleportation fruit? No, you should look down on that fruit." "Which fruit is it?" Suddenly, Yim raised his hand and made a strange gesture. "Room. Ha ha ha. Is it the OPOP fruit? You really got this fruit?" Kyunhee's expression remained unchanged, just watching I'm acting crazy there alone. He has even flattened Marie Joyce, so would he still care about the exposure of OPOP fruit? I'm was nervous for a moment, then looked at Chijia's Rinnegan again. There was undisguised greed in his eyes. He licked his lips with his tongue and said, "What a beautiful pair of eyes. They will be mine soon." Chijia was also looking at Im's blood-red eyes, which looked quite similar to the Rinnegan, except that they lacked a few lines. Kyunhee had been on guard against those eyes because he was not sure whether those eyes possessed some kind of eye technique. You have to know that pupil skills are a thing of the 8 gates, and all kinds of strange abilities may appear. Some abilities are very troublesome even for 6 paths level strong men. For example, Kamui, although it is just a kind of eye technique of Manjiki Sharingan, its power must be obvious to everyone who has watched the anime. In Chijia's heart, Kamui is the strongest dojutsu in Manjiki. You can understand this by referring to Kakashi. In the end, Kakashi managed to borrow an account from Obito, and with the help of 2 Kamui, he showed off his presence in front of Kagaya. Chapter 285, I'm vs. Chijia. The 2 people's eyes met in the air, and a violent hurricane was instantly set off. The next second, 2 repulsive forces burst out from the 2 people at the same time, forming 2 spheres, one black and one white, suspended in the air. Several terrifying cracks extended upward along the bottom of the red soil continent, and the entire land could no longer bear the weight of this repulsive force. Chijia was not surprised that could use Shinra Tensei, because most of the Tsutsuki clan members can control gravity or repulsion, which is almost an innate ability for them. In this clash of repulsive forces, Im and Kyunhee ended in a draw. Neither of the 2 repulsive forces was able to overwhelm the other, and they eventually dissipated into nothingness. Advertisement. Im snorted, his hands turned black again, and rushed towards Kyunhee. Kyunhee manipulated a truth-seeking ball to form a barrier in front of him, and Im punched the barrier, making a loud bang. At this time, 5 dark tentacles emerged from behind Kyunhee and stretched towards Im. Before Im could retract his fist, his limbs were entangled, and his neck was tightly entangled by the remaining tentacle. Kyun-hee clenched his hand, and 5 dark tentacles suddenly exerted force. Im's body was divided into 5 pieces on the spot and suspended in the air. The strange thing is that there is no blood at all from the broken parts of Im's body. Even his expression looks very relaxed, and he commented with interest. This is the ability of the dark fruit, it's quite interesting. After saying that, Im's head and limbs gathered towards his torso, and soon returned to normal, without even any wounds. He crossed his arms and said jokingly. What other abilities do you have? Show me all of them. Kyun-hee said nothing, and a circle of transparent light appeared on his hand and hit Im directly in the face. Snap! Im's face shattered like a mirror, his entire face was distorted and looked extremely ugly. This blow made Im dizzy for a short time, but he had no intention of using Kyun-hee as a punching bag. He raised his leg and swept towards Kyun-hee's waist. Kyun-hee's eyes focused, and the Susanoo armor appeared, blocking Im's attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kyun-hee grabbed Im's face, and the transparent light shield in his hand continued to expand, and countless cracks spread from it. The space could no longer bear it and completely shattered into pieces, revealing an area of black that symbolized nothingness, and Im's head also disappeared. Advertisement. Im seemed to be a little overwhelmed. A repulsive force burst out from his body again and he retreated violently. Without giving him a chance to recover, Kyun-hee raised 2 fingers, and the ground below suddenly cracked. Countless pieces of rubble rose up and surrounded Im. Kyun-hee's Rinnegan flashed purple light, and he shouted. Planetary devastation. A huge sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer was suspended in the air, wrapping Im inside. This planetary devastation is obviously not comparable to the one that trapped Whitebeard too. Even so, Kyun-hee did not expect it to be able to trap Im. Sure enough, the interior of the planetary devastation began to make continuous rumbling noises, and countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface, and it was about to collapse. Jian-hee put his hands together and shouted again. Destroy Tianyuan! A blinding white light burst out from the center of the planetary devastation, and the next second, accompanied by a loud bang that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the planetary devastation exploded. After a long time, the light dissipated, revealing Im inside. Yim's expression no longer looked as relaxed as before, and a piece of the horn on his forehead was missing, with no sign of recovery. He looked up at Jian-hee with an unusually cold gaze. Uchiha Chijia, you have succeeded in irritating me. Jian-hee smiled slightly and said sarcastically. What? Is our Lord Yumu angry? Don't you want to see what else I am capable of? This is nothing. Yumu glared at Kyun-hee viciously, then fell down. He bit his finger, pressed it hard on the ground, and yelled. Come out! 10 tails! Black lines spread across the ground, and then countless black flames emerged from it, emitting an extremely cold aura. Under Kyun-hee's gaze, a huge blood-red eye emerged from the black flames, the eyeball kept rolling, and finally looked at Kyun-hee above. Kyun-hee frowned, raised his hand and released a thick purple lightning bolt that struck the eyeball. Yim sneered, he stood up and spread his arms, as if in a hugging posture. Advertisement. The black flame seemed to be attracted by something and gathered madly towards the eyeball. The eyeball continued to rise higher under the embrace of the flames, and finally turned into a monster that was a kilometer tall and completely black. Im flew up and stood on the monster's head. Black blood vessels emerged from the monster's back and connected to Im. Yumu seemed to be enjoying it very much. A sick smile appeared on his face and he grinned at Kyun-hee. How is it? Is it beautiful? Kyun-hee looked at the black blood vessels that were constantly wriggling on Im's body, with undisguised disgust in his eyes. It's disgusting. As he spoke, Kyun-hee opened his eyes slightly, and a ball of brilliant deep purple energy rose up from around him, transforming into the phantom of Susanoo. Kyun-hee clenched his hands, and 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo instantly solidified and stood opposite 10 tails. Yim looked at Susanoo in front of him with admiration in his eyes. This is really spectacular. This can't be the ability of the devil fruit, right? Kyun-hee stood in the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head with his arms folded. He had no intention of paying any attention to Im. He just wanted to chop Im and this disgusting 10 tails in half with one knife. Feeling Kyun-hee's intention, Susanoo immediately drew the purple longsword at her waist and chopped it hard at Im on 10 tails' head. Yim smiled, and with a thought, the tail behind 10 tails suddenly stretched out and tightly wrapped around the long knife. A smug look appeared on his face again, and he taunted Jian-hee. Is that all you can do? Haha, how about this trick? A dazzling purple electric light flashed in Kyun-hee's eyes, and the long sword in Susanoo's hand instantly turned into a purple electric blade. The tail wrapped around it made a sizzling sound under the high temperature burning. 10 tails felt pain, opened his mouth and roared, and his tail fell off the long sword. Im's face froze. Before he could react, the long sword hanging in the air slashed down, splitting Im and 10 tails in half, fulfilling Kyun-hee's wish. Susanoo did not continue to attack, but instead swung the long sword in a sword flower, the sarcasm in her expression was self-evident. Kyunhee deliberately made a surprised expression and returned Im's ridicule. Is that all you can do? Chapter 286 Satsuki Zero. On the red line, the two behemoths, Susanoo and Ten Tails, collided violently, and the aftermath of the impact caused huge waves in the sea below. The more Im fought, the more he felt something was wrong. Originally, he thought that with the help of the power of the person in his body and 10 tails, he would be able to defeat Kyunhee with ease, but the facts were obviously different from what he thought. From the beginning of the fight till now, he was almost always the one getting beaten, and his attacks could not cause much damage to Susanoo. Although Im is now immortal, his energy will eventually run out. If he continues to fight like this, he may run out of energy and fall into a dormant state, which is no different from death. Compared to Im, Chijia seemed to be in a very relaxed state. He manipulated Susanoo to perform fancy moves on Ten Tails again and again. Ten Tails was just like fish on the chopping board in front of Susanoo. Advertisement. Yim finally couldn't bear it anymore. He began to actively call out to the person in his body. Hey! What's going on now? Why am I always being beaten by him? Haha, you finally remembered me? Ten Tails' power is very strong, but you are not from my clan after all, so you can't bring out its true power. Damn it! Do you know that I can't hold on for much longer in this state? Ten Tails' backlash is getting worse and worse. If I let it get away, it won't be Uchiha Chijia who will become the food. Do you have any solution? Of course I do. As long as you temporarily remove my seal, a mere Uchiha Chijia will be no problem at all. Yim frowned. This method was extremely risky. He couldn't guarantee whether he could regain control of his body after the seal was lifted. Just as he was struggling, Susanoo slashed with his knife, cutting Ten Tails in half again. Im groaned, and part of the black blood vessels in his body that were connected to Ten Tails suddenly ruptured and did not recover along with Ten Tails' body. A feeling of dizziness came over Im, and his body swayed. He glanced at Chihee who was standing opposite Susanoo's head, and a surge of anger inexplicably rose in his heart. He made up his mind and shouted. Come on! Show me the true power of Ten Tails! Advertisement. Smart decision. In Im's spiritual world, a figure with pale skin and wearing a white robe was suspended in the air, wrapped in a straw hat-shaped shield. Suddenly, the shield wrapped around him turned into countless transparent light spots and dissipated. A strange smile appeared on his face, and then his body turned into a ball of white light that enveloped the entire spiritual world. Im outside shuddered, then the black on his body faded and turned white, looking very similar to Chijia's Satsuki state. The most eye-catching thing is his eyes. The whites of his eyes have been replaced by red, and there are 4 black ripples on each of them, turning them into a pair of red Rinnegan. Seeing this scene, Kyunhee's expression became solemn. Im's current situation actually made him feel a sense of crisis. Yim looked down at his body and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This real touch is so great. After laughing for a while, Yumo looked at Kyunhee and said. Youngster, I have never heard your name in the clan before, and your last name is not Uchiha, right? Kyunhee looked at the unfamiliar Im and said. So my last name should be Tsutsuki, right? What? You don't like this last name? Are you also a traitorous guardian? I'm not anyone's guardian. I'm from the Uchiha clan. Are you still denying it? You're such an insincere junior. Well, it doesn't matter. You're going to be Ten Tails' food anyway. You're still as self-righteous as ever. Don't compare me to him. He's just a native. If it weren't for that Uranus, I wouldn't have been trapped in his spiritual world for so long. Who are you? Advertisement. Haha, my name is Tsutsuki Zero. If you haven't heard of this name, then you must know the name of my master. He is Tsutsuki Yam. Otsutsuki Yam. Hearing this name, Kyunhee was really shocked. Who is Tsutsuki Yam? He is the one who devours the most fruits in the Tsutsuki clan. He is called the god of Tsutsuki. His ability is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, judging from the information in the comics, Tsutsuki Yam seems to have died, leaving only his body. Of course, it is also possible that he has evolved to the extreme, freed himself from the constraints of the flesh and gone to another world. Now this guy who calls himself Tsutsuki Zero is actually Tsutsuki Yame's protector. And judging from what he said, he also betrayed Tsutsuki Yame? Tsutsuki Zero looked very proud of himself for betraying Tsutsuki Yame. He looked at Ten Tails at his feet and said proudly. My master ate too many fruits from the sacred tree and his body was on the verge of collapse. I took this opportunity to give him a fatal blow. What I didn't expect was that his body turned into this Ten Tails. I can feel that the energy in this Ten Tails is definitely not comparable to that of other Ten Tails. As long as I can eat its fruit, I can gain unimaginable power. Chijia looked at the Ten Tails under Tsutsuki Zero's feet again. This Ten Tails looked very special indeed. Most other Ten Tails were white, but this one was completely black. But at the moment, he still had a question that he hadn't figured out, which was how did Satsuki Zero travel to the pirate's world? And was he trapped in him's body? Chijia took advantage of Satsuki Zero's self-absorbed state and asked him about the doubts in his mind. Satsuki Zero did not intend to hide anything and said directly. My master had already evolved the ability to travel through dimensions. The moment his body transformed into 10 tails, a dimensional rift opened up and brought me to this world. However, this 10 tails was very hostile to me. I almost exhausted my energy just by controlling it. I could only temporarily live in the body of this person named I'm. But I don't think you have gained control of your body. Satsuki Zero snorted coldly, suddenly stretched out his hand, and a mini straw hat appeared in his hand. He looked at the straw hat in his hand and said with gritted teeth. It's all because of this damn thing. Yim called it Uranus. If it weren't for it, how could I be trapped in this native's body? Chijia didn't expect that Uranus, one of the ancient weapons, was actually just a small straw hat. She wondered if it had any connection with the one Luffy was wearing. But Chijia didn't have time to think too much at the moment. The appearance of Satsuki Zero was beyond his expectations. If he didn't take it seriously, he might really become food. Chapter 287 The Birth of Devil Fruit. Satsuki Zero put away the Uranus and looked up at Chijia. Uchiha Chijia, I hope your body can provide enough nutrients for this 10 tails. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 tails under his feet let out a deafening roar, then opened its big mouth towards Kyunhee. A blood-red energy ball appeared at its mouth and continued to grow in size. Chijia's face changed. This attack was obviously a tailed beast bomb, and after Satsuki Zero took over the body, his control over 10 tails was obviously more than twice as strong. Satsuki Zero had an evil smile on his face. Advertisement. Try this. 10 tails finished charging and blew out the tailed beast bomb fiercely, but Susanoo did not make any defensive gesture. Chijia, who was standing above, emitted wisps of black smoke from his left eye. A huge dark vortex immediately appeared in front of Susanoo, and tailed beast bomb plunged into it and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Satsuki Zero curled his lips. Tisk, it's just a defective product of the sacred tree's fruit. He was very interested in this sentence, and he asked. So devil fruit is the fruit of the sacred tree? I guess so. I've said before that this 10 tails is very special. When it first came to this world, it absorbed a lot of unknown energy and produced a lot of fruits. The natives called them devil fruits. In that case, why don't you eat them all? You don't have a limit on the number of devil fruits you can eat, right? Humph, the devil fruit will disappear immediately after it grows from 10 tails' body, and then reappear in some corner of the world. It's too troublesome to collect them, and eating the devil fruit will not help me improve my strength at all. Kyunhee nodded. He could also feel that after absorbing 12 devil fruits, his pupil power had reached a saturated state. Even if he absorbed more devil fruits, it would not have any effect. The reason why Satsuki Zero calls the devil fruit a defective product of the divine fruit is because it cannot promote the evolution of Satsuki like the real divine fruit. Advertisement. However, it was of great benefit to Chijia, who had not yet become an Satsuki at that time. It allowed Chijia's bloodline to successfully return to its ancestral lineage, and he became a true Satsuki. Of course, this is because Chijia possesses the Rinnegan. If other members of the Uchiha clan or the Senju clan came to this world, they could only eat one devil fruit at most, just like the natives of the pirates' world. Otherwise, they would explode and die because they could not withstand the energy contained in it. The role of Rinnegan is crucial in this. Thinking of this, Kyunhee felt lucky. If he had not accidentally traveled to the pirates' world, he would have had to pin his hopes on becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki to evolve to his current level. However, 10 tails in the Hokage world has the will of Satsuki Kagaya. Even if Chijia knew the plot and eliminated the hidden danger of Black Zetsu in advance, he might not be able to prevent Kagaya from taking over his body. As it is now, absorbing the power of the devil fruit to complete the evolution is the perfect way for Chijia. Chijia, who evolves into Satsuki in this way, is definitely stronger than Madara, who becomes 10 tails Jinchuriki, in terms of both strength and ability. Satsuki Zero also thought of this, and he couldn't help but sigh. But I never expected the devil fruit to have such a good effect on you. You were so weak when you first came to this world, but now you are so strong. Even compared to some of the outstanding juniors I know, you are not much inferior. Hearing the word junior from Satsuki Zero again, Chijia couldn't help but ask. You mean Momoshiki and Urashiki? Satsuki Zero was stunned and said in confusion. I've heard of Momoshiki, but I don't have much impression of Urashiki. The one who impressed me the most among the juniors was called Satsuki Ishiki. The master originally planned to feed me to 10 tails and make him the next guardian. Do you know him? How is he now? Chijia was speechless for a while. Of course he knew Satsuki. In the Boruto legend, he could be called an absolute big boss, with power that was despairing. Finally, if Nine Tails hadn't sacrificed themselves to help Naruto activate the heavy particle mode, and if Satsuki Ishiki hadn't been able to exist for a long time due to the limitations of the container, if it weren't for these shitty reasons, he would never have been defeated by Naruto. Moreover, his experience was tragic enough. Although he escaped the fate of becoming a guardian, his ending was almost the same as that of a guardian. He was attacked from behind by Kagaya and half of his body was fed to 10 Tails. If he had not met Jijin who happened to pass by, he would have died on the spot. After finally meeting a suitable container, Kawaki, he then met the real protagonists Naruto and Sasuke, and in the end he still couldn't escape the fate of death. Seeing Chijia standing there without saying a word, Satsuki Zero asked. Advertisement. You really want to know him, what happened to him? He's dead. What? Is there any life in the universe that can kill the Satsuki clan? No, he was ambushed by his own guardian and became 10 Tails food. Chijia did not mention Naruto. Anyway, the cause of Satsuki Ishiki's death was ultimately due to Satsuki Kagaya. When Satsuki Zero heard the reason, he couldn't hold it in any longer. My goodness, Satsuki Ishiki was almost his successor, so how come he didn't have any of his good qualities? Not only did he fail, he also did the opposite and was ambushed by his guardian again. Although Satsuki Zero was not very familiar with Ishiki, he still felt a little disappointed in Ishiki at this moment. At the same time, he became curious about Ishiki's guardian and wanted to know which outstanding descendant had inherited his good qualities. Who is Ishiki's guardian? Kagaya is a god. Is it her? That pathetically weak woman. Yes. Satsuki Zero was very surprised that Kagaya became Ishiki's guardian, and he was also quite impressed by Satsuki Kagaya. But unlike Ishiki, Ishiki was remembered by him because he was excellent, while Kagaya was remembered because he was too weak. The Satsuki tribe also has gender distinctions, but the male-female ratio is seriously unbalanced. Kagaya, as a female Satsuki, is a very rare existence, and her strength was only at the bottom of the Satsuki group at the time. However, the Satsuki clan will not give you any preferential treatment just because you are a woman. The fate of weak Satsuki like Kagaya is already determined, that is, to become the guardian of other outstanding Satsuki and finally be fed to 10 Tails as food. No matter where you are, weakness is the original sin. Chapter 288 Doors vs. Barriers. Satsuki Zero sighed about life on 10 Tails' head for a while, then controlled 10 Tails to swing out a tail and attacked Chijia without any warning. He knew sneak attacks very well. Luckily, Chijia had been on guard against him, manipulating Susanoo to raise the knife to block his head, then reaching out and launching Shinra Tensho at 10 Tails. 10 Tails' 1,000-meter-tall body was blown away like a balloon in front of Shinra Tensei. However, Satsuki Zero was not weak at manipulating repulsion. He also released a repulsive force to offset Shinra Tensei and stabilize 10 Tails. Kyunhee did not give him a chance to breathe. Susanoo swung his sword and slashed out a sword beam. If it was I'm who controlled 10 Tails, he would have to choose to forcefully resolve the sword beam and then let 10 Tails recover on his own. But Satsuki Zero obviously would not use such a low-level method. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and then he waved his hand, and a transparent barrier blocked 10 Tails. Advertisement. At the same time, a fight between gangs was taking place in Logue Town, led by a man with a grass-green coxcomb and an arrogant expression. Standing opposite him was a bald, fleshy man, who was shouting at the man with the coxcomb haircut. Bartolomeo. Have you been too arrogant lately? Do you need Lao Zi to teach you a lesson? Bartolomeo scratched his ears impatiently, and then did something that surprised everyone present. He actually pulled up his pants in front of everyone and started peeing. Bartolomeo's act of daring to show his gun immediately made the bald man opposite furious. He now wished he could confiscate Bartolomeo's gun on the spot. He yelled at the younger brother behind him. Shoot this BD. The younger brothers had long disliked Bartolomeo, so upon hearing this, they immediately pulled out real guns and started shooting at Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's men were already used to this and showed no sign of panic, as if they didn't care about the boss standing in front of them facing the gunfire. Bartolomeo raised his hands, crossed his middle finger and index finger, and made a strange pose. A transparent barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all the bullets. He is the user of the Paramecia barrier fruit, who can create a barrier to defend against all attacks. So far, no one has been able to break the barrier he created. However, this not only did not make the bald boss retreat, but instead made his anger even more intense. He pulled out a dagger and rushed towards Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo looked at the bald man running towards him as if he were a clown, and with a slight movement of his fingers, the barrier was pushed out. This was an attack method he developed using the barrier fruit. Just when he thought that the bald man was about to be smashed into pieces by the barrier, the transparent barrier suddenly disappeared halfway through. Advertisement. Bartolomeo's expression was no longer calm when he saw this. He stuck out his tongue and shouted in disbelief. What? The bald man didn't care about the reason why the barrier disappeared. He took advantage of Bartolomeo's distraction to rush to his side and stabbed him with a knife. Fortunately, Bartolomeo's little brother reacted quickly and shouted to remind Bartolomeo. "Boss! Be careful!" Bartolomeo suddenly came to his senses and subconsciously moved his body to the side, avoiding the vital parts of his body, but he was still stabbed in the waist. He covered his waist, which was bleeding profusely, and kicked the bald man away with all his strength. The bald man's men were stunned on the spot. Bartolomeo's physical skills were not weak to begin with, and he just wanted to show off with his fruit ability, but he didn't expect to fail unexpectedly. He gestured again to try his ability, but it still didn't work. This was the first time this had happened since he ate the devil fruit. He was in no mood to care about gang fights anymore. He simply waved his hand to signal his subordinates to retreat, completely ignoring the remaining bald man's men. On the way back, Bartolomeo posed again and again without giving up. One of his followers couldn't stand it anymore and asked. "Boss, is there something wrong with your body? Get lost. Laozi is in good health, how could something go wrong? Then, is it because you didn't sleep well last night?" Bartolomeo looked at the younger brother in front of him in silence. The younger brother also knew that his question was extremely stupid, so he retreated angrily. Bartolomeo took out a photo from his arms, and the photo was of Chijia. This was a photo of Chijia when she was promoted to Marine Admiral. He looked at Kyunhee's photo affectionately, and suddenly cried out with tears in his eyes. "Chijia-senpai! Please tell me what is going on." After shouting, he posed again and looked up at the sky. The voices of his brothers rang in his ears. "Advertisement. Boss! Your powers are back." Bartolomeo slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the familiar transparent barrier. Thump! Bartolomeo fell to his knees, knocked his head heavily on the ground, and cried out. "Chijia-senpai! Back to red line." Qianhe saw his attack dissipated on the transparent barrier and frowned. "Is this the ability of the transparent fruit?" Satsuki Zero smiled and said. "That's right. 10 Tails is the source of devil fruit. If you control it, you can use all the abilities of devil fruit. I have to say, some of the abilities are really useful." "Oh? So what?" Susanoo sheathed her knife and bent her arms to gather strength. A white light shield enveloped Susanoo's fist. Satsuki Zero was not panicked when he saw Susanoo's actions, but instead crossed his arms and commented. "This must be Whitebeard's ability, right? Can it be used in this way? Not bad, not bad." The transparent barrier still blocked 10 Tails, so Satsuki Zero looked so relaxed. He was well aware of the defensive power of this barrier, which was a conceptual level defense that was enough to block any tangible attack. A mysterious smile appeared on Kyunhee's face, a purple light flashed in the Rinnegan, and a door suddenly opened on the transparent barrier. Satsuki's smile froze on his face. "What? This is..." Bang! Susanoo's huge fist smashed into the air, creating a blue crack that stretched for miles and unleashing a terrifying shock wave. The shock wave passed through the door on the barrier and hit 10 Tails and Zero standing on top of it, causing the space to distort and shatter into countless fragments. Chapter 289 Infinite Tsukuyomi. Satsuki Zero's body was already in pieces. He struggled to control the various parts of his body to come together, cursing. "Damn it! It's the door fruit. The transparent barrier has been dispersed by Satsuki Type 0. With the gate fruit still there, the barrier fruit is basically useless." Just as Zero was recovering, Susanoo punched him again with a shockwave. Air shock. Advertisement. Zero's body, which had just been half assembled, was shattered again. He glared at Qianhe fiercely, then shouted. Fragmented into pieces and reunited. All parts of his body immediately converged towards the center, and soon formed the shape of Zero. Chijia recognized that this was Buggy's chop fruit. It seems that the Zero connected to 10 Tails can indeed use the power of all devil fruits. It's just that he doesn't know if he can still use the devil fruit abilities absorbed by his Rinnegan. Zero also wants to use Chijia's ability. When he uses the devil fruit's ability, if the devil fruit already has an ability user, the user will temporarily lose the ability. But after trying for a long time, he still couldn't sense the existence of the Menmen fruit. It seemed that the Menmen fruit was completely out of 10 Tails' control. Zero snorted coldly. Tisk, is it because of those eyes? What a trouble. At this moment, Susanoo drew out the long sword from her waist again and swung it at 10 Tails in the air, but no sword light was produced. Zero's expression changed. Oh no. It's an operation. Phew. 10 Tails' body was split in half. Zero wanted to activate the chop fruit to recover, but found that there was an invisible space barrier at the joint, so it couldn't be connected at all. Advertisement. Taking this opportunity, Kyunhee opened the diamond-shaped space on Susanoo's head. 12 truth-seeking balls behind him floated out and began to spin wildly, gradually merging into a huge black truth-seeking ball. The giant truth-seeking ball floated above Susanoo and continued to expand in size, looking like a dark sun. Susanoo raised one hand, spread the wings on her back, and lifted the giant truth-seeking ball into the sky. After seeing the giant truth-seeking ball, Zero finally showed fear on his face. He gave up on repairing his body, and his pair of red Rinnegan glowed scarlet. Kyunhee looked down at Zero below and said calmly, "Let the world return to nothingness, Yu Ziaming." Susanoo threw the giant truth-seeking ball down with force. Zero looked up at the approaching giant truth-seeking ball. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the red light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. At the critical moment, a ball of red light enveloped Zero's body, and the giant truth-seeking ball also fell on the red line at this time. Without making a sound, the entire red line disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Fortunately, Sengoku and his men had already driven the warship away, otherwise they would have been wiped out just like Yuzu. Kyunhee released Susanoo and squinted at the strange red energy below. After a while, the red energy dissipated, revealing Zero inside, holding a small ball of black flame in his hand. Zero raised his head and looked at Chijia with a cold gaze. Just now he used his Rinnegan eye technique, Sijianshin. This is a conceptual level eye technique that can temporarily separate one's existence from reality and thus avoid all attacks, regardless of whether the attack is in time or space. Chijia's Yuzuming is an existence that can reduce all space to nothingness. Although Zero also possesses spatial abilities like Yomi Hirasaka, they have no effect in front of Yuzuming. He was not sure if he could withstand the annihilation effect of Yuzuming, so he could only use his pupil technique and divine power. However, this level of pupil technique is not without limitations and cannot be used continuously. If he wants to use it again, he will have to wait nearly an hour, and this period of time is enough to decide the outcome of the battle. Advertisement. Zero looked at the 12 truth-seeking balls that reappeared behind Chijia. Although those truth-seeking balls were obviously much smaller in size, he knew that the recovery speed of the truth-seeking balls would definitely be much faster than his eye technique. Ten Tails doesn't have much energy left now. If Kyunhee uses Yuzuming again, he might be finished. Looking at the ball of black flame in his hand, a fierce look flashed across Zero's eyes. Under Kyunhee's gaze, he swallowed the ball of black flame in one gulp. After Zero swallowed the black flames began to emerge from his body, burning his body madly. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made Zero unable to hold back and let out a painful roar. Seeing this, Kyunhee transformed a truth-seeking ball into a spear, and with a thought, the black spear shot out and stabbed towards the Zero below. The black flames on Zero's body transformed into a giant black hand, which grasped the long hair that was stabbing at it, and then squeezed it hard, crushing the spear that was transformed from the truth-seeking ball. Kyunhee frowned, then dived directly towards Zero. This time, before he could get close, Zero suddenly roared, and a violent momentum burst out, and Kyunhee's figure stopped in mid-air. I saw that the black flames on Zero's body had been gathered into his body, his eyes turned black, and a 12 Magadama Rinnegan opened on his forehead, just like 10 Tails. Zero's expression also became extremely crazy. He looked at Kyunhee and shouted, "This world has no meaning to exist anymore. All of you should become my nourishment. Including you. Uchiha Chijia." As he spoke, a blinding red light burst out from the 12 Magadama Rinnegan on his head and shot straight into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the red light, revealing a blood-red sun with the same 12 Magadama Rinnegan pattern on it. At this moment, everyone in the pirates' world looked up at the strange red sun in the sky, and an inexplicable fear shrouded everyone's heart. Under the gaze of everyone, the red sun emitted scarlet rays of light, and all creatures illuminated by the light turned into white cocoons floating in the air. The light even passed through the sea surface, and even the creatures living on the seabed were not spared, including the giant sea kings. The whole world fell silent at this moment. The red light also shone on Qianhe, but Qianhe did not transform into a cocoon like the others. He still stared at the red sun in the sky and said in a deep voice, "Infinite Tsukuyomi." In the anime, Sasuke with the Rinnegan and Naruto with the power of 6 paths are both immune to the light of infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's Susanoo can even help others resist infinite Tsukuyomi. As Chijia has both, it is naturally easier for him to resist. Chapter 290 OPOP Fruit Awakens. Under infinite Tsukuyomi, life energy continued to flow into Tsutsuki Zero's body, and a look of intoxication appeared on his face. The biological energy in this world is really abundant, much stronger than before. Zero had eaten chakra fruits before becoming Tsutsuki Yame's guardian, but the energy contained in those fruits was nothing compared to what he has now. He has only absorbed a small portion of the energy through infinite Tsukuyomi, but the benefits he has gained have far exceeded his expectations. Kyunhee's heart tightened. If Zero continued to absorb it like this, no matter how much Zero's power would increase, Jun and the others might not be able to hold on. Advertisement. The most important thing right now is to kill Tsutsuki Zero and release infinite Tsukuyomi. The 12 truth-seeking balls seemed to sense Kyunhee's anxiety and automatically floated in front of him, transforming into a spiral sword. Kyunhee was stunned when he saw the sword, and then his face showed joy. This is the Amanyama spear. This is a sword of the heart whose strength varies according to the operator's beliefs. The stronger the beliefs, the greater its power. And Chijia's belief now is naturally very firm, which is to kill Tsutsuki Zero. In the anime, Obito's defense was broken by Naruto's mouth-to-mouth, causing the Amanyama spear to shatter. This situation will naturally not happen to Chijia. He grabbed the Amanyama spear floating in front of him and pointed it at the Tsutsuki Zero below. Die! The Amanyama spear suddenly extended and stabbed at Tsutsuki Zero, who was absorbing life energy. Tsutsuki Zero did not dare to be arrogant upon seeing this, and had to temporarily stop absorbing the life energy. 10 black tails appeared behind him and entangled with the Amano spear that was stabbing at him. Buzz! At the moment the two sides collided, black ripples spread out, illuminating the entire space with flickering light and dark. A purple light flashed from Kyunhee's Rinnegan, and he shouted. Advertisement! Momo's power! The size of the Amanyama spear instantly expanded, shattering the 10 tails wrapped around the sword, and then stabbed the Zero into the sea below. Kyunhee raised his other hand and blasted several purple thunders towards the sea below, using an enhanced version of the new energy fishing net technique. After the bombardment ended, Kyunhee waved his hand and the sea surface was directly separated by an invisible force, revealing the Tsutsuki Zero on the seabed. Half of his body had been destroyed by the Tiennuma spear, and the remaining part was charred black, looking extremely miserable. Under this injury, Zero's spirit also returned to normal. He looked at his disappearing lower body and cursed in a low voice. Damn it! His fruit abilities are really tricky. If you're not careful, you'll get caught. The part destroyed by the Amanyama spear did not recover immediately, so Zero had to control his upper body and fly into the sky. Chijia also felt a headache when seeing Zero like this. His immortal physique was really difficult to deal with. It seemed that the only way to defeat such an enemy was sealing technique. He began to consider using a large-scale planetary devastation, just like the one the Sage of Six Paths had used to seal Tsutsuki Kagaya. But how big would the planetary devastation be to seal a Tsutsuki of the level of the Type 0? Would it take the entire landmass of the pirates' world? He couldn't help but think of a classic saying. What have you been protecting? Zero also thought that Chijia couldn't do anything to him. He moved to the opposite side of Chijia and said proudly. Why don't you continue? Have you run out of tricks? Kyunhee ignored Zero's taunting. He was still thinking about how to destroy this guy. The broken parts of Zero's body gradually began to move. If this continued, his body would recover soon. Chijia naturally couldn't stand by and watch Zero recover, so he flashed in front of Zero and punched him in the face, knocking him back several miles. Zero's body completely recovered while being knocked away. He steadied himself, a wicked smile appeared on his face, he moved his joints slightly, then rushed back and fought with Chijia. Both of them gave up all their abilities and just used physical skills to fight each other. They fought from the sky to the sea, and from the sea to the sky. Countless cracks appeared in the whole space during the collision between the two, and it was already in a state of being riddled with holes. Advertisement. After another collision, the two men retreated and stood facing each other in the air. Zero looked at Chijia across from him and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I didn't expect your power to reach this level. You are one of the best in the Tsutsuki clan. This is also the first time that Chijia has encountered an opponent who can fight him to this extent, but he is not in the mood to enjoy the fight now, because if Tsutsuki Zero is not eliminated, Jun and the others will be trapped in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi forever until they become nutrients for Tsutsuki Zero. Looking up at the red sun in the sky, Kyunhee became more and more anxious. He couldn't continue to waste time with Zero like this. To get rid of Zero, you have to separate him from 10 tails first, otherwise there is no way to truly kill him. The only thing Chijia could think of was the ability of the OPOP fruit. He channeled all the power in his eyes into the Megatama representing the OPOP fruit, and a purple room appeared, covering Chijia and Zero inside. This time, Zero didn't dare to underestimate Chijia's devil fruit ability. He stretched out his finger and shot a jet of black light at Chijia. However, before his attack hit Kyunhee, it strangely changed direction and shot towards the sky. Zero continued to attack without giving up, but the result was always the same, all his attacks were deflected and he didn't even touch Chijia's Kakuzu. On the other hand, Chijia is closing his eyes and feeling the power of the OPOP fruit. With the blessing of the Rinnegan's pupil power, the OPOP fruit has been fully awakened, and this purple room space is the manifestation of its awakening. In the purple room space, even Zero's Tsutsuki body was in a transparent state in Chijia's eyes. He could see a ball of pitch-black energy floating in Zero's body. Based on the previous experience of absorbing the devil fruit, Chijia deduced that it was the 10 tails in Zero's body. Kyunhee opened his eyes, stretched out his hand and pulled hard in the direction of Zero. Zero suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly retreated, trying to leave the room, but it was too late. A mass of black substance emerged from his abdomen and was pulled towards Kyunhee's position. Zero was really panicked this time. He stretched out his hands and tightly grasped the black substance in his abdomen, trying to stuff it back into his body. Chijia naturally wouldn't give Zero this opportunity. He opened his eyes slightly, and suddenly an explosion occurred on Zero's body. Although this attack would not cause any harm to him, it made his hands pause. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kyunhee suddenly exerted force and pulled all 10 tails out of Zero's body. Zero, who had come to his senses, suddenly widened his eyes and roared. No. Chapter 291 10 Tails Jinkriki Chijia. The 10 tails in Zero's body were completely extracted by Chijia, and his aura instantly weakened, almost falling to the lowest point. Obito did not die when 10 tails was extracted for the first time. From 9 tails words, we know that 10 tails Jinkriki is extremely special. Even if 10 tails is extracted, the Gedo statue will remain in the body to maintain the life of Jinkriki. However, since this 10 tails has not yet eaten Satsuki's body, it has not materialized and does not exist as a shell like the Gedo statue. Even as a pure Satsuki clan member, Zero could hardly bear the consequences of stripping off 10 tails, and wrinkles began to appear on his skin, a manifestation of aging to the ultimate level. 10 tails are mine. Advertisement. Zero let out a hysterical roar and once again used the pupil technique of thinking to separate himself from reality and temporarily maintain his life. At the same time, countless black blood vessels burst out of his body again, inserting into the black substance pulled out by Kyunhee, trying to absorb 10 tails' power back into his body. Chijia immediately controlled the truth-seeking ball to attack Zero, but it was blocked by the red light that enveloped his body. Seeing this, Zero smiled triumphantly. If he continued like this, he would be able to recover soon and escape from this damn room. He naturally didn't want to let his previous efforts go to waste. Looking at the black blood vessels inserted into 10 tails' body, an idea flashed through his mind. If Zero can absorb 10 tails, why can't I? Isn't 10 tails the source of devil fruit? Thinking of this, Chijia suddenly grabbed the black substance formed by 10 tails and used the ability of Hungry Kid. A terrifying suction force was released from Kyunhee's palm, and the energy of 10 tails began to flow into Kyunhee's body frantically. Even the little bit of 10 tails energy that Zero had just absorbed back into his body flowed back through those black blood vessels, directly benefiting Chijia. Zero was really scared, he yelled madly. Advertisement. No. Give it back to me. These are all mine. All mine. However, Shiha doesn't care about this. What's yours? Once Kid opens the word, everything belongs to me, Uchiha, Shiha. Kyunhee continued to increase the intensity of absorption. The black substance in his hand became smaller and smaller, while Zero's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was still repeating. Give it back to me, it's mine. The sound became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. Chijia also completed the absorption of 10 tails, but this speed was much slower than his previous absorption of devil fruit. Of course, this was also because the energy of 10 tails was too huge. After the absorption, there was no obvious change in Chijia's body. If there was any change, it was that a blood-red 12 Magadama Rinnegan opened on his forehead. In addition to that, there is the endless power in the body. This feeling makes Chijia's face show a hint of intoxication. Fortunately, Chijia did not get lost in the pleasure of power. He quickly woke up and glanced at Satsuki Zero opposite him. At this time, Satsuki Zero had completely lost its vitality and was floating in the air with only one breath left. Chijia would naturally not waste Satsuki Zero's body. The 10 tails in his body was still alive, and if he wanted it to turn into a sacred tree and bear fruit, it still needed the bodies of the Satsuki clan as nutrients. A ball of dark energy rose up around his body, and 10 tails head condensed in the air. When 10 tails saw Satsuki Zero, his face showed a very anthropomorphic look of anger and greed. Without even Chijia's control, he rushed over and swallowed Zero's body in one gulp, followed by a creepy chewing sound. However, after eating Satsuki Zero, 10 tails did not transform into a sacred tree and bear fruit as Chijia had imagined, but its body became more solid. There was a thoughtful look in Kyunhee's eyes. He guessed that the reason why this happened was probably because this 10 tails was special. According to Satsuki Zero, this 10 tails is the body of Satsuki Yam, and can produce devil fruit before it turns into a divine tree. In order for this 10 tails to produce the final divine fruit, the energy required is definitely not just what one Satsuki's body can provide, it needs more Satsuki. Once it is transformed into a sacred tree, the fruit it bears will definitely be the best of the best. If you eat it, you may become the next god of Satsuki. Advertisement. As for what level the power of the god of Satsuki will reach, Kyunhee thinks it will at least reach the level of a single universe. Regardless, this 10 tails has opened up a new evolutionary path for Chijia, and if Chijia wants to complete it, it depends on whether she can find more Satsuki to feed 10 tails. This is not a difficult task for Chijia, who has become 10 Tails Jinkraki, because Zero said before that this 10 Tails has the ability to travel through dimensions. Zero had just escaped from Seal and wanted to feed Chijia to 10 Tails first, so he hadn't had time to use it yet. With this ability, Chijia can return to the Hokage world, where there is no shortage of Tsutsuki. Thinking of this, Kyunhee's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. The Tsutsuki clan, who spend their days hunting for life on other planets, would never have imagined that one day they would become someone else's hunted target, right? Chijia looked up at the red sun hanging high in the sky. The red Rinnegan on her forehead opened slightly, releasing an invisible wave. The Rinnegan pattern on the sun gradually dissipated, and finally faded away its red color, turning back into an ordinary sun. The cocoons scattered around the world also faded away, and the people inside slowly opened their eyes with a confused expression on their faces. However, they came to their senses, and then knelt down on the ground together, as if worshipping something. What Chijia didn't expect was that the dreams created by Infinite Tsukuyomi were related to the wishes of the creator. What Madara wanted at the time was to let people live the best life in their own hearts. But Zero was not so kind, he just liked to admire the desperate expressions on the ants' faces. In the dream he created, all everyone saw was darkness and a red sun hanging high in the sky. Zero was also thoughtful enough to tell everyone in the dream that you have entered the dream I created, your bodies will become my nutrients, so just wait here and die. When Chijia was closing Infinite Tsukuyomi, his figure also appeared in the dream created by Infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone saw Chijia closing Infinite Tsukuyomi and knew that it was Chijia who saved them. Therefore, Chijia has become the true savior in everyone's heart, and her value is much higher than Celestial Dragon's self-proclaimed descendant of the creator. Chapter 292 King of the World. The battle between the two Tsutsuki ended with Zero's death and Chijia becoming the savior of the pirates' world. Now Marine Marshal is no longer enough to represent Chijia's status. The name Chijia is a kind of belief for many people. As for the disappearance of Red Line and the annihilation of celestial dragons, aren't these good things for people? The world government had never done anything before, and celestial dragons had been oppressing civilians repeatedly, so few people had any favorable impression of them. But the world government still had a need to exist, so the new world government was quickly reorganized, and most of the personnel were former senior executives of the naval headquarters. Advertisement. It can be said that the current world government is the original Marine, and the Holy Land has changed from Marie Joyce to Marine Ford. As the Marine Marshal, Chijia became the supreme ruler of the world government, but people have long regarded Chijia as a god. From then on, the surname Uchiha became synonymous with the god clan. Although there is only Chijia at present, everyone who knows Chijia knows that there will definitely be many Uchihas in the future. Because of Chijia, people have a very good impression of the Uchiha clan, which is completely different from their previous impression of the celestial dragons. In addition, celestial dragons are mostly weaklings and are not worthy of the title of god in people's minds, so the Uchiha clan is truly worthy of the title of god. Holy Land Marine Ford. A statue of Chijia has been erected in the square today. The original Marine logo has been changed to a table tennis racket, which is the emblem of the Uchiha family, and Chijia's marshal's mansion has been rebuilt into a magnificent palace. This move can be said to have taken the personal cult of Chijia to the ultimate. One must know that within Marine, Chijia's prestige is absolutely unprecedented and will certainly never be surpassed. As for the protagonist, Chijia, he hasn't left the house for a long time since the Battle of Marie Joyce. His fans in Marine are so enthusiastic that he feels like he can't handle it. The one who goes to work on behalf of Kyunhee every day is still his diligent secretary Khalifa, but Khalifa is not as busy as before because she also has a secretary, that is Robin. With Anne's help, she would have a long time to spend with Kyunhee after finishing her official duties every day. As for Charlila, she burst into tears when she heard the news of Marie Joy destruction, until Chijia said. Advertisement. Don't cry, this is your home from now on. When Xiaolulia heard this, she immediately calmed down and naturally obtained the permanent right to reside in the palace. Everyone in Marine also knew about Xiaolulia's previous identity, but no one had any aversion to her. Instead, they all respected her very much, because her current identity was, in some ways, more noble than her previous one. Because Kyunhee is about to be crowned king. This king is not the king of pirates, nor the king of marines, but the king of the world. In layman's terms, it puts him's previous status on the table. Kyunhee didn't even know that he was going to be called king. Khalifa told him the news when he came back from work. Chijia was quite confused at the time, although he had had this idea before, but since he evolved into Tsutsuki, he no longer pursued this kind of false fame so much. This was determined after discussion by the top leaders of the current world government. Sengoku and others said that this is what everyone wants and that the world needs a belief. With Kyunhee in charge, the new world government will be an ironclad world government. Chijia was inexplicably crowned king, and Sengoku and others even prepared a coronation ceremony for him. On the day of the coronation, there was a serious ship jam in the sea around Marine Ford. Large and small ships surrounded Marine Ford, and these were people who came to watch the coronation ceremony. Although it was broadcast live around the world, the public's admiration for Chijia had reached a fanatical level, and they all wanted to watch the coronation ceremony live. In the past, Marineford naturally would not allow any random ships to approach at will, but today there is no such restriction. It only limits the people who can enter Marineford. Without permission, others can only watch from their own boats. In addition to the kings of some countries, those who can enter Marineford include people related to Chijia, such as Nami, Nojiko, and others. In addition to these, there was also a special person who entered Marineford. Garp was almost scared to death when he saw him because the person was his son, Monkey D. Dragon. He also has a special identity, that is, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Garp's expression when he saw his son was very complicated, while Long said calmly, "Father, I'm here." Garp nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "Advertisement. What are you doing here? Are you trying to disrupt this coronation ceremony? How is this possible? Are you trying to make an enemy of the entire world by doing this?" Garp breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, "So what are you doing here?" Long looked up at the statue of Chijia outside the window with respect in his eyes. "Of course I'm here to celebrate our king. Also, I want to go back to the marine." "Oh, that's good. Nanny." Garp was so frightened that his nose was bubbling. Long considerately took out a piece of paper from his pocket and stuffed it into Garp's hand. Garp didn't care about that now. He sucked hard, put his hands on the dragon's shoulders, and yelled, "What did you say? Say it again to Lao Zi." Long helplessly wiped the saliva that Garp sprayed on his face and repeated word by word. "I said I was here to celebrate. Just say the next sentence. I want to go back to marine." Garp stared at Long for a while, then suddenly hugged Long and murmured, "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Long was silent after seeing Garp's performance. He knew that his leaving marine was a big blow to Garp. After witnessing the corruption of the world government, Long thought that he had to do something, so he had to do it even though he knew that leaving marine would hurt Garp. But now it's different. The old world government has been completely destroyed by Chijia, and Chijia has saved the entire world from IM. In addition, there are fewer and fewer pirates causing chaos on the sea in recent years. Long feels that his revolutionary army has no meaning of existence. So Long returned to the marine with a group of revolutionary soldiers, wanting to see what changes the world would undergo under Chijia's rule. Chapter 293 Return of the Dragon. Kyunhee was having breakfast with Jun and the others when a maid came in and respectfully bowed to Kyunhee, who was sitting at the head seat, and said, "Lord Chijia, Vice Admiral Garp requests to see you." Hearing the word asking for a meeting, Kyunhee was a little overwhelmed. When did Garp become so humble? In fact, Kyunhee does not have a clear understanding of his own identity. His current identity is several times more noble than the previous celestial dragons. Even Garp, who is always carefree, feels a little intimidated when facing Kyunhee. What's more, he came here today with the world's most vicious criminal. Advertisement. Garp was naturally very pleased that Long wanted to return to marine, but he also knew that marine could not return just because Long wanted to. Such a thing must be approved by Chijia. So he brought Long to see Kyunhee, wanting to see what Kyunhee's attitude towards Long was. What surprised Garp was that Kyunhee didn't show any surprise when she saw the dragon, as if she had known about the dragon's arrival. Kyunhee greeted Garp and continued eating breakfast. Long bowed to Kyunhee very respectfully, while looking at Kyunhee and the people around him out of the corner of his eyes. Kyunhee was still eating her breakfast by herself, and Hancock beside her added food to Kyunhee's plate from time to time, looking like a virtuous wife. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long was naturally familiar with Hancock, and besides Hancock, he also recognized many other people at the table. For example, Celestial Dragons Charla, Demon Child Robin, and Jun, who was just designated as an admiral candidate. An and Khalifa are already rear admiral rank, and the dragons are not ignored. He put down the cutlery in his hand, looked at Long and said, "I already know that you want to return to the marine. To be honest, I admire your courage. You dare to come to the marine with the reputation of the world's most vicious criminal." There was a hint of danger in Kyunhee's tone. The temperature in the whole room suddenly dropped, and Long couldn't help but start to get nervous. A layer of sweat formed on Garp's forehead, and he wondered if it was a mistake for him to bring the dragon here today. Jun just saw the barely perceptible smirk on Chijia's lips, and knew that his evil nature was acting up again, and he wanted to tease Garp. She patted Jianhee's thigh gently under the table, put her face close to Jianhee's ear and whispered, "Chijia, please stop scaring Vice Admiral Garp, he's old too." Kyunhee smiled, held down Jun's little hand hidden under the table, and said, "Advertisement. For your courage, I agree to your return to the Marine Corps, but you have to start as a Marine ensign." Long heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, then nodded vigorously. With his personality, military rank was not something he cared much about. As long as he could return to the Marine smoothly, that would be enough. Garp was overjoyed and said that he would give all the collectible senbei he took from Sengoku to Chijia. Chijia said forget it, and let the senbei be left to Garp and Sengoku, a pair of good friends, to enjoy. Long helplessly pulled his father who was not in tune with him, bowed to Jianhe again, and said. Chijia. Sir, we are sorry to interrupt your meal. We will leave now. The word adult sounds a bit awkward coming from Long's mouth, but Chijia saved the world, so calling Chijia adult is not unacceptable to Long. Jianhe raised his hand and called him, saying. Long, did you bring Sabo with you this time? Long was wondering why Kyunhee asked about Sabo, but Garp's face changed after hearing this. Of course he knew Sabo. Not only did he know him, he had also beaten him up. And he remembered that Sabo was dead, and Luffy and Ace were depressed for a long time because of this. Long didn't notice the change in Garp's expression. He responded respectfully to Jianhe. Sabo? He is here. What does Chijia-sama want to see him for? I'm not looking for him, but there's a little guy who wants to see him. Vice Admiral Garp, take Ace to meet Sabo. They haven't seen each other for a long time. After saying that, Kyunhee lowered his head and continued eating, while Garp grabbed the confused Long and left. Besides the palace gate, Long looked at Garp with a puzzled look and asked. Father, Ace is. Dragon left Luffy when he was very young, so he had no idea about the two brothers Luffy knew, and he didn't know that Sabo, whom he saved, was one of them. Garp sighed and told Dragon about Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, including Ace's life story. After hearing this, Long was stunned where he was. He didn't expect that things would be such a coincidence that the child he saved by accident turned out to be Luffy's sworn brother. But what shocked him the most was that Kyunhee actually let the son of Pirates King Roger join the Marine, which was even more outrageous than the Devil's son Robin joining the Marine. Advertisement. With this in mind, it wasn't that hard to accept that I, the world's worst criminal, was joining the Marine. I guess everyone else had already gotten used to it. Garp also learned about Sabo's experience from Long. The father and son sighed for a while, then they discussed it and decided to act separately. Ryu will take Sabo, Garp will take Ace, and they will meet in Sengoku's office later. Kyunhee sensed what was happening outside and smiled. Xiaolulia liked to look at Kyunhee after dinner. Seeing him suddenly smile, she couldn't help but ask. Kyunhee, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just want to laugh when I think of two idiots meeting each other. Two idiots? Jianhe smiled without saying anything, stood up from the table, stretched, and greeted the girls. Well, there's a coronation ceremony today, let's go and take a look. Khalifa covered her mouth and chuckled, saying. Boss, you are the protagonist of the coronation ceremony. We are going to see you. Who are you going to see? Hey, it's just a formality. Xiaolulia curled her lips and said in a muffled voice. Humph, I think those princesses are already waiting impatiently. Kyunhee teleported to Xiaolulia's side, reached out and pressed the tuft of alopecia on her head, and started rubbing it. This caused Xiaolulia to scream, and when she saw that she couldn't break free from Kyunhee's clutches, she looked to Hancock for help. Xiaolulia and Hancock have a very good relationship. Hancock almost treats Xiaolulia as his own sister. This is something Kyunhee really didn't expect. Hancock received Xiaolulia's pleading gaze, stood up and slowly walked to Kyunhee, and said softly. Master Kyunhee, Xiaolulia never speaks without thinking, please forgive her this time. Chapter 294 Heading to the Hokage World. After the coronation ceremony, Kyunhee spent some time comfortably in the palace. On this day, Chijia gathered Jun and others together and announced one thing, that is, he would be away for a while. The girls didn't take it seriously at first, because Kyunhee never stayed out for long each time, and he had spatial abilities, so he could come back at any time. But this time is different from before, because Kyunhee is not crossing space, but dimension, to go to another world. Kyunhee couldn't guarantee that he could go there or come back as he pleased. During this time, he had figured out Ten Tails' ability to travel through dimensions, and he found that the energy required to use this ability was terrifying. Advertisement. Even if Ten Tails swallowed Satsuki Zero, he could only use it once. If he wanted to use it next time, he would either have to wait a long time or feed Ten Tails a new Satsuki. Chijia didn't know how long it would take to return to the pirates' world. Therefore, before leaving, Kyunhee has to use anti-aging surgery on these beauties of his, because there is a very funny setting in pirates, that is, the appearance of beautiful women will change drastically when they get old, as if they have become a different species. Kyunhee doesn't want this kind of problem to happen to his beauties. With a thought, the purple room space expanded, covering Kyunhee and the girls. Kyunhee's eyes immediately burst into brilliant purple light. He drew his hands in the air a few times and then dissipated the room space. Before the girls could figure out what was happening, Kyunhee's anti-aging surgery was already over. Jianhe let out a sigh of relief. He had just performed the anti-aging surgery on several people at once, so it consumed some energy. He also finally understood why the previous OPOP fruit user died after using the anti-aging surgery. The energy required to complete it was simply not something that ordinary people could bear. If Chijia hadn't evolved into Tsutsuki, the anti-aging surgery alone would have been enough to get him into trouble. Kyunhee explained to the girls what he had just done. The girls were naturally surprised to know that they had achieved immortality. Khalifa and Robin looked at Kyunhee silently without showing too much excitement. Khalifa and Robin looked at each other, and finally Khalifa stood up and looked at Kyunhee and asked, "Boss, how long are you going to be gone this time?" After these words came out, the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all reacted. Xiaolulia suddenly threw herself into Kyunhee's arms and asked anxiously, "Kyunhee, are you leaving? I don't want immortality, so please don't leave, okay?" Jun, An, and Hancock also came to Chijia and silently held Chijia's arm. He was a little amused and helpless. How could this be made to seem like a life and death separation? Advertisement. It's not like he won't come back. There is no shortage of Tsutsuki in the Hokage world. There is an entire planet of Tsutsuki there, which is like an oil field for Chijia. Kyunhee stretched out his finger to hook Xiaolulia's chin and let her look at him, and said softly, "Idiot, I will definitely come back, and it won't be too long. I have already prepared to perform the anti-aging surgery on you. Do you want to become an old woman? What about you? Haha, I've been immortal for a long time, are you stupid?" "I'm not stupid." Kyunhee pinched Xiaolulia's nose, turned to look at Khalifa and said, "Khalifa, you will tell Sengoku and the others that I'm leaving." Khalifa nodded and said softly, "Boss, you must come back early, we are waiting for you." Kyunhee raised her hand and gently stroked Khalifa's face, saying, "I'm sorry to trouble you again while I'm away." Khalifa burst out laughing. "Boss, I wasn't idle when you were here." "Ah, that seems to be the case." Kyunhee smiled awkwardly, then let go of Xiaolulia in his arms and walked to an open space. Black energy surged from Chijia's body, and a blood-red 12 Magadama Rinnegan opened on his forehead. A vortex opened up where the eye was looking. It was the dimensional gate. Through it, one could return to the Hokage world. Kyunhee could feel the reluctant gazes gathering behind him. Without looking back, he stepped into the dimensional door. Xiaolulia still couldn't help it, she desperately ran towards the dimensional gate, but the dimensional gate closed directly the moment Kyunhee entered, and Xiaolulia ended up empty-handed. Hancock came over and stroked the hair on Xiaolulia's head. She said softly, "Advertisement. Don't be sad, Master Kyunhee said he will definitely come back." Xiaolulia nodded silently, staring at the place where Kyunhee disappeared for a long time without saying a word. Hokage World, Sky Bridge. Orochimaru was looking greedily at Naruto, who was wrapped in Nine Tails chakra. "Naruto, if I can capture you again, I can cultivate a new pair of Rinnegan." Naruto had no idea what Orochimaru was talking about, he just wanted to know Sasuke's whereabouts. "Orochimaru. What did you do to Sasuke?" "Hehe, Sasuke is doing fine now. He is much stronger than you." Naruto was immediately stimulated when he heard this, and the Nine Tails chakra on his body turned into claws and grabbed Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, leaped to avoid the attacking red giant claw, and at the same time transformed his right arm into a group of snakes and used the shadow snake hand. Naruto smacked the group of snakes that were rushing towards him into a pile of minced meat, and stretched out his two huge red claws again to grab Orochimaru. Orochimaru kept dodging in the air, but was still accidentally knocked to the ground by a claw from the sky. However, Orochimaru had already maxed out his life-saving ability. He opened his mouth, and a new body crawled out of his mouth. The scene looked very shocking. Naruto became more and more angry, and the number of tails behind him increased again, entering the three-tails state. Orochimaru was not satisfied with Naruto's condition and wanted to see the true power of Nine Tails. Orochimaru continued to stimulate Naruto. "Is that all? You don't want to take Sasuke back with you?" Hearing Sasuke from Orochimaru again, Naruto's eyes widened and turned scarlet as his skin began to peel off, revealing a red body underneath. An even more violent chakra burst out from Naruto, causing the bridge to collapse, and the unconscious little Sakura fell down. Yamato sensed something was wrong and called Sai to save little Sakura, who then rushed over riding a drawn bird. On the other side, Naruto's body was already wrapped in black chakra and was about to enter the Four Tails state. Chapter 295 Orochimaru is numb. In the sky, a black vortex appeared out of nowhere and Kyunhee walked out of it. As soon as he came out, Chijia felt Nine Tails' hateful chakra. He looked down and saw the famous scene where Sai rode a bird past little Sakura. In the end, it was Yamato who used wood style to save little Sakura. Seeing this scene, Kyunhee also knew the time of her return. This was the beginning of the plot of Shippuden, the battle at the TND bridge. Almost everyone's attention was focused on Naruto, who was wrapped in Nine Tails chakra, and they didn't notice Chijiya appearing in the sky at all. Advertisement. Naruto finally completed his transformation into four tails, becoming a scarlet humanoid fox. He raised his head and let out a roar, and the scattered sound waves forced Yamato to use the wooden ingot wall. Chijiya looked at Naruto below and shook her head, then suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. Orochimaru and the others were stunned when they saw Chijiya suddenly appear. From their perspective, they could only see Chijiya's back. Chijiya slightly changed his appearance when he came to the Hokage world. He turned off the Rinnegan and controlled his height to 1.8 meters. After all, his original height of 3 meters was too abrupt in the Hokage world. Chijiya's hair color did not change, it was still snow white, and he was wearing the black robe with the Uchiha emblem printed on it, which was his favorite at the beginning. Orochimaru looked at Chijiya's back and felt that it was very familiar, but Yamato suddenly yelled. Danger! Get away from me, Naruto! This is the first time Naruto has entered the four-tail state and has lost his mind. He now only wants to tear apart everything he can see. He swung his claws suddenly at Chijiya, and with a snap, Naruto's wrist was caught in Chijiya's hand. This scene once again shocked everyone behind Kyunhee. How strong is Naruto's power after he transforms into a tailed beast? Orochimaru has just experienced it himself. Ordinary ninjas simply cannot compete with Naruto after he transforms into a tailed beast with their physical bodies. Even Orochimaru himself mostly avoided the attacks and basically didn't dare to confront Naruto head-on. Naruto was now clearly in a more powerful state, and his seemingly ordinary attack just now was enough to smash a mountain into pieces. But this person who suddenly appeared blocked it so easily. Orochimaru noticed that there was no chakra fluctuation on Chijiya's body just now, which means that Chijiya blocked Naruto's attack with her body alone. Not only Orochimaru but Yamato and others were also stunned by the skill displayed by Chijiya. Naruto became more and more angry. He roared and tried to pull his wrist out of Chijiya's hand, but no matter how much he roared, Chijiya's hand did not move at all. Advertisement. Chijiya looked at the violent Naruto with a hint of pity in her eyes. His eyes turned blood red and he activated Manjiki. Naruto instinctively began to feel uneasy when he saw Manjiki, and he struggled even more violently. While opening his mouth, a black ball of energy emerged, and he was about to use Tailed Beast Bomb. Kyunhee didn't care about the Tailed Beast Bomb and said softly. Calm down, Naruto. As he spoke, Manjiki emitted a red light, and the 9 tails in Naruto roared. It's that damn Sharingan again. However, it could only be furious and helpless. As soon as Manjiki appeared, the chakra it emitted quickly returned to its body. Naruto outside also released his tailed beast state and fainted in Chijiya's arms. Orochimaru couldn't hold it anymore, and the smile disappeared from his face. He asked. Who are you? Chijiya smiled slightly when she heard Orochimaru's voice and slowly turned around holding the unconscious Naruto. Seeing Chijiya's face and the scarlet Manjiki Sharingan, Orochimaru was stunned, and then a look of shock appeared on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. You are Uchiha Chijiya. Yamato was also startled when he heard the name. Little Sakura beside him had already woken up. She looked at Yamato and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Captain Yamato, who is Uchiha Chijiya? Isn't Sasuke the only one left of the Uchiha clan? Yamato looked solemn and said in a deep voice. Kakashi-senpai told me about him. He was from the same era as the 4th Hokage, and he died while on a mission away from home. Dead? Then now is. Yamato shook his head. He didn't know what happened to Chijiya, but Chijiya's Manjiki Sharingan gave him a strong sense of oppression. He knew that what came out from the root was the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. The people who could open it were extremely rare, and could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, Orochimaru didn't think so. He knew that Chijiya not only had the Manjiki Sharingan, he also had the Rinnegan. Advertisement. And he was the one who helped to activate the Rinnegan. Back then, he couldn't resist the temptation of Rinnegan and attacked Chijiya, causing Chijiya to frantically activate Rinnegan, causing the space to collapse. The final result was that Chijiya disappeared completely, and all the experimental data were destroyed. Orochimaru survived the space collapse with a unique way of saving his life. Now that he saw Chijiya again, Orochimaru's feelings could not be described as shocked. Chijiya looked at Orochimaru with a smile and said. Orochimaru, it's been a while, what's wrong with your expression? Are you unhappy to see me? Haha, I didn't expect it to be Mr. Kyunhee. I thought you thought I was dead. Orochimaru paused, then nodded. Chijiya kept smiling, holding Naruto and walked towards Orochimaru step by step. Orochimaru stood there like a statue, not daring to move, just watching Chijiya come to him. Chijiya looked at Orochimaru in front of him and asked softly. Why don't you ask me where the Rinnegan is? Orochimaru showed a smile that was uglier than crying. That's Mr. Kyunhee's business, I won't ask about it. When did you become so modest? These eyes are also your masterpiece. As he spoke, ripples spread out from Chijia's eyes and transformed into a pair of 12 Magadama Rinnegan. The vast power of the pupils almost drowned Orochimaru. His soul was already very fragile, and he almost fainted the moment he saw the pair of Rinnegan. He quickly took a few steps back and put some distance between himself and Kyunhee. Kyunhee did not follow. There was a pitch-black sphere floating quietly beside him. It was the truth-seeking ball. When Orochimaru saw the truth-seeking ball, his pupils shrank suddenly. His intuition told him that if he was touched by the black ball, even if he had 100 lives, it would not be enough. Chapter 296 Your father is the fourth Hokage. Kyunhee suspended the truth-seeking ball in his palm and said softly. The truth-seeking ball is a fusion of yin and yang and the 5 elements. It has the power to turn everything into nothingness. Do you want to experience it, Orochimaru? Orochimaru's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. He stepped back and said. Mr. Kyunhee, you are joking. I can't bear this kind of power. Orochimaru is an adult. Advertisement. Kabuto, who was beaten away by Naruto before, rushed to Orochimaru's side. He saw Chijia's face change drastically and exclaimed. Chijia? How is this possible? Kyunhee smiled at Do and said. It's Kabuto, long time no see. Back then, he had a pretty good relationship with Kabuto, and he learned healing jutsu from Kabuto. After a brief surprise, a look of joy appeared on Kabuto's face. He was not present when Orochimaru attacked Chijia. Later, when he asked Orochimaru about Chijia's whereabouts, Orochimaru just said that Chijia was dead. Do was sad for a while because Kyunhee understood him very well and could talk to him easily. She was his only friend. He looked at Chijia's long white hair and a pair of Rinnegan and couldn't help asking. Kyunhee, what's wrong with you now? Hehe, this is all thanks to Orochimaru. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be where I am now. Kabuto wanted to say something, but Kyunhee waved his hand, and an invisible force pushed Kabuto aside. Orochimaru had already escaped to who knows how far away while the two were talking, but his tricks were obviously useless in front of Chijia. He stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction, and said softly. Universal pull. Under Kabuto's surprised gaze, Orochimaru flew back from a distance and was strangled by Chijia. Everyone was confused when they saw Chijia's ability, because no one saw Chijia make any hand seals, and Orochimaru was captured just like that. Chijia held Orochimaru in her arms and said with a smile. Orochimaru, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Advertisement. As he spoke, a truth-seeking ball slowly floated in front of Orochimaru, and was about to make close contact with his face. Orochimaru couldn't bear it any longer, he quickly made a few seals, and the chakra in his body surged wildly. Yaki technique. Orochimaru's body quickly expanded and broke free from Chijia's grasp, transforming into a giant snake with 8 heads and a tail. Yamato and little Sakura were simply stunned. During this time period, ninjutsu of the level of the Yaki technique was almost invincible. It was also the first time that Kabuto saw Orochimaru perform the Yaki technique, and he quickly retreated to a safe location, looking at Chijia with a worried look on his face. He was still very loyal to Orochimaru, but Chijia was his only friend, and he really didn't want to see the current situation. Orochimaru didn't care about that. He stretched out 9 huge snake heads at the same time and bit towards Chijia. Chijia looked calm and composed, he even deactivated his Rinnegan, not taking Orochimaru's Yaki technique seriously at all. Yamato saw Chijia standing there motionless, and thought that Chijia was frightened, so he quickly shouted. Chijia-senpai. Be careful. However, the next second, a dull expression appeared on his face. Chijia gently put Naruto on the ground, then flashed in front of Orochimaru's body and punched him directly, breaking Orochimaru's huge body into countless small snakes. He fell back to the ground, and with a casual move of his hand, a small white snake hidden in the grass was sucked into his hand. The little white snake's face showed a very anthropomorphic look of fear, while Chijia's face was filled with fear. He had deliberately restrained his strength just now to save Orochimaru's life. Chijia originally wanted to use the truth-seeking ball to completely wipe out Orochimaru, but now he has changed his mind. With Orochimaru looking confused, Chijia wrapped him around his waist and tied a knot behind his back, thus making an authentic Orochimaru belt. Orochimaru was still trying to struggle, but Chijia summoned a truth-seeking ball and said coldly. If you don't want to die, be quiet. Orochimaru's body stiffened, and then his snake head drooped limply, looking like he had accepted his fate. After dealing with Orochimaru, Chijia looked down at Naruto. Naruto's current condition doesn't look very good. Since it is the first time he enters the Four-Tails state, his skin is red all over and blood is oozing out. Yamato and little Sakura also came over at this time. When little Sakura saw Naruto's condition, she immediately squatted down and wanted to perform medical ninjutsu to treat him. Advertisement. However, in Chijia's eyes, little Sakura's healing speed was not much different from a snail's pace. He leaned over and placed a hand on Naruto, using Yang Escape to inject a strong vitality into Naruto's body. With the nourishment of Yang escape, Naruto's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, he opened his eyes and suddenly stood up from the ground, scaring Sakura and Yamato beside him. Little Sakura looked at the lively Naruto in disbelief, and felt that all her medical ninjutsu she had learned was in vain. Yamato looked at Chijia with awe in his eyes and called him Chijia-senpai. Chijia waved his hand, his eyes lingering on Naruto's golden hedgehog head for a moment, and said softly. It really looks like it. Naruto had just woken up and was still a little confused. He looked at Chijia in front of him with a puzzled look and asked. Who are you? Chien he had a warm smile on his face and said. I am your father's friend. What? Naruto pointed at Chijia and shouted exaggeratedly. Are you kidding me? You look so young, how could you be my father's friend? And do you know who my father is? Little Sakura quickly grabbed Naruto and whispered something in his ear. Be polite. Captain Yamato said that this Chijia, senpai was from the same era as the fourth Hokage, and Orochimaru has been dealt with by Chijia-senpai, and the one hanging on his waist now is him. Naruto was stunned. He looked at the little white snake on Chijia's waist. The little snake noticed Naruto's eyes and glared at him sinisterly. His expression was exactly the same as Orochimaru's. At this time, Naruto remembered what Chijia said, that is, Chijia knew his father. Naruto only knew that he was an orphan and knew nothing about his parents. No one in the village, from the Hokage to the villagers, had ever told him who his father was. The word father was really unfamiliar to Naruto. He suddenly looked up at Kyunhee, his voice trembling. Chijia-senpai, you just said you were my father's friend. Can you tell me something about him? Please. Yamato's face changed. Many people in Anbu knew that Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, but the top leaders strictly ordered not to tell Naruto about this. He hurriedly looked at Chijia and wanted to speak out to stop them. Kyunhee completely ignored him. He looked at Naruto and said word by word. Your father is the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Chapter 297 Minato and Naruto. Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage. Little Sakura screamed in shock upon hearing this, but Naruto himself hadn't yet recovered from the news. After a long while, Naruto moved his dry lips and asked. Then why is my last name Uzumaki and not Namikaze? Uzumaki is your mother's last name. Your mother is Uzumaki Kushina. As for why you were not given the last name Namikaze, haha, you'll have to ask the third generation. Oh, I almost forgot, that third generation guy is dead. Advertisement. There was an undisguised mockery in Kyunhee's voice, and a hint of murderous intent. Yamato's expression darkened. It seemed that this senior Chijia didn't have a very good opinion of the Konoha high-level officials. If anyone else in the village expressed such a view, Yamato, as an Anbu, would have arrested them outright, but Chijia was a fierce man who had just easily dealt with Orochimaru, and he was an Uchiha with the Mangeki Sharingan. He didn't think he had the ability to arrest Chijia. Even the current Hokage Tsunade might not be Chijia's opponent. You have to know that Tsunade and Orochimaru are both Sunin, and Orochimaru was defeated so thoroughly, so Tsunade's performance is not necessarily much better. Naruto still stood there in a daze. Chijia shook her head and activated the Mangeki Sharingan again, meeting Naruto's eyes. In a dark dungeon, Ninetales was lying on the ground taking a nap. Suddenly, Chijia appeared outside the cell door with Naruto. Ninetales' two large ears moved and he slowly opened his eyes, a look of disgust on his face when he saw Chijia's scarlet Mangeki Sharingan. Damn Uchiha, what are you doing here? He smiled slightly and said. Kurama, I have no interest in you, so you better behave yourself. What? How do you know? Before Ninetales could finish his words, the image of the Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and then he became dazed. Naruto saw the Sharingan pattern and immediately thought of Sasuke. He couldn't help but ask. Chijia-senpai, do you know Sasuke? I know, but now is not the time to discuss him. As he spoke, Kyunhee waved his hand and a talisman attached to the cell door was slowly unveiled, and Ninetales' chakra became more and more violent. Advertisement. Just when the talisman was about to be completely removed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the talisman and pressed it down. Naruto froze when he saw the words 4th Hokage printed on the man's back. The man who came was none other than 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, but Minato now was just a strand of chakra that he left in Naruto's body. After Minato resealed the talisman, he turned around, his signature sunny smile appeared on his face, and said. It's not the right time yet, Naruto, Chijia. Minato stared at Chijia who was standing next to Naruto, as if he had seen a ghost. Of course, it's hard to say who the ghost is now. He crossed his arms and said unhappily. Why? Is that your expression when you see me? Minato scratched his head and fell to the ground. He walked to Chijia and stared at her face again and again, completely ignoring Naruto who was standing beside him. When he saw Chijia's pair of Mangeki Sharingan, a look of shock appeared on his face. This is this the Mangeki Sharingan? Chijia, what have you been through all these years? As the Hokage, Minato naturally knows some secrets of the Mangeki Sharingan, such as the fact that its activation conditions are extremely harsh and that one must undergo an extremely strong mental stimulation to activate it. The Uchiha are a clan of love, and this mental stimulation is often the loss of a loved one. Minato couldn't help but ask. Is it because of my death? No, my Mangeki was started in a war before your death. All the tribesmen who participated in that war with me died, and I was the only one who survived. Minato blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. He glared at him and scolded him. How many times have I told you that the news of Kushina's childbirth must be kept strictly secret, and the most important thing is not to tell Kakashi? Did you tell him? In the anime, the reason why Obito knew about Kushina's childbirth was because Kakashi revealed it when he went to visit the grave, so Chijia once again warned Minato not to tell Kakashi. Minato shrank his neck and began to whisper. Advertisement. I'm worried that Kakashi will be too depressed because of what happened between Lin and Obito, so I transferred him to be Kushina's personal guard. This way he can witness the birth of a life and make him feel better. You fool! You ignored the top secret technique I gave you. Minato was very dissatisfied with the name fool. He stiffened his neck and said. How am I a fool? What does this have to do with Kakashi? How could he leak this information to the enemy? You didn't tell me when I asked you. Hiss. Namikaze Minato, I'm going to. Naruto couldn't help but speak out when he saw the two of them flirting with each other. Chijia-senpai, A&D. Fourth Hokage-sama, can you guys stop arguing later? I have something I want to ask. Only then did Chijia and Minato notice the existence of Naruto. Chijia spread her hands and stopped talking. Minato was stunned for a moment, he looked at Naruto with a puzzled look. What did you call me just now? Fourth Hokage-sama. What else? Chijia-senpai just said that you are my father, but I can't believe it, so. Do I need Chijia to tell you this? I am your father. Didn't the third Hokage tell you? No, I just know that I'm an orphan and a fox demon. At this, Naruto's face showed a trace of pain, and then he looked at Minato steadily and choked up. So the fourth Hokage-sama is really my father? Why didn't anyone ever tell me? Minato was at a loss for a moment when he saw Naruto like this, and he looked at Chijia for help. Chijia shook his head, he moved closer to Minato and put a finger on Minato's forehead. For a moment, all the scenes from Naruto's childhood flashed through Minato's mind like a slideshow. Minato's expression changed again and again, and when he finished reading Naruto's experience, tears filled his eyes. He hugged Naruto in his arms and wanted to say sorry, but he couldn't open his mouth. Chapter 298 Angry Watergate. I'm sorry, Naruto, I never thought you'd have it so hard, you were supposed to be a hero. Minato's eyes were filled with unremovable guilt. Naruto wiped his tears. To be honest, he really wanted to punch Minato, but seeing Minato like this, he gave up the idea. The father and son fell into silence at the same time. He stood aside with his arms folded and suddenly spoke up. Minato, the chakra you have left won't last much longer. If you have anything else to say it now. Minato nodded slowly, he touched Naruto's yellow hedgehog head which was the same as his own, and said. Advertisement. Naruto, I'm really not a qualified father, I. Alright, it's useless even if I give you a chance. You keep talking nonsense. Chijia interrupted Minato unhappily, he walked up to Minato and punched him in the stomach, the punch was quite powerful, Minato held his stomach and stepped back a few steps. Although Minato now exists in the form of chakra, he still feels pain. He looked at Chijia resentfully and thought, didn't you tell me to say what I want to say quickly? But he also knew that he deserved the punch, and that he would feel better after taking it. Naruto looked at Minato who looked painful, and suddenly asked. Kyunhee-senpai, how long can Dad survive? This was the first time Naruto called Minato Dad, and Minato felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart after hearing it, but it also made him feel even more uncomfortable. Chijia glanced at Minato's increasingly blurry body and said. Probably less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Naruto lowered his head. He finally met his father, but they only had 5 minutes left. This was really cruel for him. Minato sighed heavily, and looked at Chijia with a pleading look in his eyes. Chijia, can you please take care of Naruto after I disappear? As a father, I owe him too much. In the face of Minato's plea, Chijia rolled her eyes. Don't want. Thank you very much. Nanny. Minato stared at Chijia in disbelief. In his opinion, given his relationship with Chijia, Chijia would at least help him take care of Naruto, but what was the situation now? Chijia glanced at Minato and snorted coldly. Advertisement. Don't look at me like that, take care of your own son. But I'm going to disappear soon. Can't you just disappear and come back later? Are you kidding me? I'm already dead. Dead. I know you're dead, no need to keep repeating it. Chijia, I really beg you. I will only feel at ease if I leave Naruto to you. What? You don't trust your Konoha village anymore? Is it because the third generation died? It would be fine if the village wasn't mentioned, but Minato got so angry when the village was mentioned. He just saw that Naruto often didn't have enough to eat or warm clothes when he was a child, and the food he finally had was always expired. Minato is the fourth Hokage after all. What about his legacy? Why didn't the third generation give it to Naruto? And those villagers either beat or scolded Naruto, and did not allow other children to make friends with Naruto, which made Minato even more furious. Minato could barely understand that the third generation concealed Naruto's identity as the son of the Hokage in order to protect Naruto and prevent his enemies from finding him. But if you even concealed this, why didn't you also conceal the fact that Nine Tails was sealed in Naruto? What about the son of a demon fox? Can't you teach those villagers what Jinchuriki is? The more Minato thought about it, the more emotional he became, and his chakra began to fluctuate violently. He didn't have much chakra left to begin with, and it was being consumed even faster now, and was about to dissipate completely. Naruto felt bad too, he murmured. Dad. Calling Minato dad in this life completely broke his defenses, tears welled up in his eyes, he didn't dare to look at Naruto anymore and could only close his eyes. Chijia shook his head helplessly. He reached out and tapped Minato's forehead. Minato opened his eyes in pain and looked at Chijia in front of him in confusion. Chijia's eyes showed circles of black ripples as she activated her Rinnegan. Minato's eyes widened in shock when he saw Chijia's Rinnegan. He blinked hard a few times to make sure he was not mistaken. Is this a Rinnegan? Chijia said nothing more when he saw that Minato knew those eyes. He deactivated his Rinnegan and turned around to hold Naruto's shoulders. He didn't look back at Minato, but just said calmly. I told you to take care of your own child. You should reflect on this in the Shinigami's stomach first. Advertisement. With that, Chijia and Naruto disappeared in front of Minato. Minato silently looked at the place where Chijia and Naruto disappeared, and said softly. Thank you, Chijia. In the real world, Naruto's eyes regained clarity. He immediately looked at Chijia and said anxiously. Chijia-senpai, Dad. He has disappeared. Although he already knew the result, Naruto still felt a sense of loss. He was silent for a while and then asked. Do I still have a chance to see him? Kyunhee looked at Naruto who looked hopeful, sighed softly, and said. Yes, you will see him again. Hearing this, Naruto was so excited that he knelt down and kowtowed to Chijia. Thank you. Kyunhee-senpai. Kyunhee waved his hand and an invisible force dragged Naruto up. Alright, I really admire you too. You can express your gratitude when you see your father. Yamato and little Sakura were confused. According to Chijia, Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, but wasn't the fourth Hokage dead? How could Naruto meet the fourth Hokage? Little Sakura poked Naruto's arm and whispered. Naruto, did you just see the fourth Hokage-sama? If there is such a thing, is he really your father? Yes. Naruto's mind is now full of his father Minato, and his attitude towards little Sakura is no longer as enthusiastic as before. Little Sakura can't help feeling a little unhappy, and she raised her hand and wanted to hit Naruto. However, her hand was grabbed tightly just as she stretched it out halfway. Chijia appeared in front of little Sakura without knowing when, with a pair of Mangeki Sharingan that was terribly cold. What are you up to? Being stared at by the Mangeki Sharingan, little Sakura felt a fear from the bottom of her soul. She swallowed her saliva, but her eyes looked at Naruto for help. Chapter 299 Sasuke. Naruto immediately tried to dissuade him when he saw this, but Chijia saw through his thoughts and glared at him. Naruto, do you know what it means to lick a dog? Naruto was stunned. Although it was the first time he heard this word, he still vaguely understood the meaning of the word. Chihei continued. It's not wrong to be a bootlicker. Your father was also a bootlicker when he was pursuing your mother. Advertisement. Naruto immediately became interested and asked hurriedly. Really? Dad, he also? Humph, I'm telling you this just to tell you that being a licker is fine, but you have to consider who the person you're licking is and whether she's worth your licking. Otherwise, you'll end up with nothing. In Chijia's eyes, little Sakura is definitely not someone worthy of Naruto's licking. In terms of identity, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Once announced, he will be the famous prince of Konoha, while little Sakura is just a ninja from a civilian family. This is not because Kyunhee looked down on little Sakura's identity as a civilian ninja. What he disliked was that little Sakura had mentioned Naruto's orphan status more than once, such as look, doesn't he have no parents? There is also the saying if there is something, give her more, if there is nothing, give her nothing. These things really make Chijia lose the slightest bit of affection for little Sakura. After Kyunhee finished speaking, he shook off Sakura's hand and said coldly. If I see you doing something like this again, I'll forget your hand. Under Mangekyou's gaze, little Sakura could only nod desperately, and Yamato stepped forward to smooth things over. Chichiya-senpai, little Sakura has always had a good relationship with Naruto. She didn't mean it just now. Please forgive her. Kyunhee shook his head indifferently, closed Mangekyo, and turned to walk in one direction. Naruto thought Chichiya was going to leave. Although he had not spent much time with Chichiya, he could see that Chichiya was really good to him, and Chichiya was also Minato's friend, so he really didn't want Chichiya to leave. So he shouted towards Kyunhee's back. Chichiya-senpai. Where are you going? He paused and said without turning his head. Go check on that Sasuke. What? You wanna go? When Naruto heard that he was going to meet Sasuke, he immediately became excited and asked. Chichiya-senpai, can I go with you? He raised a barely perceptible smile and said lightly. Advertisement. You have legs all over your body, where are you going to tell me what? Naruto was overjoyed when he heard this. He ran to Chichiya and said with a cheeky face. Then I'll trouble you, Senior Kyunhee. Kyunhee rolled his eyes and continued walking forward. Little Sakura behind looked at Yamato, then followed silently. Kabuto rushed back after Orochimaru was defeated, and Sai was with him. Sai's first mission this time is to deliver Danzo's letter to Orochimaru and gain his trust. Now that Orochimaru has been subdued by Chichiya, he has lost his mission objective and can only move on to the next mission, which is to assassinate Sasuke. Danzo, the sixth oldest, still has the same attitude towards the Uchiha clan as before, that is, he thinks that the Uchiha clan are all terrorists and a potential threat to Konoha, and they must be eliminated before Sasuke fully grows up. So Sai went to Orochimaru's lair first, intending to assassinate Sasuke. In Orochimaru's lair. In the dark passage, Sasuke was looking at Sai opposite with an indifferent expression and asked. Who are you? Sai put on a professional fake smile on his face and said. My name is Sai, and I just joined Team 7. You must be Uchiha Sasuke, right? Upon hearing that Sai was from Konoha village and had replaced him in Team 7, Sasuke suddenly activated the three-tomo Sharingan and stared coldly at Sai in front of him. Sai fell into Sasuke's illusion and sat down on the ground. Fortunately, Sasuke only wanted to scare him, and he quickly resolved the illusion and snorted in disdain. Humph, so what do you want from me? You don't want to take me back to Konoha. Sai swallowed his saliva and said. Naruto wants to take you back to Konoha. He has always treated you as a brother. Shut up. Sasuke interrupted Sai directly, he flashed to Sai's side and said coldly. I only have one brother, and that's Itachi. After saying that, Sasuke walked past Sai and headed straight outside. Advertisement. Sai was shocked by Sasuke's ruthlessness. During the time he spent with Team 7, some of his ideas had changed. Originally, he was just a ruthless task machine in Danzo's hands, but after coming into contact with Naruto, this guy who looked very much like his brother made him regain the feeling of being a human. He originally wanted to test Sasuke's attitude, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. Sai couldn't help but feel sorry for Naruto, and remembering the mission Danzo had given him, he grabbed the knife and stabbed Sasuke who had his back to him. However, Sasuke's strength has greatly increased under Orochimaru's training. It can be said that Sasuke at this time is not on the same level as the entire Team 7. He simply turned sideways and kicked Sai back, then drew out the Kusanagi sword from his waist and injected lightning attribute chakra into the sword. Blue lightning flashed on the Kusanagi sword, making a sharp electric sound. This was one of the results of Sasuke's training, the Chidori blade. Sasuke rushed towards Sai, who fell to the ground, and stabbed him in the chest with his sword. Just as the Chidori blade was about to pierce Sai's chest, a loud shout rang out from the entrance of the passage. Sasuke! A great housekeeper! This voice was so familiar to Sasuke that he actually stopped attacking and turned to look in the direction of the voice. He immediately saw the figure with the golden hedgehog head, Uzumaki Naruto. As for Chichiya beside Naruto, she was simply ignored by Sasuke. This was the first time Sasuke had seen a celebrity since the battle at the Valley of the End, and his emotions were extremely complicated. Although he just told Sai that Itachi was his only brother, that could only be considered as speaking one's name and thinking another. Sasuke had a lot of things in his heart that he wanted to say to Naruto, but when the words came to his lips, they became. Naruto? Are you here to kill me too? Naruto was stunned, then looked at Sai behind Sasuke and asked in confusion. Sai, what did you just do? Sai didn't say anything, he was saved by this guy who looked like his brother again, so he naturally didn't have the face to say that he wanted to kill Sasuke just now. Sasuke glanced at Chichiya beside Naruto and said calmly. Is this the helper you found? You don't think you can defeat me with just a few of you? Kyunhee raised his eyebrows, slowly lowered his arms from across his chest, and took a step forward. The little white snake wrapped around his waist looked up at Sasuke, as if he was looking at a fool. Chapter 300, educating the second pillar. Chijia looked at Sasuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan and said. You have already opened the 3 Megatama at this age? You are really excellent. Sasuke frowned, he heard the sarcasm in Chijia's words, and asked. Who are you? He did not respond, but just said to himself. Advertisement. It seems that Ataka has been successfully brainwashed by the 3rd generation. Sigh. They are so stubborn. Hearing Ataka's name, Sasuke suddenly lost his composure and his voice unconsciously rose an octave. What did you say? You know Ataka? Of course I know him. He is an outstanding junior. At this point, Kyunhee deliberately glanced at Sasuke, then shook his head and said. Much better than you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately became furious. He now made killing Ataka his life goal, so how could he tolerate others saying that he was not as good as Ataka? In anger, the Kusanagi sword in his hand flashed with dazzling lightning, and he exerted force on his feet and rushed directly towards Kyunhee. Naruto wanted to stop it, but saw a long sword with a faint purple glow appear in Chijia's hand. Chijia swung his sword and it collided with Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. With a crisp cracking sound, the Kusanagi sword broke and the tip of the sword stuck into the ground. Sasuke was shocked. He quickly stepped back and put some distance between himself and Chijia. Looking at the broken Kusanagi sword in his hand, Sasuke's face was full of disbelief. He held the long sword and made a sword flower, with a surprised expression on his face, and said. The quality of your weapon doesn't seem to be very good. Sasuke was silent for a while. His weapon was one of the 3 Kusanagi swords in the world, named Tenburiken. Not only is it much harder than ordinary weapons, it can also conduct chakra, which greatly increases his strength. But now it was cut off directly by an unknown weapon, and Sasuke found it difficult to accept this result for a while. Sasuke looked up at the long sword in Chijia's hand. He felt an extremely cold aura from the sword. If he had to find a word to name it, it would be ghost energy. Advertisement. He threw the broken knife aside and said in a deep voice. What's the name of your knife? He held the long sword in front of him, looked at it quietly for a while, and said. It is one of the 12 supreme swords, the 1st generation Kaititsu. The 1st generation Kaititsu was entrusted to Chika before the 5 elders of Kimono died and asked him to pass it on to Hawkeye. During the coronation ceremony, Hawkeye also came to the naval headquarters. Chijia also fulfilled his promise and wanted to return the 1st generation Kaititsu to Hawkeye, and told him about the 5 elders of Kimono. After hearing this, Hawkeye just silently looked at the 1st generation Kaititsu in Kyunhee's hand, then bowed to Kyunhee and said. So that's how it is. Thank you for setting him free. As for this knife, it's your trophy. From now on, it's yours. After saying that, Hawkeye carried the ice coffin containing the body of Kimono 5 elders and turned away without saying a word. But when Hawkeye turned around, Kyunhee noticed a few crystal tears slowly sliding down his face. Recalling the scene at that time, Kyunhee couldn't help but sigh. Sasuke was completely confused, because he had never heard of the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword. Chijia ignored Sasuke. He opened the door space in front of Sasuke and put the 1st generation Kaititsu in it. Naruto, who was standing aside, finally knew where Chijia took the sword from, and couldn't help but admire Chijia's methods. Sasuke's eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed. Is this space ninjutsu? Then, Sasuke's expression darkened and he asked. Why did you put away your weapon? Do you look down on me? He once again crossed his arms over his chest and said nonchalantly. I don't even need to use my hands to deal with you. What? Sasuke was shaking with anger, but he calmed down and showed his signature smile on his face. This smile was very familiar to Chijia. There is a saying that goes, when Urshasa smiles, life and death are unpredictable. Advertisement. Don't get me wrong, this unpredictable life and death refers to himself. Sasuke sneered a few times, and then he looked at Chijia with his 3 Tomo Sharingan and said. You just said you don't want to use your hands, right? Well, I won't use my hands either, and let you experience the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Chijia didn't react at all, but Naruto's expression became very interesting. Naruto knew that Chijia had a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, and now Sasuke was going to use a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan against Chijia. For a moment, he actually felt like laughing. Sasuke didn't notice Naruto's expression at all, he was concentrating on using Genjutsu on Chijia. However, he stared at Sasuke without blinking for a long time, and there was still no fluctuation in Chijia's eyes. He looked at Sasuke as if he was an idiot. Finally, Sasuke couldn't hold it anymore. He blinked several times quickly and muttered to himself like a madman. How is this possible? My illusion has no effect on him at all. Orochimaru on Chijia's waist raised his snake head and looked at Sasuke with pity, thinking to himself, forget about your 3 Magatama illusion, even if Ataka comes he will have to kneel. Because Chijia has a pair of Rinnegan. and it was opened under his witness. Chijia looked at Sasuke, who was doubting his life, and said softly, "How far can you see with just your Sharingan?" Sasuke came back to his senses, and when he looked at Chijia again, the expression on his face froze. He saw a pair of Sharingans, but they were different from his. There were no Megatama in the Sharingan, only a petal-shaped pattern, and other than that it was pupil power. Sasuke, who also possesses the Sharingan, can feel a deep and oceanic eye power from the Sharingan, a feeling he has never felt from Itaka's Mangeki. Although the pattern in those eyes was different from Itaka's, Sasuke was absolutely sure that it was the Mangeki Sharingan. Sasuke doesn't know yet that there is an eternal Mangeki Sharingan above the Mangeki Sharingan, and Chijia's pair is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It is a flower that never fades and represents the absolute power of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke stared at those extremely strange eyes, his mind going blank. Chijia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw Sasuke's performance, thinking that Sasuke was scared silly, right? He was very brave when he faced Itaka's Mangeki in the anime. However, Chijia still underestimated the lethality of his eternal Mangeki against ordinary Sharingan. You have to know that he is the one who has opened the 12 Megatama Rinnegan, and his eye power in the eternal Mangeki Sharingan has reached ultimate. The suppression of Sasuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan can no longer be described as level suppression, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Chapter 301 Urshasa got beaten again. Just when Sasuke was pinned down by Chijia and couldn't move, Yamato and little Sakura arrived. When they saw Chijia, they both shouted at the same time. "Senior Chai-He!" Sasuke was stunned for a moment when he heard them address Chijia, and then looked at Chijia's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and a name appeared in his mind. "Chijia? You're Uchiha Chijia." Sasuke was no stranger to this name, because when he was a child, he often heard this name from Itaki, and Itaka's tone when he mentioned Chijia was obviously full of respect. Advertisement. Itaki once said to little Sasuke with a look of longing. "Sasuke, today Chijia-senpai told me that the so-called Hokage is someone who is recognized by everyone, and it is not that one has to become the Hokage to be recognized by everyone. Do you think he is right?" Sasuke was still young at the time and could not understand the meaning of this sentence. His answer was, "Brother, I'm hungry." Itaka could only shake his head helplessly and pulled little Sasuke to eat his favorite 3-color meatballs. There are many similar scenes. Thinking of them, Sasuke couldn't help but smile, but it was quickly replaced by hatred. The person Itaki respects must not be a good person. Especially since Chijia has activated Mangeki. What Sasuke thought was that Chijia probably participated in the massacre of the Uchiha clan back then, and maybe the Mangeki was activated at that time. Sasuke's expression became more ferocious, and his Sharingan glowed scarlet. Chijia was confused, wondering what was wrong with Sasuke. He was so excited after knowing his name. "I can only say, he is worthy of being called Urshizu." Sasuke roared angrily, and the curse on his neck began to spread rapidly around him. Sasuke's skin color became darker, and a pair of wings grew behind him. He has already activated the second form of the Heaven's Curse Seal, and wants to use the blessing of the Heaven's Curse Seal to clash with Chijia, who possesses Mangeki. Sasuke pressed his hand downwards, and a black electric light appeared along with a shrill bird cry. The wings behind him fluttered violently, and he rushed towards Kyunhee at an extremely fast speed. Chidori. Advertisement. This situation seemed so familiar to Chijia and Naruto. Sasuke was in the same situation when he met Itaki in Konoha. Of course, the results were no different. Chijia raised her leg and kicked Sasuke in the abdomen very accurately, kicking him into the rock wall on the side. Sasuke was almost knocked unconscious by the kick. He covered his abdomen and struggled out of the wall, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. When he looked at Qianhe again, his eyes were full of fear. He had just used Chidori with all his strength, but it was still easily resolved by Kyunhee. The gap in strength was just too big. Little Sakura looked at Sasuke's miserable condition, and a look of distress appeared on her face. She shouted at Sasuke. "Sasuke! Come back! We all missed you!" Naruto didn't want to watch Sasuke continue to get beaten, so he shouted as well. "Sasuke! Chijia-senpai is from your clan. With him around, no one in the village will dare to cause trouble for you." After Naruto met with the 4th generation, his attitude towards some high-level officials of Konoha subtly changed, and he no longer had the unconditional trust he had before. Sasuke looked at the sincere faces of Naruto and Sakura, and his heart was deeply touched, but now his obsession with revenge has surpassed everything. Before the revenge is completed, he will never think of returning to Konoha. Moreover, Naruto's words just now also hurt his self-esteem. He has been here for 3 years and spent every day in training. What is all this for? Isn't it just to improve your own strength and make yourself stronger? Letting him return to Konoha with the help of his so-called fellow clansmen is more painful than killing him. Sasuke yelled at Naruto. "Are you kidding me? I don't need to rely on anyone now. I don't even need any so-called fellow tribesmen. Naruto's expression froze, knowing that he had said something wrong, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Chijia. He has now become dependent on Kyunhee's existence, because Kyunhee possesses a powerful strength that he can hardly imagine. More importantly, Kyunhee is his father's best friend and lets him know the truth of everything. Even Jiraiya didn't do the last thing, so Naruto has placed Chijia in an extremely important position in his heart and trusts her very much. Chijia didn't notice the fatherly look Naruto gave him as he slowly walked in front of Sasuke, looking down at him with his eternal Mangekyou. Advertisement. Under the pressure of the eternal Mangekyou, Sasuke's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. He let out a hysterical scream and used Chidori again, trying to destroy these nightmarish eyes. Chijia had lost his patience with Sasuke. He raised his leg and stepped hard on Sasuke's back, knocking him to the ground. With a slight force on his feet, Sasuke suddenly screamed and fainted completely. Chijia leaned over and grabbed Sasuke's shoulders and lifted him up, then turned to look at Naruto and threw Sasuke over. Then, Naruto was still in a daze and didn't even react. Sasuke fell directly in front of him, bounced a few times on the ground, and let out a faint groan of pain. Naruto finally came to his senses and quickly bent down to carry Sasuke on his back. Feeling the familiar scent of Sasuke, a smile appeared on Naruto's face. The corners of Chijia's mouth twitched a few times, and she thought to herself, what a little Sakura Hinata, Sasuke is indeed your true love. Seeing this, little Sakura rushed to Naruto's side and stretched out her hand to help Sasuke with his treatment, but was stopped by Chijia. Don't do anything unnecessary, let him get dizzy. Little Sakura trembled all over, and her outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly said. Little Sakura, just listen to Chijia-senpai. If Sasuke wakes up, it's inevitable. At this point, Naruto glanced at Chijia obliquely. The meaning was already very clear, if Sasuke woke up, he would be beaten up by Chijia again. Little Sakura also understood what Naruto meant, so she could only silently lower her arms and look at Sasuke affectionately. Naruto just felt a pang in his heart and sighed silently in his heart. At this time, Yamato, who had been ignored by everyone for a long time, suddenly looked at Kyunhee and asked. Senior Kyunhee, do you want to go back with us? As soon as these words came out, Naruto suddenly looked up at Chijia, with a pleading look in his eyes. He really hoped that Chijia could return to Konoha with him. During the time that Kyunhee was here, he felt an incomparable sense of security, and he really didn't want Kyunhee to leave. Facing everyone's gaze, Kyunhee chuckled and said. Of course I want to go back, but I don't know whether some people will welcome me. Chapter 302 Return to Konoha. In the dark basement, Sai was kneeling in front of Danzo, reporting to him what happened at the TND bridge. As he listened, Danzo's zombie face, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Nani? Uchiha Chijia is back again? And she activated Mangekyou. Sai didn't even raise his head and whispered. Yes. Advertisement. Damn it, these Uchiha are really impossible to get rid of. And since this Uchiha Chijia didn't die, why didn't he return to the village? Sai still kept his head down. He didn't know what happened back then, so he couldn't answer Danzo. Danzo didn't expect Sai to answer, he seemed to be talking to himself. This Uchiha Chijia actually opened the Mangekyou Sharingan. That's right, he was considered a genius among the Uchiha back in the day. Thinking of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Danzo's eyes flashed with greed. He even understood the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan better than many people of the Uchiha clan. These are a pair of eyes with infinite possibilities, capable of giving birth to all kinds of incredible eye techniques. His current right eye is the Mangekyou transplanted from Shisui. Even without mentioning the extremely buggy eye technique distinguished heavenly gods, the eye power contained in it alone makes Danzo amazed. And this is when there is only one Mangekyou. Of course, if there were two Mangekyou, Danzo might not be able to control them. After all, he is not a member of the Uchiha clan. If he hadn't had Hashirama cells implanted in his body, let alone Mangekyou, a 3-tomo Sharingan would be enough to get him into trouble. You can see this from Kakashi. His original chakra amount was the best among all the Jonin, but after transplanting Obito's Sharingan, he directly became a little prince lacking chakra. When I first started using Kamui, I could even end up in the hospital. By the way, Kakashi is still in the hospital because of using Kamui. Danzo was silent for a while, then asked Sai. Did Uchiha Chijia use the Mangekyou Sharingan's eye technique? What was the effect? I'm sorry, I didn't see him use any eye techniques. He just looked at the rampaging Naruto and made Naruto calm down. Is that so? Well, the Sharingan itself has a restraining effect on the tailed beasts, so it's not surprising that Uchiha Chijia can do that, but Nine Tails Jinchuriki got too close to him. In Danzo's opinion, if Chijia were to control Nine Tails, it would be a disaster for Konoha that would be several times more serious than the Nine Tails rebellion. Thinking of the destructive power of Nine Tails, Danzo's face became extremely ugly, but Sai suddenly said at this moment. Advertisement. Danzo-sama, I want to stay in Team 7. Danzo looked at Sai in surprise. In his eyes, Sai had always been a task machine. Apart from carrying out the tasks he ordered, he had no ideas of his own. A situation like this where he took the initiative to make requests had never happened before. The manjiki under his bandages slowly turned, trying to check if Sai was being controlled by Chijia. Sai naturally didn't notice Danzo's actions, he continued. Please approve it, Master Danzo. Danzo also confirmed at this time that Sai was not controlled, so Sai's abnormal behavior could only be explained by one reason, he had ulterior motives. Danzo's usual approach is to execute such disloyal subordinates directly, but Sai now has other uses for him. He looked down at Sai who was kneeling in front of him and said coldly. Are you going to break away from your roots? Don't you want to live anymore? Sai didn't say anything, in fact he was ready to die before he came to see Danzo. There is a saying on the blue planet. I can endure darkness, provided I have never seen light. Naruto was the light to Sai, and he couldn't stand living with Root anymore. Danzo sneered and said. It seems you have made your choice, so go ahead. Sai raised his head in surprise and looked at Danzo in disbelief. Danzo turned around and said calmly. I can let you go, but you have to do one last thing for me. Is Uchiha Chijia back? As a member of Team 7, you must have a chance to get close to him. Help me find out what his Manjiki Dojutsu is. Do you understand? Hearing this, Sai subconsciously wanted to resist, but before he could say anything, Danzo directly activated the seal of tongue eradication that he had planted on Sai. Sai just felt a sense of numbness coming over him and collapsed to the ground in pain. Danzo walked towards the darkness, leaving behind a sentence. This is your last chance, think about it carefully. Advertisement. On the streets of Konoha. Chijia walked in front, with little Sakura and Naruto following closely behind him, but their faces looked a little strange. Naruto carried the still unconscious Sasuke and suddenly came to Chijia, covering his mouth and whispering. Senior Kyunhee, are the two uncles at the door alive? He glanced at him and said lightly. Why? You want to ask me for an explanation on their behalf? No, I'm just afraid that Senior He will use too much force and cause a death. Okay, they're fine, they just fainted. Kyunhee waved his hand and walked forward on his own. Just now when entering Konoha, Tujnan standing guard at the gate of Konoha blocked Chijia's way. Because Kyunhee's face was very unfamiliar to them, and she had long snow-white hair, she didn't look like an ordinary person at all. Seeing this, Yamato hurried forward to explain, but he was still a step too late. A red light flashed in Kyunhee's eyes, and the two Konohachinen rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. After knocking down the Tujnan guarding the gate, Chijia stepped over their bodies and led the way into Konoha. Yamato was frightened by the scene. In order to prevent the matter from getting out of hand, he ran to report to Tsunade. The people on the street looked at Jianhee who was in the lead unconsciously, and some people who were curious had already started to talk about it. Look at that man, why does the pattern on his back look so familiar? You're stupid. Isn't that the Uchiha clan's emblem? Uchiha? Weren't they already exterminated? And we don't know where the remaining Uchiha Sasuke is. Who knows, but their clan's crest would never be turned into a decoration. Maybe that person is really from the Uchiha clan. Several young female ninjas have become crazy about S*X. He must be from Uchiha. Look at his face. He's so handsome. Yeah. I saw Sasuke in school when I was a kid, and he was already handsome, but that guy is much more handsome than Sasuke. Wait, isn't that Naruto? Who is that person he's carrying? I feel like it's Sasuke. Chapter 303 Kakashi. Chijia's pace was so fast that Naruto and little Sakura could only jog to follow. After a while, the three of them arrived at the gate of Konoha Hospital. Chijia knew that Kakashi was still lying in this hospital because of using Kamui. Naruto asked in confusion. Chijia-senpai, why don't you go visit the Uchiha clan's base? Advertisement. Jianhee shook his head and said calmly. There's nothing to see there. Isn't Kakashi still in this hospital? Why don't we check on him first? Chijia-senpai even knows this? Then what is your relationship with Kakashi-sensei? He used to be my subordinate. With that, Chijia headed towards the hospital. Naruto looked at little Sakura before following him inside. In the hospital ward, Kakashi was holding a small book and reading it intently when the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. He quickly stuffed the book into the quilt and looked towards the door with his dead fish eyes. When Kakashi saw the person's face clearly, his eyes widened and he almost took off his mask to use Sharingan to see it. Jianhee had a smile on his face and said. Kakashi, what's wrong with that look in your eyes? Don't you recognize me? Hearing this familiar voice, Kakashi swallowed and said slowly. Captain Jian, Captain Kyunhee. Yes, it seems that you haven't forgotten me as your captain. Chijia smiled and shook her head, walking over to sit down beside Kakashi's bed. After a while, Naruto and little Sakura also came to Kakashi's ward. They called out Teacher Kakashi at the door, but no one responded after waiting for a while. The two had no choice but to stick their heads into the ward, and saw Chijia sitting by Kakashi's bed with her arms folded, while Kakashi had his head hung, looking like a student who had made a mistake. Chijia ignored Ming and Sakura at the door. He scolded with a stern face. Kakashi, what have you been doing all these years? Don't you know what Naruto's life was like before? Advertisement. Naruto didn't expect Chijia to be scolding Kakashi about him, and he felt warm inside. Kakashi felt wronged after hearing this, and he whispered. At that time, I didn't know that Naruto's father was Minato-sensei. The third Hokage blocked the news. I only realized it after taking over Team 7. Hehe, the third Hokage again? No, Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Mitokado Homura are also involved. Hearing these names coming out of Kyunhee's mouth, Kakashi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Kyunhee's eyes were unusually cold, and he continued. And the Uchiha clan was exterminated. I can't just pretend I don't know about it. The more Kakashi listened, the more scared he became. From what Chijia said, did he come back this time to settle accounts with the Konoha high-level officials? Although the third Hokage is dead, the remaining ones are still alive and well. Kakashi wanted to speak out to dissuade her, because he felt that if Chijia went to cause trouble for the Konoha high-level officials, it would be no different from seeking her own death. But before he could say anything, Asuma suddenly arrived with Team 10, who were here to visit Kakashi. Asuma glanced at Naruto and little Sakura who were lying on the door frame and said. What are you two doing here? Isn't this Sasuke? What's going on? Ino and the others were also surprised to see Sasuke on Naruto's back, and they looked at Naruto and little Sakura, wanting to know what happened. Naruto paused and said. Teacher Asuma, this is a long story, you will know when you go in. Could this be related to Kakashi? When Kakashi heard Asuma's voice at the door, he suddenly felt a headache. After Asuma came in, he used his eyes to signal Asuma to leave quickly. Asuma didn't understand what Kakashi meant, he thought Kakashi was greeting him. That's right, with Kakashi's face having only one eye, who can understand what he means? Asuma noticed Chijia sitting next to Kakashi's bed. He saw Chijia's profile, but he still felt that she looked familiar. Ino behind him brightened up when she saw Chijia. She poked little Sakura's arm and asked in a low voice. Sakura-chan, who is that handsome guy? Advertisement. That's Chijia-senpai, he's also from the Uchiha clan. Nani? Are there any other survivors of the Uchiha clan? No wonder, he really looks like an Uchiha. Ino tried to move forward and talk to Chijia, but little Sakura saw what she meant and grabbed her. Under Ino's puzzled gaze, little Sakura lowered her voice and said. You'd better not have any ideas about Kyunhee-senpai, he is very dangerous. What does this mean? You'll know in a moment. Asuma also heard what little Sakura said. He was stunned for a moment and thought to himself. Uchiha Chijia? Isn't he dead? He looked at Kakashi hesitantly, and Kakashi immediately gave him an affirmative look. This time Asuma understood. He looked at Chijia suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost, and exclaimed. Really Kyunhee-senpai? When Chijia was in Konoha, she disguised herself as an Uchiha with the will of fire. Many of her theories were even appreciated by the third generation, otherwise they would not have allowed Chijia to become a captain of Anbu. The third generation often mentioned Chijia to Asuma, so he respected Chijia very much. But there is one thing that makes Asuma helpless, that is, Hong also respects this senior Chijia very much, but this respect seems to be a little beyond the normal range. He still remembered that when the news of Chijia's death was passed back to Konoha, Hong cried extremely sadly. Since then, Hong became silent and did not give him any chance to pursue her. Thinking of this, Asuma looked at Chijia with more complicated eyes. He didn't know this. He stood up from the bed, smiled at Asuma, and said. It's Asuma. Long time no see. You look a little older. He would not take his anger out on Asuma because of the third Hokage. Although he was portrayed as a second-generation rich man in many fan works, Chijia had come into contact with Asuma when he was a child and knew that he was not like that. Moreover, he is very dedicated in educating his disciples and is the most generous among the Jonin leaders. He is also good to Naruto, and later in the plot he even taught Naruto about the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra. So apart from third generation as his father, Asuma can be considered a pretty good person. Asuma was somewhat embarrassed by Chijia's words. He looked at Chijia's face that looked younger than his student and said helplessly. Senior Kyunhee, is it possible that you look too young? Chapter 304, Sai is dead? In fact, the real age of Kyunhee's body is 20 years old, which is not considered old. But in the eyes of Kakashi and others, Chijia is a person of the same era as the fourth Hokage. She is almost 40 years old, but Chijia's face looks like she is not even 20 years old. They are really curious about what Chijia has done over the years. After all, Chijia doesn't know Tsunade's 100 healing technique, so how did she manage to stay young? One person came to Kakashi's mind, and that was Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru left Konoha, Chijia was very close to him, and it is very likely that Chijia was with Orochimaru during the time he disappeared. Advertisement. Orochimaru knows the 8-gate ninjutsu. Although he is not young anymore, he looks much younger than Jiraiya, who is also a Sunin. Maybe Chijia learned something from him? I have to say that Kakashi's analytical ability is still very strong. At least he guessed who Chijia was with when she disappeared before. But he guessed wrong about the secret of Kyunhee's eternal beauty. Because Chijia's body evolved into Tsutsuki, and with the existence of the special 10 tails in his body, he already has an infinite lifespan, and things like physical aging simply do not exist for him. Kakashi naturally didn't know this. Thinking that Chijia might be from Orochimaru's side, his face darkened and he asked. Senior Chijia, where have you been all these years? Did you go to Orochimaru's place? That's about right. He helped me a lot. Then you and him. Kakashi paused here. Orochimaru was a true traitor ninja. If Chijia had anything to do with him, then he really didn't know what to do. He narrowed his eyes and said. Kakashi, what do you want to say? Naruto saw that the atmosphere at the door was a little strange, so he ran in with Sasuke on his back and said. Kakashi-sensei. Orochimaru has been dealt with by Chijia-senpai and is now hanging on his waist. Nani? Kakashi immediately looked towards Chijia's waist and saw the small white snake that Orochimaru had transformed into. Advertisement. Orochimaru raised his snake head and gave Kakashi a look, looking very disdainful of him. Little Sakura, who followed in, also confirmed this for Naruto. However, Kakashi hadn't recovered from the incident with Orochimaru yet, and saw Sasuke on Naruto's back. This time he couldn't hold it anymore and jumped directly from the bed. With such a speed, no one would have thought that he was a wounded person. Naruto gently placed Sasuke on the bed and shook Sasuke's body, trying to wake Sasuke up. But no matter how he shook Sasuke, he still showed no signs of waking up. Kakashi couldn't help but ask. What happened to Sasuke? Naruto glanced at Chijia and said. He was knocked unconscious by Kyunhee Sr. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Kyunhee, who had a nonchalant expression on her face. Kakashi wanted to ask for more details, but Sai suddenly came to the ward again. Seeing Sai, Naruto's face showed a look of surprise. Sai? Why are you here too? Sai didn't have the usual smile on his face. He looked at Naruto with a complicated expression, then turned his gaze to Chijia, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Kyunhee was also looking at him, making him feel uncomfortable. Although Chijia did not activate Manjiki, Sai felt that he had been seen through by Chijia. After staring at each other for a while, Kyunhee suddenly walked in front of Sai and said lightly. Stick out your tongue. Kyunhee's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. Sai was stunned for a moment, and actually stuck out his tongue, exposing the curse on the root of his tongue to everyone. But this also triggered the curse, and a strong feeling of numbness instantly filled Sai's body. This time, the tongue attack was much stronger than the one Danzo had activated. Sai fell to the ground, twitching in pain, his breath becoming increasingly weak. Everyone was shocked to see this situation. Naruto anxiously shouted to Little Sakura. Advertisement. Little Sakura. Go save Sai. Little Sakura was still in a daze, and only came back to her senses after Naruto's shout. She quickly came to Sasuke's side and squatted down to check on Sai's condition. During this process, Little Sakura's face became worse and worse. She slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Sai's body has been destroyed by a wave of chakra. There's nothing I can do. This sentence basically sentenced Sai to death. You have to know that Little Sakura's master is Tsunade. She may be better than all the doctors in this hospital in terms of medical skills. She said that there is nothing she can do, then it is really over. Ino asked hesitantly. Little Sakura, if it was Master Tsunade. Sai's situation is that even if Master Tsunade comes, it will be useless. He doesn't have much time left. After these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. They did not expect such a thing to happen, a life was lost just like that. Only Naruto did not give up hope. He looked at Chijia with hope. In his eyes, as long as Senior Chijia did not express his opinion, there would still be hope for the situation to turn around. He ran to Jianhe, and in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he knelt on the ground and shouted. Chijia-senpai. Please save Sai. Chijia waved his hand and an invisible force lifted Naruto up from the ground. Naruto wanted to kneel again, but Chijia glared at him. Okay. Don't kneel down to others all the time, got it? Naruto's behavior reminded Chijia of the time when he knelt down before Raikage in the anime, and he was very upset at the time because he felt that Reikage was not worthy. Naruto had no idea what Chijia meant. He was so frightened that he was stunned for a moment and nodded stupidly, not knowing whether he heard it or not. Kyunhee sighed helplessly, then leaned down, pressed a hand on Sai's chest, and injected Yangtun chakra. Everyone looked at Chijia with confusion, but little Sakura thought of the time when Chijia treated Naruto. Naruto's condition was very bad at that time, but with just a press of Chijia, Naruto immediately became full of energy. Although Sai's condition is several times worse than Naruto's, little Sakura has a feeling that Chijia can really save Sai. Sure enough, the next scene confirmed her feeling. When Kyunhee took her hand off Sai's chest, Sai suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground, looking like a zombie. Ignoring the dull looks of the crowd, Kyunhee looked at Sai, who was still in a daze, and said calmly, "Okay, tell me, what does Danzo want you to do?" Chapter 305 Danzo's Death. Sai was still a little hesitant. He pointed to his tongue, meaning that he couldn't speak. "Chien," he said calmly. "I have already erased the seal that eradicates the evil of tongues. Tell me now." Sai glared and said a few words about Danzo tentatively, without feeling any discomfort in his body. Now he believed what Kyunhee said, but it also shocked him even more. Advertisement. The seal of the root of the tongue is an important means for Danzo to control the root members, and it is almost impossible to remove it. However, Chijia was not only able to pull him back from death, but was also able to easily erase the root of the tongue. This method can simply be described as incredible. Kakashi and Asuma also have the same idea as Sai. They have heard of Danzo, the sixth brother. Asuma knows that this guy is his father's good friend and the two are often inseparable. Chijia was already getting impatient, his eyes turned scarlet, and a pair of petal-like patterns slowly rotated inside them, which was the Manjiki Sharingan. "Do you think you have any secrets left in front of these eyes?" As Manjiki appeared, a chilly air emanated, and the temperature of the entire ward suddenly dropped. Kakashi stretched his neck to look at Chijia, and when he saw his eyes, he exclaimed, "Manjiki Sharingan? What?" Asuma was also shocked when he heard this. He had experienced the horror of the Manjiki Sharingan from Itaki, but he didn't even dare to open his eyes at that time. Kakashi himself was even more miserable. He was stabbed by Itaki in Tsukuyomi space for 3 days and 3 nights and was finally sent to the hospital. Now Kakashi also has a Manjiki Sharingan, so he knows better than anyone how terrifying these eyes are. Chiji saw the expressions of the two teachers and couldn't help but ask Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, what is the Manjiki Sharingan? Is it different from Sasuke's Sharingan?" Shikamaru's face was solemn. As an intellectual, he was also aware of some secret information. He knew very well what an Uchiha with the Manjiki Sharingan meant. Don't compare the ordinary Sharingan with Manjiki, the two are not even on the same level. The former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, had a pair of eyes like this. In fact, Shikamaru's understanding was still not comprehensive. What Uchiha Madara had back then was not an ordinary Manjiki, but an eternal Manjiki. But he was right. The eyes that Chijia opened now were indeed the same eyes that Madara opened back then, both were the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Advertisement. Ino was not impressed by these. She had been staring at Chijia's Manjiki for a long time, and said with admiration on her face, "Don't you think those eyes are really beautiful?" Little Sakura couldn't help but glance at Ino, thinking that this guy was completely hopeless. Sai was in no mood to appreciate Manjiki's beauty. In front of those eyes, all he felt was a suffocating sense of oppression. He also figured it out. There was no need to hide anything about Danzo anymore. Now that the seal that eradicates the evil of tongue has been removed and Chien-He has saved his life, what else does he have to worry about? Sai swallowed his saliva and said slowly, "Danzo-sama, Danzo asked me to spy on you and to find out about your Manjiki dojutsu." Naruto was so angry when he heard this that he shouted, "What? Who is this Danzo? Why does he? Ugh." Kakashi covered Naruto's mouth tightly. He knew how terrible Danzo was. If he knew that Naruto said bad things about him, he would inevitably do something to Naruto. After Sai finished speaking, he quickly looked away from Chijia's Manjiki Sharingan. These eyes put too much pressure on him. He had never felt this way even when he faced Danzo. Kyunhee didn't pay any more attention to Sai. He slowly got up from the ground and suddenly laughed. "Haha, Danzo, Danzo, I haven't come to find you yet, but you came to me first." Naruto broke free from Kakashi's hand and shouted at Chijia with an indignant look on his face. "Chijia-senpai. This Danzo is so abominable. I'll go find him with you." Chijia didn't say anything. He stretched out his hand, sucked Sasuke in, and threw him into the gate space. Then, Kyunhee looked in one direction and instantly disappeared in the ward. Asuma and Kakashi looked around. In their opinion, the ward was so small and it was a closed space. Where could Chijia go even if she used the body flicker technique? Asuma searched for a long time but couldn't find it, so he said to Ino, Ino, use your perception jutsu. After hearing this, Ino immediately closed her eyes and searched for Chijia's location throughout the hospital. However, after sensing for a long time, she found nothing. Advertisement. She opened her eyes and shook her head at Asuma. Asuma-sensei, Chijiya-senpai should have left the hospital. I couldn't find him. Nothing around the hospital. No. Asuma was stunned. In just a short while, Chijiya had already left Ino's perception range? How fast was this? Kakashi lowered his head in thought. This way of leaving reminded him of his teacher's Flying Thunder God. He remembered that Minato and Chijiya had a very good relationship, so close that they could wear the same pants. It is also possible that Chijiya learned Flying Thunder God from Minato. Although Flying Thunder God is extremely difficult to learn and requires an extremely keen perception of space, Chijiya's gate space is a kind of space ninjutsu in Kakashi's view, and it is most likely Chijiya's Manjiki-eye technique. Since Chijiya's Manjiki-eye technique is related to space, it means that Chijiya must have a high talent in space ninjutsu, so it is not difficult for her to learn Flying Thunder God. Kakashi's analysis can be said to be well reasoned, but it is only half right. Chijiya did learn Flying Thunder God from Minato, but the teleportation he used just now was from the OPOP fruit, which has nothing to do with Flying Thunder God. Moreover, the gate-to-gate space is not his Manjiki pupil technique, it is the ability of the gate-to-gate fruit. His Manjiki technique is from Ishikobi and Terra no Masakato, neither of which is related to space. Of course, these are no longer important. Kakashi inferred from Chijiya's behavior that he went to find Danzo. Kakashi's heart tightened at the thought. Chijiya was an Uchiha with a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. If he were to find Danzo and a fight broke out between the two sides, the damage that would be caused to Konoha would be unimaginable. At this moment, Yamato suddenly rushed in a panic. He looked around the ward and asked anxiously. Where's Chijiya-senpai? Kakashi didn't care about recovering from his injury anymore. He jumped off the bed and said in a deep voice. He should have gone to find Danzo. What? Yamato's face showed fear and he murmured. Oh no, something's going to happen. Chapter 306, Stop Kyunhee. In front of the root base. Kyunhee suddenly appeared here. Seeing this, the two root members immediately took a fighting stance and questioned. Who are you? Kyunhee raised his head slowly, his scarlet Manjiki flashing with cold light. Seeing Manjiki, one of them changed color drastically and shouted to the other. Advertisement. Is this the Sharingan? Go and inform Master Danzo. Thump. Both root members fell to the ground, their eyes remained wide open, already dead. The movement at the door attracted other people in the base, and the root members wearing black cloaks and masks surrounded Chijiya. He didn't even look at them, and said calmly. Where's that old dog Danzo? How dare you? How dare you disrespect Lord Danzo? Several root members attacked Chijiya with kunao in hand, apparently intending to execute her on the spot. He snorted coldly, and suddenly several black spikes appeared around his body, piercing the root members who rushed over. Seeing this, the others hurriedly retreated to the rear, and someone shouted as he retreated. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why didn't I see him making hand seals? No one answered his question because what Chijiya used was not ninjutsu at all, but the ability of the dark fruit. The dark spikes threw away the dead root members, and suddenly softened into tentacles, swaying behind Kyunhee. Against the backdrop of darkness, Chijiya's Manjiki Sharingan looked extremely charming. He glanced at the remaining root members. You two, do you want to dance? When swept by Chijiya's Manjiki, the pattern of Chijiya's Manjiki appeared in everyone's mind and their bodies froze in place. Kyunhee raised his hand to the root members in front of him and said softly. Darkness strangles. The dark tentacles behind him suddenly extended and stabbed towards the root members. Puff puff puff. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard, and the remaining root members were pierced like sieves by the dark tentacles before they could even scream, and died on the spot. Advertisement. Their blood spilled onto the ground like raindrops. He walked through the rain of blood, but before the blood could fall on him it was blocked by an invisible barrier. When he stopped, there was a pool of blood behind him. Kyunhee looked at the root base in front of him, stretched out a hand, and said. Aren't you coming out yet? Then. Stop. Uchiha Chijiya. Kyunhee turned around and saw a woman with turbulent body and many familiar faces behind her. The woman at the head was none other than Tsunade, Konoha's current Hokage. Yamato told Kakashi about Chijiya's visit to Danzo, and emphasized that Chijiya had already activated the Manjiki Sharingan. As soon as Tsunade heard it, he knew something bad was going to happen, and he immediately gathered people to stop Chijiya and prevent the situation from getting worse. But when she arrived here and saw the corpses of the root members still hanging in the sky, she knew that she was still a step too late. Behind her, there were several clan leaders from big clans, such as Yamanaka Hai, Nararuku, Akamichi Choza, and even the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, who came over. Tsunade knew the horror of Mangeki. It was with these eyes that Uchiha Madara fought a world-shaking battle with her grandfather, first Hokage Hashirama, in the Valley of the End. The battle was so fierce that it even changed the terrain. She didn't know yet to what extent Kyunhee had developed Mangeki, but she knew that Mangeki Sharingan not only possessed terrifying eye techniques, it also had Susanoo. Once that thing appears, even if they defeat Chijia, Konoha will probably be almost destroyed. So she summoned all the patriarchs of several major families, wanting to capture Qianhe as quickly as possible. Of course, the best way is to stabilize Kyunhee first and try to avoid fighting. Thinking of this, Tsunade looked at Chijia opposite him and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Chijia, do you know what you have done? Are you trying to betray Konoha? Betray Konoha? Qianhe was stunned for a moment, then he raised his hand to support his forehead and laughed wantonly. Ha 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 ha. Kyunhee's laughter became louder and louder, his long snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, and looking at the group of ninjas made people feel cold in their hearts. Tsunade's expression turned very ugly, and she shouted angrily. Why are you laughing? A beautiful female ninja suddenly squeezed out from the crowd and shouted anxiously. Senior Chai-hee. Advertisement. Hearing this voice, Qianhe stopped laughing. He looked at the female ninja with a terrifyingly cold expression. It's Hong, what? Are you following them to stop me too? Hong looked at the figure that haunted her dreams, her eyes were already filled with tears, she cried out. Kyunhee-senpai. I've been thinking about you all the time. Please come back. I beg you. Come back? Where should I go back to? Are there still Uchiha clans in Konoha? As she said that, Chijia opened the portal space and let Sasuke out. Sasuke was still unconscious, Chijia grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and slapped him directly. A loud slap sounded, and Sasuke's head shook, and he woke up in a daze. What caught Sasuke's eyes was Chijia's Mangeki Sharingan. He immediately woke up and exclaimed. Uchiha Chijia! Where did you take me? Qianhe said nothing and threw him to the ground. Sasuke's hands were bound behind his back by some kind of metal. He raised his head with difficulty and saw a group of Konoha ninjas. After a brief moment of shock, Sasuke snorted and said. Are you still bringing me back to Konoha? Do you want me to accept Konoha's trial? Tsunade saw Sasuke frowning, she looked at Chijia and asked. Uchiha Chijia, what do you mean? Qianhe sneered and said. He is one of the few members of my tribe who is qualified to know the truth of that year. The truth? Tsunade was shocked, and soon understood what Chijia meant. The truth he was talking about was the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The top leaders of Konoha have always kept this matter a secret, because it must never be made public. Once it is announced, it will inevitably cause a sensation in the entire ninja world, and Konoha's reputation will be ruined. Sasuke was confused. He turned to look at Chijia and asked. What truth? What are you going to say? Tsunade naturally didn't want Chijia to say it. She had already given up the idea of negotiating with Chijia and directly gave orders to Anbu. Go stop Uchiha Chijia. After saying that, Tsunade took the lead and rushed over, and several Anbu immediately followed. An Anbu member with long purple hair hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not make a move. Chapter 307 Pulling out the roots. Facing the attack from Tsunade and others, Chijia spread out his arms, and Tsunade and several Anbu's bodies suddenly flew towards Chijia uncontrollably. A streak of darkness flashed through Chijia's Mangeki, and several dark spikes directly pierced through Tsunade and others who were flying over. The entire process took an extremely short time from start to finish, so short that the battle was over before anyone could react. Several Anbu have fainted, only the strong Tsunade is still awake. Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, was stunned with shock. Although he had trained well with Orochimaru, his strength had increased dramatically. Advertisement. But he wouldn't be so arrogant as to take on so many Anbu by himself, not to mention that there was a Tsunade who was on the same level as Orochimaru among them. He couldn't help but wonder, if Ataka came, would he be able to do the same as Chijia? The answer is naturally no. Even if Ataka used Susanoo, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with one Tsunade given his physical condition. If there were some Anbu to assist him, he would definitely not be able to cope with it. The defeat of Tsunade and others completely refreshed Sasuke's understanding of Chijia's strength. He now realized how ridiculous it was for him to have provoked Chijia at that time. Tsunade held the dark spikes on her abdomen tightly. The diamond mark on her forehead flickered with light. She exerted force suddenly and forcibly pulled her body away from the dark spikes. Kyunhee didn't expect this trick to kill Tsunade. He looked at Tsunade who had returned to the crowd and said calmly. As expected of the first Hokage's granddaughter, she's just as tough as him. As he spoke, the dark spikes slowly dissipated, turning into the most primitive darkness and gathering into Kyunhee's body. The Anbu members who had been pierced through the body fell to the ground one after another, and some of them were still groaning in pain. They were treated better than the people at the root. The dark spikes that pierced them were not that large, so they temporarily saved their lives. This is not because Kyun-hee remembered her old relationship in Anbu. Just now he saw a figure with long purple hair among the Anbu people, and also saw her hesitation, so he showed some mercy. Several family heads saw this and wanted to help, but were stopped by Tsunade. That is to say, the current Hokage is Tsunade. If it were the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they would definitely do whatever they can and would never interfere. Advertisement. When Orochimaru was fighting the third generation, none of these family heads were seen because they were all away evacuating the people. The wound on Tsunade's abdomen had almost healed through the 100 healings mark, but her expression was still extremely solemn. The inexplicable suction force in those dark spikes just now were very strange. Both the power and the release speed were incomparable to ordinary ninjutsu. Tsunade couldn't help but guess. Are those two abilities his Manjiki pupil techniques? Narashikaku, the intellectual leader, also guessed this. He came to Tsunade and whispered. Master Tsunade, what Uchiha Chijia just used was most likely his Manjiki eye technique. Both eye techniques are extremely aggressive, so we'd better test them again. The two spoke in a very low voice, but to Kyun-hee, who had Skynet, it was no different from speaking directly into his ear. Chijia found it a little funny to hear that his previous move was misunderstood by them as Manjiki eye technique. He just used the abilities of the gravity fruit and the dark fruit. Chijia ignored Tsunade and the others, he scanned the crowd opposite and didn't see Naruto, probably Tsunade locked him up somewhere and wouldn't let him come over. This is understandable, Tsunade should know the relationship between Naruto and himself, and having him here will only cause trouble. Moreover, as Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's emotions will definitely become very unstable when encountering such a situation. He might even be directly controlled by the Manjiki Sharingan, and Konoha will suffer then. Chijia shook his head, if he wanted to control Naruto he would have done it long ago, Nine Tails was just a docile pet in front of his Manjiki Sharingan. If he releases 10 tails, 9 tails will be completely insignificant. With the abilities that Chijia is currently using, any one of them is enough to destroy Konoha. Tsunade and Shikaku were still discussing how to deal with Chijia, but Chijia had already lost his patience. He walked to the root base and punched the air. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, countless green cracks spread around Kyun-hee's fist, and then the space shattered like a mirror. A powerful shock wave erupted from it, and the entire root base was instantly reduced to ruins. Tsunade and the others were completely stunned. They were just discussing Chijia's abilities, but Chijia's move made their discussion a joke. Because this attack was obviously more powerful than the previous one, the destructive power was so terrifying that it made people's scalp numb. Kyun-hee stood in front of the ruins, looking thoughtful. Advertisement. There was no sign of Danzo in the ruins. Chijia closed her eyes and sensed, and finally found him under the ground. I can only say that this old dog Danzo is really good at hiding, but it's still useless. Chijia's figure floated up out of thin air. Tsunade and others never expected that Chijia could actually fly. If Chijia were to launch a few attacks on Konoha from the sky like the previous one, how would they block it? An atmosphere of despair hung over the Konoha side. Chijia looked down at the ruins below and raised one hand. Boom! The part of the root base buried underground has all risen into the sky. The volume of this part is very large, and it really lives up to its name root. Everyone in Konoha has become numb. They are unable to understand what is happening before their eyes. Chijia's ability has completely exceeded the scope of a ninja. Sasuke looked up at Chijia in the sky with a dull expression and murmured. Is the Manjiki Sharingan really that powerful? Kyun-hee looked at the root base floating in front of him and said sarcastically. Danzo, how long are you going to hide? Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke emerged from the root base and floated towards Kyun-hee. The head of the Aberme clan, Aberme's highway, saw the black smoke and his face changed drastically. He exclaimed. That's the poison dust technique, it's to take the root. Chien-hee looked at the swarm of insects flying towards him, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. Disgusting bug. He raised his hand and aimed it at the swarm of insects. A dense ball of purple electric current burst out from his palm. The swarm of insects was turned into a ball of ash under the high temperature of lightning and dissipated into the air. Then, Kyun-hee narrowed his eyes, and the root base in front of him exploded, and 3 figures jumped out of it and landed on the ground. It was Danzo and his 2 right-hand men, Aberme Taijin and Yamanaka Fu. Kyun-hee also fell from the air to the ground. He looked at Danzo with a smile on his face and said. Danzo, are you finally willing to come out? Chapter 308 Kunao stabs Susanoo. Danzo still had that zombie face, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He glanced at Tsunade and the Konoha shinobi behind him, then looked at the ruins in front of him, and slowly spoke. Uchiha Chijia, what do you mean? Puff. Just as he finished speaking, Danzo's body was pierced through by a dark spike. He screamed and spurted out a large mouthful of blood, then his hands hung down limply, and he looked dead. Advertisement. Tsunade looked unhappy. No matter how much she hated Danzo, he was still a high-ranking official in Konoha. Now he was killed in front of her, the Hokage. This made her, who always had a bad temper, unable to bear it any longer. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead glowed with a faint purple light, and black curse marks emanated from it, spreading over her entire body over a long period of time. Ninja art, mitotic regeneration, the 100 great techniques. Tsunade knew that Chijia's strength was beyond their imagination, so she used her full strength this time. He didn't even look at her. He looked at Danzo who was still hanging on the dark spikes and said slowly. Don't pretend. You've already used Izanagi. If you keep pretending, you'll waste this precious minute. What? Tsunade was stunned and quickly looked at Danzo, only to see his body gradually become illusory and finally disappear on the dark spikes. Kyunhee suddenly snorted coldly and punched the air beside him. Danzo appeared exactly where Chijia's fist was, and countless green cracks devoured his body, eventually turning it into pieces. His body disappeared again, and appeared next to Tsunade the next second. Tsunade couldn't help but look at Danzo beside her and found that he didn't have any scars on his body, which was even more outrageous than her 100 healings technique. Danzo's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Kyunhee and asked. How did you know I can use Izanagi? He originally wanted to use Izanagi to launch a sneak attack on Chijia, but Chijia revealed his plan, which made him feel uneasy. Chijia smiled slightly, and a red light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Danzo's bandaged arm. Danzo is still in Izanagi, so he is not afraid of being hurt, but Chijia just detonates the bandage on his arm. The bandages don't count as Danzo's body, so Izanagi can't recover. Advertisement. After the explosion, the bandages turned into ashes and scattered, revealing the 10 Sharingans underneath, which looked extremely creepy. Sasuke was shocked and angry when he saw this. He roared. What's up with those Sharingan? Danzo didn't take Sasuke seriously. He looked disdainful and said. Of course these belong to your Uchiha clan. Why? Do you want to avenge them? Ahole. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke's eyes instantly opened up 3 Megatama, but this was not enough in Danzo's eyes. He simply ignored Sasuke and turned to look at Chijia. Uchiha Chijia, your existence has become a threat to Konoha. We can't let you continue. He sneered and said. So what are you going to do? Danzo gave Tsunade a look, then quickly formed a few seals and blew out a huge high-pressure wind ball from his mouth. Wind style, vacuum ball. Tsunade no longer hesitated, she kicked her feet hard and rushed towards Chijia. Her speed was very fast, and she arrived in front of Chijia almost at the same time as Danzo's vacuum ball. She raised her leg and stomped hard. Heavenly feet hurt. Facing the attacks of 2 cage-level warriors, Kyunhee's expression remained unchanged. A ball of deep purple energy rose from his side and quickly condensed into a giant skeleton. Chijia's eye power has far exceeded the scope of Manjiki. Even in Suzanu's first form, his height has reached 100 meters. Suzanu blocked all the attacks from Tsunade and Danzo. Tsunade widened her eyes and exclaimed. Suzanu. She quickly pulled her feet back and tried to escape, but Suzanu didn't give her the chance. It stretched out its big hand and grabbed Tsunade, then threw her hard towards Danzo. Tsunade flew back even faster than she rushed over. Danzo had no time to react and was hit by Tsunade, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His figure became illusory again, and he actually triggered Izanagi directly. Tsunade herself was also seriously injured. All the bones in her body seemed to be broken. If she hadn't activated the 100 healing technique, she would have been in the hospital for half a month. Advertisement. Danzo's figure reappeared, and Izanagi also exceeded the time limit. A Sharingan on his arm slowly closed and never opened again. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately started the second Izanagi. Only in this way could he feel a little safe. Many of Konoha's ninjas didn't know what Suzanu was, but the visual impact of the 100-meter-tall skeleton giant was obvious. No one dared to move forward. Tsunade struggled to get up from the ground. She looked up at Suzanu and murmured. Grandpa, was this the thing you were fighting? However, what Tsunade didn't know was that this was only Suzanu's first form. Danzo looked at Suzanu with eyes filled with greed and jealousy. He thought that if he had this kind of power, he would definitely be able to become the Hokage of Konoha and lead Konoha to dominate the entire ninja world. Sasuke, who is also a member of the Uchiha clan, feels very unfamiliar with Suzanu. He is just deeply shocked by Suzanu. He couldn't help but ask Qianhe. Is this also the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? Chijia glanced at Sasuke and said calmly. Yes, it is the third power of the Manjiki Sharingan, the Suzanu that symbolizes destruction. Suzanu? My Uchiha clan actually has such power? Then attack it. Suzuki immediately thought of Itaki. Itaki also had the Mangeki Sharingan, so he must be able to activate Susanoo. Originally he thought the difference between the 3 Megatama and Mangeki wasn't that big. But seeing Susanoo, Suzuki couldn't help but wonder, can he really defeat Itaki with his 3 Tomo Sharingan? Feeling the terrifying chakra coming from Susanoo, Suzuki fell silent. Suddenly, a clear voice came from Susanoo. Bite. When everyone heard the sound, they looked and saw that Danzo had run behind Susanoo at some point, holding a kunao in his hand, but it had been broken into 2 pieces. At this moment, whether it was Chijiya or all the ninjas of Konoha, they all followed Suzuki and fell into silence. Danzo didn't think anything was wrong. He looked at the half-remaining kunao in his hand and said to himself. As expected of Susanoo, this defense is really strong. Chapter 309, Danzo the Rat. Susanoo didn't indulge Danzo either, she grabbed him in her hand and squeezed him hard. Puff. The sound of the body breaking apart was heard, and a large amount of blood spurted out of Susanoo's hands. When Susanoo spread out her hands, Danzo's figure disappeared again. The next second, Danzo appeared in front of the Konoha shinobi again. He said with a gloomy face. Uchiha Chijiya is already a traitor, let's go together. Take him down. Advertisement. However, except for Aberamatajan and Yamanaka Kaze, no one paid any attention to Danzo, and they all looked at Tsunade. Tsunade paused and said. It's too early to label Uchiha Chijiya a traitor, but we can't let him go on. Let's stop him together. Then, Tsunade looked at Danzo and said meaningfully. Remember. Susanoo is not only the god of destruction, he is also the guardian of the Uchiha clan. His defense is extremely terrifying. Try to use long-range attacks. Yes. Hokage-sama. The words Hokage-sama hurt Danzo's fragile heart. He looked like he had eaten shit, and he was filled with resentment. Damn it. If I were the Hokage. The ninjas of Konoha didn't even look at Danzo. After hearing Tsunade's order, they immediately formed hand seals and released their own ninjutsu. A man with a watermelon head looked at Chien-He silently and whispered. Senior Kyun-Hee, I'm sorry. 6th gate, Jingmen. Open. Green energy emanated from his body, and he leaped into the air, punching Susanoo like a violent storm. To the peacock. All at once, all the colorful attacks bombarded Susanoo, explosions sounded, and Susanoo's figure disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The continuous attacks continued for nearly a minute until Tsunade called for a stop and everyone stopped attacking. Tsunade gave Danzo a look, signaling him to use wind style to blow away the smoke in front of him. Danzo was extremely unhappy, but he still formed a seal and blew out a violent gust of wind from his mouth, blowing away the smoke in front of him. Advertisement. The smoke cleared, revealing Susanoo inside. But of course when everyone saw Susanoo again, the expressions on their faces froze. The original skeleton giant was covered with a layer of purple coat, and its body was taller again. Their previous attack did not cause any damage to it at all. This is Susanoo's second form. In this form, Susanoo has grown flesh and blood, and is covered with a layer of chakra. When Danzo saw the second form of Susanoo, he immediately activated the third Izanagi, and at this time he had already closed the 2 Sharingans on his arms. Chien-He looked at the stunned people in front of him and spoke slowly. My target is only Danzo, if you still want to protect him. As she spoke, Susanoo raised her right arm, and a string of purple Megatama surrounded her palm. The Megatama of Yasaka. Susanoo threw the Megatama in her hand towards the forest in the distance. After an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, the forest disappeared from everyone's sight. Gulp. The Konoha side kept swallowing saliva, and some even knelt on the ground, muttering. Are you kidding? Do we really have a chance of winning? Even Tsunade fell silent, as she began to wonder if it was worth sacrificing countless Konoha shinobi just for Danzo alone. Danzo became anxious when he saw the situation of the crowd. His brain was working fast, trying to say something to save his team's low morale. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he really thought of something. Danzo looked at Chijiya suddenly and shouted excitedly. Uchiha Chijiya! Your eyes must be hurting right now, right? Chijiya was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Danzo meant. Danzo saw Chijiya's expression and became more certain of his thoughts. He said with a smug look on his face. I admit that the Mangeki Sharingan is powerful, but its side effects are even stronger. If you keep using the eye technique and Susanoo like you do, aren't you afraid that it will cause you to go blind? Advertisement. Hearing this, Tsunade and the others were shocked and looked towards Chijiya. Suzuki, lying on the ground, looked at Chijiya with a hint of worry in his eyes. After seeing Danzo's Sharingan on one arm, he seemed to understand something in his heart. He wanted to know the truth of the matter, and naturally did not want Chijiya, who was from the same clan as him, to be defeated. Under the gazes of everyone, Chien-He burst out laughing. Danzo, you know a lot about the Mangeki Sharingan. Yes, the Mangeki Sharingan can indeed be considered a curse. From the day it opens its eyes, it means that it will soon be blind. After getting confirmation from Kyunhee, Danzo's smug look became more intense, but before he could be happy for a while, Kyunhee's voice sounded again. But, above the Mangeki Sharingan, there is another eye, and its name is the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. What? The expression on Danzo's face froze, while Tsunade thought of someone, Uchiha Madara. She asked Kyunhee with a serious expression. So what Uchiha Madara opened was the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. And you also? Haha, don't you already have the answer in your mind? You can come to me to confirm it. Kyunhee crossed his arms and looked at everyone with a joking expression. Sasuke stared at Chijia's eyes, and he finally understood why Chijia brought such a strong sense of oppression to him. It turned out that there was Eternal Mangeki above Mangeki. He did not doubt the authenticity of Chijia's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, because he had felt attack as Mangeki, and the oppressive feeling they brought to him was not at the same level at all. Everyone in Konoha listened with confusion on their faces. They had no idea what the difference was between these Sharingan. They only knew one thing, that the Uchiha clan was truly terrifying. But how could such a powerful family be wiped out overnight? Chijia shook his head and chuckled, then took a step towards Danzo. The Konoha ninja subconsciously dodged, leaving Danzo empty. Danzo would not sit still and wait for death. He suddenly stretched out his arm full of Sharingan towards Chijia and shouted. Wood-style thrusting spear. A thick tree shot towards Kyunhee, and Susanoo just waved her hand casually to break the incoming wood. Then, Susanoo changed her palm into a fist and smashed Danzo into a pulp with one punch. Danzo's figure soon appeared in another location, and Susanoo continued to repeat the previous actions, hitting Danzo again and again. Deep pits soon appeared on the ground one after another. Others just stared blankly, and no one dared to stop it. Chapter 310 Danzo, Death. Danzo was beaten by Chijia like a local rat for nearly 7 minutes, and finally, the last Sharingan on his arm closed. The surrounding ground had been smashed by Susanoo, and the people of Konoha had already jumped onto the rooftops in the distance. They were still watching the situation. Danzo's two subordinates, Abaramatajan and Yamanaka-fu, were held tightly by their respective family leaders, preventing them from helping Danzo. An Anbyo couldn't stand it anymore. He came close to Tsunade and whispered. Tsunade-sama, is this really okay for us? Advertisement. Tsunade looked at the huge half-body of Susanoo in the distance with deep fear in her eyes. This is in the village. If we anger Uchiha Chijia, we won't be able to save Konoha. But Lord Danzo. Tsunade shook her head. She didn't like Danzo in the first place, and since he was the one who caused this, let him solve it himself. Right now she just hoped that after Chijia dealt with Danzo, she wouldn't vent her anger on Konoha. At this moment, Danzo's heart was really racing. He touched the area of his face covered by the bandages, wondering whether to use Shisui's Mangeki. He had already used Distinguished Heavenly Gods on Chijia. His eye was different from the one Ataka had saved. The effectiveness of Distinguished Heavenly Gods was temporary. However, no matter which type of Distinguished Heavenly Gods it was useless to Chijia now. Now the only use of this eye is to use as an Agi, but Danzo really can't bear to take a Mangeki Sharingan to use as an Agi. Chijia stood inside Susanoo with his arms folded, and Sasuke was lying next to him. He had just pulled Sasuke into Susanoo to prevent Sasuke from being smashed into a pulp by Susanoo. Kyunhee looked at Danzo who had run out of tricks and said sarcastically. You've run out of resurrection coins? Don't you still have one Mangeki left? Danzo was shocked. He began to wonder if there was an undercover agent in his organization. Otherwise, how could Kyunhee know him so well? Kyunhee was not in a hurry to take action, as he still had something to confirm. ++V+%. With the thought, Susanoo dissipated, and Chijia aimed at Danzo, pulling him over and grabbing him by the neck. Danzo's eyes widened and he immediately tried to use Shisui's eyes to perform as an Agi, but Chijia was faster than him and a red light flashed in Mangeki, and Danzo's expression immediately became dull. Chijia looked at Danzo who had become a fool and asked. Advertisement. Now, tell us the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is planning a rebellion. Sarutobi and I. Why did the Uchiha clan rebel? Chijia narrowed his eyes and released a magnetic field, spreading Danzo's voice throughout Konoha. They are evil by nature and are Konoha's greatest threat. Even if they don't rebel, we will force them to do so. Sasuke jumped up from the ground in anger. He stared at Danzo with a murderous look and said hatefully. What makes you think that the Uchiha clan is evil by nature? What have we done to Konoha? When Danzo mentioned the Uchiha clan, even though he was being controlled, a sneer subconsciously appeared on his face. Who allowed them to possess the Sharingan? This kind of power can only be safe if it is in Konoha's hands. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke bit his lip in anger, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression looked extremely ferocious. He glanced at him and said lightly. Okay, don't you want to know why Taki wants to destroy the Uchiha? Sasuke's expression froze and he became quiet. Chijia then looked at Danzo and continued to ask. Tell me, who ordered Taki? It's me. Does the third Hokage know about this? Of course, it's not just him. Koharu and Homura also know about this, and they condone it. So Taki just followed your orders. Well, of course he had to listen, or else his brother would have died that night too. Thump. Sasuke knelt directly on the ground, 2 lines of blood and tears rolled down his eyes. He finally understood Itachi. Itachi was not doing this for the purpose of testing his own ability. His real purpose was to protect his younger brother. Danzo opened up and said to himself. Advertisement. But Itachi was a dishonest guy. He didn't contribute much at all. Almost all the people of the Uchiha clan were killed by that masked guy. Chijia naturally knew that Danzo was talking about Uchiha Obito. As for the fact that Itachi didn't contribute much, it was probably because he had instilled some thoughts into the young Itachi. If Danzo hadn't threatened Itachi with Sasuke, he might not have done something like destroying his clan. Sasuke was completely numb, he knelt on the ground and didn't know what to think. Chijia sighed softly, then reached out his hand through the bandage and forcibly pulled Shisui's manjiki out. Ah! The intense pain made Danzo scream, and his spirit recovered. He covered his still bleeding eye socket and stared at Chijia with his only eye. When he saw the manjiki in Chijia's hand, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. When Kyunhee saw Danzo's expression, he immediately guessed what this guy wanted to do. He wanted to use the 4-symbol seal. Sure enough, Danzo ripped off his clothes and several black runes appeared on his upper body. He shouted madly. For Konoha! I will never let you remnants of the Uchiha live. A large amount of black water gushed out from the runes on his body, fell on the surrounding ground and began to spread rapidly, forming a black swamp. Kyunhee's eyes remained calm. He sucked Sasuke into his hand and lifted him up, then opened the door space. Under Danzo's desperate gaze, Chijia carried Sasuke inside. The door slowly closed, and before it closed completely, Chijia's voice came out from it. For Konoha? Ridiculous, you're only doing this for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the door space was completely closed, and the figures of Chijia and Sasuke disappeared from Danzo's sight. Danzo wailed in pain towards the sky. No. More and more black water flowed out of his body, but there was nothing around for it to swallow, and in the end, only Danzo was swallowed. In the anime, Danzo sealed half of the bridge, but now he has sealed nothing. If you must say, apart from himself, he has only sealed the air. After Danzo's death, the door space opened again, and Chijia walked out with Sasuke. Taking a breath of fresh air, Chijia glanced at Sasuke, and the metal that was holding his arm fell off instantly. He said nothing, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 311 Feed all to the dogs. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. In Tsunade's office, Kakashi and Yamato were guarding Naruto. Naruto listened to the roar coming from outside the window and saw the dark purple giant appearing in the distance. He shouted anxiously. Teacher Kakashi. Captain Yamato. Just let me out. Chijia-senpai is in danger. Kakashi sighed helplessly and said. Naruto, you heard it before. This is the order from the Hokage. She asked us to keep an eye on you. This is for your own good. Advertisement. But why did Granny Tsunade bring so many people to capture Chijia-senpai? What did he do wrong? Just because of that Danzo. Yamato shook his head when he heard Danzo's name, and stood up and said. Naruto, you don't understand, Danzo's position is very important, and the Hokage-sama would certainly not want anything to happen to him. Just as they were talking, there was no sound in the distance. Naruto's heart tightened. In his opinion, Chijia was most likely caught. Naruto, who has been lacking love since childhood, cherishes the appearance of Chijia very much. Thinking that Chijia might be thrown into jail, he becomes more and more agitated, and a ball of red chakra gradually spreads from his body. Kakashi thought it was not good, he turned to look at Yamato and shouted. Yamato. Use your sealing jutsu. Yes. Kakashi-senpai. Yamato did not dare to hesitate, and quickly stretched out his hand towards Naruto, and the word appeared in his palm. Hokage-style obedience technique, 10th Edict on Enlightenment. The necklace hanging around Naruto's neck also floated up as the technique was activated, flashing a blue light, surrounding Naruto's body, and the Nine Tails chakra began to slowly dissipate. Yamato is not the first Hokage after all, and if he wants to suppress Naruto's Nine Tails chakra he has to rely on the cooperation of the necklace. If the first Hokage simply slaps Nine Tails on the head, it will be completely quiet. Naruto's body swayed and he was about to fall. Kakashi immediately wanted to step forward to support him. However, a figure suddenly appeared beside Naruto and placed his hand on Naruto's chest. Seeing the person coming, Kakashi and Yamato widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Shigeya-senpai." He glanced at the two of them and asked calmly, "What? It's been such a long time since we last met, why are you so surprised to see me?" No, but Tsunade-sama and the others. Are you too disappointed that they didn't catch me?" Kakashi hurriedly explained. Advertisement. Of course not, I really don't want anything to happen to either of you. He waved his hand impatiently and said casually. Okay, you guys go down. Yes. Kakashi and Yamato looked at each other, frozen in place for a moment, caught in a dilemma. Seeing the two of them standing there in a daze, he opened his eyes slightly, and a hint of scarlet appeared. Kakashi's expression changed, and he immediately pulled Yamato out of the Hokage's office. Outside the door, Yamato asked with a worried look on his face. "Kakashi-senpai, is it really okay to leave Naruto there alone?" Kakashi pulled him and said without turning his head. "Shigeya-senpai won't harm him. All we need to consider is how to explain to the Hokage later." In the room, Kyunhee stretched out his finger and hit Naruto on the head. Naruto covered his head in pain, looking aggrieved. He glanced at him unhappily and said, "Don't show me that expression. You're an adult, and you still can't control your emotions. But I'm really afraid that you'll be caught by Granny Tsunade and the others." "Tisk, you want to arrest me? Even if her grandfather comes, he can't do it. Didn't you hear what Danzo said just now?" "Listen, I heard it. That Danzo is really abominable. The Uchiha clan is also part of Konoha, why are they treated differently?" "Well, I'm glad you said that, but Danzo isn't the only one who's hateful." After saying that, a cold light flashed in Qianhee's eyes. He raised his finger slightly, and two more people appeared in the office. These two people were naturally Konoha's senior advisors, Mitokado Homura and Yudin Koharu, and they both had confused expressions on their faces at this moment. Just now, the two of them were discussing about Shigeya in a secret room, and were thinking about putting pressure on Tsunade to avenge Danzo. As a result, before they could work out a detailed plan, they were suddenly transferred here. When the two saw Qianhee, they were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. "Uchiha Shigeya? How dare you!" Ouch! Advertisement. 3 dog heads appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the two people in an instant. One of the dog heads was not eaten and smacked its lips unwillingly. The sound of chewing and screaming rang out in the office, until the sound of swallowing was heard, and the 3 dog heads disappeared out of thin air. Naruto's face turned pale, and he asked tremblingly. "Senior Shigeya, what just happened was just 2 old dogs." Shigeya turned and walked towards the Hokage's chair, sitting directly on it. He closed his eyes and seemed to fall asleep. Naruto swallowed and silently found a seat to sit down. He needed to calm down now. On the other side, after Shigeya left, Sasuke was the only one left in the field. He stood there blankly for quite a while. On the rooftop, Tsunade was thinking about how to deal with Shigeya's matter, and Shikaku said, "Master Tsunade, Uchiha Sasuke is still there, should we restrain him first?" Tsunade shook her head and said solemnly, "No, with Uchiha Shigeya here, we'd better leave Sasuke alone." "Na Danzo." Speaking of Danzo, Tsunade suddenly felt a headache. She didn't feel sad for Danzo's death. What worried her was Mitokado Homura and Yudin Koharu. Those 2 old guys would definitely hold on to this matter and would most likely ask her to take people to capture Shigeya. But with the power displayed by Shigeya, it was almost impossible to catch him in Konoha. This was what was worrying her. After thinking about it, Tsunade couldn't come up with any good solution, so he just shook his head in annoyance and said, "Let's go back first. This matter needs to be considered carefully." With that, Tsunade headed in the direction of the Hokage building. Shikaku exchanged a look with the other clan leaders before following Tsunade's lead. When Tsunade opened the door to her office, the first person she saw was Shigeya sitting in her seat. Naruto glanced at Tsunade weakly, then lowered his head and acted like an ostrich. Tsunade didn't bother to care about Naruto. She looked at Shigeya in front of her and spoke slowly. "Uchiha Shigeya, what do you mean?" He opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "It's nothing, I was just thinking, since the Senjo can sit in the position of Hokage, why can't I, Uchiha, sit in it?" Chapter 312 The 6th Hokage. "You want to be Hokage?" Tsunade's eyes widened, staring at Shigeya in disbelief. He spread his hands and said, "Is it not possible? It seems that no one in the Uchiha clan has ever been Hokage. Is it because they are not capable enough, or?" At this point, Shigeya's eyes transformed into Manjiki Sharingan, staring into Tsunade's eyes and saying, "Advertisement. Someone is deliberately ostracizing Uchiha." As soon as these words came out, the temperature in the whole room suddenly dropped. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, but she didn't dare to look at Chijia. Are you kidding me? Those advisors won't allow that. Advisor? You mean Mitokado Homura and Udadan Koharu? Kyunhee snapped his fingers, and 3 dog heads appeared again. 2 of them spit out a ball of ash and disappeared into the air. Tsunade stared blankly at the pile of ashes on the ground and asked with a puzzled look. What's this? Those consultants you mentioned. I have already cremated them. What? Tsunade turned to look at Naruto, who silently gave her a reassuring look. How dare you? Chijia raised an eyebrow, and a shadow of Susanoo appeared behind him, staring at Tsunade coldly. Tsunade froze, and just when she didn't know what to do, Shikaku and other family leaders arrived. They looked at Chijia fearfully, then slowly came to Tsunade's side. Shikaku said. Hokage-sama, what is the situation now? Uchiha Chijia wants to be Hokage. What? The clan leaders froze in their tracks when they heard the news. Uchiha wanted to be Hokage? Are you kidding me? Advertisement. Commoners can be the Hokage of Konoha, and so can the rich, but the Uchiha clan cannot. In everyone's impression, the Uchiha clan is arrogant, conceited, and often goes crazy. Uchiha Madara is proof of this. How can someone from such a family become Hokage? Shikaku almost objected out loud, but when he saw Chijia's scarlet manjiki, he swallowed his objection back. He sadly discovered that without Jiraiya's presence, it seemed unlikely that Konoha could stop Chijia with its current strength. Even if they used all the family strength to capture Kyunhee, the casualties would not be something they could bear. The patriarchs of other families were also aware of this problem and all fell silent. Kyunhee's eyes swept across everyone's faces, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You're not talking? It looks like you have something against Uchiha. Buzz. A domineering aura mixed with lightning burst out from Chijia, and the entire Hokage building began to shake violently. Except for Naruto, everyone else fell to their knees. Tsunade tried her best to get up from the ground, but she could hardly move a finger, so she could only crawl in front of Chijia like everyone else. This feeling was extremely humiliating. Tsunade bit her lips hard, and blood slid from the corners of her mouth to the floor. Naruto looked at the kneeling bosses with a confused look on his face, wondering if he should kneel down as well. But he thought of what Kyunhee had said to him before. Don't kneel down to others all the time. In the end, he had no choice but to sit still and watch how things developed. Chijia slowly stood up from her chair and walked over to Tsunade. He looked down at everyone in Konoha and said coldly. From today on, I, Uchiha Chijia, am the 6th Hokage of Konoha. Chijia's voice was transmitted to every corner of Konoha again through the magnetic field. Everyone looked in the direction of the Hokage building. Everything that happened today was so outrageous that they thought they were dreaming. Tsunade lay on the ground and said word by word. What do you think Hokage is? Someone once said that only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. Chijia looked at Tsunade with a strange look and said. Then do you know that I was the one who said this? Advertisement. Tsunade was silenced, but Shikaku still said. There is no way the Fire Nation's daimyo would recognize your status as Hokage. Really? Then there is no need for the daimyo to exist. Sizzle. Kyunhee's figure turned into lightning and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. Even though he was not here, the remaining momentum still prevented everyone from getting up, and they had to continue lying on the ground. After a while, Kyunhee came back here again, holding a bloody head in his hand. He threw the head in his hand in front of Shikaku and said. This is the Fire Country daimyo you mentioned. I just asked him, and he really doesn't agree with me becoming the Hokage. Then I can only send him to hell to reflect on himself. Shikaku stared at the head on the ground with a dull look on his face. There was still a hint of arrogance on that face. One could imagine what kind of attitude he had towards Chijia before. Shikaku felt very complicated because, in a sense, the daimyo's death was caused by his words. Hyuga Hayashi kept his head down the entire time. He did not show any sign of resistance from beginning to end. He was truly shocked by the power of the Sharingan today. In the past, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan were both major clans in Konoha, and could be said to be the most powerful of the powerful. What they rely on happens to be their eyes, so Hyuga and Uchiha often dislike each other, thinking that their own eyes are the strongest in the ninja world. But today, after Hyuga Hayashi witnessed Chijia's Susanoo and various strange eye techniques, he realized that the gap between the Byakugan and the Sharingan is extremely large. He attributed all of Chijia's abilities to Manjiki. He couldn't help but think of the information about Tenseigan recorded in his family. Since Sharingan can achieve the leap from 3 Megatama to Manjiki, can their Byakugan do the same? However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. There is no record among the Hyuga clan on how to open the Tenseigan, they can only say that such a thing exists. Hyuga Hayashi sighed and continued to play ostrich. Anyway, for the Hyuga clan, it doesn't matter who is the Hokage. Their Byakugan can play a very important strategic role in war, and the Konoha high-level officials rarely make things difficult for them. The others were intimidated by the head on the ground, and no one dared to object. Naruto sat in his seat, his mind full of thoughts. Is this still possible for a Hokage? Kyunhee smiled slightly, and the terrifying aura that enveloped the entire Hokage building dissipated instantly. Everyone just felt their bodies lighten and tentatively stood up slowly from the ground. They all looked at Kyunhee, their eyes filled with fear. Kyunhee looked calm. He turned and looked at the Hokage rock outside the window, and said softly. A week from now, I want to see my statue up there. Chapter 313 Sunset Red. After Chijia finished speaking, he didn't give Tsunade and the others a chance to speak. He disappeared from the spot in a flash. After Chijia left, Tsunade and the others looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Especially Tsunade. Although she was not greedy for the position of Hokage, she still found it difficult to accept such abdication. Ryuju pondered for a moment and said. Lord Tsunade, are we really going to recognize Uchiha Chijia as the Hokage? Advertisement. Tsunade smiled wryly and said. So what if he doesn't admit it? He doesn't need our recognition at all. Then let's agree to his request first and discuss the rest after Master Jiraiya comes back. Let's do it this way. After saying this, Tsunade seemed to lose all her strength in an instant and collapsed to the ground. She stared at the Hokage rock outside the window in a daze, muttering. Grandpa, what should I do? At sunset, in Konoha Park. Zihai sat alone on the swing, swinging slowly, her face full of worry. She looked at her toes and said to herself. What happened to Kyunhee-senpai? The news that Chijia is going to become the 6th Hokage has spread throughout Konoha. Many people are still very unfamiliar with Chijia, but some older people still remember Chijia. When someone asked about Kyunhee, they told their impressions of Kyunhee. Uchiha Chijia, a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan more than a decade ago, created the S-level ninjutsu Reikari, and based on it, he created lightning-style ninjutsu such as Chidori, which caused quite a stir in Konoha at the time. Moreover, he is an outlier among the Uchiha clan, with a gentle personality and kind attitude towards others. He is not arrogant like other Uchiha. Because of this, the 3rd Hokage at that time accepted him into Anbu and promoted him to captain of Anbu. Advertisement. He has a very good relationship with the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. After Minato became Hokage, he once wanted to promote Chijia to the position of Anbu minister, but for some unknown reason, this decision was eventually shelved. There are rumors that the reason why Chijia did not become the Anbu minister was because some high-level officials in Konoha did not agree to let an Uchiha become the Anbu minister. As a new Hokage, Minato's foundation was still too shallow, so he had to compromise in the end. At that time, Kyunhee did not show any dissatisfaction, and this performance once again won the favor of many people. However, in a war, all his companions were killed, leaving him alone to return to Konoha. Since then, his personality began to become taciturn. Not long after the Nine Tails Rebellion, he died while on a mission, and people's memory of him ended there, and gradually faded away with the passage of time. But for Hong, Kyunhee's voice, appearance, and smile are still so clear, just like when she was a child, Kyunhee squatted in front of her and patiently taught her ninjutsu. She still remembered what Kyunhee often said to her. Hong, don't rely too much on illusions, or you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Girls in the Hokage world mature early, and many female characters have chosen someone since childhood and never change their minds. And Chijia, whether in appearance, strength, or personality, has a strong killing power on a little girl like Hong. Gradually, Hong's admiration for Chijia turned into feelings. She once thought that when she became a Jonin, she would confess to Chijia Sr. Under Chijia's influence, Hong's attainments in ninjutsu far exceeded her level in the original story, and coupled with her own talent in illusion, she soon became a Jonin. But even if it was faster, by the time she became a Jonin, Chijia would have been dead for 3 years. Hong could never accept Chijia's death. She couldn't believe that the brilliant Uchiha Chijia died in such an unclear manner. Due to her outstanding appearance and strength, she has had many suitors over the years, with Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, being one of them. However, she ignored them all and only wanted to wait for Chijia to come back. Now, she has finally waited for it. But the returning Kyunhee made her feel unfamiliar. It was not because of Kyunhee's appearance. His face was the same as it was back then, even more handsome. What she found unfamiliar was Kyunhee's behavior. In Hong's impression, Chijia has always been Konoha's model ninja. He is extremely efficient in completing tasks and always puts the village first. But as soon as he came back, he challenged the entire Konoha and killed Danzo in public. Finally, he declared himself the 6th Hokage, completely ignoring the 5th Hokage Tsunade who was still in office. All this happened so quickly that until now, Hong's mind has not yet come to its senses. Advertisement. With a slight sigh, Hong jumped off the swing, thinking about going home to calm down. However, when she raised her head and looked forward, a figure standing under a big tree made her freeze again. She rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Senior Kyun-hee." Kyun-hee crossed his arms and looked at Hong with a smile on his face. He had been standing here for some time. Earlier at the route base, Hong's behavior was tantamount to a public confession, which surprised Chijia. Because when he was in Konoha, he was not as free as he was in the pirates' world. There was no other way. When even his life was in danger, he had no time to think about anything else. His emotional experience in Konoha can be summed up in one sentence, that is, there are brothers, but no women. Back then, he just thought that Hong was very cute when she was a child, so he often taught her some ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, he captured Hong's heart. No wonder Asuma looked at him strangely before, it turned out that he was cut off. Thinking of this, Jian-hee couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Hong listened to Jian-hee's familiar laughter, and most of the doubts in her heart disappeared. She lowered her head and whispered, "Senior Kyun-hee, I." The sound behind was pitifully small, but Kyun-hee had the thunder fruit, and under the effect of the magnetic field, there was no sound that he could not hear. Hong said, "Chijia-senpai, I missed you so much." Kyun-hee put down his arm, walked to Hong's side, reached out and pinched her face, which was also what he often did before. Feeling Chijia's touch, all the doubts in Hong's heart completely dissipated. No matter what Konoha was, she only knew that Chijia was still the same Chijia from the past, the Uchiha Chijia that she admired. The longing for Jian-hee in her heart burst out in an instant, and she threw herself into Jian-hee's arms, hugged Jian-hee's waist tightly with both arms, and cried, "Senior Kyun-hee, you are finally back." A purple-haired woman wearing a mask in the distance saw the scene and her body froze. She stared blankly at Kyun-hee in the distance, and then silently disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 314 Uzuki's Evening Face. Leaves. Chijia was walking on the streets of Konoha, and Hong was walking side by side with Chijia, with her head down. After walking for a while, Jian-hee suddenly said, "Hong, why do you keep your head down? Weren't you very brave in the park that day?" Hong's body trembled, and she raised her head and said with embarrassment, "Advertisement. Senior Kyun-hee, please stop talking. I was just too excited." "Oh, really? Who else have you hugged like that? Besides Dad, there's only you, Chijia-senpai." Hong stamped her feet in anger, feeling very aggrieved. Jian-hee also felt that what he said just now was a bit too much. He reached out and held Hong, and said softly, "Okay, I said something wrong, don't be angry." Hong softened immediately when she heard Jian-hee's gentle voice. She leaned towards Jian-hee and asked, "Senior Kyun-hee, where are you taking me?" "To my office." "Office?" "Yeah, the Hokage's office." Hong's face froze, and then she remembered that Chijia was already the 6th Hokage of Konoha. This incident happened so suddenly that until now, many people in Konoha have not yet recovered from the change of Hokage. Arriving at the Hokage's office, the Konoha shinobi guarding there had a complicated expression after seeing Chijia, and finally the Anbu with long purple hair stood up and shouted, "Hokage adults!" The reactions of the others varied, some were confused, some were angry, and some just joined in the shouting. Jian-hee ignored the others. His eyes lingered on the purple-haired Anbu's mask for a moment, and he said lightly, "Xian, take off your mask." The purple-haired Anbu trembled, and under Kyun-hee's gaze, she slowly took off the mask on her face, revealing a beautiful face. Jian-hee smiled and said, "Advertisement. Very beautiful. Don't wear that mask anymore." "Eh? But Hokage-sama, Anbu has a rule that masks must be worn." "Then you will no longer be an Anbu. I order you to be the Hokage's personal guard, just like Shizuan before you." "This, Hokage-sama. Don't call me Hokage-sama. I still prefer you to call me Captain Chijia." After that, Kyun-hee took Hong to his office, while Xian stood there in a daze. Someone patted her shoulder and said, "Xian, do you know Master Hokage?" Xian nodded gently. Like Hong, she had known Chijia since childhood. She also joined Chijia's Anbu team and was saved by Chijia more than once during missions. When she learned that Chijia had returned to Konoha, she was ecstatic. However, when she met Chijia again, she was on the opposite side of him. At that time, she really wanted to stand up and dissuade Kyun-hee, but Hong got there first, so she had to hide in the crowd. She wanted to find an opportunity to help Chijia escape in secret, but Chijia's strength far exceeded her imagination. Not only did she kill Danzo, she also forced Tsunade to abdicate, and she became the 6th Hokage of Konoha in a daze. After the battle, she immediately wanted to see Kyun-hee, but she saw Hong in the park again. Helplessly, she chose to leave again. She originally thought that her interactions with Jian-hee would end here, but now she has been appointed by Jian-hee as a personal bodyguard. With the strength Jian-hee has shown, Does he really need any personal bodyguards? Xian turned around silently and walked towards the door. Someone from Anbu shouted at her. Uzuki Yujao, where are you going? I'll go ask Senior Shizuan for some work experience. Kyunhee came to the office and sat on the Hokage's chair very naturally. Hong stood beside him and asked curiously. Chijia-senpai, why do you want to be Hokage? Why, is it weird that I want to be Hokage? Well, you've never mentioned this before. Hehe, have you forgotten that Minato once wanted me to be the Anbu minister, but was vetoed by Danzo and the others? Of course I remember. When this matter was mentioned, Hong's face showed an indignant expression. Kyunhee told her about this matter, and Danzo gave the reason that because Chijia is from the Uchiha clan, the position of Anbu minister cannot be given to him. This kind of undisguised exclusion is infuriating to hear, let alone Chihee, the person involved. Advertisement. But at that time, Chijia could only swallow her anger and pretend to be obedient, but in her heart she had already killed Danzo countless times. But all this is in the past. Now Danzo is dead without leaving any trace. If he knew that Chijia became the Hokage, he would probably be so angry that he would die. He smiled and said. In that situation, if I had expressed this idea, I would have been secretly executed by Danzo. I see. It seems that becoming Hokage has always been Chijia-senpai's dream. Now his dream has finally come true. Congratulations, Chijia-senpai. He shook his head, he stood up from the chair, turned to look at the Hokage rock outside the window, and said lightly. It's just a hobby. The Hokage is just the head of a village. Are you kidding? He is the king of the pirates' world, how could he be interested in the position of Hokage? Hong was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She didn't expect Chijia to be so disdainful of the position of Hokage. You know, this is something that many Konoha shinobi dare not even think about. Chijia looked at the statue of Minato on the Hokage rock and said softly. Minato, I wonder if you still want to be the Hokage after you come back. After saying that, he patted the white snake head on his waist and said coldly. Orochimaru, you should know how to remove the seal of the Shiki, right? Under Hong's shocked gaze, the little white snake spoke. Yes, but that requires a Shinigami mask and is very risky. You just need to get that Shinigami guy out, and don't worry about the rest. Okay, but I don't have the Shinigami mask. It should still be in the Uzumaki clan's shrine. Then go and get it back. Once you've done that, I might consider giving you your freedom. When Orochimaru heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his snake face, but before he could be happy for too long, Chijia continued. If you dare to do anything. A faint purple light flashed in Kyunhee's eyes, and Orochimaru was immediately frightened to death, and repeatedly expressed his loyalty to Kyunhee. Hong stared at the little snake on Kyunhee's waist for a long time, with an expression of disbelief on her face. She originally thought it was just some kind of decoration, but after all the fuss, it turned out to be Orochimaru Hanmaru. Hong asked Kyunhee hesitantly. Senior Kyunhee, is this snake really? Chijia flicked Orochimaru's head and said casually. Just a shady snake. Chapter 315 Nagato and Obito. Rain Shinobi Village. Tendo Pain stood alone on the top of the tower, letting the rain drop on him. Suddenly, a large amount of white paper floated behind him and gradually condensed into a woman with light blue hair and a cold face. Without even turning his head, Tendo Pain said calmly. Konan, you're here. Advertisement. Konan nodded slowly, she walked to the side of Tendo Pain and said in a deep voice. Nagato, something happened in Konoha. What happened to Konoha? A man named Uchiha Chijia has returned to Konoha. He killed Danzo and claims to be the 6th Hokage. What? Would those people in Konoha agree to such a thing? Of course they won't, but Uchiha Chijia's strength is terrifying. He has activated the Manjiki Sharingan, and his eye power is extremely strong. The people of Konoha can't do anything to him. Just a pair of Manjiki Sharingan can do this? Is Konoha already that weak? There was disdain in Tendo Pain's tone. The Manjiki Sharingan might be very powerful in the eyes of others, but it was nothing compared to his Rinnegan. And there is also a pair of Manjiki Sharingan in the Akatsuki organization, so he is no stranger to this kind of eyes. Konan heard the disdain in Nagato's tone, she said hesitantly. This is very strange. Uchiha Chijia's eyes don't seem to be ordinary Manjiki Sharingan. It is said that he used these eyes to summon a half-giant who was 100 meters tall. After Konan finished speaking, another voice suddenly sounded. That's Susanoo. Buzz. A black vortex emerged, and from it walked out a man wearing a black robe with red clouds and an orange Uzumaki mask on his face. Tendo Pain slowly turned around, staring at the person in front of him with cold eyes, and said coldly. Uchiha Madara. Nagato has always been wary of the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. He always feels that this guy has ulterior motives. He had also thought about taking off the man's mask to see what kind of face was underneath the mask, but even he, a Rinnegan owner, was helpless against that strange space eye technique. Advertisement. But currently the two still have a common goal, which is to collect the tailed beasts and revive 10 tails. Because of this, he has always maintained a delicate balance with Uchiha Madara. However, what Nagato didn't know was that the Uchiha Madara in front of him was an imposter, and his true identity was Obito, the pure love god of the Uchiha clan. Obito is Minato's apprentice, so of course he knows Chijia. When he learned that Chijia had killed Denzo and publicly announced that she was going to become Hokage, he was completely dumbfounded. What shocked him the most was the Susanoo used by Chijia. From the information he got, he concluded that Chijia only used the second form of Susanoo. Normally speaking, it would be impossible for Susanoo in this form to leave Konoha helpless. But what is outrageous is that Kyunhee's half-body Susanoo actually reached a height of 100 meters, which is really too incredible. He really wanted to go to Konoha to see what was going on, but Chijia's Manjiki seemed to also have space eye techniques, so he temporarily suppressed this idea. Obito came to Nagato just to remind him not to provoke Konoha during this period of time and to wait and see from the sidelines first. Nagato frowned and asked. Susanoo? What's that? That is the third force in the Manjiki Sharingan. It possesses very terrifying power. So, Uchiha Itachi also possesses this power? Then why did he defect? He had just activated his Manjiki at the time, so he probably didn't have the ability to summon Susanoo yet. Also, Uchiha Chijia's Susanoo was extremely powerful, and a normal Manjiki Sharingan couldn't do that. I see. Then can you turn on Susanoo and let me see it? A look of embarrassment appeared on Obito's face hidden under the mask, because he couldn't use this thing. When he activates Manjiki, he only has one eye, and the prerequisite for using Susanoo is to have a pair of Manjiki. However, Susanoo is different from Manjiki's eye technique. Once it is activated once, it can still be used in the future even if the Sharingan is lost. All I can say is that if you want to use Susanoo, a pair of Manjiki is the key, but Hikiya doesn't have this key. In fact, it would be easy for him to use Susanoo, all he had to do was take Kakashi's back. But he was the one who gave that eye to Kakashi. Out of pride, he couldn't do such a thing as taking back something he had given away. There is one thing Obito doesn't want to admit, that is, Kakashi means too much to him, and he can't bear it. Facing Nagato's question, he could only evade the question by saying. Advertisement. Hehe, that's not necessary. Using Susanoo will cause great damage to Manjiki and can easily lead to permanent blindness. Oh? Then there's nothing to worry about Uchiha Chijia. When we capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki, if he dares to stop us, we'll kill him together. Humph, I advise you not to underestimate him, if his Manjiki is. What is it? Obito shook his head and said something that sounded very confusing to Nagato. Forget it, this is almost impossible to accomplish, and he has no brothers. Nagato was very upset by Obito's behavior of leaving words unsaid, and he frowned, wanting to understand what Obito meant. However, Obito lost interest in talking to Nagato. The space around him suddenly distorted and his figure gradually disappeared. Before disappearing, Obito left a message. Anyway, don't provoke him yet. Wait until I gather all the information. After Obito disappeared, Konan said solemnly. Nagato, this Uchiha Madara has too many secrets, you must be careful. Nagato nodded, a cold light flashed in his Rinnegan, and said. I know, but right now he and I have a common goal. Once that goal is achieved, we'll see what he wants to do. And you don't have to worry too much. In front of my eyes, he can't make any waves. On the other side. Obito appeared in a cave. He looked at the ground beside him and said lightly. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black humanoid creature emerged from the ground. It was the filial son of the ninja world, Black Zetsu. Obito asked directly. How's the intelligence gathering going? Was the eternal Manjiki Sharingan activated by Uchiha Chijia? It is highly likely that the Konoha shinobi that were captured said that Uchiha Chijia claimed during the battle that he had activated the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Obito walked to the rock wall without saying a word and suddenly punched it. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Chapter 316 Shinigami. The old site of the Uzumaki clan. A dazzling flash of lightning passed by, and Kyunhee appeared in front of an abandoned ancestral hall. Looking at the dilapidated environment around him, He couldn't help but sigh. I never thought the Uzumaki clan would fall to this level. You have to know that the Uzumaki clan's talents are definitely among the strongest in the ninja world. They are born with huge amounts of chakra and have various powerful sealing techniques. Advertisement. But even such a clan could not escape the fate of being exterminated. But think about it, the more powerful a race is in the ninja world, the worse its fate seems to be. Not to mention the tragic genocide of the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan was not much better than the above two, and was even more miserable. The Senju clan is almost entirely supported by Senju Hashirama alone. His younger brother Tobirama is also good, but compared with Hashirama, he is still more than one level lower. Moreover, after Tobirama's death, Nawaka died early. Apart from the Senju clan who had already merged into Konoha and whose bloodline had been diluted to an unknown extent, the only one left was Tsunade. From this perspective, the Uchiha clan is the one with the best ending among the three clans. It has at least Obito, Itaki, and Suzuki, plus Uchiha Madara who is currently in the Fountain OB. Is the legend of the eyes in the five-village fight just a false reputation? Now the strongest Chijiya has appeared. Even if all the ninjas are tied up, they may not be enough to defeat him. As long as he wants, he can revitalize Uchiha at any time. The little white snake on Qianhe's waist poked its head out and said, Master Chijiya, the Shinigami mask should be inside this shrine, let's go in. Qianhe nodded, threw the little white snake on his waist away, and said lightly. You should transform into human form first to save yourself the trouble later. The little white snake fell to the ground and twisted for a while. After a while, Orochimaru appeared in front of Chijiya, all wet. He even licked his lips with his tongue. Qianhe frowned and complained. Can you be a little more human? After saying that, Chijiya walked towards the ancestral hall. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then quickly sucked his tongue back and followed Chijiya. As soon as Orochimaru entered the shrine, he began to feel around, and finally he actually found a secret door and opened the secret room inside the shrine. Advertisement. Entering the secret room, Chijiya saw the Shinigami mask hanging on the wall at a glance. He gave Orochimaru a look, and Orochimaru immediately stepped forward, took off the Shinigami mask and put it on his face. After putting on the Shinigami mask, Orochimaru performed a weird dance that looked like he was dancing God tier. As Orochimaru danced, a blurry white shadow emerged from above him. This was what is called a Shinigami in the Hokage world. As soon as Shinigami appeared, Orochimaru immediately cut open his stomach. Normally, Shinigami should have done the same thing as him, but Shinigami did not. He just stared at Chijiya and completely ignored Orochimaru's intentions. Orochimaru was stunned on the spot. He looked at his abdomen where blood was gushing out, and didn't know what to do for a moment. He has been stuck with the Shinigami bug all his life and today he finally failed. The key is that he still doesn't know what happened. Chijiya raised her eyes and looked at the Shinigami. A strange atmosphere filled the small secret room. Orochimaru couldn't hold on any longer, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a huge snake with a human face came out of his mouth and landed beside Chijiya. He squatted on the ground and said to Qianhe with a look of doubt. I'm so sorry, Master Chijiya, but it seems some sort of accident has occurred and I can't free the fourth Hokage's soul. Qianhe nodded and said. It's okay, your mission has been completed, and there's nothing for you to do next. After saying that, Qianhe took a step forward. He looked at the Shinigami floating in the air and said coldly. You are a bit ungrateful. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, thinking, is Chijiya talking to the Shinigami? Do Shinigami also have consciousness? However, what happened next completely overturned his cognition. The Shinigami opened his mouth and laughed sinisterly. He. Human, your soul looks delicious. He had never seen a human being with such powerful soul power. It was even more powerful than all the souls he had devoured combined. Chijiya narrowed his eyes, and then circles of black ripples spread out in his eyes, activating the Rinnegan. The unique pressure of Rinnegan burst out, and the shadow of Shinigami was gradually blurred under this pressure. His face changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock. How is it possible? How do you have these eyes? Advertisement. Then, the shadow of Shinigami shook, and he actually wanted to run away. Chijiya naturally would not let him go. A bone-chilling cold air emanated from Chijiya's body, transformed into a long snake that coiled around the Shinigami's phantom, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. Shinigami still had a look of fear on his face, just like Orochimaru, he was also so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. He was really enlightened today. He was just a Shinigami bugger, but Chijiya was just trying to rob. Qianhe raised his hand and sucked the Shinigami who had turned into an ice sculpture in front of him, then punched into his abdomen and pulled out a ball of blue energy. Orochimaru saw this and shouted. Master Chijiya, my hands are also in the Shinigami's belly, can you please? A very humble pleading look appeared on Orochimaru's face. Chijiya glanced at him and finally helped him take his hands out. Orochimaru was overjoyed. He immediately transformed into a human form and caught his hands. Although he can use both hands through living corpse reincarnation, his damaged soul still greatly limits his strength, and he cannot perform many forbidden techniques. In the anime, he was able to perform impure world reincarnation to revive successive Hokage only after he regained his hands. After taking out the soul, a purple light flashed from Qianhe's pair of Rinnegan, and the ice sculpture that Shinigami turned into exploded and completely dissipated into the air. Orochimaru couldn't help but ask. Master Chijiya, has the Shinigami been destroyed? Qianhe shook his head and said. No, this guy just got hurt badly and it's hard for him to show up again in the future. Hearing this news, Orochimaru almost blurted out. Then my reanimation jutsu won't work. What do you want to do with the reanimation jutsu? I just feel a little sorry. Chijia looked straight into Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru couldn't stand the pressure of the Rinnegan at all and just crawled on the ground, his body shaking. Chijia did not continue to scare Orochimaru. He closed the Rinnegan and said calmly. Reanimation jutsu is nothing in front of the Rinnegan. Chapter 317 Orochimaru is convinced. Today, there was a large crowd gathered below Hokage Rock. Among them were ninjas and civilians, and they were all looking up at the extra head above them. And the portrait looked exactly like Chijia. Tsunade and other Konoha high-ranking officials stood in front of the crowd. They had complicated expressions and wanted to leave, but Chijia had already given them an order that they must all be present today. Those who disobeyed the order would die. Sasuke and Naruto were also standing in the crowd, Sasuke staring at Chijia's portrait above him in a daze. Since knowing the truth, Sasuke felt relieved. In fact, the main reason why he was so obsessed with revenge was that he felt Itachi had deceived him and that Itachi's kindness to him was all an illusion. Advertisement. But now he knows Itachi's difficulties back then. The condition Itachi proposed to the Konoha high-level officials was to save his brother's life. Therefore, his obsession with revenge is not that strong anymore. What he wants to do most now is to find Itachi and make him tell the truth of that year in person. Sasuke was thinking about how to find Itachi, but Naruto shouted excitedly. Chijia-senpai actually became the Hokage. I have to work harder too. Sasuke glanced at him and said indifferently. With your current strength, you still want to become Hokage? Don't be ridiculous. Humph. What do you know? Do you know what the relationship between Kyunhee Sr. and me is? What could the relationship be? He and I are from the same clan. Are you his son? Then where is your Sharingan? Just as the two were flirting, suddenly, accompanied by a loud thunder, Kyunhee appeared in people's sight. Today, he was wearing a white divine robe with 5 bright red characters on the back, 6th Hokage. He looked up at his own avatar for a while and commented. It's a pretty good carving. Then he turned to face the crowd and said loudly. Today is the day that I, Uchiha Chijia, will officially take office as Hokage. I have a few things to announce. Unlike the inauguration ceremonies of previous Hokages, Chijia's this one seemed a little sloppy, so much so that everyone in Konoha looked confused and almost no one responded. But Kyunhee didn't care about these. He snapped his fingers, and Orochimaru came out from somewhere and stood beside him. Orochimaru's expression was extremely respectful. He bowed slightly to Chijia and said. Hokage adults. Tsunade stood up immediately when she saw Orochimaru. She asked angrily. Orochimaru. Why are you here? Advertisement. Orochimaru said calmly without even turning his head. I am the Hokage's most loyal subordinate, why can't I come? Nani? Loyalty? Are you kidding? Tsunade's heart is full of enthusiasm. Orochimaru is loyal? Then isn't Danzo a sunny boy? In her opinion, Orochimaru was simply beaten up by Chijia and had no choice but to be inferior to others temporarily. Who knows what bad things he might be planning in his mind. However, this time Tsunade had indeed misjudged Orochimaru. At the Uzumaki clan shrine, Orochimaru witnessed Chijia severely injuring the Shinigami, and he no longer had any resistance to Chijia in his heart. He has concluded that Chijia is undoubtedly the strongest in the current ninja world. Now that Chijia has become Hokage, he is really curious about how Konoha will develop under Chijia's leadership. Of course, the most important point is that Kyunhee once said. The reanimation jutsu is nothing compared to the Rinnegan. The main reason why Orochimaru turned evil was the death of Noeki. He saw the fragility of life, so he began to study the forbidden technique, especially the forbidden technique that could transcend life and death. Reanimation jutsu is one of the forbidden techniques he most admires. In his opinion, this technique has great potential. Except for the fact that it cannot bring out 100% of the power of the deceased when he was alive, it is simply perfect. But such a technique is not worth mentioning in Chijia's eyes, which is a big blow to Orochimaru. Combined with what Chijia asked him to do, he vaguely guessed that Chijia also wanted to resurrect the dead. So even though Chijia gave him freedom, he still followed Chijia back to Konoha happily, wanting to see if Chijia had a more perfect technique than impure world reincarnation. Chijia looked at Orochimaru, who was in a humble attitude, and said calmly. Okay, where are the things I asked you to prepare? Hokage-sama, I'm ready. Orochimaru took a few steps back, then slammed his palm on the ground. Amid the astonished gaze of the crowd, a coffin slowly rose from the ground. The coffin lid opened, and the body of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato appeared in front of everyone. Minato's body was well preserved, and the people of Konoha recognized his identity at a glance. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Before they could react, Naruto suddenly rushed out from the crowd, shouting as he ran. Dad! Except for the few Konoha high-ranking officials who knew the truth, everyone else was confused. All they could think of was advertisement. Who is Naruto calling daddy? The fourth Hokage. Naruto ran to the coffin and reached out his shaking hand to touch Minato's face. Someone shouted angrily. Naruto! What are you doing? How dare you disrespect the fourth Hokage? He glanced at the man, raised his hand and sucked him in front of him. Pinching his neck, he said in a cold tone. Naruto is the fourth Hokage's child. Is there anything wrong with what he did? As soon as these words came out, the crowd exploded. Nani? Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage? Isn't he the son of a demon fox? This can't be true. I've never heard of this before. Impossible. How could the Hokage's child be so messed up? He was annoyed by the noise of this group of people. He threw the person in his hand into the crowd and said coldly. Shut up, everyone. A powerful pressure erupted, and the crowd that had been noisy just now immediately became silent. Sasuke stood in the crowd and looked at Naruto, muttering. Naruto's father is actually the fourth Hokage. Thinking of Naruto's childhood experience, Sasuke couldn't help but clench his fists. Why? Why did they treat Naruto like that? Why didn't Konoha announce this news to the public earlier? After thinking about it, Sasuke's mind appeared a figure wrapped in bandages. It's that damn Danzo again. Chijia didn't look at the crowd again. He wanted Minato to see for himself how the Konoha he protected treated Naruto. He came over to Naruto and patted his shoulder, then looked at Minato in the coffin and activated the Rinnegan. Although Tsunade and the others did not see Chijia's Rinnegan, they still felt a terrifying pressure that made them feel suffocated. The purple light in Kyunhee's Rinnegan was strong. He put his hands together and shouted. Yellow Spring Reincarnation Technique. Chapter 318 Minato Resurrection. Inside the coffin, Minato's body was enveloped in a milky white halo, and gradually, his skin began to turn bloody, just like he looked when he was alive. Everyone was completely stunned, but he hadn't stopped yet. He held out his hand, and a ball of blue energy floated out from his sleeves and attached itself to Minato's flesh. Minato's eyes trembled slightly, and Naruto called out Dad tremblingly. At his call, Minato suddenly opened his eyes and walked out of the coffin. He first looked around blankly, then looked at Naruto in front of him. Advertisement. Naruto couldn't bear it any longer, and threw himself into Minato's arms, calling out Dad heartbreakingly, as if he wanted to get back everything he had lost over the years. Minato responded to Naruto over and over again with tears in his eyes. This scene moved everyone present. Even Orochimaru had a solemn expression on his face, and no one spoke to interrupt. Once Naruto calmed down a bit, Minato gently pushed him away and turned to look at Chijia. He placed his fist on Kyunhee's chest and whispered. Thank you, Chijia. He curled his lips and snorted. Tisk, I told you to take care of your own children. I don't have the time for that. Minato shook his head and laughed, saying. You're still the same, Sundara. You're getting stiff and want to go back to lie in your coffin, right? Ahem, what I mean is that you are still as loyal and righteous as before. Chijia had already closed his Rinnegan and could only roll his eyes at Minato. He pointed at his divine robe and said. I am also the Hokage now. Do you have anything to say as the former Hokage? If you want to resume the position, I can give it to you now. Minato shook his head and said calmly. No. Whoever wants to be the Hokage can be the Hokage. I just want to be a good father now. When Naruto heard this, the emotions he had just suppressed surged up again and he kept wiping away his tears. Advertisement. Chijia had expected this result, but his words just now were not just a courtesy. If Minato still wanted to be Hokage, he would definitely give the position of Hokage to him. He didn't even look down on Minato as the village chief. The purpose of being a Hokage was simply to break the tradition that the Uchiha clan could not produce a Hokage. The others finally came to their senses at this moment. They looked at the living Minato in front of them with surprise and doubt, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Minato looked up at the Hokage rock above him, his eyes lingering on the third Hokage and his own portrait for a moment, then turned away without any nostalgia. Looking at the people of Konoha, Minato's face bloomed with a bright smile, like a little sun. Everyone, long time no see. Although Minato's tenure was not long, everyone loved him no less than the other generations of Hokage. What's more, Minato saved Konoha during the Nine Tails Rebellion and was a hero of Konoha. Some people were already sobbing quietly, they had not forgotten the former little son of Konoha. Kakashi stood in the crowd with his head down, he really wanted to go up and hug Minato, but he felt extremely guilty because he did not take good care of Naruto. Minato spotted Kakashi in the crowd, tilted his head and said. Kakashi, why don't you even say hello to the teacher when you see him? Don't you recognize me? Kakashi's body trembled, he slowly walked out of the crowd, and said with a guilty look on his face. Teacher, I. What do you mean by you? Come to my house for dinner tonight and let the teacher hear how you have been doing these years. This sentence made Kakashi burst into tears. He pulled off the mask covering his right eye and choked up. Teacher. I'm sorry Naruto. I'm even more sorry to you and Master's wife. Minato slowly came to Kakashi and patted his shoulder. Don't say that anymore. The teacher doesn't blame you. Tsunade stared at Minato's face again and again. Minato noticed Tsunade's gaze and turned around to ask in confusion. Tsunade-sama, what are you looking at? Tsunade didn't say anything, but her heart was already filled with turmoil. Alive. Minato is really alive. How did he do that? Advertisement. What Hokage, what Konoha, Tsunade has put all of these behind her at this moment. What she is thinking about is what kind of technique is this to resurrect the dead, and whether there are any limitations. If she learned this technique, wouldn't her dead relatives be able to come back to her? There were many people who had the same idea as Tsunade. They all looked at Chijia eagerly, and their purpose was self-evident. Kyunhee had no intention of paying attention to these people. He glanced at Minato and said maliciously. I declare Namikaze Minato to be the head of the administration department. The administrative department is the most powerful department in Konoha. Its function is to manage all government affairs of Konoha. To become the highest official in the administrative department, it is not enough to have only strength, but qualifications are the most important. It originally had two highest officers, Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, who were taken away by Chijia to feed the dogs. After the two died, the position became vacant. Minato, who had been Hokage and had a very good relationship with Chijia, was naturally the most suitable candidate. Of course, Chijia's main purpose is to let Minato handle government affairs, while she herself can be a hands-off boss. Minato smiled bitterly and said. Kyunhee, can I not be the minister? You mean you want to be a homeless person? Fine, but your properties have been confiscated by the third Hokage. Why don't you squeeze in with Naruto first? I will. Isn't it okay for me to be the one? Minato gritted his teeth and responded. Kakashi looked at Minato's hand on his shoulder and said weakly. Teacher, your grip is a bit too strong. After dealing with Minato, Chijia continued. The former Minister Enbu has died in the line of duty. The position of Minister Enbu cannot be left vacant. I have a candidate in mind and he will take office in a few days. The previous Enbu minister was a person left behind by the third Hokage, and was arranged by Chijia to die in the line of duty. Tsunade and the others knew this, but what else could they say at the moment? Except silence. However, they were still curious about the new candidate for Enbu minister. Judging from Minato's situation, they guessed that Chijia was going to revive someone dead again, and it was most likely an Uchiha. But from Chijia's past experience, he has almost no relatives in the Uchiha clan, so who should he resurrect? Is it Uchiha Fugaku? The head of the police department is the most suitable position for him, right? He had no intention of explaining it to them. He rubbed his forehead and said impatiently. I'm a little tired, let's stop here for today. After saying that, Kyunhee flashed and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 319 Come on, show it. At night, Kakashi walked to Minato's door, stopping every step. He raised his hand to knock on the door and put it down again. He repeated this several times and sighed heavily. Suddenly, the door burst open and Naruto's face appeared in Kakashi's sight. He looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction and complained. Teacher Kakashi. Why are you late again? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. After saying that, Naruto stepped aside and motioned for Kakashi to come in quickly. Advertisement. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Naruto, is anyone else at your house tonight? Yes, of course it's Kyunhee-senpai. What? Hearing Chijia's name, Kakashi turned around and wanted to run, but a suction force came from behind him, and Kakashi's body flew directly into Minato's house and sat down on the living room floor. When he looked up, he saw Shiha sitting on the sofa. Kyunhee looked at Kakashi with a half-smile and said. Kakashi, it's fine that you're late, but what do you mean by wanting to run away once you've arrived? Kakashi swallowed his saliva, his brain started to work quickly, and finally he managed to say. Captain Kyunhee, I just suddenly remembered that I forgot something at home, and I wanted to go back and get it. Oh, is this what you're talking about? Chijia glanced at Kakashi's chest, and then a small orange book with a big red circle on the back and a diagonal line in the middle appeared in her hand. Seeing the small book in Chijia's hand, Kakashi's one eye widened. He immediately began to feel around on his body, but after searching for a long time he still found nothing. Naruto happened to come to the living room at this time. He saw the small book in Chijia's hand and exclaimed. Isn't this Kakashi-sensei's favorite make-out paradise? Kakashi wanted to argue, but he was killed by Naruto unexpectedly. He hung his head and looked ready to fight. Kyunhee ignored Kakashi and opened the masterpiece in her hand under Kakashi's horrified gaze. Naruto couldn't help but move behind Shibuya to watch together. After watching for a while, Naruto's face became redder and redder, while Shibuya looked disdainful and commented from time to time. That's it. Kakashi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. This was like a public execution for him. Fortunately, Minato's voice came in time. Advertisement. Is Kakashi here? Kakashi immediately found his savior. He jumped up from the ground and shouted. Teacher. It's me. You're late again. With that, Minato came out of the kitchen, still wearing an apron. However, what made Kakashi desperate was that Minato also walked behind Shibuya, took a curious look at the intimate paradise in Shibuya's hand, and said. Isn't this Jiraiya-sensei's book? Which volume is this? Kakashi felt so sad that he could not even cry. He now deeply regretted bringing this book with him. What on earth was going on? Kyunhee no longer had the desire to continue reading. The special content in this book was nothing compared to what he had seen on Blue Planet. He threw the book in his hand to Kakashi, who quickly caught it and held it in his arms as if it were a treasure. Naruto seemed to be a little unsatisfied and said. Senior Kyunhee, why don't you watch it anymore? I just saw the exciting part. If there's anything good to watch, just ask Kakashi for it. Oh, then Kakashi-sensei. No. Kakashi refused decisively, while looking at Minato for help. Minato smiled helplessly and said to Shibuya. Shibuya, this book by Jiraiya-sensei is pretty good, but some of the content is not suitable for Naruto now, he is still young. Kyunhee rolled his eyes at him and said. Yes, then did you know that your good son developed a ninjutsu of his own, and Jiraiya was also defeated by this move? What? Naruto developed his own ninjutsu. Minato's face lit up with joy, and he felt extremely proud, even a little narcissistic. As expected of my son, he definitely inherited this from me. Thinking of this, Minato looked at Naruto expectantly and asked. Naruto, what jutsu did you develop? Can you show it to daddy? Naruto stiffened, he knew what jutsu Shibuya-senpai was referring to, he was actually quite proud of this jutsu. But using this technique in front of my father, is it really okay? Advertisement. If my father got infected, wouldn't that be very unfair to my mother? Minato saw that Naruto hadn't moved for a long time, so he asked in confusion. What's wrong, Naruto? Is it because the destructive power of the jutsu is too strong to be displayed? No. Naruto saw the expectation in Minato's eyes. He naturally didn't want to disappoint his father, so he made up his mind, formed a seal with both hands, and shouted. Dad, look carefully. This is my son's homemade ninjutsu, the seduction technique. Seduction technique. Bang. A cloud of smoke dissipated, and Naruto turned into a beautiful woman with golden twin tails and naked body. Kakashi was prepared and had covered his eyes. Minato's mouth twitched. He wiped the area under his nose, looked at the blood on his fingertips, and said. What a powerful ninjutsu. In a forest. Itaki and Kisame were walking side by side on the road. Itaki's expression was very serious, yet with a hint of anticipation. Kisame tilted his head to look at Itaki and asked. Mr. Itaki, the leader wants us to not mess with Konoha for the time being. Is this really okay for us? Itaki narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Kisame, you don't have to follow me. You can leave now if you want. Haha. How can that be? We are partners. Itaki stopped talking and just quickened his pace. He also learned about Shibuya's return and becoming Hokage, so he tricked Kisame into saying that he was going to Konoha to gather some information. Kyanga had a profound influence on him. On the night of the genocide, Itaki had thought more than once. If Kyunhee-senpai were still here, what would he do? Thinking of that night, Itaki's eyes showed a trace of pain. Seeing this, Kisame asked hurriedly. Mr. Itaki, are you okay? Itaki shook his head and said. I'm fine, Kisame. Once we get to Konoha, don't go in. The two of us will be too conspicuous. It's safer for me to go in alone. But I heard from the leader that Uchiha Shibuya is very dangerous. Can you go in alone? Don't worry, just wait outside and support me. Okay, then be careful. Chapter 320 Sasuke wants to become a disciple. When they arrived at the gate of Konoha, Itaki skillfully knocked down the guards at the gate. Coincidentally, the two people guarding the gate today were the same two people that Shibuya met that time. Kisame walked out of the shadows carrying Same Hata. He glanced at the two men on the ground and raised his knife to chop them down. Itaki turned his head suddenly and shouted. Stop! Same Hata paused in midair, and Kisame tilted his head and asked. Advertisement. Mr. Itaki, if they wake up, won't you be in danger? Itachi's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan flashed scarlet light in the night, and he said in a deep voice. They have been trapped by my illusion. There is no way they will wake up tonight. Besides, we are only here to gather intelligence. Don't do anything else. Kisame had great respect for Itachi. He took back same hata and nodded slowly. Okay, then Mr. Itachi, you must be careful. If there is any noise, I will go in and help you as soon as possible. Itachi felt a rare warmth in his heart, and he said softly. Well, thank you then, Kisame. Kisame grinned, revealing a row of jagged teeth, which looked very creepy. Itachi nodded at him, then his body turned into scattered crows and flew towards Konoha. Minato's home. Shibuya and the others were sitting around eating dinner. Naruto kept picking at the food in his bowl. Minato smiled warmly and said softly. Naruto, eat slowly, I'll serve you more when you're done. Kyunhee glanced at Minato and thought that this guy was becoming more and more feminine, and he couldn't even hide the suffering in his body. Naruto mumbled incoherently with his mouth full of food. Well. Dad, your cooking is so delicious, it's almost as good as Ichiraku ramen. Minato was stunned for a moment. He knew Ichiraku ramen and it tasted really good, but in Naruto's mind, was it actually better than the food he cooked? He was very confident in his cooking skills. Before, he was too busy with his work as Hokage, so Kushina cooked the meals at home. Kakashi whispered beside him. Teacher, Naruto never had any good food when he was a child, and those merchants didn't sell him fresh food. Only the owner of Ichiraku ramen shop didn't care about his identity and often took care of him. Is that so? Minato also recalled the scene he had seen of Naruto as a child. The owner of the ramen restaurant does appear on screen quite frequently, and every time he appears he has a kind look on his face, which forms a stark contrast with other people. Thinking of this, the little jealousy in Minato's heart suddenly disappeared, and what was left was gratitude for the handwritten letter from the ramen shop owner. Advertisement. He touched Naruto's head and said. Naruto, how about Daddy go eat Ichiraku ramen with you tomorrow? What? Really? That's great. I still have a lot of ramen coupons. Do you want to come with Shibuya-senpai and Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi waved his hand, thinking it would be better not to disturb the father and son. He put down his chopsticks and said. I won't go, but it's not good for just the two of you to go, so let's wait a little longer. Minato and Naruto looked at each other, neither of them understood what Shibuya meant. Shibuya smiled and glanced at the photo hanging on the wall. It was a photo of Minato and Kushina. In the photo, the two of them were snuggling together, smiling brightly. Minato was still unwilling to give up, and just when he was about to ask, there was a knock on the door. Naruto immediately raised his hand and shouted. I'll go open the door. When he lived alone before, few people would come to his house as guests, let alone at dinner time when people were eating with their families. So Naruto seemed unusually excited. He ran out and opened the door. After seeing the person coming, Naruto was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Sasuke? Why are you here? Come in. Sasuke had no intention of going in, he just asked. Shibuya, is senior here? Naruto's expression froze. He thought Sasuke was looking for him, but he nodded and said. Senior Kyunhee is in there, what do you want from him? Sasuke nodded and said to himself. It's good that he's here. A look of determination appeared in his eyes, and he walked straight past Naruto and headed into the house. Naruto quickly turned around and followed. He leaned over to Sasuke and whispered. How dare you come to Senior Kyunhee? Aren't you afraid that he will beat you up again? Sasuke paused, he glared at Naruto fiercely and cursed. Idiot! What? I reminded you kindly, but you called me an idiot. Sasuke resisted the urge to slap Naruto and followed the smell to the restaurant. Advertisement. Kakashi was surprised when he saw Sasuke, and wondered why Sasuke was here. He and Minato-sensei didn't have much in common. Minato stood up and said with a smile. You are Sasuke, right? Naruto told me about you. He said you were his best friend. Naruto got anxious when he heard it, he shouted. Dad, what are you talking about? I never said anything like that. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, and a very subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Only Shibuya noticed it among the people present. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why don't you two just get married right here? Minato looked at Naruto and said in a surprised tone. That's what you said. You also said that you must bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Now that he's back, why don't you admit it? Are you embarrassed? Naruto's face turned red, and steam could be vaguely seen coming out of his head. Sasuke's heart was touched again, and he pinched his thigh to calm himself down. Then, he stared at Kyunhee, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, he fell to his knees and shouted. Senior Kyunhee! Please accept me as your disciple. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, he was also Sasuke's master, so now he felt like he was being NTR in front of his face. Naruto had a dull look on his face, while Minato looked at Chijia with a smile on his face. Chijia slowly stood up from the chair, walked to Sasuke, and asked calmly. Give me a reason. Sasuke activated the Sharingan and said word by word. For power. What do you want the power for? Do you still want to seek revenge on Itachi? No. I just want to get stronger. I want Itachi to know that I don't need his protection anymore. I want to bring him back. Naruto blinked at the sight and thought to himself, I am familiar with this. Chijia looked into Sasuke's eyes and shook her head. Sasuke's eyes dimmed immediately, thinking Chijia had rejected him. He stood up from the ground and said in a low voice. Excuse me. After saying that, Sasuke wanted to turn around and leave, but Chijia suddenly spoke up. He has returned. Chapter 321 Itachi. Sasuke's pupils shrank and he said in a trembling voice. Who did you say came back? Itachi. He didn't say anything, and the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. In the Uchiha clan cemetery. Itachi stood quietly in front of the two tombstones until a gust of cold wind blew by. Itachi tightened his robe, turned around and was about to leave. Advertisement. But when he turned around, he was stunned, because he saw a figure with long snow-white hair standing not far away. To be honest, it was really scary to see this kind of scene in the cemetery, but Itachi did not panic. He immediately opened the Sharingan, stared at the strange figure, and said in a deep voice. Who? The figure slowly raised his head, a pair of eyes flashing scarlet light in the night. Itachi's expression froze and he exclaimed in shock. Mangeki Sharingan. Hehe, Itachi, why are you so surprised? Swish. The figure instantly appeared in front of Itachi, it was Chijia. Only then did Itachi see Chijia's face clearly. He had activated Mangeki for quite some time, and his eyesight had deteriorated significantly. In addition, it was night, so he did not see Chijia's face clearly just now. Itachi was still very happy to see Chijia again, but his body subconsciously stepped back and kept a distance from Chijia. Itachi is a true traitor ninja. Although his true identity is an undercover agent lurking in the Akatsuki organization, only the third Hokage and Danzo know about it. Now that the third Hokage and Danzo were both dead, it meant that there was no one left to testify to Itachi's identity, and he didn't expect them to tell him about him before they died. Itachi looked at Chijia's Mangeki and said softly. As expected of you, Kyunhee-senpai. As he spoke, Itachi also activated the Mangeki Sharingan and locked eyes with Chijia. However, even though he activated Mangeki, he still felt suppressed when facing Chijia's eyes. Itachi frowned and thought to himself. Chijia-senpai's eyes are definitely not ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. Could it be that, as the rumors say, they are the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Itachi knew about the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and he wanted to let Sasuke take his eyes after his death, so that his brother would not be in danger of going blind. Advertisement. But Senga-senpai doesn't have any brothers or sisters, so how did he activate the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Chijia naturally wouldn't tell anyone about the Uchiha letter. His eyes lingered on Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan for a moment and said. Your eyes won't last much longer, right? Itachi had no intention of hiding it, he nodded and said. Yes, it's been quite a while since I activated the Mangeki Sharingan, but Senpai Chijia should have activated it earlier than me, right? He smiled and said. You actually want to ask if my eyes are the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, right? Itachi nodded. Although he had already guessed it, he still wanted to confirm it. Kyunhee also admitted it very frankly. Itachi's eyes fixed, thinking that it was indeed the case. He continued to ask. So what do you want to do with these eyes, Chijia-senpai? Just be the Hokage of Konoha. Itachi knew the horror of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Back then, Uchiha Madara used these eyes to suppress the ninja world. If it weren't for the first Hokage, Madara might have used these eyes to pacify the ninja world long ago. He shook his head and said indifferently. He's just a Hokage of Konoha. I don't even think highly of him. Then Senior Kyunhee wants to. Don't think too much. I just came back to find a few people. Looking for someone? Who are they? You wouldn't know even if I told you. By the way, the position of Anbu Minister of Konoha is still vacant. You will take it. Even the usually calm Itachi was thrown off guard by Chijia's sudden words. He stared with doubtful eyes, pointing at himself and shouting. Me? Chijia-senpai wants me to be the Anbu chief. Well, weren't you in Anbu before? I think you're a good fit. No, Senpai Chika, I'm a rebel ninja. Who said you were a traitor? You were just carrying out an undercover mission. Senior Kyunhee knows all this. Danzo said it all before he died. Of course, I asked him to say it. Advertisement. A hint of desire appeared in Itachi's eyes, but it was fleeting, and soon his eyes dimmed again. It's too late, Senpai Chijiya. My body won't last much longer. Besides, I haven't gathered enough information about Akatsuki. All I know now is that the leader of Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan. Rinnegan? That's the eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths. So the leader of Akatsuki is indeed a dangerous man. Yes, they are capturing the tailed beasts, and Konoha's 9 tails are also in their capture plan. Is that so? Okay, I get it. You can go to work at Anbu tomorrow. You don't have to worry about the rest. What? Senior Chijiya. That's the Rinnegan. At least let me find out its capabilities, so that Konoha can be prepared when facing it in the future. Kyunhee didn't say anything. Black ripples appeared in his eyes, and the color changed from scarlet to dark purple, with 6 megatama appearing in each of them. Itake was stunned. He pointed at Chijia's eyes and said tremblingly. Rinnegan. Now, do you think I need any more information on the Rinnegan? Itake swallowed and shook his head slowly. Are you kidding? Chijiya himself is the one who opened the Rinnegan. Who else could understand Rinnegan better than him? Itake couldn't help but move closer to Chijiya and stared at the Rinnegan again and again. He discovered that Chijia's Rinnegan was not exactly the same as the one owned by the leader of Akatsuki, and Chijia's Rinnegan also contained megatama. He couldn't help asking. Chijiya-senpai, your Rinnegan seems to be different from the Akatsuki leaders. What are these megatama? He smiled and said. What? You think my Rinnegan is inferior to his? No, I'm just a little curious. Hehe, all you need to know is that his pair can't even be compared to mine. As she spoke, a purple glow appeared in Chijia's Rinnegan, and a terrifying pressure emanated from it. Itake's face froze. This feeling of oppression was indeed much stronger than that of the Akatsuki leader. Under the pressure of the Rinnegan, Itake's body trembled and he began to cough. Seeing this, Kyunhee immediately closed the Rinnegan. He stepped forward to support Itake and said softly. You must have suffered a lot these years. Come back, Itake. These words coming from Chijia's mouth were so devastating to Itake that at that moment, he actually shed tears of grievance like a child. Chapter 322 Itake, I want to stay. Itake. A shout was heard from a distance. Itake wiped the tears from his face. The voice was all too familiar to him, it was Sasuke's voice. Itake turned and looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Sasuke. Itake was stunned for a moment, thinking when did Sasuke return to Konoha? Wasn't he still training with Orochimaru? Kyunhee said on the side. Advertisement. I have brought Sasuke back. He just wanted to become my disciple. Will you take Senior Chienhee as your master? Well, Sasuke already knows the truth of what happened back then, and the reason why he wants to become my disciple is very interesting. He said he wants to become stronger and bring you back to Konoha. I see. It seems like Sasuke has changed a lot since he learned the truth. A long-lost smile appeared on Itake's face, and he said softly. But now I don't need him to bring me back. Sasuke was very fast, and soon rushed in front of Itake. He stared at Itake with a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, but Itake had a calm expression. Long time no see Sasuke, you've grown quite a bit. As he said this, Itake stretched out his finger and tried to touch Sasuke's forehead like he did when they were kids, but Sasuke dodged it by moving sideways. A look of disappointment flashed across Itake's eyes, and he silently put down his hand and sighed softly. Sasuke was also upset. He didn't know how to face Itake now, so he just asked bluntly. How many of your tribesmen did you kill that night? And did you kill mom and dad? This sentence hurt Itake's heart again. He said nothing, but used Manjiki to cast an illusion on Sasuke, projecting the scene of that night exactly into Sasuke's mind. In the scene, Itake only killed a few extremists. Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto were indeed killed by him, but the two did not put up any resistance. Their last words were, "Take care of Sasuke, Itake. I'm so proud of you." At the end of the scene, Sasuke saw Itake kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. Sasuke's face was already covered with tears, he murmured in despair. Why is it like this? He staggered past Itake and walked to the tombstones of Fugaku and Mikoto, where he fell to his knees with a plop, unable to utter another word. Naruto also came here. He felt Sasuke's sadness, so he silently walked to Sasuke and knelt on one knee. Sasuke said coldly without even turning his head. What are you doing here? Naruto didn't care about Sasuke's tone and said. Advertisement. Of course I'm here to keep you company. I don't want you to accompany me. You and your father have finally been reunited. You should spend more time with him. There was no sarcasm in Sasuke's words. He really thought that Naruto should spend more time with his father and not be like him, who wanted to be with him but no longer had the chance. Minato and Kakashi arrived late. Chijiya suddenly disappeared just now. The three didn't know where he went, so they had to look for him separately. Sasuke came here by chance, and Naruto simply had a telepathic connection with Sasuke, or he found Sasuke by following the smell. The first thing Itachi thought when he saw Minato was that he looked very familiar. After looking at him for a while, his expression became extremely shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, You are the fourth Hokage. Minato was also surprised to see Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, and wondered who this young man was. Itachi was only 5 years old when Minato died. Now so many years have passed, Itachi's appearance has changed a lot, and he really didn't recognize that he was Fugaku's son. He asked tentatively. Who are you? Itachi suppressed his shock and spoke respectfully. Fourth Hokage-sama, I am Uchiha Itachi. Itachi? Are you Fugaku's son? Yes. I see, no wonder you look so familiar to me. As he spoke, Minato began to look at Itachi. When he saw the Konoha forehead protector with a scratch on Itachi's forehead, he frowned and asked. What happened to your forehead protector? Are you a traitor? Itachi's expression froze for a moment, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he could only look at Chijia for help. Chijia understood and briefly explained to Itachi. The more Minato listened, the more frightened he became. He sighed. I never thought the Uchiha clan would be in such a bad situation after my death. During Minato's reign, Konoha's attitude towards the Uchiha clan gradually improved, and was far from as bad as it was later, when it even reached the point of forcing the Uchiha clan to rebel. Itachi knew this, so he had great respect for Minato. Minato patted Itachi's shoulder and said. Itachi, it's really hard for you to bear all this alone. This was the second time Itachi had received recognition tonight, and both times it came from people he respected, both of whom were the Hokage. Only he himself can understand this feeling of sweet success after suffering. Sasuke stood up from the ground, he turned to Itachi and said. Advertisement. So you're going to leave this time? Itachi shook his head and said softly. My mission is complete. From now on, I am a ninja of Konoha. A blush appeared on Itachi's face, and he looked refreshed. Sasuke stared into Itachi's eyes for a while, then suddenly said. Turn off Manjiki, do you want to be blind? With that, Sasuke passed Itachi and headed out of the cemetery. Itachi stayed there for a while, Minato patted him and said with a smile. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. Itachi finally came to his senses and he nodded quickly before running after Sasuke. After the two left, Minato came close to Chijia and sighed. The Uchiha brothers are really... Minato didn't finish his words, just kept shaking his head. Chien he glanced at him and said. What is it really? All like you, Sundara. After that, Minato grabbed Naruto and used Flying Thunder God to run away. Kakashi blinked and said weakly. Senior Kyunhee, there shouldn't be anything for me to do here, so I'll leave first. Kyunhee waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly, and Kakashi was immediately pardoned, and disappeared with a body flicker technique. After a few people left, Chijia was the only one left in the entire cemetery. He turned around and glanced at the tombstones of Fugaku and Mikoto, then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Minato was at home and said to Naruto with a smug look on his face. Naruto, do you think what daddy said is right? The Uchiha are a bunch of damned sundaries. Especially Chijia. Naruto didn't say a word, he looked behind Minato with a weird look. Minato felt a chill coming from behind him. He turned his head sharply and what came into his sight was a fist that was getting bigger and bigger. Bang! Ouch! Minato rolled on the ground with his face covered. Chijia looked down at him and said coldly. Who are you calling a dead Sundara? Chapter 323 Kisame vs Guy. Itachi was so busy chasing Sasuke that he forgot about Kisame who was still guarding outside the gate of Konoha. Kisame, an honest man, didn't know that Itachi had already betrayed him, and he stayed alone at the door until late at night. He really couldn't wait any longer, not because he had lost his patience, but simply because he was worried about Itachi's safety. He said to himself. Is Mr. Itachi in trouble? But with his strength, there shouldn't be no movement at all. Advertisement. At this time, 2 more Konohachinen came out, they came to replace the guard. When the two saw their companion lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, and Kisame with a hideous face beside him, they immediately realized that they were attacked and opened their mouths to shout. However, Kisame was faster, and with 2 bangs, the 2 Konoha shinobi were knocked against the wall and fainted. Kisame snorted disdainfully and just swaggered past the 2 of them and entered Konoha. But without Itachi's guidance, he could only run around in Konoha like a headless fly, and was soon discovered by a watermelon-headed man who was doing morning exercises in the middle of the night, and was blocked halfway. The watermelon-headed man did a few backflips when they met, and after standing still, he pointed at Kisame and asked. You are not a ninja from Konoha. What is your purpose here? Kisame looked at the man opposite with his bowler head and green tights, raised his eyebrows, and immediately defined him as a psychopath, and did not take him seriously. Pulling out the same hata from behind, Kisame rushed forward, trying to knock out the guy who was blocking his way. The man with the watermelon head fixed his eyes, raised his leg and kicked. Leaf Hurricane. Bang. Kisame was careless for a moment and was kicked back. He stopped himself by sticking same hata into the ground. He raised his head slowly, the contempt in his eyes had disappeared. From the previous fight, he already knew that the strength of the man in front of him was not comparable to those gatekeepers. Kisame's expression turned serious and he asked. Who are you? The man with the watermelon head took a stance and grinned, revealing a row of shining big teeth. I am the proud blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Advertisement. Kisame shook his head and blurted out. Might Guy? Never heard of it. Guy's face froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. Kisame asked. What did you do to Mr. Itaki? Mr. Itaki? Who is this? Is he your accomplice? Kisame narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that this guy named Guy was not an opponent he could easily defeat. Once the other ninjas of Konoha noticed him, he would not be able to escape. Seeing that Kisame hadn't said anything for a long time, Guy decided to take the initiative. He pushed his feet hard and rushed towards Kisame. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Kisame didn't dare to be careless this time. He held same hata horizontally in front of him and barely blocked Guy's spinning kick. Kisame was kicked twice in a row and got angry. He quickly formed a seal and growled. Water style Mizu same bullet technique. A puddle suddenly appeared on the ground, and a shark made of water jumped out of it and bit Guy. Guy dodged sideways, looking at the ground that was washed away by the shark, and said. He can use such a powerful water style in a place without water. It seems he is not an easy opponent. The powerful opponent also aroused Guy's fighting spirit. He clenched his fists and a green energy burst out from his body. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, open. After Jingmen opened, Guy's speed increased again, and he appeared in front of Kisame almost instantly. Kisame hurriedly raised same hata, trying to block it again with same hata, but he couldn't block it at all and was directly knocked away by a punch. Kisame was knocked flying with his sword, leaving a deep groove on the ground. When he struggled to get up from the ground, the clothes on his upper body were torn, and several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone could be seen on his exposed upper body. These wounds would be fatal to any ordinary ninja, but there was no trace of panic on Kisame's face. He glanced at the wound on his body, then his arm shook, and the gauze wrapped around same hata suddenly broke, and same hata's knife handle squirmed into the sleeve and transferred chakra into Kisame's body. Under the effect of chakra, the wounds on Kisame's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving Guy stunned. Advertisement. After recovering from his injuries, Kisame moved his body slightly. When he looked at Guy, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It was the first time that he encountered such a powerful physical ninja. At this moment, he had given up the idea of retreating and wanted to have a good fight. He jumped into the air, quickly formed seals with his hands, and then sprayed a large amount of water from his mouth. Water style, big water wave. The wave-like water quickly formed a semicircular water prison, submerging half of Konoha. The sleeping villagers of Konoha were suddenly in trouble. They woke up from their dreams and choked on a large mouthful of water. They wanted to shout for help in fear, but they could not make any sound in the water. If this continued, except for some ninjas who could temporarily control their breathing, the rest of the ordinary people would soon drown. Guy was floating in the water, and he realized this, and immediately decided not to hold back. He gathered his arms to his waist and said silently in his heart. Grandma Lee knocks on the door, 7th gate. Before Guy could finish reading, Kyunhee's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Guy was startled by the sudden appearance of Chijia and subconsciously opened his mouth, but was poured a large mouthful of water, choking him and making his face red. Kisame, who was hiding somewhere, saw Chijia and exclaimed. That is. Chijia said nothing, he just activated the Rinnegan and raised his right hand. The surrounding water immediately flowed into Kyunhee's palm like a drop of water into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the water prison that covered half of Konoha completely disappeared. The Konoha villagers who survived the disaster looked up at Chijia standing in the air. Someone murmured. It was Hokage-sama, he saved us. Guy hadn't opened the door yet, so he didn't have the ability to stay in the air. As soon as the water prison disappeared, he fell from the air. He looked up at Kyunhee in the air, puzzled. What was going on with Hokage-sama's eyes just now? That didn't look like the Sharingan. Kisame also fell back to the ground. He looked terrified, as if he had seen something terrible. There's no mistake. That's the Rinnegan. It's the same Rinnegan as the leader. At this time, several crows flew to Kisame and condensed into the appearance of Itaki. When Itaki saw the rising water prison from a distance, he knew that something was wrong. He forgot about Kisame, the honest man. He looked at the destroyed houses around him, then looked at Kyunhee in the sky, and suddenly felt a headache. Chapter 324 Kisame. Kisame tilted his head up, and even from a distance, he could see Chijia's Rinnegan glowing purple in the night. He really couldn't believe that he actually saw another pair of Rinnegan in Konoha. How could there be a second pair of eyes like that? He didn't even notice Itaki, who was already standing next to him. Itaki patted him helplessly and said, "Kisame, didn't I tell you not to act rashly? Why did you barge in?" Advertisement. Kisame came back to his senses. He was happy to see Itaki was fine, but then he said seriously, "Mr. Itaki, that Uchiha Chijia actually has the same eyes as the leader. We're in a bad situation. I already know this, actually." Before Itaki could finish his words, Chijia, who was floating in the air, suddenly looked down at Kisame. Being locked by the Rinnegan, Kisame felt a chill running down his spine. He wanted to run but found it difficult to even move his body. But Kisame was not someone who would just sit there and wait for death. He pulled Itaki to his side and formed a seal with his hands. Water-style water prison technique. Streams of water rose up around his body and finally condensed into a water prison that trapped him and Itaki inside. Chijia raised an eyebrow, thinking, is Kisame going to commit suicide? Is this too fast? And why is he holding Itaki? With a flash of her figure, Chijia appeared in front of the water prison. Kisame faced the Rinnegan at close range and couldn't help swallowing. He forced himself to suppress the uneasiness in his heart, turned to Itaki and said, "Mr. Itaki, this technique can temporarily protect us. If things go wrong later, I will hold him back. You must bring the information back to the organization." Itaki was stunned for a moment, and gradually, a complicated expression appeared on his face. "I have to say that the two partners Itaki met in the Akatsuki organization were very good people, whether it was Jizubiwa or Kisame, both of them were people who had cold faces but warm hearts. Chijia also admires Kisame, the honest man among the Hokage. Even in the late stage, he still makes hand seals seriously and unswervingly follows the traditional ninja route. Another point is that Kisame is really a very good ninja. He firmly carries out the tasks assigned to him and is always aware of death. In the anime, he bit off his tongue to regain consciousness, and then summoned a shark to devour himself, just to prevent the information from being leaked. He can be called a real man. So Chijia didn't want Kisame to suffer the same fate as in the anime. He raised his hand and pressed on the water prison. In an instant, the water prison that wrapped Kisame was sucked into Chijia's palm. Kisame was immediately horrified. He pushed Itaki away again and shouted, "Advertisement! Not good! Mr. Itaki, run!" As he said this, Kisame began to make hand seals again. Water style, big salmon technique. A much larger shark emerged from behind Kisame and lunged towards Chijia. However, facing the Rinnegan's hungry kid, a traditional ninja like Kisame was still too powerless. The shark created by chakra was sucked into Chijia's palm again before it touched Chijia's body. Kisame had already expected this situation. The moment the shark disappeared, he appeared in front of Chijia holding Samehada. Chijia just tilted her head and let Samehada chop her on the shoulder. Clang! Samehada seemed to have hit some hard metal, and the conscious being groaned in pain. Kisame was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone who could withstand a blow purely with his body. Is this person still a human being? At this time, Kisame was deeply in self-doubt. While he was stunned, Itaki came to his side and put his hand on his shoulder. Kisame turned around and looked at Itaki with a confused look on his face, and Itaki shook his head slowly at him. "Kisame, stop it. You can't be a match for the Hokage-sama. Hokage, an adult. Kisame is already completely messed up, what is this called?" Itaki briefly told Kisame about his own affairs. The more Kisame listened, the more frightened he became. Only now did he understand what Itaki meant when he said to him, "I am different from you." He lowered his head and said in an unusually low voice, "So, I was just being sentimental about all this." Kisame just felt that his behavior just now was like a clown. Itaki didn't need to be rescued at all. He and Konoha were in the same group. Itaki also understood Kisame's feelings. This was tantamount to experiencing a betrayal, but he did not expect things to develop so outrageously. His once most respected predecessor, Chijia, returned to Konoha and became Hokage. The most outrageous thing is that he also possesses a pair of Rinnegan. Even Chijia knew everything about him, so what reason did he have not to return to Konoha? Advertisement. But this behavior also deeply hurt Kisame. Itaki was actually an extremely gentle person, but the burden he had carried before was too heavy, so his gentleness was hidden. Now that he can finally be himself, he doesn't want to hurt anyone again, especially those around him. Itaki looked at Kisame sincerely and said, "Kisame, I know this is a big blow to you, but please believe me, I always treat you as my companion." Kisame was in a trance for a moment, and murmured, "Companions. At this time, all the ninjas of Konoha arrived at the scene. They all knelt on one knee behind Kyunhee and shouted. Hokage adults! Kisame took a look and smiled bitterly. Looks like I'm going to stop here. He looked at Itaki again and said softly. Mr. Itaki, you have finally found your destiny. I am truly happy for you. Goodbye. After saying that, Kisame suddenly put Samehada across his neck and tried to commit suicide. Suddenly, a suction force erupted, sucking Samehada out of Kisame's hand. Bang! Chijia grasped the hilt of Samehada's sword, and Samehada twisted nervously twice. It could feel Chijia's deep chakra, but it had no intention of absorbing it at all. Because it saw a pitch-black monster inside Kyunhee's body, and the aura emanating from that monster was enough to make it shudder. All it wanted now was to escape from Chijia's grasp and return to Kisame's hands. Chijia held Samehada and swung it twice. In his opinion, Samehada was definitely the strongest among the 7 ninja swords. The fact that it could absorb chakra and merge with its owner was something that no other ninja swords could compare to. But Chijia found it very inconvenient to use, so he directly gave Samehada to Kisame. Kisame took the Samehada with a confused look on his face and asked. Why did you save me? He smiled and said. It would be a pity for a ninja like you to die. I'll give you a chance to live. If you still want to die, then it's up to you. Chapter 325 Obito can't sit still. Kisame finally followed Itaki back, and someone couldn't help but ask Chijia. Hokage-sama, those two seem to be traitorous ninjas. Are we just going to let them leave Konoha like that? He glanced at the person who spoke and said lightly. Kisame is a traitor ninja from Kirigakure. What does he have to do with Konoha village? As for Itaki, he is not a traitor ninja at all. He has been carrying out secret missions all these years. Now he just returned to his own village. The man didn't seem to give up and continued to ask. Advertisement. But taking in Kirigakure's traitor will definitely make the Kirigakure unhappy. What if they? Buzz. Before he could finish, a suction force came and pulled him towards Kyunhee. He grabbed his neck and said coldly. I don't care what Kirigakure's attitude is, but you seem to be very dissatisfied with me as the Hokage. As he spoke, Chijia's eyes narrowed, and he used the human path ability in the Rinnegan to extract his soul. Through the memories in his soul, Kyunhee learned that this man was a subordinate of Minister Enbu who was killed by her. No wonder he dared to jump out and question herself. Upon discovering this, Kyunhee directly absorbed the man's soul and then threw his body aside like garbage. When the others saw this scene, they were immediately silent. He glanced at the collapsed houses around him, stomped his foot hard, and rows of wooden houses instantly emerged on the ground around him, which looked very beautiful. This move once again made everyone drop their jaws. Tsunade in the crowd exclaimed. This is Grandpa's wood style. Yamato looked at the houses that appeared, and was no less shocked than Tsunade. He is also a wood-style ninja, but he can feel a surging vitality from the houses built by Chijia, and this is precisely the biggest difference between him and the first Hokage. First Hokage's wood style is not simply composed of earth and water chakra, his wood style is also mixed with powerful yang escape, so his wood style can no longer be regarded as the bloodline limit, it should be bloodline elimination. But Yamato didn't know this, and he thought that he couldn't unleash the power of wood style because he didn't have the huge amount of chakra of the first Hokage. The ordinary villagers of Konoha don't care about wood style or not. They only know that the Hokage provides them with accommodations so that they don't have to sleep on the streets. They will only be grateful to Chijia in their hearts, which also invisibly enhances Chijia's prestige as Hokage. After all, this kind of practical action is much stronger than the will of fire. After doing all this, Chijia left directly, leaving the rest of the cleanup work to a group of Konoha shinobi. Advertisement. The next day. In the Hokage's office, Chijia looked at Itaki in front of him with a smile and asked. Itaki, how was your rest last night? Itaki's face turned redder, and he responded with a smile. Thanks to Master Hokage, I had a good rest last night. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. Haha, that's good. You should take a good rest during this time. By the way, how is Kisame? He's staying at my place temporarily. Oh? He has no intention of going back. No, he said that he is a prisoner now and cannot leave casually. Hearing this, Kyunhee couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Kisame's behavior was really in line with his identity as an honest man. Itaka suddenly bowed to Chijia and said. Thank you again, Hokage-sama, for sparing Kisame's life. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly. You don't have to be so polite. I still admire Kisame. Since he's not going to leave, you can arrange for him to be by your side when you take over as Anbu minister. Yes. If he agrees. Itaka pondered for a while, then said seriously. Hokage, I have an important piece of information that I haven't reported to you yet. There is a man in Akatsuki who calls himself Uchiha Madara. He seems to be the mastermind behind Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara? Oh, you mean him? Itake was stunned for a moment and asked. Does the Hokage know of his existence? Well, of course I know that, and I also know that he's not some Uchiha Madara. Who is he? Hehe, you should also remember that his real identity is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito? Didn't he die in the Battle of Konobe Bridge? Advertisement. He didn't die. He was rescued and he activated the Manjiki Sharingan, but there was only one. So Kakashi's one is also. Well, this pair of Manjiki Sharingan awakens a spatial pupil technique called Kamui, which is more difficult. Itake nodded. Space-related abilities are indeed difficult to deal with. Just look at Minato's Flying Thunder God, it's simply a bug-level existence. He slowly stood up from his chair, looked out the window, and said softly. Since you and Kisame disappeared so suddenly this time, I'm afraid he won't be able to sit still. Maybe he'll come to Konoha during this time. Rain Shinobi Village. As usual, Tendo Pain was standing on a statue at the highest point of the village. The space behind him suddenly twisted and Obito walked out. Pain said calmly without even turning his head. Uchiha Itake and Kisame went to Konoha and have lost contact now. Obito nodded and said solemnly. I already know, damn it. I told you not to provoke Konoha first. Pain snorted coldly and said. What's the point of saying this now? If the two of them are caught by Konoha, our information will be leaked. Humph. Kisame, I understand, don't worry. As for Uchiha Itake, I think this incident has something to do with him. You mean Uchiha Itake betrayed us? He has never been loyal to Akatsuki, so how can he be considered a betrayal? Since you already knew that he had ulterior motives, why didn't you just kill him? Facing Pain's blame, Obito's face hidden under the mask showed an expression as if he had eaten a fly. He cursed in his heart. It's just a puppet, why are you so proud? However, isn't Obito himself a puppet? Not only him, but even Uchiha Madara was treated as a puppet by others. It's really a nesting doll. Obito had his eyes on Itake's Manjiki at the time, after all, the Manjiki Sharingan was the biological father of the tailed beasts, and having an extra pair of Manjiki would be very beneficial to the plan. But what happened now completely disrupted his plans, and he could no longer wait and see. After a pause, he said in a deep voice. It seems that I have to go to Konoha myself to take a look. Chapter 326 Reactions from all parties. The news of Uchiha Itake's return as Anbu minister quickly spread throughout Konoha, but this time people were quick to accept it. After all, the current Hokage is an Uchiha, so what's so strange about having an Anbu minister? As for Kisame, Itake originally wanted to make him an Anbu captain, but he refused to agree. He felt that as a prisoner, how could he be qualified to be the captain? There was no other way, so Itake had to let him stay by his side and act as a personal bodyguard. Because Kisame's shark face and the big sword on his back were too conspicuous, Kirigakur soon learned that Kisame was in Konoha. Advertisement. Terumi Mei, the fifth Mizukage of Kirigakur, immediately spread the news that Kisame and his men would not care, but the broadsword Samehada must be returned to them, Kirigakur. When Xian reported this news to Jianhe sneered and said. When did Samehada become Kirigakur's property? Tell them, if they want it, they can come and get it. Terumi Mei was furious when she found out, but was also surprised by Konoha's attitude. In the later period of the third Hokage's reign, Konoha began to give people the impression that it was easy to bully. Take the matter of Hyuga Hisashi for example. It was obviously the Cloud Shinobi village that started the trouble first, but in order to calm the anger of Cloud Shinobi village, Konoha finally sent Hyuga Hisashi away. After Tsunade took the throne, the situation improved slightly, but it still failed to be completely reversed. It has been a long time since we have seen a direct hard fight like Chijia's. Terumi Mei couldn't help but become interested in this sixth Hokage who suddenly appeared. She thought that if she had the chance, she must see what kind of man this Uchiha Chijia was. Also, I heard that all the Uchiha clan members are handsome guys. As an older single woman, Terumi Mei has already memorized the name Uchiha Chijia, but her purpose is not pure. Kazekage and Reikage Ai were relatively calm about Konoha's change of Hokage, but Tsuchikage Noki was a little restless. At first he was just a little surprised when he heard that Konoha had a new Hokage, but after learning the name of the new Hokage, he jumped up from his chair. Because he heard the three words Uchiha. As the Kage who has lived the longest, he has naturally experienced much more than the other Kage. During this long period of time, he has met countless strong men, but the one who impressed him the most was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. He would never forget those scarlet eyes. In front of those eyes, he and his master were like two ants and could only crawl at Madara's feet. Even though Onoki's current strength is much stronger than before, he still feels that even if he were to meet Uchiha Madara again, the result would not change at all. That kind of power is simply not something a ninja can possess. In Onoki's opinion, the Uchiha are simply a clan favored by God. Advertisement. When he heard the news that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he breathed a sigh of relief, but now another Uchiha has appeared. If it was just an Uchiha, he wouldn't be so excited. The most important thing was that he also learned that Chijiya once summoned a half-giant that was 100 meters tall in Konoha, and the Konoha shinobi had no way to deal with that giant. A name immediately popped up in Onoki's mind, Susanoo. Just when Onoki was upset, his granddaughter, the future leg Shadow Kuratsuki, came to his office. Seeing her grandfather looking sad, she asked curiously. "Grandpa, you look so bad, what happened?" Onoki nodded slowly and said in a deep voice. "Konoha has a new Hokage. His name is Uchiha Chijiya." "Uchiha? Weren't they wiped out? As I recall, there was only one Sasuke left in Konoha. Who is this Uchiha Chijiya? I don't know much about this person, but from the information I have now, he has already activated the Mangekyou Sharingan." "Mangekyou Sharingan? What is that? Is it powerful?" Onoki didn't say anything. He controlled his body to float to the window and murmured. "Is the ninja world going to be in chaos again? There is a saying that goes, whether the ninja world is in chaos or not, the Uchiha has the final say." Next to a tombstone in Konoha, the space suddenly distorted, and a figure wearing an Uzumaki mask walked out. It was Uchiha Obito. He looked at the tombstone in front of him, his face beneath the mask filled with sadness. Placing a bouquet of white flowers in front of the tombstone, Obito whispered. "Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time. Forgive me. When I complete that plan, we will meet again. In fact, I can take you to meet her right now." A voice suddenly sounded from behind Obito, and Obito was immediately frightened. He quickly lowered his body and turned around to look at the person who came. What came into view was a familiar face. Obito almost blurted out. "Uchiha Chijiya." Advertisement. Obito stared at Chijiya's young face in a daze. He was certainly familiar with Chijiya's face, but so many years had passed, and except for the graying hair, he did not see any trace of time on Chijiya's face. You know, even as powerful as Uchiha Madara is, it cannot resist the erosion of time and can only survive by relying on the Gedo statue. How did Uchiha Chijiya do it? Obito suppressed his shock and asked calmly. You can actually sense my presence. It seems that Uchiha has produced another outstanding junior. Seeing Obito still pretending to be Madara, Chijiya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Uchiha Obito, how long are you going to keep pretending? Obito's body was shaken, and a storm surged in his heart. How did he know my identity? Just because he saw me paying tribute to Lin? Is he trying to trick me? He stood there for a long time without saying anything, and he continued. You came to see Lin as soon as you returned to Konoha. You should really ask Kakashi to come and see you. I'm sure he'll be happy to see your old friend. Obito was wearing a mask and his facial expression could not be seen at all, but Chijiya guessed that Obito's expression must be very interesting. He held it in for a long time before blurting out. What the hell are you talking about? I'm Uchiha Madara. Tisk tisk, are you still holding on? Well, then how about this? As she spoke, Chijiya passed through Obito's body and stretched out a hand to press on Lin's tombstone. Obito clenched his fists instantly and said in a deep voice. What you up to? Nothing, I just think this tombstone is a bit of an eyesore. Chijiya grabbed the tombstone fiercely, and Obito finally couldn't hold it anymore and shouted out. Don't want. Chapter 327 Capturing an Obito. Obito released Hollow and rushed towards Chijiya. Chijiya smiled slightly, then kicked Obito in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. The terrifying force almost knocked Obito unconscious on the spot. If it weren't for the blessing of Hashirama's cells, the battle would have been over with just this one blow. Staggering to his feet, Obito activated Hollow again, which made him feel a little more at ease. Thinking back to what happened just now, Obito was still frightened. His physical strength was definitely not weak, but he was defeated so thoroughly in front of Chijiya. Advertisement. What has Kyunhee done in these years? Why has he become so strong? Chijiya looked at Obito with a half-smile and asked. You can't help yourself? The Uchiha Madara I know wouldn't get so excited over a woman's tombstone. Obito was silent for a while, then said. How do you know my identity? Haha, I know more than just this. What else do you know? Like, infinite Tsukuyomi. What? Obito's expression under the mask suddenly turned into horror. This could be his biggest secret. How could Chijiya even know this? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted to Jianhe. Could it be that the eye technique awakened by your Mangekyou Sharingan is the eye technique of predicting the future? Only he, Madara, and Zetsu know the secret of infinite Tsukuyomi. It is absolutely impossible for anyone else to know this. In Obito's opinion, the only explanation is Chijiya Mangekyou's eye technique. Chijia was stunned for a moment, and in her heart she admired Obito's way of thinking, because this explanation was really reasonable. Some fan works also describe Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki technique as predicting the future, and it is precisely because Fugaku can see the future that he is willing to die. However, Obito would never have imagined that Chijia was a time traveler from the blue planet. Chijia shook her head and laughed, then activated the Manjiki Sharingan. When Obito saw Chijia's Manjiki, he immediately concluded that it must be the legendary Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and the pupil power fluctuations emanating from it were simply incomparable to ordinary Manjiki. Advertisement. Just thinking of Chijia's eye technique, Obito's face darkened. What else did you see? I saw you and Lin got together. Obito narrowed his eyes. Did this mean he was dead? Of course, he would not believe everything He said, but he hoped it was true. Even in the afterlife, as long as he could be with Lin, he would die without regrets. Obito shook his head. The world after death was still too unreal for him. His only pursuit now was to use infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world with only Rin. Now, Chihei, who knows his secret, is the biggest obstacle, and he must solve this problem. Thinking of this, Obito's eyes became firm. He glanced at Chijia, and then his body was sucked into the Kamui space. Kyunhee stood there with his arms folded. Suddenly, the space behind him twisted and Obito appeared from it, pressing on Kyunhee's shoulders. I succeeded. The space twisted again, sucking Kyunhee in. Kyunhee entered the Kamui space just like that. He looked around and saw that the environment here was dim. There were a few protruding stone-like objects, and nothing else. This can be considered as a couple space for Kakashi and Obito, except that Kakashi can't send himself in. In the past, after Obito captured the enemy into the Kamui space, he would follow in. In a one-on-one situation, it was difficult for anyone to be his opponent. If the enemy is difficult to deal with, he will take the simplest and most brutal approach and exhaust the enemy to death. Kyunhee was one of those difficult to deal with, so he chose this method to trap Kyunhee first. When Kyunhee was almost exhausted, he would come in to reap the spoils. After all, Chijia has a pair of eternal Manjiki, and her eye technique can predict the future, so it would be good to change one first to see the future. Obito is almost crying with envy. However, what Kyunhee fears least is a war of attrition. With his current body, even if Obito himself died of old age, he would not be exhausted to death. What's more, entering the Kamui space was Kyunhee's intention. All he wanted was the coordinates of Kamui space. After admiring the scenery in Kamui's space for a while, Chijia directly activated the Rinnegan and released Yomi Hirasaka. A black hole appeared on the ground under Kyunhee's feet. He raised his legs and his body sank into the black hole. Outside Kamui space, Obito was still feeling proud of how easily he had solved Chijia. Before he could be happy for too long, Chijia's voice came from behind him again. Advertisement. Hey, you haven't left yet. What? Obito turned around suddenly and saw Chijia's smiling face and the 12 Magadama Rinnegan. Without even thinking about how Kyunhee escaped, he immediately used Hollow. Kyunhee smiled, a small black hole appeared in front of him, and then he punched into it. Obito groaned, his body bent like a shrimp, he covered his hands and retreated repeatedly, obviously he was attacked. He raised his head with great effort and looked at Kyunhee, his eyes full of disbelief. How is it possible? You actually activated the Rinnegan. Chijia didn't say anything, but just punched the black hole a few more times. By the end, Obito was already lying on the ground. He had no choice but to release Kamui, completely exposing the entity to Chijia. Chijia slowly walked up to Obito, leaned over and took off his mask. Obito did not put up any resistance and let Chijia take off his mask. He suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have such a pair of eyes. I deserve my defeat. In fact, Obito could use Izanagi once more, but that could only delay time. Now that his Kamui was broken and he was facing a pair of Rinnegan, he had completely lost his fighting spirit. As he laughed, tears welled up in Obito's eyes. He looked up at Lin's tombstone, his eyes full of nostalgia. What a pity, Lin, I failed to complete that plan. As expected, I am still the last one. Then, he looked at Kyunhee suddenly and shouted. What are you waiting for? Kill me now. Kyunhee shook his head and said. It's not that easy to die. Before that, you still have a few people to meet. Who is it? Is it Kakashi? Humph, that loser, I have nothing to say to him. Haha, he's not the only person you want to meet. After saying that, without waiting for Obito to speak, Chijia opened the portal space and threw him in. Chapter 328 Minato and Obito. At the Hokage building, Minato was buried in a pile of documents. As the fastest man in Konoha, his reviewing speed was certainly not slow, but he could not handle the piles of documents being sent in. In the end, Minato collapsed weakly on the back of the chair. He raised his head and sighed. It's really not easy to be the head of the administrative department. It wasn't this tiring when I was Hokage. What? You want to quit? Advertisement. Chijia suddenly appeared in front of Minato, shocking him so much that he jumped out of his chair. He calmed down and complained to Jianhe. Kyunhee, could you please stop being so elusive? It's scary. Jianhe spread his hands and said indifferently. Your flying thunder god isn't much better, how dare you say that to me? My flying thunder god must leave a mark anyway, why don't you need one? Did you improve flying thunder god again? I'm not using flying thunder god. You wouldn't understand the principle even if I told you. Tisk, it's fine if you don't want to tell me, but you have to tell me the name of this technique, right? Let me give you my evaluation. No, you should keep those names to yourself. Minato's naming style is quite explosive in the entire ninja world. It is not easy for Naruto to get a normal name. According to Minato's naming style, Naruto should now be called Super Spiral Flash Invincible Clone Boy. Minato was very dissatisfied with Chijia's questioning and stiffened his neck to say something, but Chijia raised her hand to stop him. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. I've brought someone for you to see. Who? Which rebel ninja did you trick back again? Chijia raised his eyebrows, opened the door space, grabbed Minato's collar and threw him in. It was the first time for Minato to enter the gate space. He looked around curiously. The dark green space was filled with glittering treasures that dazzled him. After Chijia came in, Minato couldn't help but ask. Chijia, which ninja village did you rob? Jianhe rolled his eyes and said unhappily. What do you mean by robbery? I found these by accident. Besides, who told you to pay attention to these? As he said that, Chijia held Minato's head and made him look towards a corner. There, Obito was tied up with black rods, staring at Minato with a dull look on his face. Seeing Minato looking over here, Obito asked tremblingly. Minato, sensei. Advertisement. Minato stared at Obito for a long time and asked hesitantly. You are, Obito. Obito nodded stiffly. He looked at Kyunhee with a complicated expression. You used the Rinnegan Tensei technique. In his opinion, the only technique that can truly bring a person back to life is the Rinnegan Tensei technique in the Rinnegan, and Uchiha Madara also plans to have Nagato perform this technique to revive him. The price of Rinnegan Tensei technique is too heavy. The practitioner has to pay with his life, but why does Chijia seem to be still alive and kicking? Could it be that the information Uchiha Madara told him was wrong? Come to think of it, since the price of the Rinnegan Tensei technique is death, Madara himself probably hasn't used it, so it's understandable that there are errors in the information. Obito quickly figured out the reason why Minato was resurrected, and Minato was also wondering how Obito was resurrected. He asked Jianhe excitedly. Chijia, you were the one who resurrected Obito, thank you so much. When Obito heard Minato's words, he felt guilty, after all, he was the one who caused Minato's death. Jianhe shook his head and said. Your apprentice was never dead, and you even met during the Nine Tails Rebellion. What? He is the masked man. Do you remember now? What did you say? Minato looked at Obito in disbelief. Facing Minato's gaze, Obito lowered his head silently, the meaning was self-evident. Minato was silent for a moment and asked. Obito, can you tell me why you did that? Speaking of this, Obito suddenly raised his head and said hatefully. To change this hellish world. Obito's expression looked extremely ferocious, and it felt extremely unfamiliar to Minato. In his memory, Obito was still the passionate young man who dreamed of becoming Hokage. He cherished his companions and loved Konoha. He was completely different from the current Obito. The master and disciple looked at each other in silence at this moment. Kyunhee shook his head gently, he walked up to Obito, looked into his eyes and said. Is what you saw real? Obito was stunned for a moment and asked. What do you mean by that? Advertisement. Hehe, Madara must have left a curse mark on your heart, right? You even know this. I know more than that. I also know that the same curse was planted in Lin's heart. What? Are you surprised? Have you ever thought about why Lin was stabbed in the chest by Kakashi? Because she knew that she was being controlled by someone, and she did it voluntarily. Obito's eyes widened, he would never forget the scene that year, that kind of excitement made him directly jump from double Megatama to Manjiki. After that, he completely despaired of this world and embarked on the path that Madara had set for him. But now he found out that there was another hidden story behind what happened back then. Lin was actually cursed by someone, and the location was the same as his. Obito asked tremblingly. Who put the curse on Lin? Could it be? Obito thought of someone, but he didn't dare, nor was he willing to say it out loud. Jianhe helped him to speak out. Don't you already have the answer in your mind? The one who placed the curse mark on Lin was Uchiha Madara. Minato was startled when he heard Uchiha Madara's name. Uchiha Madara? He's still alive. He shook his head and said. He's dead, but he can be resurrected at any time because he left behind a pair of Rinnegan. What? Uchiha Madara also activated the Rinnegan. Well, once Akatsuki has collected all the tailed beasts, that will be the day of his resurrection. Minato's face was extremely heavy. Only then did he realize that there was such a terrifying enemy in the dark of the ninja world. He continued to ask. What's his purpose in collecting the tailed beasts? To rule the world. He's not that boring. His real goal is to open infinite Tsukuyomi and let everyone enter his dreams, thus creating a so-called perfect world. After saying that, Kyunhee looked at Obito who had been silent for a long time and asked. Am I right? Obito nodded stiffly, moving his dry lips and said. It's a beautiful world, isn't it? He smiled disdainfully. There's nothing wrong with living in a fantasy world, but do you know what the essence of infinite Tsukuyomi is? Chapter 329 The Essence of Infinite Tsukuyomi. The Essence of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito frowned, thinking, isn't infinite Tsukuyomi just a large-scale illusion? Kyunhee gently lifted the strands of hair on her forehead, and then a blood-red Megatama Rinnegan opened. Seeing this scene, Minato and Obito's faces were stunned for a moment. The blood-red Rinnegan possessed a captivating power that made people feel trapped in it just by looking at it. Fortunately, Chijia quickly deactivated the Rinnegan on her forehead, allowing the two to wake up. Advertisement. After Obito recovered, he still looked a little dazed. He asked blankly. What was that just now? Was I under an illusion? What level of illusion must be able to fall for a manjiki with his eyes opened? Minato also had a lingering fear on his face, and he spoke. Chijia, did you just use an illusion on me? It feels like a dream. Kyunhee nodded and said softly. That is the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi. As long as I project the power of the Rinnegan's eyes onto the moon, I can activate this technique. Any creature, whether it can see the moon or not, will be affected and will be in a dream forever. Nani? That's terrible. Making everyone live in a dream, is this the purpose of Uchiha Madara? Obito stared at Chijia with his eyes wide open. As far as he knew, in order to activate infinite Tsukuyomi, he had to collect all the tailed beast chakras to revive 10 tails, and then use 10 tails to activate infinite Tsukuyomi. But from what Chijia said, he can activate infinite Tsukuyomi right now? Obito couldn't help but ask. Then why haven't you activated infinite Tsukuyomi yet? Is it related to the essence you mentioned? Of course, you think infinite Tsukuyomi is just an illusion? Once a creature is hit, its chakra will be continuously absorbed, so that 10 tails will produce chakra fruit for certain people to eat. Obito's expression became more and more ugly, and he continued to ask. Then the creatures that are hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi will die soon. Haha, it can't be considered death. They will transform into another form, and that form should be very familiar to you. What is it? Those white Zetsu, and the Afei that once attached itself to you. Obito was struck by lightning. This completely overturned his cognition. In the end, was everything he did just to provide people with the so-called Chakra Kingdom? Advertisement. He said with a grim look. So Uchiha Madara's real purpose is to eat the so-called Chakra fruit. You're wrong again. Madara's goal was the same as yours. He wanted to use infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world without war. But unfortunately, he was also deceived. Nani? What the hell is going on? Obito is a little delirious. He and Madara were deceived. Who deceived them? The Sage of Six Paths? Didn't you notice anything wrong with that Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu? Wasn't he made by Madara? That's just what he made Madara think. Creating a conscious life, given Madara's condition at the time, could he really do such a thing? Minato stood aside, his face full of confusion, White Zetsu one moment and Black Zetsu the next. What the hell was going on? Obito was more and more shocked the more he listened, as if he had discovered a new world. You mean, Black Zetsu is the manipulator of everything? Then what is his purpose? His purpose is simple, to save his mother. Obito thought about Black Zetsu's appearance and couldn't imagine what kind of creature his mother would be. Could it be 10 tails? At this point, Chijia no longer had any interest in continuing. It was too troublesome to explain the affairs of Tsutsuki's family. All she had to do was let Obito know that everything he did was heading in the wrong direction. Obito was silent for a while, then looked up at Chijia and said. Is everything you said true? He spread his hands and said indifferently. What good would it be for me to lie to you? Believe it or not. After saying that, Chijia grabbed Minato and left the door space. After the two left, Obito lowered his head with a dazed look and muttered. Am I, really wrong? Minato followed Chijia out and immediately asked. Chijia, what are you going to do with Obito? Advertisement. Come on, what? You want to plead for your good apprentice? He killed you in Kushina. But Obito seems to have been deceived. You have also met him back then. He is really a good boy. So you chose to forgive him? Have you asked Kushina about this? Well, speaking of this, I actually have another question I want to ask. Is there any limitation to your resurrection technique, Chijia? Minato looked at Chijia with hope, and was almost about to tell her about resurrecting Kushina. He glanced at him and said unhappily. Why? Are you lonely without your wife? As he said that, He stretched out his finger and flicked Minato's forehead. When he covered his head and cried in pain, He turned and left, leaving only one sentence. You should know where Kushina's body is, right? Find her in a few days, and don't worry about the rest. Minato was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted excitedly. Okay, okay. Kyunhee, you're the best. After saying that, Minato no longer cared about the piles of documents on his desk, and ran away using the Flying Thunder God. He wanted to take Naruto to dig graves. Rain Shinobi Village. Tiendao Pain frowned, he looked at Zetsu in front of him, and said with an unhappy face. You mean Uchiha Madara went to Konoha and hasn't returned until now? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were still connected. White Zetsu did not speak, only Black Zetsu answered with a serious expression. Yes, Madara knows space ninjutsu. Logically, he shouldn't have been gone for so long without any news. I suspect he encountered some trouble in Konoha. Humph. You kept telling me to be careful with Konoha, but you ended up going to Konoha and getting caught. Black Zetsu looked at Pain with disdain on his face and cursed in his heart. Who the hell are you? If Obito is gone, can an idiot like you complete the plan? Can my mother be resurrected? Black Zetsu suppressed his anger and said calmly. Madara shouldn't be caught, but to be on the safe side, I think we should still send someone to get some information, and it would be best if they could pick up Madara. Aren't Haiden and Angle near Konoha? Let them go scout. Black Zetsu fell silent upon hearing the names of these two people. He couldn't help but think. Are those two really reliable? Chapter 330 The Immortal Duo. At this time, Haiden and Kakuzu were walking through a forest. Haiden suddenly complained to Kakuzu. Hey! It's all your fault. You insisted on looking for some monk. Now look what happened. The leader wants us to go to Konoha to gather intelligence. Kakuzu said calmly without even looking at Haiden. The monk you mentioned is worth 30 million taels. Even if I sell you, I can't get that amount. Tisk. What's the use of money? The only one in my heart is the evil god. Advertisement. Kakuzu clenched his fists, ignored Haiden, and continued to move forward. A bunch of guys who don't know how expensive firewood and rice are before they take charge of the household. Without money, everything is useless. Don't they even understand this truth? As the two were getting closer and closer to Konoha, they decided to carry out Nagato's mission first, and take the head of the Dailua later. Inside the Hokage building, Kyunhee, who was dozing off in the chair, suddenly opened his eyes, startling Xian who had been watching him for a long time. He smiled at Xian and said teasingly. How can you be so startled as the Hokage's personal guard? Xian blushed and said softly. I am so sorry Hokage-sama, I was distracted just now. Okay, just kidding. You stay here for a while. I have something to take care of. Kyunhee stretched, slowly stood up from the chair, and disappeared in the office in a flash. Outside the leaves, Haiden and Jiao are planning how to sneak into Konoha. It must be said that Nagato's vision is not very good. He chose such a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix to gather intelligence. Kakuzu was holding his chin, thinking about how to get the information they wanted, while Haiden was holding his sickle and said arrogantly. Why are we wasting time here? Why don't I just capture 2 Konoha shinobi and ask them? Kakuzu looked at Haiden as if he was a fool. You underestimate Konoha. Once they find us, it will be difficult for us to escape. With the protection of the evil god, what do I have to fear? As for you, just don't use up all your hearts. Advertisement. Veins popped out at his temples because of the angle, and he really wanted to cut Haiden into pieces and throw them into the trash can. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the two of them. Since you two are here, why don't you go in and take a look? Who is it? Angle turned around almost at the same time as Haiden and saw Chijia looking at them with a smile. Haiden raised his eyebrows and looked up and asked. Who are you? Angle's face darkened. He looked at Kyunhee's snow-white hair and said. He is the 6th Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Chijia. Hey? Hokage? We've run into a Hokage now? Hey, hey, hey. Kakuzu, a Hokage's head should be very valuable, you're going to make a fortune. There was no sign of happiness on Kakuzu's face. He had already obtained some information about Chijia from Nagato. What impressed him most was that Chijia had activated the Mangeki Sharingan. He had experienced the era of the first Hokage and had a brief fight with the first Hokage. Although it was said that he only threw a shuriken from 800 miles away, he still had a good idea of the first Hokage's strength. In his heart, the first Hokage was worthy of his title of the god of ninja. His strength was simply despairing. The only one who could stand on the same level with him was Uchiha Madara. And what Uchiha Madara possesses is the Mangekyou Sharingan, so he would never dare to underestimate anyone who possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan. When Chijia saw that Kakuzu recognized her, she spoke. You are Kakuzu, right? I heard you are good at managing money, you are considered a talent. Kakuzu didn't know if Chijia was sincere in what she said, but Haiden laughed at the side. Ha 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 ha. You're absolutely right. When it comes to money, no one knows more than Kakuzu. Chijia glanced at Haiden and continued. As for you, an idiot. What? The smile on Haiden's face froze, and then, a raging rage burned in his heart. He drew out his sickle and rushed towards Chijia. A hole. How dare you scold me? Advertisement. Kakuzu saw Haiden rushing straight towards him and cursed him inwardly as an idiot. He himself had no intention of taking action. He wanted to let Haiden test Kyunhee's strength first. After all, Haiden was immortal. Haiden had already rushed in front of Chijia and swung his sickle violently, intending to cut Chijia in half. However, against Haiden, Chijia didn't even need to activate Mangekyou, and simply swept out with his leg, colliding with Haiden's sickle. With a shattering sound, Haiden's sickle turned into pieces in front of his dull eyes. Before he could come to his senses, Kyunhee punched him in the face again, knocking him away. Haiden crashed into countless trees before he finally came to a stop. Although he was immortal, he could still feel the pain. He struggled to get up from the ground, cursing. It hurts. It hurts so much. A hole. It hurts so much that it's killing me. Hearing Haiden still calling him my uncle, Kyunhee raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his hand and released a suction force towards Haiden, sucking him back from a distance. Chijia hasn't activated the Rinnegan yet, so he's only using the power of the gravity fruit. But in the eyes of Kakuzu, who was watching from the side, this move was exactly the same as the leader's, and he couldn't help but look at Chijia with a hint of fear. Bang! Haiden had his neck pinched by Chijia, but he still refused to obey and struggled desperately, even trying to bite Chijia with his teeth. But apart from breaking a few of his teeth, Kyunhee's hands were still as white as jade, without even a single tooth mark left. Haiden was really at his wits' end. He yelled. Kakuzu! Stop looking! There's something weird about this guy's body. I can't break his defense. Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch his mouth after hearing this, thinking, is there anyone in the world whose body is more weird than yours? But he also knew that he couldn't just sit back and watch. Although Haiden was immortal, if he was cut into pieces and no one helped him repair himself, he would still lose his ability to fight. He originally wanted Haiden to test Chijia's strength, but judging from the results, Chijia's strength was stronger than he had imagined. Kakuzu did not dare to be careless. The black line on his wrist automatically detached, and then the black line connected to his fist attacked Chijia. Kyunhee reached out and grabbed his fist. Kakuzu's face changed. How is it possible? You have to know that he used Earth-style Earth Spear to harden his body in advance. The destructive power of that punch just now was enough to easily destroy a small house. How could he be taken so easily? Kyunhee smiled slightly, and suddenly a dazzling purple electric light burst out from his hand. The dense electric current extended along the black line to Kakuzu. After a crackling sound of electricity, Kakuzu, whose body was charred, fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 331 Kakuzu Rebellion. Hey, hey! Kakuzu! Are you okay? Haiden was still shouting. Kyunhee narrowed his eyes, and after a strange wave, Haiden's body suddenly broke into pieces, and the scattered bodies were suspended in the air, looking extremely terrifying. Haiden was really stupid this time. He had been dismembered before, but this time was obviously different. He didn't feel any pain at all. What did you do to me? Kyunhee ignored him and just snapped his fingers. Several balls of darkness appeared out of thin air, wrapping Haiden's floating body in it. Then, Kyunhee put it into the gate space. Advertisement. After dealing with Haiden, Kyunhee turned to look at Kakuzu's corpse and said calmly. How long are you going to pretend? The attack just now was nothing more than the loss of a heart for you. Kakuzu was still lying on the ground motionless, looking like he was really dead. Kyunhee stretched out a finger and pointed it at Kakuzu, and brilliant purple electric light began to gather from the fingertips. It seems that you don't want the remaining heart either. The sound of electric shock became more and more shrill, and Kakuzu could no longer pretend. He twisted his body and a black monster wearing a mask emerged from behind him. As soon as the monster appeared, the mask on its face shattered and its entire body turned into a pool of black water. Then, Kakuzu stood up from the ground and looked at Kyunhee with fear on his face. Do you know the Earth Grudge technique? Certainly. As he spoke, Kyunhee changed the direction of his finger, and a thick beam of purple lightning shot out, instantly smashing the large trees in a line to pieces. Kakuzu was amazed by Siro's destructive power and release speed. He couldn't help but think that if he were hit by such a bullet, it would not only be a matter of losing a heart, but his whole body might collapse. He has completely given up the idea of fighting with Chijia. You know, from the beginning to now, Chijia has not even activated the Mangeki Sharingan. Haiden was directly locked into a mysterious space. This overwhelming power made him feel desperate. Kakuzu felt a trace of sadness in his heart. He thought that today might be the day he would die, but he was really unwilling to die like this. Seeing Kakuzu standing there for a long time without moving, Kyunhee walked towards him. Coming in front of Kakuzu, Chijia said, "Your leader is really generous. He sent groups of people to deliver us. Is he worried that there are too many people?" Kakuzu was stunned for a moment. From what Chijia said, it seemed that before him and Haiden, there was another group of Akatsuki members who came to Konoha. Who were they? Kyunhee smiled slightly. He looked up at the sky and saw a group of crows flying towards this place. Advertisement. Kakuzu followed Chijia's gaze, and when he saw the flock of crows, a look of surprise appeared on his face. That is, a flock of crows landed behind Kyunhee and formed the appearance of Itaki. The moment he saw Kyunhee, he immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Hokage adults." The name coming out of Itaki's mouth almost made Kakuzu's jaw drop. Akatsuki's Sozaku, Uchiha Itaki actually knelt on one knee before the Hokage of Konoha and called him Lord Hokage? Isn't he still a traitorous ninja of Konoha? Kyunhee turned around, looked at Itaki with a smile, and said, "It's Itaki, why are you here?" "Hokage-sama, I heard the noise coming from here in Anbu. When I went to look for you, Uzuki Ujeo told me that you had gone out, so I wanted to come and check it out." "Very good, you have done your job as Minister Anbu very well." Minister Anbu. Kakuzu couldn't hold it anymore. It's okay that Uchiha Itaki betrayed him, but he could become the Anbu minister of Konoha. Can even such a position be given to a traitorous ninja? Itaki looked up at Kakuzu and said in a deep voice, "Kakuzu, I didn't expect you to come to Konoha. Did the leader send you here?" Kakuzu nodded stiffly, and then asked, "Where's Kisame? Is he still alive?" "Of course he's still alive, and he's my subordinate now." He waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's get this resolved and go back." "Yes." "Hokage-sama, how should Kakuzu be handled?" "Well, why not execute him on the spot?" Kakuzu's nerves tensed instantly, but Chijia continued. Advertisement. But it suddenly occurred to me that the village seems to be lacking someone to manage the money. Who would be the best person to do this? As soon as Itaki heard it, he understood what Chijia was thinking. He actually wanted to recruit Kakuzu. Kakuzu is a well-known money grubber in the Akatsuki organization, and he is also a miser who values money more than his life. But he hardly spends anything. He seems to just enjoy the process of accumulating money. It seems quite appropriate to let such a person manage the finances. Kakuzu was not stupid either. He quickly said, "Hokage, sir, I'm actually quite good at managing money. How about giving me a chance and letting me try?" He glanced at him and asked in a puzzled manner. "You? Aren't you a member of Akatsuki? Are you planning to rebel?" "Yes. I don't want to stay there anymore, please let me join Konoha." Kakuzu chose to rebel very directly. He joined Akatsuki because he was impressed by Nagato's strength. In addition, Akatsuki did not restrict his freedom and allowed him to concentrate on making money, so he joined Akatsuki. So when facing Kyunhee, who is as strong as a monster, he naturally would not be stupid enough to fight to the end. That would not only be hard on himself, but also hard on his money. Moreover, Chijia just mentioned that Konoha lacks someone to manage money, which is exactly what Kakuzu wants. Konoha is the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. To maintain the operation of such a village, how much wealth would be needed? Thinking of this, Kakuzu's drool was about to flow. Of course, he was not greedy, he just wanted to be with money. Kakuzu's green eyes were filled with desire for money, and he looked at Chijia with hope. Kyunhee was also amused by Kakuzu's performance. He shook his head and said, "So what are your specialties?" "Making money. My specialty is making money." Itaki was having a hard time trying not to laugh. Seeing Kakuzu almost falling to his knees in anxiety, he couldn't help but help him out. "Hokage-sama, Kakuzu is indeed very good with money, so there shouldn't be any problem letting him manage the finances." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu immediately looked at Itaki with gratitude. They were his former colleagues after all. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Chijia saw that the time was almost right, and since Kakuzu was so sensible, she would give him a chance to manage the money. He nodded and said, "Okay, pack up and report to the Ministry of Finance tomorrow." Yes. Chapter 332 Kushina is resurrected. Back at the Hokage building, As soon as Chijia sat down, Minato rushed in, dragging a coffin with him. Chijia. I brought Kushina's coffin to you. He glanced at the coffin and found that there was still some residual soil on the coffin lid, which was obviously just dug out. Naruto walked in behind the coffin, looking very excited. Chijia-senpai. Dad said you were going to revive Mom. Thank you so much. Advertisement. Kyunhee shook his head helplessly, then waved his hand and the coffin lid automatically fell off, revealing Kushina inside. The preservation techniques for corpses were relatively good among the Hokage, and Kushina only looked a little dried up. Minato stared at Chijia without blinking. He was so anxious that he wanted to kneel down, but was afraid of disturbing Chijia. He didn't hesitate, he just put his hands together and said in a deep voice. Yellow Spring Reincarnation Technique. After a short wait, Kushina opened her eyes and slowly sat up from the coffin. Kushina. Minato hugged Kushina who was still in a daze, while Naruto stood where he was. Minato had shown him Kushina's photo at home, but now seeing the real person, he was a little at a loss. Kushina hugged Minato subconsciously and said with a confused look on his face. Where am I, Minato? Has your soul reached the Pure Land as well? Minato's face was already covered with tears, he choked. No. You're alive now, and so am I. We're both in the real world, all thanks to Chijia. Chijia. Kushina then noticed Chijia standing opposite him. When she saw his long snow-white hair, she was visibly stunned. Kyunhee, why is your hair white? Well, this was the first reaction of everyone who knew Kyunhee when they saw him again. He said something nonsense. You've been dead for so many years, can't I be old? But your face is still the same as before. No. You are more handsome than before. Advertisement. Oh, thanks for the compliment. Chijia couldn't stand this out-of-touch couple anymore, he walked over to Naruto and pushed him. Naruto, that's your mother, why are you still standing there? Naruto. Of course Kushina would not forget her son's name, she pushed Minato away and turned to look at Naruto. When she saw Naruto's golden hedgehog hair and the whiskers on his face, Kushina suddenly covered her mouth with tears flowing from her eyes. Naruto, you're my Naruto. Kushina stepped out of the coffin and rushed in front of Naruto. Naruto stared blankly at the mother in front of him. Even though it was the first time they met, the feeling of blood connection was unmistakable. He knew that this woman with red hair and beautiful face was his biological mother. Mother. With the word mom, Kushina and Minato burst into tears at the same time. Minato also rushed over, and the two of them held Naruto in their arms, and the family of three hugged each other tightly. Chijia looked at them silently, and he opened the space wall of the portal dimension so that Obito could see it all. Inside the gate space, Obito lowered his head in shame at the sight. During this time, he has realized how wrong he was. What happened to Minato's family was caused by him. He now wishes he could find a hole to crawl into. When the three of them separated, Minato told Kushina everything about Naruto's childhood and what had happened during this time. When Kushina heard that Naruto was treated as a monster when he was a child and was excluded and scolded in various ways, she was so angry that her hair moved without wind, as if she had started to return to her life. She cursed out loud. Those third Hokage guys are a bunch of assholes. Why did they hide Naruto's identity? Is it so hard to protect a Hokage's son? Naruto is a demon fox. Bullshit. Our Naruto is obviously a hero. They are so blind. Ooh. Naruto. My poor child. Naruto was stunned, he didn't expect his mother to be so tough, she was completely different from his father. Minato, on the other hand, had an adoring smile on his face. To him, the more Kushina acted like this, the more he felt that he was not dreaming. But seeing that Kushina was getting more and more excited, and almost scolding all the previous Hokage, he couldn't help but cut in and said. Alright, it's all over, Kushina, calm down for a moment. Nanny? You want me to calm down? Advertisement. Kushina turned his head sharply and looked at Minato, his expression looking like he was going to eat someone. Minato. Look at this Konoha you are protecting. What the hell are you protecting? Minato immediately dropped his head and acted like an ostrich. Naruto quickly stepped out to smooth things over. Mom, those things are really in the past. I am already very satisfied to be reunited with you now. I have to thank Kyunhee Sr. for this. Yeah, my son is right. We must thank Kyunhee. As he said that, Kushina turned around and bowed 90 degrees to Kyunhee. Thank you so much, Chai-hee. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to reunite as a family. Kushina raised her head with an extremely sincere look in her eyes. If you didn't know, you would think she had some thoughts about Chijia. Kyunhee's mouth twitched. He raised his hand to signal Kushina to stand up and said. Don't thank me. Minato helped me a lot back then. This is what I should do. Minato immediately looked at Chijia in surprise, thinking, why is his attitude so different from that towards me? Kushina shook her head and said softly. No. Your kindness to our IKEA is far beyond anything else. I really don't know how to thank you. I already told you that it's not necessary. If you really want to thank me, just take this thing back with you. It takes up quite a lot of space. After saying that, Chijia opened the portal dimension and threw Obito out. Kushina stared at him for a long time before confirming that it was Obito. She had just learned the truth from Minato, so she looked at Obito with a very unfriendly look. Obito lowered his head, he didn't dare to look into Kushina's eyes, he just stammered. Master's wife. Kushina used to treat Obito as her own child. Even though her heart was filled with anger, when she heard the familiar yet unfamiliar master's wife, she swallowed the reprimand. She sighed heavily and said. Do you know you were wrong now? I know. I was too stupid. I was fooled by Madara and hurt my master's family like this. I'm sorry to both of you, and even more sorry to Naruto. As he spoke, tears of regret welled up in Obito's eyes.